Imagine this, your sister kills a werewolf in self-defense, and you have to cover it up in fear. That's the reality I'm facing. Chapter 1. Our lives are over. There was no way around this. No way we could ever live without fear of someone discovering what we did. I had been in the library typing up my lecture notes from this morning, unaware of the horrors that would soon haunt my life forever. Respecting the rules of the library and not wanting to disturb others, I had put my phone on silent, missing the 6 frantic calls my sister had made to me. It was only when I took a break and glanced at my phone did I notice the calls and text messages. Without hesitation, I put my laptop in my bag and walked out of the library, leaving my books and stationery there so people would know the spot at the table was occupied. "Hi 𝐾𝐬𝐬, what's up?" I asked her as I zipped up my bag. "Nala," 𝐾𝐬𝐬 whispered before she started crying. "Something happened. You have to come home. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧𝐰 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐰 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "What happened? Are you okay?" 𝐾𝐬𝐬 didn't answer, and all I could hear was anguished cries. The feeling of dread crept down my spine like a spider leaving a trail of silk. I felt it all over my body, taking control until I'm almost frozen. In this frozen state, my mind offers me only one thought: help 𝐾𝐬𝐬, and coming home. I told her as I walked back into the library. My body went into autopilot as I gathered my stuff and headed towards the car park. I don't even remember driving. All I knew is that I had to go home. As I entered our house, it was eerily quiet and I couldn't help but shudder as I stepped into the hallway. "𝐾𝐬𝐬," I called out. "Where are you?" "I'm in the kitchen." 𝐾𝐬𝐬's voice was hoarse and shook slightly. I walked towards the kitchen. The sound of my shoes hitting the floor seemed to echo in my ear, as if it was on loudspeaker. I wasn't sure what to expect, but my body was preparing itself as my heart started racing and my palms began to feel clammy. I couldn't believe my eyes. I didn't want to. I had never seen anything like this, not even in my worst nightmares. My sister was huddled in the corner of the room, her clothes torn apart, clutching a bloody kitchen knife and her phone. Tears were streaming down her face, her mouth opening and closing as if she was trying to talk, but no sound came out. A man lay on the kitchen floor. A scarlet liquid had drenched his white shirt and had begun to pool all around him. His trousers were around his ankles and he wasn't moving. Thoughts accelerate inside my head, causing everything to hurt. I want them to slow down so I can breathe and process what is in front of me, but they don't. My breaths come out in strangled gasps and my vision starts to blur. The sound of my heart hammering inside my chest was too loud and felt as though it would jump out of my body. The room started to spin. I stumbled backwards towards the ground. "Nala," 𝐾𝐬𝐬 cried out softly, pulling my attention towards her. My horror-filled eyes met hers and I took her appearance in again. I dropped my keys and bag on the floor and with unsteady feet, I walked towards her and gently pulled the knife and phone from her grasp. I put them down on the counter and helped her up. Her trembling figure made my heart clench, and though I had some sort of idea about what may have happened, I didn't want to confirm it just yet. "I'm going to fix this. But first, let's get you all cleaned up," I whispered to her. 𝐾𝐬𝐬 looked at me, her tear-stained face breaking my heart. "I killed him. Nala. I killed him. Come on." I supported most of her weight as I helped her up the stairs to her bedroom. "Can you tell me what happened?" 𝐾𝐬𝐬 started trembling and tears filled her eyes again. After a few seconds of silence, she started to talk. "He, I couldn't stop him. I tried, Nala. I tried so hard, but he was so strong. I saw the knife and I wanted him to stop." I pulled her into a tight hug. "I'll call the police. He tried to hurt you. It was self-defense." 𝐾𝐬𝐬 stiffened in my arms. "We can't. Nala, he's a werewolf. It doesn't matter." It was still self-defense. I tried to reassure her. 𝐾𝐬𝐬 shook her head and let out a pitiful sob. "He's from the visiting pack. He's high up on the ranks. We can't call the police. They would kill her. The alpha of that pack would kill her." We stayed in silence for a few minutes, just holding each other. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧𝐰 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐵 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I started as I pulled away from her. We're not going to call the police, but we have to clean up. 𝐿𝐼 nodded and we went into the bathroom we both shared. 𝐿𝐼 started to take her clothes off, letting out little whimpers as she did. Please stay, 𝐿𝐼 whispered as she met my eyes. I nodded and motioned for her to sit on the edge of the bathtub. I turned on the taps and water started to fill the bath. Did he actually rape you? Did he? Stop before he actually... I trailed off, unsure of how to ask her and silently praying that he didn't get a chance to. 𝐿𝐼 started crying. I tried to stop him. Pain and rage coursed through my body as she confirmed what happened. I'm sorry for asking. It's going to be okay. You're going to be okay. After 𝐿𝐼 took her clothes off, or what was left of it, she got into the bath and closed her eyes, whereas mine trailed across her body, lingering on the bite marks and handprint-shaped bruises. The water started to turn a light pink and I looked away. I'm going to get you some clothes. I went into her room and grabbed a pillow and screamed into it. All I felt was anger and pain. How could this have happened? I bit my tongue as I tried to hold back the tears that threatened to leave my eyes. As I thought about what my little sister had gone through, I couldn't hold them back any longer. At first, one small tear escaped, sliding down my cheek, and rolling of my chin, then another and another, until my eyes flooded with them and a steady stream of salty tears flowed out. 𝐿𝐼 was all I had left. Our parents died when we were young and our paternal uncle took us in. While he and his wife were never said anything, I knew we were a burden to them. They already had 3 children and adding another 2 young children did not make things easier. Before I had turned 18, we had discussed what would happen next, and my uncle and okay with me taking responsibility for 𝐿𝐼. In fact, I think they were a little relieved. 𝐿𝐼 was only 2 years younger than me, so it wasn't as difficult as it would have been with someone younger. We decided to move back into our old house in Manchester. I started university and 𝐿𝐼 started college. My parents had a little money saved before they died, and my uncle also gave us some money to help us. Our house was mortgage-free, so we didn't have to worry about that, did have to pay other bills. We wanted to use as little of the money from our parents and uncle, so we both got part-time jobs. 𝐿𝐼 worked around 10 hours a week and I worked around 20 hours. Getting a loan from student finance was a bonus. We weren't thriving, but we were doing well in terms of finance. Taking in a deep breath, I wiped my tears away and pulled out some clothes from the wardrobe. I had to be strong for 𝐿𝐼. I had to help her. I knocked on the bathroom door, even though it was open, to alert 𝐿𝐼 that I was back. She looked towards me blankly. Come on, I said as I passed her the towel. Let's get you dressed. 𝐿𝐼 dressed silently as I drained the tub, watching the light pink water swirl around. What are we going to do now? I turned back towards her and held her hands. You're going to try and get some rest and dine. I'm going to cover the body up and come up with a plan. 𝐿𝐼 shook her head. I want to help. This is all my fault. Listen to me, I told her firmly, gripping her hand tightly. This is not your fault. Do you hear me? This is not your fault. Let me help you. 𝐿𝐼, please Nala. I let out a long sigh. Fine. But if it gets too much for you, you need to tell me. 𝐿𝐼 nodded somber eye and followed me down the stairs. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. Should I Google this? But what if what I search gets traced back to me? I couldn't afford to make any mistakes, so I needed to think this through. I walked into the kitchen slowly, grabbed a tea towel and threw it on the face of the man laying on the ground. I didn't want to see his face. I grabbed my bag that was discarded on the floor and picked it up, all the while staring at the body. I pulled out a notebook and pen and headed towards the living room. What are you doing? People get caught because they panic and rush things. We can't afford to make a mistake. I'm going to write down everything we need to do so we don't forget anything. I told her as I flipped over to a new clean page. Are you being serious? I glanced at her and nodded. We have to be extra careful. He's a werewolf from a visiting pack. They're going to look for him when he doesn't turn up. We can't have anything leading him to here. I know this is going to be hard, but I need you to tell me exactly how you met him and how he got here. 𝐿𝐼 swallowed and nodded. With a shaky voice, she explained how he had coming into the Costa coffee She had been working in for the last few days. Every time she was working, he would strike up a conversation with her. It was friendly at first, but then he asked her on a date. 𝐾𝐲 explained that she was 17 and wasn't interested in dating a man in his late 20s, but that didn't seem to faze him. She was covering a shift for her colleague today, and he was there, but this time he didn't talk to her. Just watched her. When I opened the door, he came up from behind and pushed me. I didn't see him following me. I should have noticed him. 𝐾𝐲 cried out, putting her head down. I ran to the kitchen. I thought maybe I could leave through the back door, but he was too fast, and then 𝐾𝐲 stopped talking and we both froze, our eyes widening in fear. Someone was at the door. Chapter 2. 𝐾𝐲 let out a gasp, her breath speeding up as she looked at me in horror. They know what I did. Oh my God. They know what I did. I got up from sofa slowly, my heart pounding in chest frantically. No, calm down. No one knows what happened. I told her, trying to placate her as well as myself. Shit. Who could be at the door? Another knock sent 𝐾𝐲 screaming and huddling into the corner of the cream sofa she was sitting on. I'm going to go check who it is. Stay here and don't say anything and stop screaming. I whispered, yelled at her. I slowly headed to the door and took in a deep breath. Breathe, Nala. It's going to be fine. I hesitantly looked through the peephole, my stomach clenching in anticipation. I let out a laugh when I saw it was my sour-faced next-door neighbor looking extremely irritated. I cracked the door open a little. What is it, Mrs. �McCluskey? This stupid pest of yours keeps trampling all over my flowers. Keep it inside your house. She snarled, practically throwing Misty, our cat, into my face. I'm sorry, but it's a cat. I can't really stop it from wandering around. We've had this conversation a million times. Misty, for some reason, likes to sleep in Mrs. McCluskey's flowers. She doesn't destroy them. She just likes looking at them. We put some flowers in our garden to keep her away from our neighbors, but she didn't like it and preferred Mrs. McCluskey's. Put a leash on it. It's a cat. Mrs. McCluskey uttered some curses, threw both me and Misty a glare and stormed off. If you think about it, it's actually a compliment. She really likes your flowers. I yelled out to Mrs. McCluskey, who in return stuck up her middle finger. Why do you always have to go to her garden? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. She hates us already. You just make it worse. I muttered as I shut the door and put the lock on. I walked back into the living room and handed Misty over to 𝐾𝐲. It was just McCluskey. Misty was in her garden again. 𝐾𝐲 clutched Misty to her hands trembling as she stroked her hair. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. Grabbing 𝐾𝐲's attention. It's going to be okay. I'm going to fix this, but I need your help. I need you to be brave and stay calm. 𝐾𝐲 nodded, and I grabbed my notebook. Did he have a car? I don't think so. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. So no one knows he came here. He doesn't have a car. I need to write down what we need to do next. We need to find his phone and anything on him that can identify him. We have to get rid of everything, including what you were wearing. But first we need to get rid of his body. I needed a detailed plan. I couldn't miss anything out. Our lives depended on this. I glanced towards 𝐾𝐲, who was struggling to keep her tears at bay. My heart clenched at how she must be feeling. I felt conflicted. I wanted to spend time to comfort her, reassure her that it's going to be okay. I wanted her to talk to me about how she is feeling and how I can help, but I knew time was of the essence. We had a dead werewolf in our kitchen, a werewolf that belonged to one of the deadliest packs in this country. Not only did he belong in that pack, but according to 𝐾𝐲, he had a high rank. How high was he in the pack? I pulled my phone in from my pocket and searched up the visiting the pack. The visiting alpha's name was Alessandro 𝐬𝐧, and he was here in our town for pack business and would be leaving in a week or so. Shit. 𝐾𝐲, I started to say, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. What was that man called? He didn't give me a second name. He said he was close with the Alpha. My gaze was stuck on the image on my phone. The image of 𝐴lessandro 𝐴lessandro standing next to a man who looked eerily similar to the man dead in our kitchen. Paranoia 𝐲𝐬. He was the Alpha's cousin. We're fucked. I tossed my phone away. Shit. 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 Right, we need to do this, 𝐿𝐸. Stay here. I'm going to check if he had his phone on him. We need to turn that off now. I didn't wait for answer as I sprinted out the room. We had no time. We had to get rid of this body tonight. Inching closer to the body on the floor, I put my hand over my hand to stop myself from throwing up. Crap. I should have covered his tiny dick as well as his ugly face. I crouched down to where his pants was, around his ankles, and put my hands in the pocket. Nothing was there, so I switched over to the other pocket. Nothing. Leaning back away from the bastard, I realized that it could be in jacket pocket. I shuddered when I realized what I would have to do next. I would have to turn him over as the bottom of his jacket was underneath him. With my eyes tightly shut, I used my strength to turn him over. The bastard was heavy and it took a few tries to turn him over. My hands went straight into his pocket where I felt a cold rectangle object. Pulling it out, I pressed a button to check if it was on, and it was. Switching the phone off, I got up and tossed it into the sink, turning the tap on full blast. The phone had to be completely damaged before we threw it away. I looked down at my blood-soaked hands. Reality slowly starting to dawn on me. This man had raped my little sister. She killed him himself. Defense, and now we have to bury his body. He was the Alpha's cousin. If we got caught, the Alpha wouldn't just kill us. He would torture us first in the most barbaric way, taking his time and enjoying it before putting us out of our misery. I wanted to cry at the predicament we were in. How the hell are we going to do this? Wiping my hands on my jeans, I turned the tap off, which had blood splatters on from when I turned it on. I tossed the wet phone on the ground and started stomping on it, releasing my anger and frustration. Once I was satisfied that the phone was completely broken and I felt a little better, I left the kitchen and went back to 𝐾𝐜. As soon as it gets dark, we're going to drive to 𝐵𝐷𝐻 and bury his body. We can burn it, but that would draw too much attention. We won't be able to explain why we're having a bonfire in the middle of the night with just two of us. I know I said we shouldn't go to the police, but maybe we should. I can explain everything. I'll tell them what happened and why I did that. They'll understand. 𝐾𝐜. No, look at what we're going to do. We're going to bury a body in 𝐵𝐷𝐻. We can't do that. I can't let you do that. 𝐾𝐜, listen to me. I told her firmly as I pushed Misty off her and held her hands. That man wasn't just a high-rank pack member. He was the Alpha's cousin. Do you know what that means? Nothing you say will matter to the Alpha. He will kill us, but not before he tortures us in the worst way possible. I'm not trying to scare you, but please, you need to listen to everything I say and do exactly what I tell you. If you don't, we're both dead. He'll tracked my body as I saw the look on 𝐾𝐜's face. She was petrified and I was making it worse, but I had no choice. We're burying him tonight. Chapter 3. As children, our parents would read us stories. We believed in them while we were young, but as you grow up you realize they're just stories. The world is nothing like what we hear in fairy tales. There's no happily ever after. Just after. There's one thing the stories got right though. The wolves are dangerous. Like in the stories. The werewolves are predators. They like to hunt. They like the chase, and most importantly, they like to kill. They aren't governed by the moon. They can turn into beasts at any time they want. The only thing, or should I say person, that controls them is the Alpha. Every pack has one. The leader, the one in charge. There's no democracy. You can't choose to be an Alpha. You're born one. They are natural leaders, destined to rule. Alongside Alphas are �𝐻𝐼𝐬s, their other half. Werewolves believe in mates. They believe that every single one of them has someone made solely for them. Majority of the times their soulmates are other werewolves, but sometimes it's humans too. The Alpha and Luna are at the top of the food chain, and below them are the betas. They are second in command and hold almost as much power as the Luna, but never the Alpha. The betas are similar to the Alphas though. They are also born into power. After the beta there are the warriors. They, however, are selected by the Alpha. The number of warriors differs pack to pack, but the system is the same for all werewolves. Those in the Alpha, Luna or Beta's families are high-ranked as well. There's no official title for them, but their status is slightly higher than the pack warriors. Alessandro Aristovi is the Alpha of the neighboring pack. Alphas are brutal in general, but Aristovi is known to be merciless, someone who enjoys inflicting pain on others. 𝐿𝐢𝐳 𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠. His cousin was dead, and once Aristovi found out, he would seek vengeance, not stopping until he was satisfied. We had our laws and rules to follow, and they had theirs. While our rules were more like guidelines to werewolves, we had to follow theirs strictly as if we were one of them. No one would step in to help us if we got caught. We could have got help if it was some random werewolf. There would have been a report. Evidence would have been collected, and then a decision would be made by both human and werewolf leaders. That's the way it usually works, and this system has worked for years, but when it comes to high-rank pack members, sometimes the human leaders look the other way. It also depends on the Alpha of the pack, the way they view humans and the relationships werewolves and humans have in general in that area. There are some places where humans and werewolves thrive together and are treated equally and are treated equally, and other places where it's not a good place to live in as second-class citizen. We're fortunate to live here with Alpha Elias. He's a fair Alpha. He does his best to treat everyone equally, which is echoed in his pack. But even Alpha Elias would not be able to help us in this situation. We had to handle it ourselves. I had completed my list while 𝐾𝐜𝐬 rested. I told her to get some sleep before we did this, but I could see the fear in her eyes. She was too scared to go upstairs and sleep, so I suggested she slept in the living room while I made the plan. I had everything ready and was confident we could sew this. After we buried the body, we would have to clean every inch of this house, just in case we missed anything, burn our clothes, and destroy any objects we used. As long as we stuck to the plan, this would work. 𝐾𝐜𝐬, wake up. I shook 𝐾𝐜𝐬 gently, trying my best not to startle her. We have to do this now. 𝐾𝐜𝐬 opened her eyes and blinked several times. I was hoping this was all a nightmare. I smiled weakly and helped her up. Here's the plan. We're going to wrap him up with this rug, I told her, using my foot to indicate the rug in the room we were going to use. And then tape it securely. Once we've done that, we're going to put him in the back seat of the car. I don't think he's going to fit in the boot, and I don't want to waste time trying. How are we going to put him in the car? We're going to lift him up. I'll drive my car to the backyard and we'll take him out through the back. It's dark and no one will see. I explained the plan while 𝐾𝐜𝐬 shook her head. I can't touch him. Please, 𝐾𝐜𝐬. I can't lift him up myself. If I could, I wouldn't be telling you to help. Plus he'll be wrapped up in the carpet, so you won't actually touch him. 𝐾𝐜𝐬 nodded and I let out of relief. We took the large rug to the kitchen. 𝐾𝐜𝐬 avoided looking down at the man who was there while I crouched down and started pushing him onto the carpet, not bothering to pull his trousers up. Once I managed to get him on rug, I slowly started to roll the rug so it covered his body. It took a lot longer than I expected. His legs were sticking out, so I had to put him in a fetal position, but I managed to do it. After that was done, 𝐾𝐜𝐬 and I taped the rug tightly, making sure it was secure and that nothing could be seen. If someone did see us, all they would see was us moving a rug. Nothing that would raise any alarms. I drove the car to the back of our house and 𝐾𝐜𝐬 unlocked the garden door. Slowly and trying to be as quiet as possible, we lifted the rug containing the body and headed towards the car. The weight of the body and the rug caused my arms to ache, but we couldn't stop. We had to get it in the car. Once that was done, we put the shovel and torch into the boot and locked the house. We drove in silence, both of us filled with anxiety and fear. My head felt like it would explode with all the thoughts that were running through it. All the questions and most importantly the doubt. Are we doing the right thing? Is it too late to turn and go to the police? Saddleworth Moor was only 40 minutes away from where we lived. It was a huge moorland that had a stunning view, and people visited here daily despite its past. Around 60 years ago, a man and woman lured 5 young children, murdered them and buried their body in the moors. One of the victims has yet to be found, however there are rumors of more bodies being buried here. When I was a young teenager, my friends and I came here during Halloween. We wanted to scare the shit out of each other. We walked around here at night. It was one of the most eerie feelings I ever had. I felt like I was walking on people's grave, and I could have been. I promised I would never go back there, and I didn't. Until now. It would be the perfect place to hide something. The moors was enormous, so no one would find it even if they tried. We'll have to carry the body for a bit before we bury it. I told 𝐾𝐜 as we came to a stop. Why can't we just do it here? I have a bad feeling about this. 𝐾𝐜 whispered. I shook my head. We can't do it here. It's too close. We have to make sure it's completely hidden. We can go back. It's not too late. 𝐾𝐜 pleaded with me. Come on, I said firmly. Let's go. We'll find a spot, dig the hole, and then we'll come back for the body and bury it. I got out of the car and went around to the back and opened the boot. I quickly grabbed the shovel and torch and slammed the boot door down. We circled around for a bit, trying to find the best place to dig. After a while, we finally found a spot. I handed 𝐾𝐜 my torch. We'll do it here. In the movies, when you watch someone dig a hole to hide something or bury a body, it looks effortless. They're easily able to break the ground and they're done in a few minutes. I was nowhere near done in a few minutes. It took me almost an hour to dig a hole big and deep enough to fit 𝐿𝐽 man. By the end of it, I was completely drenched in sweat. My arms quivering from the pain and my body crying out for a break, but we couldn't stop now. Maybe you should take a break, 𝐾𝐜 suggested as she looked down at the huge hole. No, let's finish this. Carrying a dead body wrapped in a rug with a torch in between my teeth in the dark was not something I would recommend. We made several stops. Almost slipped and knocked ourselves out, but finally managed to take the body to his final resting spot. He fell with a loud thud, causing us to wince at the sound. I grabbed the shovel again, and this time, instead of creating a hole, I covered it up. It's done. I sighed in relief as I looked down. We just need to clean up now and lay low for a bit. We're going to be fine. The drive back home was almost therapeutic. Completely opposite to how I was feeling driving to the moors. I felt as though a weight had been lifted from my shoulders, and while I should be horrified at the crime we had just committed, I felt almost happy at how well we did. Oh God, I sound like a psychopath. I parked the car in front of our house and leaned back against my seat. We need to clean up now. We have cleaning products in the house. We'll use that. If we run out, we'll get some tomorrow morning. I'll also take the car for a wash and we'll toss the phone out on the way. I'll ring college and let your tutors know you'll be off for a few days. 𝐾𝐜 stared blankly out of the window, not responding to what I said. 𝐾𝐜, I said softly. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐽. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're safe. 𝐾𝐜's cheery gaze met mine. Why don't I feel safe then? I swallowed the large lump in my throat. I promise I won't let anything happen to you. If it comes to it, I'll take the fall. Do you want to talk to someone about it? No. I put my hands up. Okay, you don't have to. Just a suggestion. Come on, let's go inside. We were at the front door when I remembered the torches and shovel in the boots. Go on. I'm going to quickly grab the stuff. I ran to the car and grabbed everything. In a rush to go inside, I failed to notice something. A pair of dark eyes watching me intently. Chapter 4. I needed sleep. My body was craving it, but my mind just would not switch off. All the things that could go wrong kept running through my head. Our plan only consisted of what we had to do to stay undiscovered, but what if someone found out? What would we do? I had to have another plan. Just in case. 𝐾𝐜 came home from work and needed to take a shower. She popped her head into the living room to say hello and then went upstairs. I decided now would be a good time to take a break from my uni assignments and went to the kitchen to make myself and 𝐾𝐜 a hot drink. I was grabbing some mugs when there was a knock on the door. I flung the door open expecting it Mrs. McCluskey, but instead there was a man. He forced his way in. I tried to stop him, but he was too strong. I ran to the kitchen. I needed to get out of the house, but he was too quick and grabbed me. My memories are muddled up here. I can't remember exactly, but he attacked me and I defended myself. I hadn't meant to kill him. I wanted him to stop. Next thing I knew, he was dead and I was standing over him with a knife. I panicked. I didn't know what to do, so I grabbed the rug from the living room and wrapped him up in it. Taped it up and dragged it to the back garden. 𝐾𝐜 came down just as I was cleaning up the blood. I told her I dropped some wine and told her to put something on Netflix while I made us some food. When 𝐾𝐜 fell asleep, I drove the car to the back of the house, dragged his body to the car and drove to Saddleworth Moors. I buried him there and then came home. 𝐾𝐜 knew nothing about this. She had no idea what happened. That would work. If it came down to it and somehow we got caught. That's what I would say. No one has to know the truth and 𝐾𝐜 would be safe. A muffled scream had me jumping up from the bed. Without turning the lights on, I ran to 𝐾𝐜's room, tripping over the shoes I discarded earlier. I barged into 𝐾𝐜's room, expecting someone to be there, hurting her, but no one was there. I'm sorry. I just had a nightmare. I didn't mean to wake you up. 𝐾𝐜 sobbed into her pillow as I switched the lights on, placing a hand over my racing heart. I went over to her and got into bed. It's okay. It was just a nightmare. I'm going to stay here with you. Thank you. 𝐾𝐜 sniffed and turned around so she was facing me. I'm sorry. Nola, just try to get some rest. I told her quietly as I stroked her hair. It was something Mum used to do to the both of us when we were younger at a bad dream. It would relax us completely and within minutes we would fall back asleep. You know what I was thinking? Half-term is only a couple of weeks away and it's been a while since we've been on holiday. We could go somewhere for a few days. Relax during the day and drink shitloads of alcohol during the night. 𝐾𝐜 made a noise that sounded like a 𝐊𝐸 𝐴 mixed in one. I'm underage. I can't drink. Just this one time I will look the other way, and by the other way I mean buy you the drinks. 𝐾𝐜 smiled weakly. Where should we go? It has to be in Europe. I don't think we can afford anywhere further at the moment. How about Italy? I've always had a thing for Italian men. I love pasta. This time 𝐾𝐜 laughed, which warmed my heart. Stop stereotyping. I thought you had a thing for Greek men. Russian and Greek are my top 3. How? You've never even been with any of them. There's just something about them, especially Italian and Russian, based on the movies I've watched, and by stereotyping them, they seem so mysterious and dangerous. If soulmates were real for us, mine would Italian or Russian, or maybe both. It was silent for a few minutes before 𝐾𝐜 started to talk again. Her voice barely over a whisper, so I knew she would be asleep soon. I like the idea of soulmates. Someone who loves you unconditionally and will always protect you. I continued to stroke her hair in silence, but my one thought ran through my mind. I will always protect you. 𝐾𝐜. It had been a few days since the incident, and as the days went by I felt myself relax. 𝐾𝐜 went to work straight away, which I disagreed with. She explained that in order to not raise any suspicion we had to carry on with life as normal. She made a valid point, but it was hard to let her out of my sight for that long. Not only that, but she needed time to process what happened. She couldn't sleep at night without having any nightmares. I had them too, but I knew mine were nowhere near as frightening as hers. So we stayed in the same room, drawing comfort from each other at night and like we're completely fine in the morning. 𝐾𝐜 didn't talk about what happened. I wanted to give her space, but I was worried she was bottling it all in and one day she would explode. I wanted to comfort her and make her feel safe. Something I knew she did not feel anymore, but I didn't know what to do. I dropped and picked her up from college and work as I had to know where she was all the time. She came home during her freeze and I skipped my lectures to stay with her. We spent a lot of time together, which caused me to worry. I didn't want her to feel suffocated like I'm sure she was feeling. I didn't want 𝐾𝐜 to go through life with her big sister watching her like a hawk, but I also knew this was for the best. I had to keep a close watch on her even if she didn't like it. I was looking at tickets to Rome when my phone started to ring. 𝐾𝐜's name was on top of the screen. I quickly grabbed the phone. Hey, you okay? I breathed into the phone as I looked down at my laptop screen to check the time. It was just after 3 p.m, so her shift hadn't ended yet. Nola, I don't know what to do. 𝐾𝐜 whispered frantically. What's going on? Are you okay? What happened? I fired questions at her as I slammed the laptop shut and ran to the hallway. There are werewolves in here. They're asking questions about him. Oh my god. They know what I did. 𝐷𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝, calm down. I tried to soothe her as I grabbed my car keys from the table in the hallway. They don't know anything. Take deep breath and calm yourself down. You can't draw any attention to yourself. If they don't know, then why are they here? They must know something. 𝐷𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝, listen to me, I said firmly, trying my best not to snap at her. Calm down. They don't know anything. Where are you now? I'm in the bathroom. I was on my break and they came in. I heard them asking questions, so I called you. Okay. This is important, so pay attention. I told her I got into my car. Don't lie. If they ask about that day, tell them you saw him and you went home. If they ask about other days, tell them he spoke to you briefly. Don't give too much detail and act he was just another customer. I don't know if I can do this. 𝐷𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 whimpered down the phone. Nola, I'm scared. I know you're scared, but you have to do this. They'll speak to you for a few minutes and move on. You can do this, 𝐷𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝. I know you can. Keep your phone on you and keep me on the line. I'm going to mute myself so they won't hear anything. Can you do that, 𝐷𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝? To my 𝐊𝐼𝐳𝐸𝐴𝐻𝐵 𝐊𝐿𝐻𝐵. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're going to be fine. Just carry on as usual. I'm going to be fine. 𝐷𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 echoed back. I pressed the mute button on the phone as I started to drive. I heard 𝐷𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 mutter to herself as she tried to calm herself down. I didn't want to alarm 𝐷𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 further, but I was completely shitting it. I was scared she would say something that would point to us. I felt helpless as I heard 𝐷𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 exit the staff bathroom and briefly talk to a colleague. I wanted to run into the CAF and pull her out, but that would draw too much attention to us. I would just have to wait outside and listen into what they ask. I'm going to the front. Nola, I'm so scared. I heard 𝐷𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 whisper. Me too. There you are, 𝐷𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝. A male voice said from a distance. This is the beta Kieran. He's got some questions he wants to ask you. OERN. Hello, beta Kieran. WH, what kind of questions? 𝐷𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝's tone was laced with fear. The man who I assumed was her colleague ignored her. Beta Kieran, would you like to use the office at the back? No, beta Kieran answered. He sounded casual, like he didn't suspect anything. We can talk at the front. I heard movement and the distant sound of people chatting became louder. Have you seen this man? Beta Kieran questioned 𝐷𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝. It was difficult to hear him clearly with the noises in the background. Why, yeah, he came in a few days ago. Why, how often does he come here? Beta Kieran asked. Ignoring the question 𝐷𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 asked. I'm not sure. I don't work here every day. What days do you work here? It depends. We have a rota. Most of the time I work during the weekend because I have college. 𝐷𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 explained, her voice slightly shaking. How old are you? I'm 17. 𝐷𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝's voice was barely audible. And did you talk this man? On the day that he came in? Beta Kieran asked after a moment of silence. Not really. It was silent after that and I didn't know what to think of it. Did he believe her? Did he suspect she knew more? 𝐷𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝. Why, yes. Can you lead me to the back office? I want to have a look at the security tapes. To my 𝐊𝐼𝐬𝐼𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't have a key though. Only Daniel has it. He's the manager. Go get the key. Beta Kieran demanded. I heard 𝐷𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 mutter a response as I parked up behind the store. Maybe I should come up with an emergency and tell 𝐷𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝's manager she has to go home now. Would that work? Or would I just cause Beta Kieran to become suspicious of 𝐷𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝? No, I had to wait until her shift ended. He doesn't sound like he suspects anything. We need to keep it that way. 𝐷𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 was doing so well. Seeing me might change that. The constant buzzing sound of people talking started to fade and all I could hear was footsteps. 𝐷𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 must be walking Beta Kieran to the office. It was like this for half a minute or so, but it felt like hours. Not hearing any of them speak was making me more anxious than when they were talking. You can go now. 𝐿𝐻𝐸 and dismissed her. I could hear Connie practically run away. The slamming of the door seemed extremely loud and echoed into my ear. Oh my God, that was so scary. Connie muttered into the phone. I unmuted my phone. You did so. Well, Connie, see, everything is going to be okay. I'm going to keep you on the line until they go. It feels like you're with me. I'm waiting outside for you. As soon as the beta leaves, I'll come get you. I'll tell you, manager, there was an emergency or something. 𝐿𝐻𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Okay, thank you. Connie sounded muffled, which I assumed was because she was putting her phone away again. I'm going to leave the toilets now. You need to mute yourself. I was just about to tell her I'm going to do that when I heard some voices in the distance. I put myself on mute and waited for Connie to leave the toilet. I heard Connie exit the toilet, but instead hearing her footstep I heard a thumping noise. As if Connie had bumped into something. I wanted to ask if she was okay but had no way of knowing if anyone was around her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. Connie uttered the words quietly. Judging by the tone of her voice, she must have bumped into 𝐵𝐸 or another werewolf. It was silent for a few seconds before Connie spoke again. I have to get back to work. Stop. A deep voice growled. Yes, sir. What are you doing? Connie questioned. Her voice filled with alarm. There was a little scuffle noise and I held the phone tightly, trying to figure out what was going on. Your scent, little human, is very interesting. Chapter 5. Her scent. What the hell is he talking about? Who is he? What? Connie stuttered out. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻𝐸. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Another voice in the background called out. I have the tapes. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻𝐸. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Was that Alpha, Alessandro? Good. There was a pause before the Alpha spoke again. Did you talk to this little human? Yes, spoken to Connie. Now, Connie, I want you to be a good human and tell me the truth. Alpha Alessandro was deep and smooth. What is going on? Does he know? I felt so helpless sitting in my car listening to the conversation. If he didn't suspect anything and I rush in there, he definitely would, but what if he does suspect something and I'm just sitting here doing nothing and now something bad happens to Connie? I decided to wait for a few minutes. Listen to what the Alpha had to say first before barging in. What's going on? Connie whispered. She sounded confused and scared. Just like 𝐻𝐸. There's nothing to fear. The Alpha did not sound reassuring at all. Have you been around any female werewolves today? Female werewolves? No. Are you sure? Do not lie to me. The Alpha snarled, sounding almost upset. Maybe a customer. I don't remember. I'm not lying. The Alpha let out a growl. A fucking human. Not possible. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻𝐸. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The other male voice called out, sounding very comfortable despite the growls from the Alpha. I'll deal with this later. A fucking human. The Alpha scoffed, sounding disgusted. I waited to hear more, but the only sound I heard was descending footsteps before hearing a door open. OMG. That was the Alpha. Connie whispered frantically into the phone. I can't do this. I'm so scared. You should have seen him, Nola. He was so angry. I unmuted myself. Okay. Just get out of there. I'm at the back. Just say something came up and leave. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻𝐸. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Connie hung up the phone and I put my hands on my face. This was such a mess. I had no idea what was going on. Why was the Alpha asking Connie those questions? Maybe staying here was a bad idea. Should leave now while we have the chance. But where would we go? Should we leave the country? Can we uproot our whole life here and move to a foreign country? A knock on the window almost had me jumping out of my seat. You scared the shit out of me. I told Connie as she slid inside the car. Hey, you okay? I asked Connie, who was seated in the car with her eyes closed. I'm so scared, 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬. I feel scared all the time. Me too. Come on. Let's go home. I started the car and then turned to look at her again. What happened exactly? I thought you heard everything. I did with the beta, but I'm confused about what happened with the alpha. I told her as we drove away from the 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬. Me too. I bumped into him when I left the toilet and he just stood there staring at me. I was going to go back to work and then he told me to stop. All of a sudden he grabbed me and pulled me towards him. I was so scared I kind of froze and he just started sniffing me. It was so weird. Then he started growling and he looked so angry. What does that mean? I have no idea. Look at the bright side. It doesn't sound like they suspect anything. Did you not listen to what I just said? He was growling and looked pissed off. I think that means they suspect something. 𝐾𝐜 snapped, slamming her hands down on the dashboard. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬, I said softly, trying to soothe her. This is not bad news. He sounded pissed off about something else. Not his missing cousin. If he suspected something, you wouldn't be here. When is this nightmare going to end? This is just the beginning, great. I threw 𝐾𝐜 a dirty look. Shut up. Like I said, this is just the beginning. Things will be difficult for us now, but as time goes on it'll get better. We just have to wait this out. I know it's hard and you're scared. I'm scared too. I'm fucking terrified about what could happen, but we can do this. You're right. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We're going to be fine. Hey Jackson, I need your help with something, I said as I sat down on the uncomfortable chair, putting my bag on the floor and pulling out a notebook. What's up? 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬, Jackson asked, looking up from his laptop with his dark eyebrows raised. After the incident at 𝐶𝐵 with the Alpha and Beta, 𝐾𝐜 took some time off. She called in sick for a few days and swapped her shifts. She then told her manager about taking some time off for a holiday. Her manager refused as it was short notice and she had missed a few days already. She then handed in her notice and left. Now, if anyone looked into why 𝐾𝐜 suddenly left, it would be because a 17-year-old girl wanted to take time off to go abroad on her break from college. Nothing suspicious about that. Things were quiet. Nothing happened after the incident, but there was something about the way the Alpha acted that I couldn't let go. So you know you have a thing for werewolves, right? I started off, causing Jackson to narrow his dark blue eyes at me. You make it sound like some weird fetish. It's not a fetish. I'm curious about their world. I raised my hands up in mock surrender. I know. Probably shouldn't have worded it like that, but I have some questions about werewolves and you're the only person I know who knows so much about them. Please, will you help me? Jackson shrugged and closed his laptop. Okay, what questions? I lifted up my notebook and showed him. I have a list. Okay, so say like I bumped into a random werewolf and he started to sniff me. What does that mean? That you need to take a shower? You're such an annoying little shit. I need to know the answers to these questions. It's important. Jackson frowned. Are you okay, 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬? I'm fine. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sorry, haven't had my daily dose of caffeine yet. You sure? Jackson probed, not looking convinced. Yet anyways, back to the question. What does that mean? As you're already aware, werewolves have a better sense of smell than we do. So if he was sniffing you, he probably smelt something that you couldn't smell. That's it. What if he said something like it's an interesting scent? And asked if I had been around other werewolves. I knew it was just more than him just smelling 𝐾𝐜. He could have smelt someone else's scent on you. Werewolves don't go around sniffing us. There's only a couple of reasons why our scent could be interesting to them. Obviously you know about mates. Maybe he thought you were his mate. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's that got to do with scents? I asked, confused. Werewolf studies is compulsory in schools. How do you not know this? I didn't see the point in learning about it. It's not like we got a guess at the end for it. I put my time into actual guess subjects. I defended myself while Jackson shook his head. Anyways, tell me more about mates and scents. You can Google, just tell me. It's more easier. Werewolves find their mates by smell or touch. It could be a possibility that you were near someone who was his mate and he was trying to find out if the scent was yours. You clearly were not his mate or else you wouldn't be here. You would be with him. I guess that makes sense. I muttered. It would explain why the Alpha asked if 𝐾𝐜𝐤 had been around other female werewolves. He could smell his mate on her, but that didn't explain why he would be mad about humans. Unless his mate was a human and he didn't want that. The other reason is babies. I stared at Jackson. What? Werewolves can scent a baby as soon as the baby is conceived. Chapter 6 what? I breathed out, unable to process what he had just said. Yeah, that's actually amazing if you think about it. If someone is pregnant, apparently their scent changes and I got to go. I interrupted, grabbing my bag and tossing my notebook in there. Thanks for all your help. I walked out of there before Jackson could say anything else. My mind was spinning, I was struggling to think. Babies. What the fuck? Is that possible? Why didn't we think of this earlier? Shit. What if? What if? No, it can't be possible. No way. I was so wrapped up in my thoughts that I didn't see the man in front of me and bumped into him. I started to say but stopped when I realized who it was. Nola. It's lovely to see you. Miles grinned as his eyes trailed up and down my body. I resisted the urge to cringe and moved away only to be blocked by Miles. To my agent extraordinaire, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I demanded, sliding my bag down my shoulder and gripping it tightly just in case I needed to use it. Miles was a creep. There's no other way to describe him. I met him during Freshers Week and we exchanged numbers as he was studying the same course as me. That was a big mistake. He bombarded me with texts and calls and didn't get the hint that I was not interested in him in that way. The constant rejection does not seem to derail Miles as he still continues to ask me out. I blocked his number and tried to stay away from him, but he still continues. Some of my friends think it's cute while the others think it's hilarious, but there's nothing cute or hilarious about it. Do you want to grab a coffee? No, I don't want to do anything with you. Now move. I yelled at him, drawing attention from a couple of passers-by. Are you okay? One of the girls asked, looking at me in concern. I'm fine. I told her, waving my hand. The girls looked at each other before walking away. I started to walk away to when Miles called out. I'll see you later, Noah. I rolled my eyes and headed towards the car park where my car was parked. I locked the door as soon as I got in and let out a deep breath. After taking in a few deep breaths, I grabbed my phone out of my bag and I looked at the time. There was still around an hour left before 𝐾𝐜𝐤 finished college for the day. How could I bring this up to her? Could 𝐾𝐜𝐤 be pregnant? With everything that had happened, the thought did not cross my mind at all. All I kept thinking about was the dead body, how to dispose of it, and how to remain undetected. I completely forgot about the risk of STDs and pregnancy. Is that why the Alpha was angry? He could smell that she was pregnant with a werewolf's baby. Could werewolves tell if they're human or a werewolf, or does it all smell the same? If 𝐾𝐜𝐤 was pregnant, this situation would be so fucked up. Would she have the baby? Would she keep it? The poor baby. Its dad raped its mum, and mum killed its dad. It doesn't get any more fucked up than that. Before I get too ahead of, we had to find out for sure, so I turned my car on and headed to our local Tesco. I filled my basket up with lots of chocolates, snacks and comfort food before heading over to the section where they sold pregnancy tests. I looked over all the options and grabbed a couple of the 𝐊𝐤 tests. Biology was never my forte, so I am clear about how long you had to wait before you could take a pregnancy test. Could you take it 2-ish weeks after the incident, or would you have to wait until you missed a period? I turned the package over and looked at the back. It claimed to give a pregnant result as fast as 1 minute when testing from the day of your missed period. So we had to wait and see if 𝐾𝐜𝐤 misses a period first. I pulled out my phone and went onto the NHS website to check if waiting was required or if you could do it anytime. According to the website, you could take a pregnancy test before you missed a period and as early as 8 days after conception. Satisfied with the answer, I went to check out and texted 𝐾𝐜 letting her know where I would be parked. Now I had to come up with an idea of how to bring this up to 𝐾𝐜 without her freaking out. Not disclosing this information wouldn't work. It's not like I could ask her to give me her pee. I was thinking of possible ideas when 𝐾𝐜 got into the car, shrugging her bag off her shoulder and putting her seatbelt on while she mumbled a greeting. I knew exactly what would help with this. So should we have Nando's today? After stuffing our faces with peri chicken and chips, we got some McFlurry from McDonald's and headed home. 𝐾𝐜 was in such a good mood that I felt incredibly bad for bringing up the possibility that she may be pregnant with her dead rapist's baby. As we drove back, she spoke about her day in college, what her friends were getting up to over the half-term and how excited she was about going to Italy. She was slowly returning back to her old self, and I felt guilty knowing I was about to ruin her good mood. I opened my bag and pulled out the pregnancy test, which caused 𝐾𝐜 to look at me in confusion. "Nalo, are you pregnant?" 𝐾𝐜 gasped, her eyes widening in shock. "No, I'm not pregnant." I paused for a bit, unsure of how to continue. "So you know Jackson?" 𝐾𝐜 nodded, so I continued. "Well, I was asking him about werewolves and why the Alpha could have been sniffing you, and don't freak out, but he said it could be that you were around his mate or that you're... I'm not saying you are, so please don't panic, but it could be because you need to take a pregnancy test." 𝐾𝐜 looked like she was about to pass out. "What? I'm not saying you are pregnant, but let's just check to make sure." 𝐾𝐜 burst into tears. "I can't be pregnant. No, this can't happen. When will this end?" I tried my best to soothe her, explaining that she probably wasn't pregnant, but it would be a good idea to find out. My knowledge on werewolf biology and pregnancy is limited. I don't know if they would develop at the same rate as normal babies or if it would be different. What kind of complications would there be? It would be best to find out now rather than later. It took a while to calm 𝐾𝐜 down. She was petrified, and rightly so. Once she did calm down, we went into the upstairs bathroom to take the test. If 𝐾𝐜 was pregnant, she would have a choice to make. I knew what I would do if I was in her situation, but I didn't want to influence her decision in any way. If she was pregnant, it wasn't her choice, but she would have a choice on what to do. Her choice with no input from anyone else. This could provide her with some sort of control again. Ignoring the 3 messages from Jackson, I got the timer on my phone. Even though it said 1 minute for a positive result, it would take longer for a negative result, so I put the timer on for 4 minutes. Those few minutes felt like hours. We both watched the timer in silence, praying it would say negative. Our gaze moved from the timer to each other once the alarm went off. 𝐾𝐜 looked at me and shook her head. I knew she wanted me to check, so I grabbed the pregnancy test and looked at it. "What does it say?" 𝐾𝐜 whispered, closing her eyes. I let out a sigh of relief as I saw the result. "You're not pregnant. Thank God." 𝐾𝐜 gave me a weak smile. "I don't know what I would have done if I was." Shaking my head, I held my arms around her. "Doesn't matter now anyway. We're going to be fine." "I hope so," she mumbled into my ear, her tight grip becoming slightly uncomfortable. I pulled away from her and turned towards the sink so I could wash my hands. "Time to celebrate. Let's order some dessert. We just had some. That was a tiny ice cream. I'm talking about cookie dough or waffle. Hey, is that why we went to Nando's? Because you thought I was pregnant?" I looked at her unapologetically. "I'm going to change into my PJs. Why don't you put the telly on?" 𝐾𝐜 agreed and headed downstairs while I went into my bedroom. I quickly changed into my PJs and texted back. I briefly made up an excuse and told him I would explain next time I saw him, which obviously was a lie. "I want both, so should we get one of each and share it?" I called out to 𝐾𝐜 as I came down the stairs. There was no response, so I called out louder. "𝐾𝐜, did you hear me?" I stopped in my tracks when I saw 𝐾𝐜 standing there staring at a piece of paper. "What's that?" I asked her as I came closer. Without looking at me, 𝐾𝐜 handed the paper over, her hands trembling badly. I turned the paper and looked at the words written in black. "I know what you did." Chapter 7. I know what you did. I read the words again and again. I know what you did. I turned the paper over to see if there was anything else there, but there was nothing. Only those 5 words, "I know what you did." "Where did you get that?" I questioned 𝐴𝐬𝐬 gently. I was trying my best not to freak out, and I knew if I showed her that I was nervous she would start panicking. It was on the floor in front of the door. I think someone posted it through our letterbox. I walked over to the front door and hesitantly opened it. I looked around outside. I don't know what I was expecting to see, but I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Closing the door, I took in a deep breath, trying to keep calm. Okay, so this doesn't mean anything. It could be someone just playing a prank. 𝐴𝐬𝐬 did not look convinced. No, this means someone knows about what I did. First of all, what we did. Second, like I said, it could be someone playing a joke on us. It's a Halloween prank. Halloween was 3 months ago, so then it could be a April Fool's prank. I tried to reassure her. They just started it a couple of months earlier, and then on the 1st of April they'll yell and tell us it was all a joke. We both know that's not it. Someone knows. 𝐿𝐤, maybe I should go to the police and tell them what I did. No, definitely not. That's not going to work. They won't be able to help us. I shook my head, knowing exactly what would happen to us if we did that. I'm tired, 𝐿𝐤. 𝐴𝐬𝐬 told me, her eyes filled with sadness and pain. It's only been a week or so, but I can't take this. I can't live like this. I want it to end. The end is with us dying, and that's not going to happen. Look, I know it's hard. I know what you're going through is hurting you more than anything else has, but you can overcome this. Remember when Mum and Dad died? I didn't think I would ever feel happy again. Everything hurt. Thinking about them hurt. Being with other people hurt. Even waking up in the morning hurt because I knew it was another day without them. That pain was the worst pain I felt. It was the worst pain we both ever felt, but as time went by it got easier. The pain didn't disappear overnight, but it did reduce slowly, and yes, even though sometimes it hurts when I think of them, but nothing as close as it did when we first lost them. This pain that you're feeling now isn't going to disappear in a day or two. It will take time, but I promise you it will get better, and I will be here to help you. But if we go to the police now, we won't get that chance. You've met the Alpha. You told me how much he scared you, and you are just a stranger to him. If he found out what we did, 𝐴𝐬𝐬, he's not just going to kill us. He's going to torture us in the worst way possible for as long as possible. I'm sorry for scaring you, but I need you to understand this. Do you understand, 𝐴𝐬𝐬? 𝐴𝐬𝐬 gazed at me with tear-filled eyes and nodded. I understand. But who could have sent that? Do you think someone actually knows? Nope. I honestly think it's just someone messing with us. I must have sounded convincing because 𝐴𝐬𝐬 nodded, looking relieved. I looked at those words on the paper again. I know what you did. Sleep evaded me that night and my mind kept focusing on that note. Who could have sent that it? Did someone actually know what we did? If they did, how? How could they possibly know what happened? Was it the Alpha? Did he know what we did and now was toying with us? Maybe this was a game for him. What should we do now? Should we run? What if the Alpha didn't know and sent that to see what we do? What if it was a test to see if we run or not? And if we run, that confirms his suspicion. Just as I was about to fall asleep, my phone vibrated, alerting me that I had a message. Groaning slightly, I grabbed my phone, trying not to move too much as 𝐴𝐬𝐬 was sleeping beside me. My eyes squinted and adjusted to the bright phone light as I looked at the unknown number, deciding that it was probably a wrong number and that I would deal with it later. I put the phone back down on the bedside table only for it to vibrate again, feeling more annoyed than sleepy now. I sat up and unlocked my phone first, putting my phone on silent before clicking on the messages. Did you like my note? I know what you did. I rubbed my eyes as I read those messages, not fully comprehending what I was reading. Another message came through. I know you're there. I almost jumped up from bed, my heart pounding as I looked around. I typed a message back, my hands trembling as I hit the send button. Who is this? My heart felt like heavy in my chest as I waited for a response. Did you like my note? I waited for more, but no, the messages came, so I texted back. I don't know what you're talking about. The reply was almost instant and my eyes widened as I read it. Don't play dumb, 𝐿𝐤. You're smarter than that. I got out of bed and grabbed that was draped across my desk, girl. I quickly left my bedroom and headed downstairs. I didn't want to risk waking 𝐴𝐬𝐬 up. Who are you? What do you want? The joke isn't funny. There was no response for a few minutes, causing me to feel agitated. I went into the kitchen and poured myself a cold glass of water. I know what you did. The constant repeating of the same message was starting to piss me off. Clearly this was just someone playing a joke. Fuck off. I'm blocking you. I was ready to block and delete the number when another message came through. I wouldn't do that if I was you. I saw you that day. I saw what you did and I know what's in 𝐊𝐲𝐻 Mars. My phone slipped out of my hand and I felt my breath come out in short, ragged gasps. This wasn't a joke. Someone knew what we did. Someone actually saw us. The phone lit up again with another message and I closed my eyes, too afraid to open it and read what it said. You're going to do what I say or else I'm going to tell everyone what you did. I wasn't sure if I should play dumb or not. What if that angered them? There was no doubt about it. Someone knew what we did and if we didn't do what they wanted they would tell everyone. What do you want? Instead of a text message. The phone lit up showing that I had an incoming call from this person. I hesitantly answered the call, unsure of what to expect. Hello. I breathed into the phone. It was silent for a few seconds and before a muffled voice began to speak. Hello Nola. I frowned as I clutched the phone closer to me, trying to see if I could recognize the male voice, but it was no use. Whoever was on the other side of the phone was disguising his voice and doing really well at it. Who are you? You'll find out soon. Tell me, Nola, what would you do to protect your secret? Anything. I whispered into the phone. The male on the other side of the phone laughed softly. Good. It was silent again before the man started to speak again. What are you wearing? I frowned in confusion and looked down at my clothes. My robe. Is it the red one you always wear? The man asked, sounding slightly breathless. My eyes widened and I spun around towards the kitchen window. Was he there? Could he see me? All I could see was darkness and nothing else. I then realized what he actually said. What do you mean by always wear? How did he know what I wore at home? Stalking me. Answer my question, Nola. Yes, I responded back quickly, not wanting to upset him. Take it off. What? I questioned, unsure if I heard correctly. Take off your clothes. Chapter 8, What the hell? Take off your clothes. The man repeated, not bothering to hide the lust in his voice. Why? I asked, even though I had an idea of what he wanted. I'm sure you can guess why. The man muttered and I could hear rustling in the background. Hell no. I'm not doing this. Fuck off, you pervert. I yelled into my phone before hanging up. My hand went up to my chest as I tried to calm my heart that was pounding like crazy. The phone started to ring, but I ignored it, knowing it was that creep. What was I going to do now? I didn't want to play along with the sick game this man clearly wanted to play, but if I didn't, would he tell the police? 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐧 𝐸𝐬𝐷𝐿𝐻 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The Alpha. My hands covered my face as I thought about our options. Our very limited and scary options. Could I do it? Give the man what he wants, or would that just be the start of it all? What if I did what he wanted and it wasn't enough? Would I be able to do everything he asked? How far would he go? The way I looked at it, we were screwed. If I listened to him, there was no guarantee if he would keep his words. Listen, you stupid twat. I'm not going to do what you want, so fuck off. I bellowed down the phone after it rang for what felt like the millionth time. I'm going to tell Ev. I ended the call before he could finish the sentence, and with trembling hands I blocked his number. I sat down on one of the bar stools and put my head against the counter. The cool counter was soothing and felt nice against my hot cheeks. With my eyes closed I thought about what we had to do next. Nola, wake up. A soft voice muttered in my ear as they gently shook me. Wake up. Tilting my head up, I saw 𝐾𝐜𝐤 staring at me with a concerned look. I let out a soft groan and stretched my arms. I was going to make some coffee. Must have fallen asleep. I lied as I stood up. Are you sure? I nodded as I rubbed my eyes. Can you make me a coffee? I need to take a shower. Sure. Do you want me to make you breakfast? I shook my head as I grabbed my phone from the counter. I looked down at my phone and found that there would be any from the unknown man since I blocked his number. After a long, hot shower, I finally got out and wrapped a towel around my body. My muscles were still stiff and the shower did nothing to relax me. Wiping the condensation off the mirror, I stared at my reflection. My tired face stared back at me and I closed my eyes. We couldn't stay here. We couldn't risk it. We had to leave, and the sooner the better. Right now, no one knows what happened. There's no one looking for us, so it was the best time to run. If we waited and people found out what happened, our faces would be everywhere and we would have nowhere to hide. We had to do this now. I thought about how I'd tell 𝐾𝐜𝐤 about this predicament we were in. About the man who contacted me last night and seemed to know what happened. I didn't want to worry her, but I had no choice. We need to talk. I told 𝐾𝐜𝐤 as I walked into the living room. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 looked and frowned. What's up? She put her bowl of cereal down and handed me my cup of coffee. I took a sip to calm my nerves before I started talking. Someone called me last night. They know what happened. The color drained out of 𝐾𝐜𝐤's face as she stared at me in horror. It's the same person that sent the note. I continued. We need to leave. We can't stay here anymore. Oh my God. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 gasped out. We need to go to the bank and cash out all the money we have in our savings and leave. We can go down south to London maybe. And if it comes to it and we have no choice, we'll leave the country. Is this actually happening? Oh God, this is actually happening. 𝐾𝐜𝐤, calm down. Calm down. No, someone knows what I did. So yes, someone does. I don't know how, but they do. But they haven't done anything with that information. That means they want something, and that gives us time to get out of here. I tried to explain to 𝐾𝐜𝐤 while she freaked out. So we're just going to leave the country. No, we're going to leave the city. The other Alpha is here searching for his cousin and someone knows what happened. We need to stay low for a bit, and if we have to, then yes. We'll leave the country. Where will we go? I don't know. Maybe somewhere outside of Europe. If this person tells the Alpha, there's no actual proof we did anything, I doubt he's going to search every country looking for us. I told her even though I didn't believe a word I said. The Alpha would look everywhere for us, but leaving gives us a fighting chance. Okay, so when do we leave? As soon as we can. We'll go to the back today and cash out as much as we can. We'll pack and set everything else out. Just finish your breakfast and I'll write down what we need to do. You need to stop panicking, okay? 𝐾𝐜𝐤 nodded and grabbed her bowl of cereal but stared blankly ahead. I knew she was having a hard time dealing with this, but I didn't know what to do to make it better for her. I left her to her food as I went upstairs so I could grab a notebook and pen. It might be a better idea to write this down on my phone instead so I would never lose it, but for some reason I preferred writing things than typing it. I took my phone off charge and turned the switch off, frowning when I saw a notification. The sound of something thumping loudly filled my ear and I unlocked my phone to see who sent me a message. Inhaling sharply, I squinted at the message from an unknown number. You shouldn't have blocked me. That pissed me off. You don't want me pissed off. The message was sent almost half an hour ago. Do one. Stop texting me. The reply was instant. I'll tell everyone what you did. I wasn't going to continue to engage with this creep, so I blocked this number again. With one hand holding my phone, I went over to my desk to grab my notebook and pen. My gaze fell on the pictures that was on my desk. My mouth curved into a small sad smile as I stared at the 4 people smiling back at me. We were so happy then, with no problems or issues. Just a normal family. Look at us now. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I looked away from the picture and headed out of my room. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 was exactly where I left her and looked as tired and devastated as I felt. 𝐾𝐜𝐤, you need to eat your food. I told her as I sat down and picked up my lukewarm coffee. I don't feel hungry anymore. She mumbled, looking down. Flipping the page over to a clean page, I started to write down what we needed to do. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 piped in with some ideas but mainly sat there looking miserable. She felt as though she wasn't helping enough with our situation and wanted to do more. To be honest, I didn't want her to do anything at all. There was a good chance she would mess it up, and I wanted to make sure everything went smoothly. A slight buzz had me looking at my phone. Was it that creep again? How was he getting so many new numbers and so quickly? I decided to ignore it and concentrate on what I was doing instead. The phone started to ring, causing 𝐾𝐜 to jump up. I quickly grabbed my phone and rejected the call. That scared me. Who was it? Just a girl from my course. I'll call her back later. I lied as I clicked on the number to block it. Before I could block the number, another message came through, which led to me almost dropping my phone. My eyes widened as I looked at the new message. Shit. Chapter 9, what's wrong? 𝐾𝐜 voice pulled me out of my shock. Oh, nothing. I just forgot about an assignment that's due. I must have sounded convincing because 𝐾𝐜 didn't question me further. Putting my phone on silent, I tried to ignore the message I just received. Can I use your phone for a sec? I want to see how much we can cash out in the bank without having to speak to the bank people. When 𝐾𝐜 sent me a puzzled look, I continued. My phone is being weird. It'll be more quicker on yours. 𝐾𝐜 handed her phone over, and I quickly Googled how much money I could get out from my bank account. I could get out 10,000 without needing to talk to someone, but I had to use the cash machine inside the bank, which was fine. To get money out of my savings was another issue. I would have to transfer my savings money into my current account and then get it out. We can get out 10 in one go, so we'll have to go to the bank twice. I'm thinking we cash out 7,000 now and another 7,000 on Monday because the bank is closed on Sundays. We can only use the money in your current account. We won't be able to access the money Mum and Dad left you until you're 18. It's okay though. We have enough to live on until we figure something out. Maybe we can call Uncle Tom and ask if can get the money out, 𝐾𝐜 suggested. I shook my head. No, he asked too many questions and we can't justify why we would need that money right now. I can't believe we're doing this, 𝐾𝐜 mumbled as she took her phone back. Me neither. Right, so I'm going to go to the bank and cash out. You stay here and start packing your clothes. I think we have a couple of suitcases in Mum and Dad's room. We can take only one suitcase each, so only pack what you need. As I drove to the bank, my mind wandered over to the message I received. It was a grainy, dark picture of two people in what looked like a field. The picture was dark and it was unclear who those two people were, but I'm assuming the creep who was sending me those messages was trying to say it was us. If that's the only evidence he had, then we would be fine. A blurry and unclear picture of two people in the dark didn't prove anything. To be on the safe side, we still needed to get away from here. I didn't reply to the creep but decided not to block him. He'll end up texting me with a new number anyway, and I wanted to know if he had anything else. That didn't mean I would play along with his sick game. The bank was quiet on this Saturday morning despite the amount of people shopping in the town centre. It felt strange carrying all that money in my purse. I felt paranoid that someone knew what I had in my bag and they would try to take it off me. As I walked past, I saw a familiar face exiting a phone repair shop. Hey Jackson. Jackson turned around. Hey Nola. You alright? Yeah. Just here to do some shopping. I told him. Sorry about the other day. Something came up. Thanks for all the help though. Yeah, sure. Jackson replied, sounding distracted. I have to go. I'll see you later, yeah. Sure. I said, but Jackson had already left. My eyes wandered to the shop he had left and the man behind the counter gave me a friendly smile. I walked into the shop and headed to the counter. Hi, love. Do you need any help? I muttered as I eyed all the phones in the shop. Do you know how I can't track a number? Track a number? The middle-aged man asked, raising a dark eyebrow. Someone keeps texting me. I block the number and the person texts me again with a new number. Do you know if there's a way I could find out who it is? They gave me a sympathetic look but shook his head. Sorry, love. Your best option would be to get a new number. That was actually a good idea. If the creepy man told someone what happened and we had to hide, we would need new numbers so no one could track us down. How much are these phones? I pointed at the Samsung phones. These are new, so they're $495 each. We have second-hand phones on the other side. I browsed the second-hand section before finding two phones that I liked. Can I have two SIM cards as well? Sure, the man said as he packed up the phones I selected. What network? 𝐸. After I got everything I needed, I decided to head over to Sainsbury's to get some Galaxy for �K𝐼𝐬 before heading back home. As I sat in my car in the car park, I thought about what our life had become. I never in a million years pictured my life this way, and my heart clenched tightly as I thought about what �K𝐼𝐬 went through. Maybe we didn't have to leave. There was another option. I had to do it for �K𝐼𝐬. Making my mind up, I sent a message to Uncle Tom asking him if it would be okay for �K𝐼𝐬 to stay over for a couple of weeks. I could persuade �K𝐼𝐬 to stay with Uncle Tom for a bit while I tried to figure out who the creep was. Maybe I could get him to stay quiet. I winced and swallowed the bile in my throat as I thought about what I would have to do in order to make sure he stayed quiet. Once I got home, I called out for �K𝐼𝐬. �K𝐼𝐬, I'm home. Upstairs. She yelled back. I headed upstairs to find her folding some clothes on the bed. I threw her the chocolate and she sent me a grateful smile. We need to talk. What is it? She asked hesitantly as she unwrapped her chocolate bar. I texted Uncle Tom about staying over there for a while and he said that's fine. I told her as I stroked Misty, who was sleeping on the bed. Okay. It'll be nice to see everyone. When are we leaving? Uncle Tom had replied back and said we were welcome to come at any time and that both him and Aunt Jess will get �K𝐼𝐬's old room ready for her. I grabbed the clothes from �K𝐼𝐬's hand. I'm not coming with you. What? You said we were both leaving. You literally said like an hour ago. I know, and I'll join you there later. For now I need to find out who's been sending us those messages. No, �K𝐼𝐬 said as she stood up. I'm not going without you. �K𝐼𝐬, please. Let me just figure out who is doing this and then I'll come too. Maybe I can convince the person not to tell anyone and then we wouldn't have to leave at all. This is just temporary. No, I'm not going anywhere without you. If you're staying, so am I. I closed my eyes and took in a deep breath. �K𝐼𝐬, listen now. Nola, I get to decide too. It's not just your choice. She snapped at me before storming out the room. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I groaned as I leaned back onto the bed. The sound of my phone vibrating had me groaning out again in frustration. Why can't this tosser just leave me alone? Did you like the picture? Answer me or I'll send it to the police. With gritted teeth, I replied back to the creep. Who are you and what do you want? The reply was instant. I want you. I rolled my eyes and replied back. I was no longer scared of this creep. I was just pissed off. Let's meet up. Somewhere public. After what felt like ages, he replied back. You looked pretty today. The message had a picture attached to it. The picture was of me at the phone shop talking to the man at the counter. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I realized that this creep was following me and was only a few meters away from me. How did I not notice? The phone started to ring, but I didn't pick up. Too disgusted as thought of how close this man was to me. Did I walk past him? Did he follow me all day? Has he followed me in the past? The phone rang again, but I rejected the call. Who could it be? It had to be someone I know, or else how would they have got my number? Or maybe it's friend of a friend. But who would give my number out without asking me? I knew this would take a lot of time and effort, but I didn't care as long as I found out who it was. I could text everyone on my contacts list and ask them if they've given my number out to anyone recently. Let's play a game. I muttered as I blocked the number and started to draft my message that I would send to everyone. I'm going to find out who this person is. Chapter 10. I didn't get any more messages that day from that creep, but I still had no idea who it was. I texted everyone on my contact list and those who got back to me told me they hadn't given my number to anyone. So I was still stuck on the theory that it's someone I know or it's a friend of a friend. I could narrow it down by gender as it was clearly a man, but then what if a female friend gave it to someone? I didn't want to eliminate anyone unless I knew for sure it wasn't them. There were some people I eliminated, such as my cousins and people who had left the country or moved away. My theory was that it was someone from uni, but that hardly narrowed anything down. There were thousands of people who attended the same uni that I did. I couldn't think of anyone who would do that to me. 𝐾𝐜 spent the whole day ignoring me. She packed her clothes and did what to do but refused to talk to me. I knew she was angry at me, but couldn't she understand why I was doing this? I was trying to help her. Everything I do is for her. I wasn't too sure if she wanted me to sleep in her room tonight, but when I went in to check up on her after dinner, she gave me a pleading look before turning away. I got into bed next to her and she turned to face me. "I'm scared." "Don't be. You're going to be fine," I reassured her as I stroked her hair. "I don't want to go anywhere without you. I need you," she whispered with her eyes closed. "It's just for a couple of weeks max." It was silent for a while and I thought 𝐾𝐜 had fallen asleep until she spoke again. "When you're around, I don't feel as scared." A lone tear slid down her cheek. "Every time I close my eyes, I see him, but then I remember you're here and you'll keep me safe. Every time I'm alone, I think about what happened, but then I know you're only a shout or a call away. Knowing you're always here is how I'm coping. I don't think I could live without you." My throat tightened as I heard those words and I moved forward so my forehead was touching hers. 𝐾𝐜 kept her eyes closed as tears ran freely down her cheeks and my own eyes glazed over. "You are so strong, 𝐾𝐜. So strong. I will always protect you." "I know. That's what I'm worried about." The room remained silent as I stroked 𝐾𝐜's hair. Her soft cries and shudders slowly turned into snores. Once I knew she was asleep. Sorrow overcame me and I was the one crying. I put my hand over my mouth to stop any sound from coming out. "Please, don't let me lose her too." The rest of the weekend was uneventful. We spent most of it packing and tidying the house up. The atmosphere was somber, as if we knew once we left here we would never return. It was hard to accept the situation. We had grown up in this house, and there were so many memories that we would cherish forever, especially the ones that included our parents. We had to mentally prepare ourselves for what may happen. There was a good chance we could never come back here, so when we left, that was it. We had some time before we did that, so I wanted to plan and make sure we had everything we needed. We couldn't take everything with us. Just some clothes and important documents like our birth certificates and passports. Maybe we could put the rest of our stuff somewhere safe and come back for it one day. The plan wasn't to go on the run. Not yet anyway. We just had to leave here and stay low for a bit and see how things turn out. The creep that kept texting me might not tell anyone about what happened. After all, isn't he committing a crime too? Knowing what we did and not telling the police. Surely that was a crime too. Maybe I could spin in that way. If he threatened us again, I could threaten him and tell everyone he was complicit in the cover-up, or else how would he know what happened? Yes, that could actually work. Whether that worked or not, it was still a good idea to get away from here. Even if it was just for a little while. Speaking of the creep, he hadn't texted or called me all day. I wonder if he was someone and I knew, and the mouse message I sent everyone scared him off. At the end of the day, I didn't care who he was as long as he kept his mouth shut. "What are you watching?" I asked 𝐾𝐜 as I joined her on the sofa. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐰, she told me, turning the volume up. 𝐿𝐢𝐧𝐰 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐼𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐰 enthusiasm. I hadn't watched 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐰 since the star started uni and had no idea what was going on. "What's going on?" 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐼𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐰 enthusiasm. 𝐾𝐜 groaned, pausing the screen. "It's too long to explain. Just Google it. My phone is on charge." 𝐾𝐜 glared at me for a few seconds before unlocking her phone and tossing it at me. Before I could say another word, she motioned for me to shut up before pressing play on the remote control. I wasn't that interested in the show, so decided to play Behive Bedlam instead. I was so excited when I found out the game was available on the Play Store. It brought back so much memories from my childhood. It was a game that was available on the old Skybox and 𝐾𝐜, and I would always play it and try to beat each other's score. Usually we played it when it was raining, as the Skybox was always dodgy when it rained and my parents would join in too. Listening to that music felt nostalgic and took me back to those days. Those days when everything was perfect and we were happy. I was tempted to turn the sound up and piss 𝐾𝐜 off, but decided against it. I was only playing for 10 minutes when the phone started to vibrate. 𝐾𝐜, sure. Someone called Daniel is calling you. It's my boss. 𝐿𝐥𝐼𝐸. Just ignore it. 𝐾𝐲 said once she peeled her eyes from the telly for 2 seconds. I did what she asked and rejected the call, but he continued to call again. After rejecting his call 3 times, he finally got the hint. I suddenly felt uneasy and no longer wanted to continue playing. What did her boss want? It must be important for him to call that many times. I think you should call him back. It might be important. I'll call him back later. He probably just wants me to come back to work. 𝐾𝐲 shrugged, keeping her eyes on the telly and not seeming that bothered. I was going to leave it to when a message came through. 𝐾𝐲, call me back ASAP. It's important. I grabbed the control and turned the telly off, ignoring the shouts of protest from 𝐾𝐲. You need to call him back, I told her, handing her phone back to her. 𝐾𝐲 groaned but did what I said when she realized I wasn't messing around. Her ex-boss Daniel answered within the first couple of rings as if he'd been waiting for her call. I motioned for her to put it on speakerphone and she did. Hey 𝐾𝐲, sorry to call you on a Sunday evening but this is important. Hi Daniel. What's up? 𝐾𝐲 asked, not picking up on Daniel's nervous tone. I know you don't work for us anymore, but you need to come in the store. Daniel started to say as I frowned. They need to talk to you again. Who needs to talk to me? I handed everything in when I left and you can send my P45 through the post. It was silent for a second before Daniel continued. It's not us who needs to speak to you, 𝐾𝐲. It's the Alpha. Chapter 11. 𝐾𝐲 dropped the phone as soon as she had those words. Her wide eyes met mine as she started to hyperventilate. 𝐾𝐲, are you there? I ended the call and tossed the phone on the sofa before turning to 𝐾𝐲, who was gasping for air. 𝐾𝐲, breathe. 𝐾𝐲, breathe with me. I told her calmly despite how scared and anxious I was feeling. Oh my God. Oh my God. 𝐾𝐲 started to mutter frantically. 𝐾𝐲, look at me. Come on. Deep breaths. Taking a deep breath. 𝐾𝐲 started to listen to what I was saying. That's it. Just breathe. After a few minutes 𝐾𝐲 was a bit more calm but she was still shaking. I put my arms around her and whispered soothing words into her ears. After a couple more minutes, I pulled away and grabbed her phone, holding it out to her. You need to call him back. Tell him the call disconnected and ask him what the Alpha wants. I can't, 𝐾𝐲 whispered, shaking her head. You can. Call him back. I'll tell you what to say. I reassured her as I pressed the phone harder into her hands. 𝐾𝐲 swallowed audibly before unlocking her phone and calling Daniel. I gave her a small smile to encourage her and she nodded. Hi Daniel. Sorry the call got disconnected. Who did you say wanted to talk to me? That's okay. I was just about to call you back. It's not Alpha Elias who wants to talk to you, it's Alpha Alessandro. He said he had some questions. What about? 𝐾𝐲 asked quietly. What day can you come in? Can you come in tomorrow? Daniel ignored her question and asked his own. No, I have college and after college I have a group project. 𝐾𝐲 lied while he nodded. Look 𝐾𝐲, you need to come and speak to him. If you don't come to him, he's going to come to you. I mouthed the word Tuesday to her and 𝐾𝐲 nodded. I seriously can't do tomorrow but I can come in on Tuesday. After college. 𝐾𝐲 offered. That's fine. I'll let the Alpha know. By 𝐾𝐲. He ended the call before she could respond and 𝐾𝐲 turned towards me. What do you think he wants? Do you think he knows? I wasn't sure if I should lie to 𝐾𝐲 or not but then decided not to. I don't think he knows. If he knew we wouldn't be here, but I think he knows you lied. Okay. So what should I say? I stared at 𝐾𝐲 as if she had grown another before shaking my head. 𝐾𝐲, you're not going there. Didn't you hear what I said? I think he knows you lied. I don't understand. We're leaving. I just told you to say Tuesday to buy us some time. I told her as I stood up. Are we leaving now? No. I shook my head as I tried to keep myself from panicking. I needed to stay calm. Tomorrow morning. I can't drive at nighttime. I can't believe this actually happening. Come on. We can't waste any time. We need to be ready to leave tomorrow morning. Neither of us could sleep that night, no matter how hard we tried. Have you ever felt like that, where your body and mind is completely awake and refuses to shut down? Instead, your mind plays out every worst possible scenario that could ever happen, over and over again as if it was a video on loop. My body was filled with dread as I thought of what could happen to us. Why did the Alpha want to speak to 𝐴𝐼𝐸 again? Did he find something on those security tapes? If he knew what we did, we would be dead now, so it wasn't that. I racked my brain trying to think of what he may have found that required him to speak to 𝐴𝐼𝐸 again, but I came up empty. As soon as it hit 6 a.m. I got out of bed. With no sleep, my body felt heavy, but there wasn't much I could do about it other than having lots of coffee. With that in mind, I headed over to the kitchen to put the kettle on. It was still dark outside as I sipped my coffee slowly, and my mind wandered to what we had to do today. I would go to the bank when it opened around 9 a.m. and cash out the rest of the money before topping up our new phones. It would be a good idea to buy multiple SIMs just in case we needed them. Hey. 𝐴𝐼𝐸's soft voice pulled me out of my thoughts. Go back to sleep. We won't be leaving for a few hours. I can't sleep. 𝐴𝐸𝐸 pulled out a mug from the cupboard and started making herself a drink. I keep thinking about that Alpha. I let out a sigh as she sat down next to me, but didn't say anything. I wasn't sure what to say, if I was being honest. I wanted to be reassuring and encouraging, but it was hard to do that when all I felt was raw panic and fear. So instead we sat in silence, sipping our coffee and watching the darkness outside the window. We did everything silently and quickly that morning. Once the bank was open, I cashed out the remainder of the money, went to the phone shop and bought some more SIMs and put our suitcases in the car. We've forgotten about one thing though. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. 𝐴𝐸𝐸 wanted to bring her along with us, but there was no way we could take a cat with us. I loved Misty, but we couldn't take her with us. It wasn't an option. After arguing back and forth, 𝐴𝐸𝐸 finally agreed and asked one of her college mates if they could keep her for a couple of weeks. Her friend had a cat of her own and was more than happy to take Misty in for a bit. I didn't remind 𝐴𝐸𝐸 that this wouldn't be for a couple of weeks. We could be gone for a long time. I was still tempted to leave 𝐴𝐸𝐸 at our uncle's house while I tried to figure out who the creep was. However, the thought of leaving her alone to deal with this didn't sit right with me. Right now we were on our way to Cornwall. I had checked how long it would take to get there, and I was not happy with the result. According to Google Maps, it would take almost 6 hours to get there without any breaks. Out of all the places in England, Cornwall was one of the places with a low werewolf population, so it was a good option for us. After a couple of hours of driving, I saw the sign indicating the next services would be a couple of miles away. Should we stop for a bit and get something to eat or drink? I don't feel that hungry, but I wouldn't mind getting a drink. I nodded and followed the directions to the next service area. Once we arrived there, I parked the car in the car park and looked around. I see a Greggs and Costa. Where do you want to go? Greggs. Now that I think about it, I really want a pasty. Laughing a little, I told 𝐴𝐸𝐸 to wait in the car while I got her some food. I wasn't hungry, but I did want to get a coffee. I preferred Costa for hot drinks over Greggs, but Greggs mochas were really good and one of my favorites. After I grabbed the food, I slowly waddled over to the car, trying my best not to spill the drinks I was holding. 𝐴𝐸𝐸 opened the door for me when I got in, and I handed the bag containing the food over to her. I know you just wanted a pasty, but the donuts and cookies look pretty good, sir. 𝐴𝐸𝐸 didn't answer. Instead, she gave me a frightened look. What? I asked hesitantly as I locked the car door. Someone keep ringing me. It's an unknown number. Oh, that creep. How did he even get your number? Did you pick up? I questioned, feeling annoyed at the stupid wonker who just wouldn't leave us alone. No, I didn't. I was just scared. I was about to respond when her phone started to ring again. Is that the same person? I questioned as I leaned over to grab her phone. 𝐴𝐸𝐸 nodded and I accepted the call. Listen here, you stupid twat. Stop calling me and stop calling my sister. There was silence on the other end of the phone. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. A deep voice that clearly did not belong to the creep filled my ears. I'm sure I had heard his voice before, but I couldn't place it. What's your name? Who are you? I questioned as I sat up straighter. Have a guess. My eyes widened as I realized where I had heard his voice before. Alpha Alessandro. Chapter 12. So you have heard of me. His voice was smooth and filled with curiosity. I was speechless. I didn't know what to say. I had so many questions, such as how did he get 𝐿𝐤𝐵's number and why was he calling her? What's your name? My eyes found 𝐿𝐤𝐵's and I saw the fear and horror reflecting from them, swallowing the bile that was threatening to come up. I cleared my throat. I'm sorry for calling you a stupid twat. I thought you were someone else. I whispered into the phone. I can't believe I called an alpha that. Not just any alpha. Alpha Alessandro. He's going to kill me. His chuckle sent a shiver down my spine. What's your name? It was strange. Instead of it fear coursing through my body, I felt something else. Something different. I debated on whether to tell him the truth. He would find out my name anyway since he has 𝐿𝐤𝐵's D10, so if I gave him the wrong decision then it could raise some suspicion. My name is 𝐿𝐤. My voice was small and barely audible, but he heard me clearly. 𝐿𝐤. It was silent and I used the next few seconds to pluck up the courage to ask him some questions. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤𝐵. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why are you contacting my sister? How did you get her number? Where are you? He ignored my questions and asked one of his own. I'm at home. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤𝐵. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My heart was racing as I thought about the reasons why he could be calling. Maybe he suspects 𝐿𝐤𝐵 did something to his cousin. Maybe they found something. Did we miss something out? Was it the man who was texting me? Did he tell the alpha? No, if he had told the alpha, our faces would have been plastered everywhere and Alpha Alessandro wouldn't have been talking to us this calmly. Come, Alpha Alessandro muttered. I am standing inside your house and I don't see you anywhere. 𝐿𝐤𝐵 let out a squeak and clapped her hand across her mouth. He was in our house. Why was he there? Why are you in my house? Why does your house smell like bleach? Shit. 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 What do I do? What do I say? I like to keep things in my house clean. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤𝐵. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I blurted out while 𝐿𝐤𝐵 made a face. He didn't respond for a long time and I looked at my phone to check whether he had hung up or not. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤𝐵. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why are you calling my sister? Say my name. Oh, both 𝐿𝐤𝐵 and I looked at each other in confusion. Say my name. He repeated and I realized that I hadn't misheard him. I looked at 𝐿𝐤𝐵 who just shrugged. You are not allowed to call the alpha by his name and usually there were pretty nasty consequences for doing so. When people talked about them, they might say their names but in front of werewolves we had to use their titles. Was this some sort of trick? We're not allowed to do that. I reminded him, still confused as to why he would want me to do that. I'm giving you permission on this occasion, why? Also, did he want me to say his full name or just his first name? Alessandro. An unrecognizable noise came through the line. I like the way you say my name. My mouth swung open when I processed what he said. Was he flirting with me? Before I could say anything else, he continued talking. I shall see you soon, 𝐿𝐤𝐵. He hung up the call and I just sat there staring at my phone. What was that? I had no idea what was going on. Did he know what we did? I feel like he does know, but if he knew he wouldn't he have been angry. He didn't seem angry. He sounded inquisitive as if he was a little confused about something. Oh my God, 𝐿𝐤𝐵. He knows. He's at our house. He knows what I did. 𝐿𝐤𝐵's hysterics pulled me out of my thoughts. I put the phone on the dashboard and turned around so I was completely facing her. If he knew what happened, he wouldn't have been that calm. Why is he at our house then? 𝐿𝐤𝐵 argued. If he didn't know then, he wouldn't be at our house. That doesn't mean he knows what happened. Well, what does it mean? That was a good question. Why was he at our house if he didn't know what happened? I let out a deep sigh. I don't know, but think about it. If he knew the truth, do you think he would have spoke to us the way he did? He would have been pissed off and threatening us. You're right, but it just doesn't make any sense. I know. Don't answer any calls and eat your food. It'll make you feel better, I instructed her as I turned the car on. How long until we get to the hotel? I glanced at the sat nav, which showed the quickest route and the time it would take. We've still got just under 4 hours left. We'll take another break in a couple of hours. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 nodded and I put the music on. I put it on a lot louder than I would have so that it was impossible to have a conversation. Right now, all it to do was get us to the hotel as quickly as possible, and without reassuring 𝐾𝐜𝐤 that everything was going to be fine, because I couldn't do that. Not now, when all I kept thinking was how screwed we were. The truth was I didn't believe what I said to 𝐾𝐜𝐤. Well, I didn't believe all of it. I strongly believed that he had no idea what we had done, or else people would have been searching for us. He wouldn't have been so relaxed on the phone, but he must know something, or else he wouldn't have been at our house. Did the security tapes show his cousin leaving straight after 𝐾𝐜𝐤 did? Did he search through other days, and not just that day, and see how he kept talking to 𝐾𝐜𝐤? Maybe he looked at other security tapes around, tracked his movement. There were no cameras on our street, but there were cameras on all the main roads. Did he notice his cousin following 𝐾𝐜𝐤? What about the scent? The Alpha could smell bleach in our house, even though I cleaned up over a week ago. Did that mean he could smell that his cousin was at our house? I wish I had paid attention to werewolf studies when I was in school. That way I would have had some answers instead of the million questions I seemed to have. Though I had so many questions and thoughts about what he knew, why he was in our house, and how he got 𝐾𝐜𝐤's number, my mind kept wandering back to the conversation we had. Why did he want me, a random human, to call him by his name? Even werewolves don't call their alpha by their name, so why did he ask me too? There's too many unanswered questions and uncertainty about everything, but there was one thing I knew for sure. Alpha Alessandro was interested about something, and I had to find out what that was. Chapter 13. The journey to Cornwall took a lot longer than anticipated, but we managed to get there in one piece. There was a lot of traffic due to some road work, and we stopped a couple more times to get something to drink and to use the toilets. I absolutely hate using public toilets. They were always so disgusting. I had to squat uncomfortably over it and make sure there was no skin contact with the actual toilet. After that, I decided not to drink anything anymore and wait until I got to the hotel we were staying at. Even though the journey wasn't terribly long, my body was dying for a shower and a bed. We're here, I told 𝐾𝐜𝐤 as I parked up in the hotel's car park. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 looked out the window, her face filled with anticipation. It looked small. I glanced at the old building that looked a lot better on the pictures on the website than it did in real life. It's not too bad. Let's give it a try. If we don't like it, we can find something else. I opened the car and gestured for 𝐾𝐜𝐤 to get out. Once we got everything, we headed over to the reception area to check in. After half an hour later, we were finally in our room that we would be spending the next few weeks in. I booked a room with a double bed instead of just single, so I could sleep next to 𝐾𝐜𝐤. She still has nightmares. It's not as bad as the first couple of days, but with this new change it could trigger them again. It's kinda cute. I told 𝐾𝐜𝐤 as I unzipped my suitcase. I'm sleeping on this side. Called it. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 threw herself on the bed and groaned. Car journeys always tire me out. I threw her a look. All you do was text your friends. If anyone should be tired, it should be me. Can we go to sleep? It was the middle of the day, but we were both tired. Not just from the journey, but from the events of the last few days. Do you want to have a shower first? I asked as I pulled out my PJs and toiletries from the suitcase. Nope, 𝐾𝐜𝐤 muttered with her eyes closed. I grabbed the pillow from my side and chucked it at her head, causing her to yell out, "Change into your PJs before you fall asleep." 𝐾𝐜𝐤 mumbled something as I walked past her and into the bathroom. The ensuite was modest and very white, so white that it actually hurt to look at everything. I looked at myself in the mirror and let out a sigh. It wasn't a pleasant sight. I looked awful, and that wasn't me exaggerating. I splashed some water on my face and rubbed my eyes. I let out another sigh and began to undress. A nap in the middle of the day sounded so good right now. But first, time to have a shower. After my 10-minute shower, I came back to find 𝐾𝐜𝐤 under the covers and fast asleep. She must have been having a good dream, as she was smiling slightly. It had been a while since I saw her sleeping peacefully, and as much as my body was crying out for sleep, I didn't have the heart to move her. She hadn't changed her clothes and was spread across the bed like a starfish. I changed into my PJs and let my hair down from the tight bun it was in. I didn't bother to wash my hair as I had already done that yesterday. As my hair cascaded down my back, I let out a small groan of satisfaction. I did not like having my hair up, and on the odd occasion that I did have it up, it felt so good to release it and run my fingers through it, without making much noise. I started to unpack some of the items I had brought along with me. I had no plans to unpack everything just in case we had to leave in a hurry. Unpacking everything and then having to repack again would waste too much time. Now that we were here in Cornwall, the plan was to lay low for a few weeks, stay at cheap hotels and do nothing. Maybe I could convince 𝐴𝐜𝐤 to stay with our uncle for a bit, and I could go back to Manchester. Alessandro didn't seem too suspicious of 𝐴𝐜𝐤, and if I go back and answer his questions, I could remove all his doubts about 𝐴𝐜𝐤 if he had any. If he asked where 𝐴𝐜𝐤 was, I could say she was visiting family and it was her break from college. That was believable, as it was the truth. If for whatever reason he didn't believe me, I could warn 𝐴𝐜𝐤 to leave and she would be safe. I would leave all the money with her and she could find somewhere to hide in England, or she could leave the country. I don't know what would happen to me, but at least 𝐴𝐜𝐤 would be safe. Maybe I could tell Alessandro that I did it. That way he wouldn't even glance at 𝐴𝐜𝐤 as he had found his culprit. I shuddered at thought of what he may do to me if I told him I had killed his cousin. All I could do at that point would be to pray for a quick death, but after hearing those stories about Alessandro over the years, I knew that would be unlikely. He would draw it out, torture me until I was 2 seconds away from dying before healing me and doing it again and again. There was another option, an option that scared me more than what Alessandro would do, and that was taking my own life. It would save me from the endless days, weeks, months, or perhaps years of torture, but could I do it? I felt my eyes tear up as I thought about this option. You always hear the quote, "Suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem." Was it a temporary problem? From where I was standing, it didn't look like it. If Alessandro found out what we did, we would be dead anyway, so why not save myself the horrific pain that was bound to happen and do it myself? I sat on the floor and leaned against the bed and closed my eyes. A lone tear slid down my cheek as I thought about what I was thinking and the direction my thoughts were headed. Never in a million years did I think I would be sitting in a hotel room, hundreds of miles away from home, thinking about taking my own life. Not just that, but planning how to end it. Coming up with the best way to do it and when to do it. I can't believe this is what my life has come to. I should be planning my future. What I want to do after university. The kind of job I want. Dating. Getting married. 𝐾𝐜𝐤𝐬𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼 These are things I should be preparing for, not death. When I envisioned my future, I always thought I would live until I was in my 70s or 80s and be like those old people who you everywhere. The ones you see waddling around town slowly with their friends. The ones who wear those big chunky shoes, with long skirts and those awful woolly jumper or cardigans in bright colors. I wanted that. I wanted to die of old age with my family surrounding me. 𝐾𝐜𝐤, my kid, grandkids. I didn't want to die by the hands of Alpha Alessandro. A sob escaped my mouth, and I clamped my hands over it. The last thing I wanted was for 𝐾𝐜𝐤 to wake up and see me crying. I had to be strong in front of her even though I was crumbling inside. I felt helpless, powerless and so scared. I slowly got up from the floor. My teary eyes trained on 𝐾𝐜𝐤 as I walked around the bed and headed towards the bathroom. Once I was in there and the door was locked. I couldn't hold it in anymore. The pain and fear poured out of me in a flood of uncomfortable tears. My hand tightened around my mouth to minimize the sounds coming out from me. After what felt like hours, I managed to gain some control over myself. I washed my face with cold water to cool it down and reduce the puffiness. I currently looked like a blowfish. Some people looked cute and normal when they cried. I, on the other hand, did not look cute. Instead, it looked like I had an allergic reaction with the way my face swelled up. Once I was satisfied with the way my face looked, I left the bathroom and went into the bedroom. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 was still asleep, but I was no longer concerned about being quiet and not waking her up. If she slept for too long during the day, she would find it difficult to sleep during the night. I found my phone, the one that I had discarded earlier, on the bedside table and reached for it. Time to put my plan into action. Chapter 14. We need plans. Not just a plan. Multiple plans. If plan A didn't work out, we needed a plan B. If plan B didn't work out, then a plan C, and so on. Uncle Tom's house was only an hour away from here, so I was contemplating on whether I should call him or actually visit him. There was also another decision we had to make. Do we tell our uncle what happened or not? There were so many pros and cons to this. If we told him, he would understand the seriousness of it all and could help us come up with a solution. But what if we told him and he tells us to go to the police, or even goes to the police himself? What if he doesn't do any of that, but because he knows he is punished for it? Right now it was all on me and Connie, but if I told Uncle Tom, he would be involved in this too. I would be risking his life and his family's too. If anything happened to them, it would be on us. We did this. Perhaps I could tell him what happened with giving away too much detail. That way he'll know how serious the situation is without knowing everything that had happened. Are you sure you want me to do this? I asked 𝐴𝐸 for what felt like the millionth time. 𝐴𝐸 swallowed harshly and nodded. You're doing everything on your own. Maybe he can help us. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I told her before taking in a deep breath. Do you want to be listened to what I say, or? No. 𝐴𝐸 shot up from the bed and took a step back. I'll be in the bathroom. I need to take a shower anyway. I waited until I heard the sound of the water running before I looked back at the phone I was holding. I wasn't sure what to say. I couldn't exactly be like, hey, 𝐴𝐸 killed her rapist and we both buried his body in Saddleworth Moors, and now we think the Alpha, who was his cousin, might know and is after us. Yeah, I couldn't exactly say that. Scrolling down my contact, I paused at his name and my finger hovered over the call button. Come Nola, let's get this over with. Once I did this, there was no going back. It might sound strange, but I feel as though this call will make it seem more real. Right now only 𝐴𝐸 and I know what happened in that creep, but let's not get into that, and telling someone else confirms it. It'll make it feel like it actually happened. I quickly pressed the call button before I changed my mind. I was going to tell him briefly what happened, and hopefully he'll be able to help us. Uncle Tom answered after a couple of rings, and his warm voice filled my ears. Hello Nola, how have you been? Hi, I've been good. I hope everyone else is good. Are you alone? Yes, he said hesitantly. Are you okay? I need to tell you something important. I don't know how to start. It's okay Nola. Tell me what's wrong. He tried to reassure me, but I felt too nervous. I took in a deep breath before starting again. Something happened, and we did something bad. What do you mean? Okay, here we go. Somebody raped 𝐴𝐸. What? Nola, did you just say someone raped 𝐴𝐸? His voice was filled with shock and horror. I whispered. What? How what? Where is 𝐴𝐸? Have you contacted the police? Who did this? Uncle Tom fired out these questions, anger coloring his voice. I haven't called the police. I can't. What do you mean you can't? Nola, you need to tell the police and you need to take 𝐴𝐸 to the hospital. When did this happen? This is my fault. I should have never let the pair of you move back to Manchester. We can't call the police because he's dead. The silence after what I said was deafening, and I could hear the sound of my sharp breath. What? Uncle Tom asked quietly. He's dead. 𝐴𝐸 killed him. My voice was barely audible, and for a second I wondered if he actually heard me. Tell me exactly what happened. Uncle Tom's voice was surprisingly calm. I told him everything. I told him how 𝐴𝐸 had called me and what I came home to. I told me what the disgusting pig did to 𝐴𝐸 and how she defended herself. I thought it would be hard to get the words out, but once I started talking, everything came out. Uncle Tom didn't say anything. He didn't ask any questions. He just listened. Once I was done, I felt relieved, as if a huge weight had been removed from my chest. We need to find out who has been sending you those text messages. He finally said after I finished telling him everything. It has to be someone I know, or else they wouldn't have had my number. I think they've been watching me for a while. This isn't good, Nola. We need to find out who it is and keep them quiet. The Alpha can never know what happened. You're right about what would happen to both of you if he found out. What should I do? I questioned, wondering if he could somehow track this person down. Send me over the numbers he has used to contact you with. I'll see what I can do. If we can't find out his identity through that, you may need to meet him in person. Uncle Tom paused before continuing. Don't worry, I won't let him hurt you. I'll be there too. You're coming to Cornwall. No, and you're not staying in an unknown area either. You need to go back to Manchester and remain calm. Come to my house first and I'll come with you. I shook my head. Even though you couldn't see me. You don't need to come with us. I'm not expecting you to uproot your life again for us. Nola, I am your uncle. I am not uprooting anything for you. This is what families do, he said firmly, leaving no room for arguments. I don't know what to say. Thank you. You're going to be okay, Nola. You're both going to be okay. After confirming our new plan, which consisted of Comey and I driving to his house, staying there for a couple of days and him coming back with us to Manchester, we said our goodbyes and ended the call. I then copied the numbers the creep had used to contact me and forwarded them on to my uncle. It felt strange to have someone else know what happened and someone helping us. It didn't feel as terrifying as before. Don't get me wrong. I was still scared shitless of what would happen to us if the Alpha found out, but it wasn't as bad as before, and the burden of keeping us safe wasn't just on me. Once Scummy finally exited the bathroom, I relayed the conversation I had with Uncle Tom. I could see the relief on her face once she realized that it wasn't just the two of us, anyone. There would be someone else to help. Comey didn't question anything and agreed with our new plan, which made everything a lot easier. After that discussion, we both agreed that we weren't hungry enough to have a meal but hungry enough to eat something. We both decided to gorge on the snacks we got for the journey and watch some TV. We flicked through the channels until we found something to watch. We chose to watch Michael McIntyre's comedy show as it was light, hearted and funny, and we needed that. We were in the middle of watching the second episode when the hotel room phone began to ring. Not it. I yelled before Comey could say it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Comey groaned as she got up from bed. Why is it so far away? I laughed as I paused the show. She threw me a dirty look before answering the phone. I watched as she frowned before looking at me. It's for you, she told me, looking confused. What? I got up from the bed and walked over to it. She handed the phone over to me and put it to my ear. Hello. Hello, Nola. My eyes widened in horror as I recognized the male voice on the other side of the phone. It was Alessandro. Chapter 15. Alessandro. I whispered into the phone, causing Comey to gasp. Why are you so far away from home? He asked while I motioned for Comey to start packing. We needed to leave this hotel room ASAP. Comey stood there staring at me while I gave her a little nudge, causing her to break out of the trance she seemed to be in. She mouthed something at me which I didn't understand, and I shook my head while I pointed at the suitcases. Comey finally understood what I was trying to say and started to pack everything we had unpacked. It wasn't much, so she should be done in a few minutes. How do you know where I am? I ignored his question and owned. I have my ways, he simply said, not bothering to elaborate. What do you want? I think you know what I want. I watched as Comey ran out of the bedroom and bathroom, her face filled with fear. I don't know what you want. I told him truthfully. You disappoint me, Nola. I thought you were smarter than this. I repeated my question. What do you want? I want you. Why? I was so scared and confused. Did he know what we did? If he did, why was he behaving so calmly? Unless this was an act to make us think he knows nothing when in reality he knows everything. Where's my cousin? Oh fuck. Your cousin. I don't know what you're talking about. I lied as I looked around the room to make sure Comey had packed everything. Don't lie, me too. He snarled. Where is he? I didn't know what to do, so I hung up. I knew this would make me look more suspicious, but he already obviously knew something, or else he wouldn't have been asking us these questions. The phone rang again after I ended the call, but I ignored it. Have you got everything? We need to leave now. The Alpha knew where we were. I had no idea how he found this information out, but he did. The only hope we had now was that he was on his way to Cornwall and not actually here. This would give us a chance to run. He knows what I did, doesn't he? 𝐾𝐽 questioned me tearfully. I don't know 𝐾𝐽, but we can't waste time here talking about it. We need to go. I'm sorry. I'm so sore. 𝐾𝐽, please. Come on, let's go. I felt bad for yelling at her, but we had no time to waste. Making sure I had my phone and car keys, I grabbed everything and ran towards the door. I looked at the peephole to see if anyone was there before opening the door. Are we going to check out? 𝐾𝐽 whispered as we left the room. No, I whispered back. They might be waiting for us there, or they might not let us leave. We're going to leave through the fire exit. We were on the second floor and could use the stairs to get to the first floor before taking the fire exit at the back of the hotel. Once we got to the first floor, we would have to run like our life depended on it, and it did. When I tell you to run, run. 𝐾𝐽 nodded and we silently walked towards the stairs, both of us looking around to see if anyone else was around. The hotel was surprisingly quiet, which made the whole process even more nerve-wracking. When we checked in earlier, I made a note of all the fire exits, just in case we needed to leave, so I knew where it was. Once we got to the ground floor, I looked at 𝐾𝐽 and nodded. Even though no one was around, I didn't want to risk it. Run. We both started running towards the fire exit. The suitcases were slowing us down, but it didn't matter, we were almost there. We ran past a couple of workers who looked startled by our appearance but didn't stop us. I pushed the fire exit, which opened easily, and looked over at 𝐾𝐽. Come on. We're almost there. We ran onto the car park. Our shoes and suitcases were making so much noise, but all I could hear was my thumping heart. It sounded as if it directly beside my ear. We came to a screeching halt when we saw two men standing in front of my car. Shit. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧𝐰, a voice said behind me, causing both 𝐾𝐽 and I to jump slightly. We both turned slowly and saw a large man standing a few inches away from us. You're coming with us. I glanced at 𝐾𝐽 before turning towards the bulky man. I'll come with you, if you let my sister go. You're both coming with us. Before I could say a word, a hand grabbed me from behind forcibly and turned me around. The same happened to 𝐾𝐽, who let out a scream. Shut up before I make you. One of the men hissed, shaking 𝐾𝐽, who let out another scream. Let her go. I screamed as I struggled to remove myself from his grip. The men ignored us as we struggled and screamed for help. I thought they would follow through on their threat of silencing us, but they didn't. A dark car pulled up in front of us and the men lifted us up as if we were dolls before tossing us both into the back seats. I lunged for the door immediately, but it was slammed shut and the sound of a lock echoed around us. One of the men from earlier got into the front seat and driver began to drive. Who are you? Where are you taking us? I asked as 𝐾𝐽 curled herself into the corner. The man gave me a brief glance before ignoring me. I repeated the question, but he continued to ignore. I had no idea who they were, but I knew where they were taking us. They were taking us to Alessandro, and he knew what we did. He had to, or else we wouldn't be in this situation. I turned to 𝐾𝐽 and wrapped my arms around her. It's going to be okay. I whispered into her ears. You're going to be okay. I won't let anything happen to you. I continued to whisper these words to her, hoping it would comfort her. I had no idea if it did, as she did not acknowledge what I said. I wasn't sure what else I could do to comfort her, and I didn't want to say anything else to her just in case the werewolves heard what I said. Though the driver was driving like a maniac and definitely going double the legal speed limit, it still took a couple of hours to get to wherever the hell we were going. During those hours, the werewolves remained silent while I held 𝐾𝐽. I wanted to ask them where we were going or if they were taking us to Alessandro, but I knew they would not respond. The car slowly came to a stop and I looked out the windows and saw a big, beautiful mansion that looked like it belonged to the royal family. The men got out and opened the doors for us. I looked at 𝐾𝐽, who was shaking like a leaf. Come on, I told her, not wanting to anger the men waiting for us. With hesitant steps, I left the car and waited for 𝐾𝐽 to exit it too. I clasped one of 𝐾𝐽's hands and gave her a reassuring squeeze. Stay strong for 𝐾𝐽. Stay strong for 𝐾𝐽. Those thoughts replayed over and over in my head as we silently followed the men. Once we reached the double doors at the front of the house, the men stopped and moved to the side. My heart was racing and my breath was coming out in sharp pants as I stared the doors. I glanced at 𝐿𝐼, whose eyes were trained on the door, all tense as if she was waiting for something to pounce on her. The door opened slowly and out stepped a tall, large man. In a dangerous world, my sister and I are forced to confront a powerful werewolf family. Just what I thought I thought over. The Alpha who makes my heart race extends a hand to me. Chapter 16. I couldn't take my eyes off him. Though I had seen a picture of him and knew how good-looking he was, nothing could compare to the real thing. God, he was a sight for sore eyes. He was huge, which was typical for werewolves, but bigger than anyone I had seen before. His height added to his allure and largeness. My eyes betrayed me as they scanned his tanned face, skipping his green eyes and landing on stubble-covered jaw before sliding down towards the rest of his body. A small whimper pulled me out of my thoughts. I turned my head slightly towards 𝐿𝐼, who looked like she was about to burst into tears. I squeezed her hand tightly to let her know I was here and also to provide her with some comfort. To my agent 𝐿𝐼𝐬𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The men muttered in unison and bowed their heads slightly. I wasn't sure if I should do the same or not. Each pack had their own traditions and custom, and the Alpha of our town was more liberal than the others. It was better to be safe and sorry, so I nodded my head towards 𝐿𝐼, indicating her to follow my lead. I looked towards the ground and swallowed harshly as I heard the Alpha make his way over to us. 𝐿𝐼 was still shaking, and there was nothing I could do other than squeeze her hand to keep her calm. After what felt like hours, the dark shoes entered my vision. The Alpha was in front of us. I didn't dare to look up even though my body was urging me to. I don't know what it was. I'd never felt this way before. Never had such a strong urge to look at someone, never mind an Alpha. I wish I could explain my actions and say why I did it, but I had no reason or explanation other than I needed to. I raised my face and looked into his eyes. My muscles froze as we both stared into each other's eyes, and I let out a sharp breath. I had never met a man so rugged in my entire life. I didn't know what I am doing or what I was feeling. I couldn't process anything, realizing the huge mistake I was making. I sharply put my head down and prayed I wouldn't get in trouble for my lack of control. He took a step closer and grabbed my chin, roughly causing tingles to run through my body. He lifted my face up so he could have a better view of me. I closed my eyes and took in a deep breath. Why did you look at him, 𝐿𝐼? I opened my eyes but kept my gaze away from his. With his other hand he touched my hair that was framing my face, fingering the strands before pushing them completely away. Without a word, he released my chin and grabbed the back of my neck, pulling me closer to him. Shit. Is he going to kill me now? He bent down until he was at my level and put his face at the side of my neck, smelling me. No, of course he wasn't. Why would he do that? Maybe he was going to bite my neck off. The thought sent a cool chill down my spine and tried my best to remain still and not panic. He stayed there for a few seconds, his hand on the back of my neck tightening as each second went by. Didn't dare to make a sound. No one else around us made a sound either. Not the werewolves or even 𝐿𝐼, who had dropped my hand. He relaxed his tight grip on the back of my neck and I expected him to move away, but instead I felt something warm on my ear. It lingered there for a fraction of a second before making a trail down the side of my neck to my shoulder. His warm breath caused my heart to accelerate and warmth filled me. I bit my lip to stop myself from making a sound. What the hell is wrong with me? And what the hell is wrong with him? He pulled away and I met his burning gaze. His green eyes were no longer fully green. Instead it looked more like an amber color. He took a step back and let out a cold laugh. A fucking human. Weak, pathetic creatures. His words sent a sudden sharp pain through my chest and I reached out to soothe it. What was that? His eyes, which had returned to its original color, followed my hand and frowned. He then looked towards 𝐿𝐼, who was standing like a statue next to me. Take them to the cells, he ordered as he started to walk away. The men jumped into action as soon as he uttered those words and grabbed both me and 𝐿𝐼. Wait, I yelled out, causing Alessandro to stop in his tracks. Why are we here? It was strange. He didn't utter a word, but by his actions I knew what he meant. His eyes met mine, then they flickered over to 𝐾𝐜𝐤 before meeting mine again. Oh my God. He knew. He knew what we did. I had to keep my calm and act ignorant. We haven't done anything. Why are we here? This time he didn't stop or look back. He continued walking into the house as if he didn't hear a word I said. I looked at 𝐾𝐜𝐤, who had tears streaming down her face. It's going to be okay. You're going to be okay, I whispered as the men pulled us towards the house. The men dragged us around the back of the large house towards the left-hand side. We were met with a flight of stairs that seemed to lead to some underground place. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 grabbed onto me as we walked down the stairs and into the dark, cold corridor. All we could hear was our footsteps and mine and 𝐾𝐜𝐤's panicked breaths. It was like a maze, with so many turns. I tried to make a mental note of each turn or anything significant I could see that would help when we tried to escape. It kept my mind off my other frightening thoughts, the ones where I see no hope for us. Nothing but darkness and death. The Alpha must suspect something. He had to, or else we wouldn't be here. He doesn't know everything, or else we would have been dead. This wasn't the end for us. We could get out of this. Or 𝐾𝐜𝐤 could get out of this. I had to think and come up with a plan. We entered a medium-sized room that had chains hanging from the wall. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 let out a scream and I turned to her. You're going to be okay. Don't disobey them. We were trapped. There was no doubt about it, but in order to remain in one piece we had to listen to them and do what they say. The men started to put the chains on our wrists, but there was no point. They were huge and clearly were not meant for humans and were designed for werewolves. The cold chains fell from our wrist and the men didn't bother to adjust or find something else to restrain us with. It's as if they knew we had no chance of escaping, regardless of whether we tied up or not. They walked out to lock behind them, leaving two helpless human girls behind. I ran over to 𝐾𝐜𝐤 and hugged her as she sobbed into my arms. Don't say anything. Don't say a word. Nothing at all. I know you're scared, but you're going to get out of here. You need to trust me. Let me do the talking. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 didn't respond. Instead, she continued to cry. Please, 𝐾𝐜𝐤. Tell me you understand. I understand. She gasped out in between her sobs. Thank you, I muttered as I clutched onto her even more tightly. It's going to be okay. We stayed like this for what felt like hours. 𝐾𝐜𝐤's sobs turned into hiccups and slowly she fell asleep on my lap. The concrete floor was ice cold and my body ached from the position I was currently in. The room was dimly lit and there was no windows or furniture, just some chains and a locked door. I leaned my head against the wall and closed my eyes. I was trying to remain positive and calm, but as the minutes went by my head and heart was filled with dread instead. Alessandro. There was something about him that I couldn't understand. I was petrified of him, what he could do to 𝐾𝐜𝐤 and me, but I also wanted to see him again. I was going crazy. There was no doubt about it. It's the only way to explain my irrational thoughts. I thought back to the way his lips grazed my neck and my body was instantly flooded with warm and a tingly feeling. What was that? Why am I feeling like this? This man is going to torture and kill us, and all I could think about was how good his lips felt on me. Why did he do that? Why did he smell me? I had so many questions and no answers. The sound of the door unlocking and opening filled my ears as I looked up to see who it was. An unfamiliar man stepped inside and looked down at the pair of us. Come with me. I started to shake 𝐾𝐜𝐤 to wake her up, but the man stopped me. Not the child. Just you. I'm not leaving her alone, I whispered as I stared at 𝐾𝐜𝐤's sleeping face. As long as you follow the Alpha's instructions, no one will hurt her. I didn't want to leave 𝐾𝐜𝐤 alone, but what choice did I have? I gently pulled her head off my lap and placed it on the ground slowly, careful not to wake her up. I got up and grimaced at the sound of my knees cracking from being sat in an uncomfortable position. Where are we going? The Alpha wants to see you. Chapter 17. I wanted to question him. Ask him why the Alpha wanted to see me and why we were here, but decided against it. I wanted to get this over as quickly as possible so 𝐾𝐜𝐤 doesn't notice my absence. I knew she was trying her best, but I was scared that she would accidentally say something incriminating. I took one final glance at 𝐾𝐜𝐤 before I slowly started walking towards the man who was waiting impatiently for me. Once I was out of the room, the man closed the door silently behind him, however he didn't lock it. Maybe he was careless and left things unlocked all the time. Once I returned back to the room, he might leave the door unlocked again, and it would be our chance to escape. I followed the man in silence as he walked ahead of me. After a few minutes of walking in the dark corridor, we finally reached a metal door with two men were standing next to. Both the men straightened up once they saw us and nodded at the werewolf leading the way. The werewolf must be of a high ranking, which elevated my anxiety. Was this man part of the Alpha's family? The men let us through silently and I kept my head down, trying my best to keep calm. I could hear movement and voices. The house seemed lively, as if so many people lived here. Maybe this was the pack house. I didn't bother to familiarize myself with my surroundings. If we did escape, it would have to be the way we came in, as there was no way we could ever leave through this way with so many people around. After walking up the stairs a few times, we were on the upper level of the house. The house was beautifully decorated, but this level was even more stunning. The white walls had exquisite crown molding at the top, panels in the middle, and there were painting in all the corners. Everything about it seemed royal and expensive. Even the carpet looked more expensive than my car. I was too mesmerized by everything around me that I didn't notice the man had stopped walking, causing me to bump into him slightly. I immediately apologized and took a step back to maintain a healthy distance between us. The man ignored me and knocked on the door. "Come in." 𝐴𝐵𝐸 voice did something to my body and I closed my eyes. I'm losing my mind. There is something wrong with me. The man opened the door and gestured for me to go in. With bated breath, I walked into the room and my eyes roamed ticking in the pictures on the wall. The lit fireplace, the multiple bookcases, black sofa, and a huge oak desk that was situated in front of a big window. Behind the desk was Alessandro, and for a second I stopped breathing. He walked towards me and everything about him screamed power and dominance. My breathing got faster as he got closer, and instead of stopping, he walked past me without a glance. "Keep an eye on the human girl." He spat the word human out as if it disgusted him to say it. I continued to look ahead as I heard the man exit the room, leaving me and the elf alone. I could feel him behind me, and no matter how tempted I was, I didn't look back even though my body was urging me to do so. He slowly walked past me again to return to his desk. This time I couldn't keep my eyes off him. He was painfully handsome and so big. I've never been attracted to overly muscular men, yet I found myself eyeing his broad shoulders, bulging biceps, and large hands. He finally turned and met my eyes, and I looked down immediately. It was silent for a couple of minutes as I kept my head down. I could feel his burning gaze on me. He started to walk towards me, his steps slow and heavy. My heart was racing. I wondered if he could hear it. Thoughts were running through my head about what would happen next. Would he threaten me, hurt me, torture me, kill me? What I didn't expect him to do was take in a deep breath. Then another and another. What the hell is he doing? Before I could vocalize my thoughts, he grabbed the back of my neck like earlier and pulled me towards him and put his face in my neck. His hot breath on my skin made me shudder, and I swear I felt him smile against my skin when I did that. What is he doing to me? Why am I feeling like this? He pulled away and looked down at me, well, more like towered over me before leaning in again. "Where's my cousin?" The words pulled me out of the weird haze I was in. "I don't know what you're talking about. 𝐴𝐵𝐸 was last seen leaving Costa Coffee a minute after your sister left." I swallowed harshly. "Okay. What has that got to do with us? Your sister's colleagues are very talkative. Apparently he was interested in your sister. She's 17. I gritted out as anger started to build inside of me. I thought about what he did to �K𝐼 and how fragile and traumatized she is because of that pig. The Alpha didn't respond. Instead, he continued to stare at me as if he was trying to figure something out. "Why are we here?" This time my voice was a lot softer. "Where's my cousin?" he repeated. "I don't know who your cousin is, and I don't know where he is." "You're lying," he snarled. "Maybe I'll pay your sister a visit. Maybe she knows where he is." "Shit. Don't you dare go near my sister. Leave her alone." I yelled as panic and fear began to rise inside of me. �K𝐼 would break easily. She would say what happened and the Alpha would kill her. "Lower your eyes. Human." His tone was cold. I should have listened to him and lowered my eyes, but I didn't. I kept looking at him. We haven't done anything. Let us go. Look away now. YW. I stopped mid-sentence when that alpha grabbed a fistful on my hair and pulled me too close to him. I let out a gasp at the pain that erupted from my scalp. It felt as though he was ripping all my hair off. Listen very carefully. When I tell you to do something, you do it. You don't look at me. You don't talk unless I ask you to. Do you understand? If you touch my sister, I will kill you. I regretted saying those words as soon as those words left my mouth. I should have agreed with him, and I never should have threatened him. I don't know why I was behaving like this when I knew he could kill me in an instant. Before today, I would have never ever spoken to high-rank werewolf like that. Never mind an alpha. The response was instantaneous. He removed his hand from my hair and instead was wrapped around my throat, lifting me up from the ground easily. My fingers dug into his hand as I tried to pry his hand off me, but he didn't stop and lifted me even higher. I couldn't breathe. I was gasping for air as I clawed at his hand, begging for some relief. It was hard to keep my eyes open, and I could feel myself drifting. He was going to kill me. Chapter 18. Before he rendered me unconscious, he released me, causing me to drop to the ground with a loud thud. I landed on the side and began coughing like crazy as air began to penetrate my body again. My throat was burning and I felt so dizzy. I looked up at the man responsible for my current situation, who was staring at me in shock as if he didn't expect me to be reacting like this. You were choking me with your big, fat hands. What did you think was going to happen? As if he knew what I was thinking. He looked at his hands and then at me on the ground, gasping like a fish out of water. He reached down and pulled me up with ease and started patting my back. Gently. What is he doing? I'm so confused. After a couple of minutes he stopped and looked down at me. Humans are so weak. I ignored him as I kept my head down, not wanting to make the same mistake again. I don't think I'd handle being strangled again. How old are you? I ignored him again, but this time he grasped my chin and lifted my face up. How old are you? 19. My voice was croaky and caused. I watched as he flinched slightly before frowning. You're 19? He questioned, sounding shocked. I nodded, not wanting to use my voice as it hurt my throat to speak. He let go of my chin and cursed. He then stormed off towards his desk, grabbed the receiver of the black phone at the side of his desk. Bring me some water. He barked down the phone before slamming it down. Sit down, he ordered, however his voice was a lot calmer than before. I hesitantly walked over to the sofa and sat down at the edge. A knock on the door had me jumping up slightly. Come in. I watched as a middle-aged woman in a maid's outfit with her light-colored hair in a bun wheeled a small trolley with a bucket, bottles of water, and a couple of drinking glasses. The woman paused slightly as she saw me, but other than that she didn't acknowledge me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She bowed her head slightly and stopped near his desk. Give the girl some water. The woman immediately looked towards me and came closer. Would you like your water without ice, ma'am? Ma'am. Did she think I was his guest or something? She was looking at me expectantly and I shook my head. No ice. Please. The woman poured some water in a glass and handed it over to me. Thank you. I muttered as I took it from her and began gulping it down. I finished it within seconds and handed it back to the woman, who was looking at me like I was crazy. She filled the drinking glass again and handed it over to me. Leave the bottle, the Alpha commanded, dismissing the woman who handed me the bottle and started to wheel the trolley out of the room. Where's my cousin? I don't know. I told him as I took a small sip. I think you do know. I heard him walk towards me and I braced myself for another attack. Instead, the Alpha sat down on the sofa next to me. I know my cousin. He isn't a good man, but he is my cousin. Not a good man. Your cousin was a rapist. Did he do something to you? Alpha Alessandro asked, his tone quiet. Did he hurt you? No. I told him truthfully. He didn't hurt me. He hurt 𝐾𝐞𝐬 instead. Look at me. I hesitantly turned my face so I was looking at him. He hurt you, didn't he? And then you did something to him. My eyes widened as I processed the words he was saying. He was so close to figuring out the truth. How did he find out so quickly? Is he alive? My heart started to race as soon as he asked me that question. My hands clammy as I forced myself to take in a deep breath. He didn't do anything to me. And even if he did, I'm a weak human. It's not like I can hurt him. I don't know who your cousin is. The Alpha made a frustrated noise and stood up. I have spoken to 𝐿𝐹. You and your sister will remain here until I say otherwise. What? I gasped. You can't keep us here. We've done nothing wrong. If you haven't done anything wrong, then you have nothing to worry about. Alessandro raised his eyebrows as if he was daring me to object. The human ambassador has been contacted to and is in agreement. We're so screwed. No one would help us now. What will happen to me and 𝐾𝐜? I asked hesitantly. Alessandro ignored me as he went to his desk again and grabbed the phone. Send Kieran up. I put the glass and bottle on the floor and waited in silence. I didn't have to wait long. The man who brought me to the Alpha entered the room. I guess he was Kieran. Teresa, she has 2 new human girls joining her. Kieran nodded and I kept my head down as I followed him out of the room. Is my sister awake? No. I let a sigh of relief. If 𝐾𝐜 had woken up and found me gone, she would have started panicking and drawn too much attention to herself. We headed back to the dark, cold room in silence. I wanted to ask the beta some questions, but I was scared of how he might react. Wake the child up, Kieran ordered once we arrived at the room. I walked over to where 𝐾𝐜 was sleeping and began to shake her gently. 𝐾𝐜, wake up. 𝐾𝐜 groaned and turned over. 𝐾𝐜, come on. Wake up. I shook her harder this time, causing her to open her eyes. 𝐾𝐜, get up. 𝐾𝐜 sat up and looked around in confusion. No? Come on. We need to go. I nodded my head towards the beta, who was waiting for us at the door. 𝐾𝐜 slowly got up from the floor and grasped my hand. I squeezed her hand in return and pulled her towards the door. It wasn't long before we reached our destination. This is the maid's quarters. You'll be staying here from now on, Kieran announced as we pushed through the large double doors. To my 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐼 𝐊𝐢𝐼𝐼, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I questioned, looking at the beta, who nodded. Lisa will tell you what you need to do. As soon as he said that, a woman who looked to be in her early 40s entered the room. Kieran, these are the humans Alessandro told you about. Kieran pointed at us before leaving. The woman named Lisa eyed us both. If I were you two, I would keep my head down. Everyone in this pack knows why you're here. 𝐾𝐜 and I exchanged a quick look before I looked back at the woman. Why does everyone think we're here? You're being investigated for the disappearance of 𝐊𝐢𝐼𝐼. Chapter 19. 𝐾𝐜 let out a squeak and I threw her a look that screamed, "Shut up. We haven't done anything," I argued, looking at Lisa, who just shrugged. We don't know who he is or where he is. From the little bits of information I've heard, there's evidence to suggest otherwise. Evidence? What kind of evidence? Look, I'm just giving you some advice. Take it if you want. I am surprised, though. What are you surprised about? Alessandro. I would have thought he would have had you both locked in the cells and beating the information out of you. 𝐾𝐜 gasped and I clutched her hand. We obviously haven't done anything. That's why we're not there. This is all just a misunderstanding. Lisa waved her hands. Whatever. I'm going to tell you what your day consists of and what you need to do. We're actually going to be made here. I questioned in shock. What the hell, why? It's either that or the cell. Your choice. You're lucky. Not everyone gets that choice. I'll take you down to the cells one day and you'll see how lucky you are. Lisa raised her eyebrows and we shook our heads. Then it settled. Now follow me. This is your room. She led us to a medium-sized room with 2 single beds next to a window that was cracked open. Don't try to escape. There's werewolves on patrol every night. The room was bigger than the one we were in and had a small wardrobe, chest drawer and a bedside table near one of the beds. The bathroom is through there. Lisa pointed at the door next to the wardrobe. I'll bring you a checklist, all of the things you need to complete by the end of the day. The werewolves may ask you to do things for them. You will do as they say, but you must complete all activities on the list. What exactly will we be doing? I asked, hesitantly. Cleaning. The pair of you alongside the other maids will clean the house every day. Only difference between you and the other maids is that they get paid to do this and you don't. Are all the maids human? Lisa nodded. Yes, all the maids are human. However, the house manager is a werewolf and chew you out if everything is not completed to her standards. With the kitchen staff, there is a mixture. There are both humans and werewolves. You'll be able to recognize who they are. Werewolves tend to have a higher status than us. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be a long day. Make sure you're up and ready by 6:30 am. I will give you your uniforms and checklist then. Lisa turned to leave but then paused at the door. Alpha has his own maids that work for him. They live on the top floor. However, he has asked for you to serve him from tomorrow. Why? Lisa ignored me and headed out the door. I turned to 𝐏𝐜𝐤 as soon as she left. Are you okay? Did they do anything to you? No, I'm fine. 𝐏𝐜𝐤 told me. What's going on? Why are we here? I spoke to the Alpha when you were sleeping. I informed 𝐏𝐜𝐤 as she let out a gasp. He spoke to Alpha Elias and the human ambassador, and they've all decided we have to stay here until they find out more about what happened to the Alpha's cousin. Oh my God. Do you think they know? 𝐏𝐜𝐤 whispered. No, they don't, and they don't actually have any proof of us doing anything, or else we wouldn't be here. They can't keep us here for long. We just need to stick it out for a week or so, and then we can leave. I don't know if I can do this. I'm so scared. You can do this and you will. I reassured her. Come on. Let's just listen to what they say for now and we can leave or escape. We won't be here forever, and once we're out of here, we'll go somewhere far away where no one can take us again. Do you have your phone on you? I asked as I searched my pocket for mine. I had a lot of missed calls and messages from Uncle Tom. 𝐏𝐜𝐤 handed her phone over to me and I clicked on the screen and noticed calls. I had missed calls and messages from him. I'm going to reply back to him and tell him you were okay but not to contact us. I told 𝐏𝐜𝐤 and locked my phone and started typing. We're in Alpha Alessandro's pack house, but we're okay. I'll send a message once a day to let you know we're safe. If there's any way you can get help and get 𝐏𝐜𝐤 out of here, please do it. Focus on 𝐏𝐜𝐤 for now. I'll be fine. I switched the phone off and did the same to 𝐏𝐜𝐤's one. We'll only use it for emergencies. I doubt they're going to give us chargers to charge our phone. Plus we might not be a phone, so we need to keep it hidden. I put the phones in my pocket and looked towards the room. It's not that bad, 𝐏𝐜𝐤. We're okay and we're not hurt. It could have been worse. We're going to be fine. I tried my best to reassure her and she gave me a weak smile. I didn't tell 𝐏𝐜𝐤 exactly what happened between me and the Alpha. I didn't want to worry her or make her feel guilty. I knew how much she was beating herself up about the situation we were in, but this wasn't her fault. The blame lied on one person and he was dead. We had to do as they asked for now. We had to play along. Hopefully Uncle Tom could do something and get 𝐏𝐜𝐤 out of here. She was underage. That could work to our advantage. I knew she wouldn't last long here, and if everyone in the pack thought we had something to do with the Alpha's cousin, they would question or harass us and 𝐏𝐜𝐤 would break. Once Uncle Tom got 𝐏𝐜𝐤 out of here, she would have to stay as far away as possible from this and disappear. It's the only way she would survive, and I needed her to be okay. It was my job to look after her, and that's what I'm going to do. The room wasn't as cold and as suffocating as the other room. The wardrobe had some jumpers and jeans and the chest drawer was empty except for the digital alarm clock on top of it. I went into the bathroom with 𝐏𝐜𝐤, who was too scared to go on her own. The bathroom was a lot bigger than I had expected and surprisingly clean. There was a medium-sized sink, toilet and a shower area that had a shelved unit that contained some shampoos and shower gels. There were basic toiletries in the bathroom, but neither of us wanted to use the shower. Mainly because we didn't want to use the towels that were hanging on a rack without washing it first. We did, however, use the new toothbrushes and toothpaste. I could tell how frightened 𝐏𝐜𝐤 was, but she was trying her best to put on a brave face. She remained silent as we did everything, only talking when I asked her questions. I didn't want to overwhelm her, so I spoke to her when I needed to. We stayed in the clothes we were wearing, took our shoes and sock off and got into the single beds. Thankfully the beds were close to each other, so it didn't require too much effort to push them together. The beds were hard and the bedsheet and duvets were stiff, and I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. As I laid next to 𝐿𝐸𝐬, I wrapped my arms around her, praised her for her strength and encouraged her to continue and not to give up. I told her about my plans, what we would do once we got out of here, the places we would visit and how much fun we would have. We wouldn't have to worry about anything. We would be stress-free and enjoying life. 𝐿𝐸𝐬 fell asleep within a couple of hours and rolled onto the other side. I looked at the clock on the bedside table and groaned when I realized it was 200 a.m. We had been in bed for 4 hours now and I still hadn't fallen asleep. I closed my eyes and tried to clear my mind, but nothing was working. All I could think of was Alessandro. His behavior was puzzling and I didn't know what to make of it. Don't get me wrong. He was a prick and I was scared of him, but not as much as I thought I would be. Everyone feared him, including 𝐿𝐸𝐬𝐧𝐼, so now that we were here I was expecting him to be more different. Everything about him confused me, and what confused me even more was my reaction to him. Why was my body reacting to him like that? Was I that depraved that the touch of a psycho alpha made my knees weak? After what felt like hours, my eyes finally began to feel heavy and I could feel myself drifting. Just as I was about to nod off, I heard the door open. I remained still and kept my eyes closed, thinking it was probably Lisa checking to see if we were sleeping. I expected to hear the person leave and the sound of the door closing, but instead I heard footsteps. Someone was in the room. Chapter 20. The only thing I could use in the room to defend myself was the clock on the bedside table next to me. I slowly slid my hands up the bed so it was resting near the end of the bed instead of near my body. I couldn't reach the clock easily from here, but it was better than nothing. Whoever was in my room approached my bed slowly and I tried my best to act as if I was sleeping. I even left out a fake snore and shifted my body slightly so I was on my side. That would make it easier for me to grab the clock if I needed to. The person in the room stopped and it was silent for a few seconds. I continued to pretend I was asleep and prayed that 𝐿𝐸𝐬 remained asleep. Last thing she needed was to wake up and find some creep looming over her. The person came closer and I squeezed the bedsheet under my palm, trying my best not to panic. What would they do to us? Attack us in our sleep? I would die before I let anything happen to 𝐿𝐸𝐬 again. She had been through enough. I felt someone graze their fingers across my face gently before moving down to my neck. The touch was as light as a feather, and they continued to stroke my neck softly. After a minute or so, and I heard a rustling noise and I cracked my eyes open slightly trying to see who it was. I don't know why I thought this, but I had a feeling it was Alessandro, which made no sense. Why would he visit me in the middle of the night, and why was he touching my neck? Was he here to see his handiwork? I closed my eyes fully as the person leaned towards me. The feeling of something cold had me flinching slightly and I praised myself for not making a noise. The person stopped for a few seconds before massaging the cool substance on my neck. It was soothing and actually felt good. After a minute or so the person stopped and leaned away from me. I felt their burning gaze on my face and I was tempted to open my eyes and see who it was, but I knew that wouldn't be a good idea. When I heard the person begin to walk away, I opened my eyes slightly so I could see who it was. It was dark and I couldn't make out who it was, but it was definitely a male based on their height and broad shoulders. The light from the hallway entered the room when the man opened the door and my nerve dropped when I saw who it was. The man turned around and I closed my eyes, hoping that he didn't notice that I was awake. After a couple of seconds, he closed the door and I let out a shaky breath and then put my hand on my chest, trying to calm my racing heart. Why was Alessandro in my room and why did he put something on my neck? I waited a few minutes to make sure no one else entered the room before I slowly crept out of bed. I tiptoed over to the bathroom, opened the door and turned the switch on the light. My eyes burned as the room turned bright and I squinted as I went over to the mirror. I looked at my neck. It was slightly redder than the rest of my body and it had a clear substance on it. I touched the jelly-like substance and brought it to my nose so I could smell what it was. It smelled like aloe vera gel and I wiped it off my fingers with some tissues. I switched the light off and closed the door slowly behind me, careful not to make any noise. Once I got into bed and closed my eyes, my mind wandered to Alessandro again. Why was he in our room? What did he put on my neck? Why did he put it on my neck? What was going on? I was so confused and exhausted, both physically and mentally. I needed to rest my mind, and that's what I did for the next few hours. The sound of an alarm next to my ear had me groaning and pulling the duvet up to my head. I was so tired. I barely had enough energy to turn the alarm off. Turn it off, Nola. 𝐾𝐜 moaned from beside me, letting out a huge sigh. I lifted the duvet up and turned the incessant alarm off. I sat up and placed my head in my hands as I realized how hard today would be. I couldn't believe we were in Alpha Alessandro's peck and we were going to be his maid. The whole thing was baffling. I was grateful that he wasn't torturing the information out of us, but I still wanted to know why he wasn't doing that and what he had on us. Lisa said they had evidence. What kind of evidence? We were so careful and tried our best to destroy everything that incriminated us. Maybe someone saw him following 𝐾𝐜, or on out street, or even forcing his way into our house. Another thought popped into my head and I froze for a second. Maybe it was the creep, the one who had been following us. Did he tell the Alpha what he knew? He can't have. We would be dead if he had. I don't want to get out of bed. 𝐾𝐜 whispered from under the covers. I pulled the covers away from her face. I don't think we have a choice. Let's just do what they say. I'm scared, Nola. Me too. Before I could say anything else, there was a knock on the door. Both 𝐾𝐜 and I stared at each other before looking at the door. The door swung open, and in stepped a young woman pulling a suitcase. Is that my suitcase? I asked her as I inspected it further. It looked like the one we had abandoned yesterday when we were captured. The woman ignored me and put the suitcase near the bed before walking off. Wait, I called out, causing her to stop. Where's 𝐾𝐜's suitcase? I have been asked to bring this in. I don't know where your other suitcases are. The woman replied as she walked off quickly, closing the door behind her. They know what happened. That's why they only brought your suitcase in. You're going to stay here and they're going to kill me. 𝐾𝐜 whispered as her breath started to get uneven. What? How did you even come up with that? I pulled her up so she was sitting on the bed instead of lying on it. How many times do I have to tell you? You're going to be okay. I won't let anything happen to you. 𝐾𝐜 narrowed her eyes and squinted. What happened to your neck? Why is it red? I touched my neck and pretended to give it a scratch. It's a rash. I noticed it last night. I must be allergic to werewolves. I laughed slightly, trying to ease the tension. 𝐾𝐜 didn't look like she believed me, and before she could press me further, I began to speak. Have a shower. It'll help you relax. You can use one of my towels. I unzipped my suitcases and rumbled through it. I grabbed some clothes for me and 𝐾𝐜 and tossed it over to her. 𝐾𝐜 followed my instructions without protesting and headed over to the bathroom. After I heard the shower come on, I began tidying up the bed before heading over to the window. I opened it up slightly for some fresh air and looked out of it. From this room there wasn't much of a view. All I could see was the dark, gloomy forest. As I stared out the window, I thought of something. There wasn't anyone around. Maybe we could escape from here. The ground wasn't too high from the window. We obviously couldn't jump down, but maybe we could use something. You see it in the movies. People ripping up bed sheets, tying them up and climbing down them. Maybe we could do that. Two shirtless men stepped out of the forest and looked straight at me, causing me to duck down. Okay, maybe that wouldn't work. I lifted my head up to find both men still standing there, but no longer looking up at the window. I watched as more men came out from the forest, talking quietly amongst themselves. They stopped at the edge of the forest and looked as if they were waiting for something. After less than a minute, more men began to emerge, but this time it looked like they were leaving the house. I watched as they briefly interacted with each other before the men who came from the house entered the forest while the others made their way to the house. They must be the werewolves Lisa was talking about. The ones that patrol the grounds. There was no way we were getting past them. There was too many of them. Plus, running into a forest wasn't the best idea. Anything could happen in there. I continued to stare out the window to distract myself from the urge to use the toilet. If I was at home, I would have told 𝐾𝐜 to hurry up, but I didn't want to make any sudden noise and startle her. After what felt like forever, 𝐾𝐜 exited the bathroom and I ran in. I need to key. Wear one of my clothes except for the ones I put on the bed. I'm going to wear that. I told her as printed into the bathroom. After I relieved myself, I stripped my clothes off and headed into the shower. As soon as I did that, I realized that I didn't bring my towel or clothes with me, but I was already wet and would just ask 𝐾𝐜 to bring it in after I was done. After what felt like the quickest shower possible, I turned the water off and looked at the towels that were hanging on the rack. They looked clean, but I didn't want to risk it. 𝐾𝐜, I yelled out as I walked over to the door. Water dripping everywhere. Can you pass me the towel? I was met by silence. 𝐾𝐜, are you there? My voice louder this time. I was greeted with silence again. My heart began to race as I stared at the door. Why isn't she answering? Is she not there? If she's not there, where is she? I looked back at the towels and grabbed one. I quickly dried myself and wrapped it around me. Even though I wasn't dirty, I felt like I needed another shower. Just as I was about to open the door, I heard some noise and it sounded like someone was entering the room. I called the door open aggressively. Why did you leave the row? I froze when I realized it wasn't 𝐾𝐜 who entered the room. It was the Alpha Alessandro. Chapter 21. His eyes were flashing amber as they trailed over my body, causing me to grip my towel tightly. Where's 𝐾𝐜 and why are you here? He ignored me as his eyes continued to inspect every inch of my body. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That one word seemed to snap him out of his thoughts and his eyes moved up to my face. Do you always prance around half naked? He spat the words out and looked at me in disgust. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I just came out of the shower. I hissed at him before I remembered who I was talking to and lowered my voice. I'm going to get dressed. I snatched the clothes I had laid earlier on the bed and strode into the bathroom, locking the door behind me. As I put the clothes on in record time, I thought about where 𝐾𝐜 could be. Is she okay? Were they hurting her? I tossed the damp towel onto the sink and exited the bathroom to find the Alpha waiting for me. Where's 𝐾𝐜? I inquired, my tone more polite this time. Alpha Alessandro began walking towards me. Since you got 𝐾𝐜 is all you've been concerned about. Not both yours and 𝐾𝐜's safety. Just hers. She's my little sister. I reminded him, keeping my eyes on the floor. You would do anything for her. He didn't ask. He said it as if he was making an observation. Of course I would. Makes me wonder how far you will go to protect her. I remained silent as he stood in front of me. Or how far you've already gone to protect her. I would do anything and everything to protect her, including burying her dead rapist body. Let's test that, shall we? Unsure of what he meant by that, I glanced up and met his green eyes before looking away quickly. His hands gripped my chin and he lifted my face up. Will you do anything to keep her safe? Yes, I whispered as I stared into his eyes. He removed his hand from my face. Get down on your knees. Well, get down on your knees. My heart began to race as I stared at him in horror. Is this going where I think this is going? I slowly got down on my knees and tried to stop myself from freaking out. Look up at me. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I did as he asked and found him staring down at me. He let out a soft chuckle and grazed my lips with his fingers. Do you know what I'm going to do to you? I had an idea, but I was hoping I was wrong. I would do anything to keep 𝐾𝐜 safe, but could I do this? I kept my eyes on his face as I heard his zipper go down. I swallowed the bile that was rising in my throat. Oh God, I can't do this. Are you scared? Yes. I told him truthfully. My voice a lot weaker than I had expected. My throat started to close and tears pricked my eyes. A lone tear slid down my cheek and he gently brushed it away. He frowned slightly before taking a step back. Get up. I immediately stood up and created some distance between us. My eyes wandered down to his trousers and I stared at it in confusion when I saw his zipper was closed. But I heard him pull it down. I felt the Alpha gaze on me and I looked away from that area. Don't leave this room. Alessandro ordered as began to leave the room. Where's 𝐾𝐜𝐤? He ignored me and left the room, slamming the door behind him. Once he was gone, I let out a sigh of relief before running over to the bed. I lifted the mattress up slightly and pulled out my phone that I had hidden the night before. My patience was thin as I waited for the phone to restart. Uncle Tom had to get 𝐾𝐜𝐤 out of here now. If these are the things they do in here, 𝐾𝐜𝐤 couldn't be here to witness or partake in it. There was no way I would let someone assault her again. Unlocking the phone quickly and keeping an eye on the door, I skimmed the multiple texts from Uncle Tom. What do you mean you're at Alessandro's pack? How did you get there? 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷. Are you hurt? Is 𝐾𝐜𝐤 hurt? I'm going to get you both out of there. Don't anger the Alpha. My eyes widened as I saw the last message that was sent an hour ago. I have a meeting with Alessandro and the human ambassador. There's a good chance you're both going to leave here today. Gripping the phone tightly, I closed my eyes and smiled. We were going to get out of here. Once we left the pack, we would have to leave the country and disappear. We couldn't risk staying in this country anymore. Maybe that's where 𝐾𝐜𝐤 was. She was with Uncle Tom and they were trying to figure out how to get us out of here. This didn't seem that plausible, but it was better to believe that than believe that she was being tortured somewhere. I paced the room for the next half an hour as I waited for someone to let me know where 𝐾𝐜𝐤 was and what was going on. After that, I laid on the bed and continued to wait. The door opened and I shot up from the bed, my eyes wide and frantic when I saw who it was. I ran towards 𝐾𝐜𝐤 and pulled her close to me. We're going to be okay, I whispered as I tightened my grip on her. This time I believed my own words. I know. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 sobbed in my arms, pulling myself away from her. I looked at Uncle Tom, who was staring at me with a serious expression. I gave him a smile which he didn't return. He wrapped his arm around me and pulled me closer. We need to talk. My body froze as I heard those words. No, please. We can't stay here. What's wrong? I questioned frantically. Did the meeting not go well? We're leaving here, right? 𝐾𝐜𝐤, sweetheart, can you call your aunt and let her know we're going to be coming home soon? He unlocked his phone and handed it over to her. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷, I had to have a quick chat outside. Why talk here? We're going to be right by the door and it'll only take a couple of minutes, Uncle Tom explained. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 looked at me and I nodded in encouragement. Once she started fiddling around with the phone, me and Uncle Tom stepped outside. What's going on? We are leaving, right? Uncle Tom looked around the corridor to make sure no one was around before he began to talk. There's no actual evidence to hold you both here. It's just circumstances. Alessandro doesn't play by the rules. He doesn't want either of you to leave his sight. So what? We have to stay here. Legally he can hold you both here for 2 weeks, and if he has no evidence he has to let you both go. We can't stay here for 2 weeks. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 will break. Uncle Tom nodded. I know, but those are the rules. Can't you do anything? I pleaded. There was no way me and 𝐾𝐜𝐤 would last for 2 weeks here, and even if we did, what if in those 2 weeks they find some evidence? There is one thing the Alpha suggested. Uncle Tom informed me hesitantly. Okay, what is it? I questioned, eager to know what it was. He'll let 𝐾𝐜𝐤 go for the time being, but there's a catch. Uncle Tom paused and I motioned for him to continue. His eyes were filled with sadness and sympathy, causing alarm bells to ring. He wanted you to stay here. Chapter 22. I felt my chest tighten as I tried to process the heart-breaking words. You wanted me to stay here. Freedom was just inches away from me, and now the thought of never having it again was difficult to comprehend. I had forced myself to believe that 𝐾𝐜𝐤 and I would escape this place. We would be free and enjoy life without having to worry about anyone coming after us. I told myself it would be over soon. I kept telling myself that over and over again. I did myself a disservice. Doing this has caused me to become delusional and in a constant state of denial of the actual consequences of our actions. This was never going to end. Not until Alessandro was satisfied, and even though I had only met the man a couple of times, I knew it wouldn't be any time soon. 𝐶𝐻𝐜𝐼𝐴𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐴𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼 I talked out. I'll stay. Uncle Tom looked conflicted. He didn't want me to stay here, but what choice did he have? It was either lose one niece or both. Please keep ख़ safe. My voice wobbled at the thought of being separated from her. We had discussed it before, separating, but now that it was actually happening, it was a lot harder than I had anticipated. Of course I will, Uncle Tom promised as he grasped my hands. I bit my lip and looked up towards the ceiling, trying my best not to cry. I had to stay strong for ख़. She couldn't see me like this. I cleared my throat and started again. If it goes wrong, keep her hidden. I have a plan. Uncle Tom nodded and released my hands, only to pull me into a hug. I wrapped my arms around him tightly. I'm going to say it was me, that I did it. If they question you, put the blame on me. I whispered into his ears. Once we were both in agreement, Uncle Tom Ray entered the room while I stayed outside to compose myself. Put it together, Nola. After a couple of minutes I entered the room as well, my eyes immediately finding ख़, who was looking happy and relaxed. I'll go make sure everything is ready for us, Uncle Tom told us. He left the room, but not before giving my hand a final squeeze. ख़ must have sensed that something was, as her facial expressions began to change. I walked over to her and pulled her gently so that we could both sit on the bed. ख़, you're going to with Uncle Tom. Don't tell anyone what happened. Not one single person, no matter who they are. You're going to stick the story I told you. I paused for a few seconds before continuing. The Alpha has agreed to let you go, but I have to stay now. ख़ immediately yelled, standing up. I'm not leaving you. You don't have a choice. No. No, ख़ shook her head frantically. I did this. This is my fault. If anyone should stay, it should be me. It's not your fault. I grabbed her shoulders and shook her. Listen to me. This is not your fault. You're going to leave with Uncle Tom. I'm going to be fine here. They're going to let me go in 2 weeks. That's it. 2 weeks. I can't stay away from you for that long. ख़ sobbed, her face drenched with tears. I need you. My throat tightened and I took in a deep breath. Don't cry, Nola. It'll make it worse for her. It's 2 weeks. It'll go by very quickly and I'll be with you in no time. Please, ख़. You need to be strong. Can you be strong for me? ख़ nodded, her body trembling as she reached out to me. I wrapped my arms around her as tightly as I could. I love you so much. I love you too. You're going to go with Uncle Tom. You're not going to say a single word to anybody, no matter who they are or what they say. I repeated so she understood how serious I was being. I want to stay here with you. I don't want you to be here all alone. ख़ whimpered into my ears. I pulled back from her so I can see her face. I gently wiped her tears away, caressing her face softly. I'm going to be okay, and so are you. Listen to what Uncle Tom tells you. Don't trust anyone else except him. Maybe there's another way. We can tell the Alpha that I want to stay here with you. No, he won't agree to that. You're underage. I don't think they can keep you here. I lied, hoping she doesn't push this further. The Alpha would agree and keep us both here, and I didn't want ख़ here as well. As terrified as I was at the thought of being here on my own, this was the best for ख़. She wouldn't last long here and it would be disastrous for us. We just had to wait out the 2 weeks and then I could join her. After almost an hour of talking and reassuring ख़, she finally left with Uncle Tom. My chest was heavy as I watched her leave, and I prayed that I would see her again soon. The thought of never seeing her again was anguishing, and I waited until she had fully left the room before I broke down. My body collapsed onto the ground as I covered my face with my hands, my body shaking as I cried my heart out. Everything was going wrong and I was honestly petrified of the outcome. For some reason I couldn't shake this horrible feeling at the bottom of my stomach that I was never going to leave here. I was going to stay here forever. No one disturbed me for the next few hours and I was thankful for the peace. I cried and cried and cried until my eyes burned and no tears fell from it. Once I could no longer cry anymore, I crawled into bed and put the rough covers over my head, blocking everything out. I almost dozed off when something shook the bed slightly. I sat up to find the source but saw nothing. It happened again and I looked down at the mattress in confusion. Realization filled my body as I got up. I had put my phone under the mattress and must have accidentally left it on vibrate in my haste when I saw Uncle Tom's messages. Expecting it to be him, I pulled the phone out and turned it over. My mind went blank as I saw an unknown number. No, not this again. With shaky hands, I unlocked the phone to read the full messages. Where are you, Nola? I've missed you. I wanted to laugh when I saw the messages. It seemed like a lifetime ago when the creep would send me these messages. I was so eager to find out who it was, but no, I could hardly care less. This was just a game to them and I was done playing. If they wanted to inform the Alpha of what happened, they would have done that a long time ago. Fuck off, you twat. The reply was instant, and instead of fear consuming me, I felt nothing. Should I tell the Alpha Alessandro what you did? Be my guest. In fact, you should tell him face to face. That way I can finally see who the ugly wonker on the other side is. I waited for a few minutes and there was no response. I then sent a message to Uncle Tom asking him to let me know when he and 𝐾𝐜𝐤 get home and to give me an update on her. I put the phone under the mattress and headed over to the bathroom. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, grimacing as I saw how puffy my face had gone. Some people had cute crying faces. I, on the other hand, looked like a blowfish. Splashing some cold water on my face was refreshing and I felt a tiny bit better. I headed back to the room when I suddenly stopped in my tracks. I must have forgotten to turn the phone back to silent because it was vibrating. But it wasn't vibrating under the mattress. It was vibrating in Alpha Alessandro's hand. Chapter 23. Shit. I stared at him in horror as he held my phone up for me to see. There was no way I could see who it was from where I was standing, but I knew it was that creep. The phone stopped ringing and I held my breath. I knew the creep. He wouldn't give up so quickly. Can I have my phone back, please? I whispered, my voice hoarse from all the crying I did earlier. Come here, he commanded. My legs started moving before I could stop myself. Once I was in front of him, he raised his free hand and gently stroked my face. You've been crying. I looked up at him to see him frowning at me. He met my eyes and was about to say something when my phone vibrated again. The short vibration indicated it was a message and the Alpha looked away from me to glance at it. He removed his hand from my face, causing me to feel cold all of a sudden. The Alpha turned the phone around so I could see the screen. My heart began to race as I read the message. Answer the phone, Nola, or I'll tell the Alpha everything. Care to explain? My mouth opened and closed as I racked my brain for something to say. Other than the new messages from today. I had deleted everything else, so it was not like the Alpha could go through my messages and figure out what the creep is talking about. The best thing to do here was lie and feign ignorance, and that's what I did. I don't know who that is or what 𝐊𝐲 is talking about. I told him, hoping he would believe me. He didn't look like he did. Unlock the phone. Why now? With shaky hands, I unlocked my phone and prayed that the creep didn't send me any more detrimental messages. The Alpha took the phone off my hand and began scrolling through my messages. Since there was barely anything there, he was done in less than a minute. Without uttering another word, the Alpha began to call the number and I reacted without thinking. I lunged for the phone and tried to grab it off the Alpha. He raised an eyebrow as he tapped my hand away and held the phone up higher. The sound of the phone ringing felt so loud to me. It was the only thing I could focus on. Please don't pick up. Please don't pick up. Luck was not on my side. The creep answered the phone after a few rings. Hello, Nola, said the creep on the other end of the phone. I remained silent, too scared and horrified to do or say anything. Nola, I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. Was I supposed to answer him? The Alpha gave no indication on what he wanted me to do. He just stood there observing me. Why aren't you answering? His disguised voice was filled with irritation. Don't make me angry. It'll destroy your life. It seemed like the Alpha had finally had enough. Who are you? There was a pause before the creep continued. Who are you? Where's Nola? 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸 𝐷𝐐𝐻 Heart thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The Alpha growled. The creep ended the call and the Alpha turned towards me. I don't know who that is. I quickly told the Alpha before he could question me. He said nothing in response. Instead, he walked out the room still holding my phone. Once the door closed behind him, I covered my face with my hands. I was screwed, big time. He would find out who the creep was. He would be able to do that easily, and the creep would happily tell him everything he knew. I was such an idiot. How could I have not remembered to switch my phone to silent or turn it off? How could I have made such a careless mistakes when I've spent the last few weeks being so cautious? I felt so helpless and I wanted to cry. Everything was going wrong and spinning out of control, and I had no way to rectify it. I only had to stay here for 2 weeks and then I could have gone home. Now the Alpha will find out what happened and he'll never be able to go home again. This was the end. There was no way around it. After beating and torturing us, the Alpha will kill us and no one would stop him. All hope was not lost though. 𝐾𝐜 was here with me. She was safe and Uncle Tom would protect her. At least one of us would live. Other than a maid dropping off some food and drink. I was alone for the rest of the day. I didn't dare to leave the room. Too scared of what was to come. Every single time I heard footsteps outside the room, I braced myself for the worst. I pictured the Alpha coming in and dragging me off the cells where he would inflict as much pain as he could on me. I imagined all the things he would say and do to me, and my body trembled in fear. I wanted to be brave and strong, but I was petrified. As I paced the room, I tried to think of anything I could say to get both myself and 𝐾𝐜 out of this, but nothing came to mind. The creep had pictures of us in Saddleworth Moors, and once the Alpha started digging in that area, he would find his cousin's rotting body there, and it would be the end for us. The knock on the door set my heart racing. Calm down, Nola. If it was something bad, they wouldn't be knocking. Come in. I chalked out as I waited to see who was on the other side. 𝐴𝐸𝐸 strode into the room and I searched his face for any indication to suggest he knew what happened, but his face was expressionless. 𝐴lpha Alessandro wants to see you. Why? I whispered, trying to not panic. Does he know what we did? No, he can't have. 𝐴𝐸𝐸 would not be this calm if they knew what had happened. I followed 𝐴𝐸𝐸 in silence, and the long walk to the Alphas almost felt like déjà vu. It reminded me of the first day we arrived here and the first time I properly met 𝐴lpha Alessandro. 𝐴𝐸𝐸 opened the door to 𝐴lpha Alessandro's office and motioned for me to enter. I didn't want to go in, and for a second I wondered what would happen if I ran off. How far would I go until I was stopped? What would the consequences be? 𝐴lpha Alessandro was twirling my phone around as I entered the room. How long has he been bothering you? I immediately knew who 𝐴lpha Alessandro was talking about. A few weeks. I told him honestly. Why? I shrugged. I don't know. 𝐴lpha Alessandro began to walk closer towards me and I took a step back. Don't move, he snapped as he stood in front of me. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐼𝐸𝐸, 𝐿𝐼𝐸𝐸𝐞𝐜𝐈𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐿𝐼𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐀. He must know something. He told me something very interesting. The Alpha grabbed my chin roughly and lifted my face up. Do you know what he told me? I shook my head, causing him to tighten his hold on me. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐼𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸 I don't know, I whispered as I stared into his eyes. I said guess. His grip was painful now and I let out a whimper. I don't know. I repeated. Please stop. You're hurting me. He let out a dark, menacing laugh. If you don't start telling the truth, it'll do more than just hurt you. He knew what we did. 𝐻E's going to kill us. Now, tell me the truth, Nola. Where's my cousin? In a room filled with fear, I find myself trapped by a powerful Alpha, his hand gripping my throat. Just when I think I'm about to die, he suddenly smiles gently and asks if I'm a virgin. Chapter 24. He repeated the question again and waited for a response. His hand was still gripping my chin with too much force. No matter what I said next, I knew I would be screwed. If I lied and said I had no idea, he wouldn't believe me, especially if the creep had told him everything, and if I told him the truth, well, my version of the truth, then I would be dead. Either option was not looking good for me. I don't know. I whispered. His hand swiftly left my chin and went straight for my neck. I gasped out when he tightened his hold on me, but it wasn't as tight as the last time he tried to strangle me. I know you're lying, Nala. Tell me where he is. I don't know, I repeated, trying to remain calm. He removed his hand from my throat and stared down at me. I'll give you one chance to tell me the truth. I'll be lenient if you do. Looking into his eyes, I knew he would be anything but lenient. I wasn't going to tell him anything. Not unless I had to. I don't know where he is. I said the words slowly and with as much conviction as I could. Alessandro chuckled as he brushed the hair away from my face. His touch was surprisingly gentle and the opposite of what it was a couple of minutes ago. I wish you were telling the truth. I don't want to kill you. I swallowed the bile that was threatening to rise up. I haven't done anything wrong. I know my cousin is dead. What I want to know is who killed him and why. And you think I did that? I whispered, trying my best to add some shock into my voice. You're stronger than us. I know. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐃𝐥𝐻𝐃𝐤𝐧𝐑 enthusiasm. Sounding disgusted. Humans are weak. I was tempted to say something back and argue with him, but now was not the time. I didn't want to anger him any further. It remained silent for a minute or so before the Alpha spoke again. The boy will be coming here soon. He will tell me everything. Don't panic. Don't panic. Stay calm. The Alpha got closer to me. A bit too close. Do you know what I'm going to do to you if I find out you're involved in this? Should I tell you exactly what I will do? No thanks. I've got a pretty good idea. I kept my mouth shut even though I wanted to protest my innocence. Not that I was actually innocent in this. Have you heard stories about me? His warm breath caressed my cheeks and I resisted the urge to shudder yes. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐃𝐥𝐻𝐃𝐤𝐧𝐑. My voice barely audible. Do you believe them? My breath hitched slightly as his fingers stroked my neck. Is he going to strangle me again? I don't know. His fingers moved lower until they were an inch or so higher than where my chest was. Are you scared? Yes, I told him truthfully. You're right to be scared, Nala. The things I'm going to do to you. His voice wasn't intimidating and he didn't sound angry. Instead, he sounded like he was excited. His fingers moved back up and he cut my face, tilting my head upwards. Are you a virgin? What? Why is he asking me that? He stared into my eyes, waiting for a response. My mind began to spin. Why was he asking me that? Is he going to rape me? If I said I was a virgin, maybe he wouldn't do anything to me. Or he could be one of those pervs who want to fuck a virgin just because she is one and that turns them on. I decided to answer him truthfully. No, Have you ever fucked a werewolf? I stared at him in confusion as I wondered how we got onto this topic. Why were we talking about this? No, do you want to? What? Before the Alpha could ask me more random and inappropriate questions, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? The Alpha didn't look away from me when he questioned who was at the door. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐃𝐥𝐻𝐃𝐤𝐧𝐑. I have the human boy with me. The Alpha removed his hand from my face but not before pulling me closer to him. Time to find out the truth. Once he released me, I closed my eyes and took in a deep breath. Come in. The door slowly opened as I waited in anticipation. This was it. I would finally find out who the creep was. It was a strange feeling. I felt sort of relieved, which was unusual emotion to feel in this situation. I should have been feeling scared or anxious, but I think after worrying about this person for so long I felt calm knowing I would finally be able to put an end to it. The creep stepped in and my mouth dropped open. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐃𝐥𝐻𝐃𝐤𝐧𝐑. I gasped out as I watched him enter the room. He didn't respond to his name and kept his head down instead. Perhaps he was sending me all those messages and calling me. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐾𝐥𝐻𝐃𝐤𝐧𝐑. For some reason, when I thought it could be behind this, I never thought of Miles. I should have, since that creep has been trying to get with me for a while now, but I assumed it would be someone else. Someone who wasn't as wimpy as him. He was annoying and persistent, however I didn't see him as a threat. The creep being Miles did make sense. He was a weirdo and was always around. He must have been watching me for a long time and was doing just that when Kami and I buried the body. You know who he is? Alessandro's voice interrupted my thoughts and I turned away from Miles to look at him. Yeah. He's from my uni. 𝐿𝐢𝐳 𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Miles said after he stopped in front of us. 𝐵𝐸𝐾𝐸 also entered the room and stood a few meters away from him. He bowed his head slightly and I scoffed, causing the Alpha to glance over at me. He raised his eyebrows in question and I couldn't help but notice how attractive he looked when he did that. What is wrong with you, Nola? You're probably going to die now and that's what you're thinking about. The Alpha suddenly smirked as if he knew what I was thinking and I looked away from him. Do you know where my cousin is? Miles glanced up at me quickly before looking away. Yes, and so does Nola. I don't know what he's talking about. I quickly announced to everyone in the room before Miles could say anything else. Is he alive? I stared at Miles knowing what he was going to say but praying for him not to say it. No, he's dead. Perspiration started to gather on my forehead as I watched both the Alpha and Beta exchange looks. This was it. Miles was going to tell them everyone and I was done for. The room remained silent and I subtly looked at Alessandro to gauge his reaction. He didn't seem surprised or shocked by the revelation. Instead, his face was expressionless. How long has he been dead for? This time it was the 𝐵𝐸𝐾𝐸 asking the question. Miles looked back at him. Weeks. I think he's been dead since the day he went missing. How do you know he's dead? Miles looked at me again and I shook my head, pleading with my eyes for him not to say anything. I saw Nola and her sister bury him in saddle with Morse. Chapter 25. The silence in the room was palpable. No one uttered a word. No sound was made as we all stared at the bastard who was determined to ruin my life. My life, which I had barely started living. There was no way the Alpha would keep me alive after this. He would take pleasure in torturing me before he killed me. If I was being honest, I would prefer it if he killed me instead of dragging it out. Death was more appealing than constant pain and begging for a release. All I could do now was keep Kami out of it and keep her alive. That's not true. He's lying. My voice was low, shaky and unconvincing. All three men turned to look at me. Miles had a look in his eyes that suggested he was enjoying this. He wanted to see me suffer. 𝐵𝐸𝐾𝐸 eyed me in confusion as if he was trying to understand how I fit into this. Alessandro, the person who should have been filled with emotion, was staring at me with a blank look. For a second I pondered whether or not the Alpha heard Miles because he wasn't staring at me in anger or rage. It was a strange emotion, something I couldn't quite pinpoint. I have evidence. I took pie. Shut up. Don't speak unless I ask you to. Alessandro interrupted Miles before he could finish his sentence. Sorry, Alpha. Miles muttered meekly. The pictures were something I couldn't refute. I may have deleted the pictures, but Miles definitely kept his and probably made like 10 copies. Once he shows the Alpha the pictures, that was it. How could I argue with photographic evidence? So if what you say is true, you have been aware for weeks now that my cousin is dead and decided not to inform anymore. Both mine and Miles' jaws dropped. Was the Alpha seriously turning this around on him? Maybe he didn't believe him and thought Miles was making everything up. I didn't know he was your cousin. His eyes darted from mine to the Alpha. I thought it was a random person. Alessandro took a step closer towards him. Do you expect me to believe that? I'm telling the truth, Alpha. The Alpha turned his gaze towards 𝐵𝐸𝐾𝐸. Get a cell ready for the human boy. See, cell? Miles questioned, his voice filled with horror. Both the Alpha and Beta ignored him. 𝐵𝐸𝐾𝐸 left the room swiftly, leaving the three of us alone now. Alessandro turned towards me. You will remain silent. Not a single word is to come out of your mouth. Do you understand? He waited for my response before turning to Miles. Tell me everything that happened. Miles gave me a quick glance before he started talking. A few weeks ago I saw Nola and her sister driving to Saddleworth around midnight. They went onto the moors and started digging for a while. They returned to their car and pulled out something long and big. I could tell it was heavy by the way they were carrying it. It was hard hearing those words and not being able to say anything. It took me back to the horrible night, and I closed my eyes and swallowed the bile that was rising up in my throat. I wanted him to stop talking. I didn't want to go through it again. They took it to where they were digging and dumped it in there, covered it up and drove back home. What evidence do you have? I opened my eyes again and watched them both. I took pictures of them. I have it on my phone. Miles's hand went down to his pocket. Do you know the exact location where they buried the body? The Alpha reaction, or should I say lack of reaction, was strange. He seemed unfazed by everything Miles was saying. Yes, good. Have you made copies of the pictures? Miles shook his head. Only on my phone. And the Alpha then turned towards me. Anything you want to say now, no? I couldn't even speak if I wanted to. My throat was tight and dry and I felt like as though I was going to pass out. I shook my head. I didn't know what to say. I couldn't think properly and was struggling to come up with a way to discredit what Miles said. Why did you go to Saddleworth Moors? The Alpha turned his attention back on Miles. Because he's a stalker. To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Wanted to see where they were going. Alpha Alessandro didn't seem convinced with Miles's answer. You saw two girls in the middle of the night and followed them. Miles didn't know how to answer the question, and luckily for him he didn't have to. 𝐴𝐷𝐼𝐴 knocked on the door, and instead of waiting like he usually did, he entered the room with two other men in uniform. A look of panic flashed across Miles's face, and I couldn't help but feel pleasure and happiness seeing him worried and scared. Now you know how I've been feeling all this time. Take him to the cell. Bound and gag him. No one is to interact with him unless I say. Alessandro commanded. As I expected, Miles began to protest, but there wasn't much he could do against the two werewolf guards who began to drag him away. I felt a rush of satisfaction when I saw him shouting for help and couldn't help but smile. Nola. The smile dropped from my face and I turned towards the Alpha. I don't know what he's talking about. I wanted to beg him for forgiveness and explain what happened, but I also wanted to still see if I could get out of this without exposing myself and 𝐾𝐜. How do you know the human boy? Oh, Ian. I hadn't expected him to ask me about that. I thought he would question me about his cousin and what Miles said. He goes to my university. The Alpha raised an eyebrow and gestured for me to continue, and that's what I did. I told him about Miles, how I met him and how he has been pestering me ever since. I didn't mention anything about the threatening text messages or calls. Once I was done, the Alpha told me to go back to my room and stay there. To say I was confused would be an understatement. I had expected the Alpha to lash out, torture me, threaten me, or at the very least question me about what Miles said. Instead, he seemed to be just focused on Miles. I had no idea what that meant. Did he not believe Miles? Maybe he believed him and thought he was in on it too. If I'm going down, I'm going to take him with me. If the Alpha does take Miles seriously and believes him, I would lie and tell the Alpha that Miles knew and helped us. There was a strong chance the Alpha wouldn't believe me, but it was worth a try. 𝐾𝐜 and I could have been okay if it wasn't for that twat. I wanted him to suffer too. I spent the rest of the night, and the next morning pacing the room and thinking of ways to come out of this alive. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't come up with anything to get both 𝐾𝐜 and I out of this alive. I had to stick to the plan I came up with at the start and tell the Alpha that I had killed his cousin and 𝐾𝐜 was roped in to help. I would tell him how I forced her to help me and how she wanted nothing to do with it. No one came into the room all day and no food was provided either. I wondered if the punishment and torture had started, and this was the first step: starvation. Thankfully I still had the bottles of water in the room, so dying of thirst wasn't a possibility yet. It was late in the afternoon when 𝐵𝐷𝐼𝐴 walked in, and judging by the look on his face I knew nothing good come out from his visit. Let's go. Where are we going? I asked as I remained still. Saddleworth Moors. I felt my heart drop. The Alpha believed Miles. I whispered. I didn't do anything, he said. 𝐿𝐻𝐸 and didn't look like he gave a shit about what I had just said and instead ordered me to follow him. I felt as though my mind was in a weird thick fog. Everything around me was blurry and the noises were muffled. It was hard to focus on what was in front of me when my mind was this hazy. I followed 𝐿𝐻𝐸 through the house without a word and into a black sleek car that was waiting out front. There were other couples there too, but I barely paid any attention to them. The journey was horrendous. My mind cleared up and all I could think about was how fucked was. I wanted to cry at how unfair life was. It wasn't like we had planned to do this. Me and �K𝐜𝐤 were good people and we didn't deserve this. We had never intentionally hurt anyone or done anything horrific, yet bad things kept happening to us. Why does bad things happen to good people? All the cars stopped and a few men, including Alessandro and Miles, stepped out. I didn't want to exit the car. I didn't want to walk through the moor and relive the dreadful night. I leaned against the seat and closed my eyes. I could hear 𝐿𝐻𝐸 asking to me leave the car, but I ignored him. Get out, Nola. 𝐿𝐻𝐸 sounded annoyed. I don't want to, I whispered, trying to keep myself calm and collected. Now I'll drag you out, he threatened. I hesitantly stepped out of the car, the grass underneath my shoes squelching, and closed the door. I looked back and wondered how far I could run before they caught up with me, as if he was reading my thoughts. 𝐿𝐻𝐸 grabbed my arm and began walking. Don't even think about it. The first thing I noticed when we joined the others who were waiting for us was that the grass looked uneven everywhere and a lot different from when I last saw it. Then again, the last time I was here it was the middle of the night, and we were using torches. It was around here. Miles told the Alpha, pointing at a spot near a large rock. Shit. Start digging, Alessandro ordered. I couldn't tear my eyes away from them. It didn't seem real. It was hard to comprehend that there were men digging the same spot where we had buried a body weeks ago. It took us ages to dig the hole, but these men did it so quickly and with such ease. Hugging my body tightly, I watched in fear as the hole got bigger and bigger. I knew they would find the body soon and I didn't want to see it. It was hard to pull my eyes away from what they were doing, but that's what I did. I looked away as the men continued for a couple of more minutes. The sound of the shovel hitting the ground over again was loud and intense. The men stopped and I had no control over my eyes that swung immediately to where they were digging. I gasped as I looked down at the large hole. There was nothing there. Chapter 26. I was expecting to see the rapist wrapped up in our rug rotting 6 feet under. I wasn't expecting to see just soil and mud. My mind was spinning as I tried to comprehend what I was seeing. This was definitely the spot we buried him, so where was he? A sickening thought popped into my head. What if he wasn't dead when we buried him? Maybe he was alive and somehow escaped. I did check for a pulse before wrapping him up in our rug, but maybe it's different with werewolves and he was somehow alive. Where was the bastard? I don't understand. This is the place where I saw them bury him, Miles muttered, his voice filled with bewilderment. Well, there's nothing here. You've wasted our time. Alessandro didn't sound disappointed like I thought he would have. He probably didn't believe Miles and didn't want to get his hopes up. But if he didn't believe him, then why did he bring us all out here to find the body? I was beyond confused with what was happening, and it looked like Miles was feeling me too. No, I haven't. This is where they did it. I saw it happen. I have picked, that's enough. Shut up. Alessandro demanded, causing Miles to stop talking instantly. Alessandro turned his attention towards me. Did you kill and bury my cousin here? I couldn't respond. All I could do was stare at the massive hole in the ground. Where's the body? Nola. I glanced up to find everyone looking at me expectantly. No, only half of it was a lie. The Alpha must have been satisfied with my answer as he turned back to Miles. She's lying. I saw it happen, I swear. Then where is the body? This time it was 𝐿𝐻𝐸 who asked the question. I don't know. Maybe she moved the body. There was a possibility that someone moved the body, but it definitely couldn't have been �K𝐜𝐤. Maybe it was Uncle Tom. Nola hasn't left the pack house since today. If there was something there, she wouldn't have been able to move it. 𝐿𝐻𝐸 told Miles, who was turning a bright pink color. Maybe she moved it before that. It's been weeks. She could have moved it any time. Miles' words reeked of desperation, and unfortunately for him, no one seemed to believe him. That's enough. Alessandro stepped towards Miles, who was looking back and forth at me in the hole. I didn't see it coming, and neither did Miles. He had no chance to react or escape. It was too fast, and for a few seconds I wondered if that actually happened or not. Alessandro moved swiftly behind Miles and moved his arms in front of him as if he was going to choke Miles. I wished he had chopped him because I wasn't ready to experience something this brutal and graphic. Thick red liquid poured out of Miles's neck and sprayed everyone around him. No one moved an inch. Maybe they were as stunned as I was at the sight in front of me. I on the other hand staggered backwards when specks of Miles's blood splattered onto my face. It landed on my cheeks, my forehead, my clothes. It was everywhere. Oh my God. I gasped out when Miles's body crumpled onto the ground. The sound of Miles choking on his own blood was horrific and completely petrifying, but I couldn't look away. Oh my God. I whispered the words over and over again as I watched Miles take his last breath. Is this actually happening? Did the Alpha actually kill Miles? Why, you killed him. My voice sounded all strange and strangled as if I hadn't been using it for years. The Alpha ignored me as he kicked Miles's body into the hole. Clean this up. The man immediately began filling up the hole as the Alpha stormed over towards me. He gripped my arm tightly and headed towards the parked cars. It was hard to keep up with his pace, not only because he was walking too fast, but because I kept looking back at the men who were covering up the hole Miles was in. The Alpha shoved me into a different car to the one I arrived in. To my surprise, joined me. The front driver door opened and an unfamiliar man got it. I practically threw myself to the side of the car, my body clutching onto the passenger side as I tried to create space between me and Alessandro. My body was trembling uncontrollably and my breathing was so loud and panicked that I knew both men in the car could hear it clearly. I was finding it difficult to understand what happened today. My brain was hurting from trying to make sense of it all. Where was the body? He was definitely buried there, so where did he go? Did my uncle move him? Or did someone else know and move the body? Trying to think of who it could be, I couldn't come up with an answer, and that scared me. What if they started to threaten me like Miles? I don't think I could go through that again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Miles was dead. He was actually dead. Despite everything that happened, I mourned his loss. Not because I cared about him, but because no matter what he did, he didn't deserve to die like that. He must have family or people that loved him. Soon they will be looking for him and they'll never know what happened to him, and they'll never closure. A tear slid down my cheek and the Alpha made a noise. Don't cry. I looked at him as he edged closer to me. He lifted his red hand. The hand that was covered in Miles's blood wiped the tear away. I was frozen. I wanted to scream and push him away, but I was also scared of what he might do to me if I did that. I knew what a monster he was before I had met him. However, when I met him I didn't feel as scared as I should have. At times I found myself enjoying his company, but now this was a reminder of what he was and will always be. He didn't have to kill Miles. He could have punished him some other way. He didn't seem that angry or fazed when there was no body, so it wasn't like his emotions and anger took over and he couldn't control himself. I looked at the hand that was still cupping my face before looking up at him. You killed him. I did. You didn't have to kill him. My eyes began to well. This was my fault. In order to save myself, I allowed someone else to die. The Alpha didn't respond to my statement and instead said this. Don't cry. I swallowed the lump in my throat and looked away from him. I didn't want to anger him. Though he seemed calm, I felt like he could snap at any time like he did earlier. The rest of the journey was spent in silence. The Alpha moved away and was on his phone while I stared out the window and watched everything go by. I tried to take my mind off it, but all I could think of was what happened. When I thought of Miles, a huge wave of sadness and blame filled me up, and when I thought of the disappearing body, a huge wave of fear engulfed me. I was struggling to keep my emotions in check and just wanted to go to sleep in order to give my brain some time to recover from today's events. Once we arrived at the car, the driver parked up and exited the car. The Alpha left the car while I sat there unsure of what to do. The passenger side of the door opened and the Alpha looked down at me impatiently. Get out, Nola. I slowly did what he said and moved away so he could close the door. Wrapping my arms around my body, I turned towards the Alpha and followed him into the house. I thought he would lead me to my room, but instead we entered his office. "When can I go home?" I asked immediately after he closed the door. "You're not going home, Nola." But there was nothing there. I haven't done anything." The Alpha let out a low, dark chuckle, causing my body to shiver in fear. "You haven't done anything?" I shook my head as he approached me. "No," I lied. He gripped the back of my neck and pulled me towards him. His grip was tight, but not uncomfortable. "I know where my cousin is." "You do? Where is he?" "I knew we wouldn't find him there." "Do you know why?" "No," I whispered as a dark look entered the Alpha's eyes. "Because I moved his body." Chapter 27. Every single fiber in my body was telling me to run. They were screaming at me. "Run, Nola. Run." I needed to run, but I had nowhere to go. I knew he knew what we did, but what I didn't know was how he knew where the body was buried. Did he believe Miles and go to Saddleworth Moors, or did he already know before Miles told him? The Alpha was looking at me expectantly, and I didn't know what to say. Do I deny it and pretend I have no idea what he is talking about, or should I tell him the truth? Well, the edited version of the truth. "What?" "I don't know what's going on." My voice was barely above a whisper, but he heard me clearly. His grip on me tightened slightly. "Stop lying. If you tell me the truth now, I'll be lenient." Should I do it? Should I tell him what happened? My throat began to close up as I stared back at him. My vision blurred slightly as I built up the courage to tell him the truth. "I, what will you do to me?" He released the back of my neck and cupped my face. His touch was soft and surprisingly comforting. "I won't kill you." He paused before muttering something else. It was so quiet, and I don't think he intended for me to hear, but I did. "I don't think I can." He couldn't kill me. I should have been rejoicing after hearing that. I would get to live, but instead I was filled with confusion. What did he mean by that? Was his plan for me going to be worse than death? I needed time to think this, though. This wasn't just about me. I had to think about how it would impact 𝐾𝐜 as well. "If I tell you the truth, do you promise not to hurt 𝐾𝐜?" The Alpha raised his eyebrows now. "She didn't do anything wrong." "But you did." I closed my eyes and took in a deep breath. I was stuck. There was no way out of it, and the best I could do was make sure no one else gets caught in this mess. "I'll tell you what happened," I said once I opened my eyes. The Alpha nodded, but held onto my face. "Tell me what happened." This was it. I was going to tell him what happened. "I know he was your cousin and you probably loved him, but he wasn't a good man." The Alpha's eyes and face was expressionless. "I know. No, you don't. 𝐾𝐜 agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." He did something evil. Something unforgivable. What did he do? My mind went back to that fateful day, and I watched it replay all over again in my head. My heart began to accelerate when I remembered 𝐾𝐜's frantic phone call and walking into the house. My body was hot and my palms were clammy. It was out of a horror movie. There was so much blood, and 𝐾𝐜 was huddled in a corner holding a bloody knife. "Nola, what did he do?" I couldn't respond. My mind was too busy showing me what happened that day. Her clothes were barely on her. They were torn apart and she looked so scared. She looked so small and so scared. "Tell me what he did." There was a man lying on our kitchen floor. His shirt was covered in a red liquid and his trousers were around his ankle. "Now tell me what he did." The Alpha was getting impatient and angry. I hadn't asked her what happened at that point. I couldn't, even though I had an idea. I didn't want her to confirm it just yet. Once she did, everything would change. She looked so helpless and broken. What did he do? Maybe I could have stopped it. Instead of doing work in the library, I could have done it at home. I could have prevented all of this. What did he do? He was a rapist. My words came as a loud scream. He raped 𝐾𝐜. I couldn't continue as the rest of the words got caught in my throat. Tears were streaming down my face and my chin was hurting from how tightly the Alpha was holding it. Looking up at him, I pleaded for him to understand. It was self-defense. Alpha Alessandro released me and took a step back. His face was contorted in anger. His eyes were dark and his body was hunched over. I took a step back too, scared that he was going to lash out at me. The Alpha let out a ferocious roar and I took another step back, stumbling over my own feet. He raised his fist and I closed my eyes waiting for the pain to hit me. A loud thud beside me had my open again. A huge fist-sized hole was on the wall and I gasped as he punched the wall again. If he can do that to a solid wall, what the hell would he do to my head? I had to get out of there. Maybe I could sneak out while he continued to punch the wall. That bastard. The Alpha snarled as he began to destroy his beautiful officer. Did he just say, "That bastard"? Was he angry at his cousin? I hadn't anticipated this reaction. I had thought he would side with his cousin no matter what. Hope began to blossom inside me as I thought about him letting me go. Maybe once I fully explained what happened, he would understand our actions. We had no choice. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 had no choice. It was the only way to get him to stop. Tears of happiness welled up in my eyes as I pictured this disastrous situation ending soon and finally becoming free. We could move on with our life and start the healing process. I must have made a noise because the Alpha turned to his office and turned to look at me. He began to walk towards me and I forced myself to remain still. I flinched slightly as he wiped the tears from my cheeks. Don't be scared. It was self-defense. I began to say, but the Alpha cut me off. If the bastard was still alive, I would have killed him for touching you. What? I frowned in confusion and sure of what he just said. No one will ever hurt you again. Chapter 28. Oh shit. I was no longer confused about the situation. I made the connection instantly. The Alpha thought his cousin had raped me, not 𝐾𝐜𝐤. My mind wandered back to our conversation as I desperately tried to remember every word I had said. What did I say that made him think it was me? Sighing internally, I realized that I wasn't clear enough. I knew what I was saying and what I meant, but it was evident that I hadn't been able to get across that 𝐾𝐜𝐤 was the one it happened to and not me. I should correct him and tell the truth. His reaction to it happening to me should be the same when he finds out it happened to 𝐾𝐜𝐤 instead, right? I couldn't quite pinpoint why I had this feeling, however I knew his reactions wouldn't be the same. My conscience was screaming at me and I knew what I was going to do next was wrong, immoral, and probably disgusting to many. However, my options were limited, and if doing this would save mine and 𝐾𝐜𝐤's life, then I had no choice. I don't understand. I thought you would be angry. I was telling the truth here. I did expect to experience his wrath and anger. The Alpha looked conflicted, as if he was having an internal battle and wasn't sure what to do next. It wasn't your fault. My cousin should have never touched you. He didn't. I swallowed harshly before asking my next question. Will I be punished for this? The Alpha's response was immediate and urgent. No, you will not be punished for this. I don't think everyone else will agree with that. Muttering bitterly, I eyed his destroyed office. The whole place was a tip and I felt sorry for whoever had to restore it. Doesn't matter. No one will know. My eyes snapped over to his, completely forgetting how he sometimes hates when I make eye contact with him. He wasn't going to tell anyone. He was going to keep his rapist cousin's death a secret. Why? I was grateful. Eternally grateful, but also discombobulated. Nothing he was saying made sense. Nothing he did made sense, and I couldn't think of any reason to explain all this. Don't get me wrong, he was still very frightening, but also different to what I had expected and what everyone had said about him. Was this a trick? He was adamant on finding his cousin and getting justice for him, and now he's not going to do anything to the person who he thinks is responsible for his death. Maybe he was pretending so he could gain more information from me, such as who helped me and how we did it, and then he would strike. I was trying to make sense of it all, trying to figure out what it could all mean. Instead of finding answers, I found pain in the form of a headache. I don't think I understand. Are you saying you're not going to tell anyone what happened to your cousin? The words slid out of my mouth, quickly making me sound slightly too eager. No one will know. The Alpha confirmed as he stared back into my eyes. A huge wave of relief washed over me as I felt the mental weight on my shoulder lifted. A hope blossomed in my heart. There was a way out of this. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 and I would be okay. Though 𝐾𝐜𝐤 and I would be okay. There was someone who wasn't, Miles. With everything that had happened, it was easy to forget and overlook what had happened to Miles. His activities and behavior may have led and slightly caused his death, but that didn't mean he had to die. What about Miles? He knew what happened. He had pictures and he told everyone it was me. The Alpha had looked a lot more calm and civilized throughout this conversation. However, once I mentioned Miles, his face began to contort with anger and annoyance. I have dealt with that. Wincing slightly as I remembered how he had dealt with it, I pressed further. He had pictures though. Your pack members know there were pictures. While the Alpha for whatever reason may overlook his cousin's death, which still baffles me and is difficult to rationalize, that didn't mean his pack members would. They know what I did and might try to get revenge. Though the Alpha was close to me, he inched closer and cupped my face. His touch was gentle and soft. There's only one person that knows about the pictures. I made sure that he didn't divulge too much detail in front of the others. Why did he do that? These burning questions were at the tip of my tongue. I wanted an explanation for his action. I wanted to know why he was doing this, but I also didn't want to mess this good situation up with my curiosity. I was unable to ask the questions, so instead I said this. Thank you. His thumb stroked my cheeks and warmth radiated throughout my body from his touch. I wanted to lean into his touch. My heart was telling me that it would be okay and I should do this, whereas my brain scolded me for even considering it. I understand that this may be difficult for you and you can stop at any time. I need you to tell me what happened. I nodded as I detached myself from him so I could collect my thoughts. I was going to do it. I was going to pretend I had been assaulted and use someone else's pain as mine. Lying about rape or sexual assault was sickening and I felt horrible with what I was going to do next, but I have no choice, right? I wasn't doing this for the wrong reason. I was doing this to survive. 𝐼𝐸RM. I couldn't pretend that I'm a victim of rape. It felt as though I was demeaning and belittling all the real victims. The look of encouragement from the Alpha didn't help either. Why was he being a decent person now when I was about to be the complete opposite? It happened in my kitchen. My mind decided to show me an image of the kitchen and where I had found 𝐾𝐜𝐤. I shook my head, trying to remove the picture from my thoughts. Come on, Nola. You can do this. I had practiced this on the night it had happened. I had a backup plan to ensure the blame fell on me, and not 𝐾𝐜𝐤 if we ever got caught. I repeated those words over and over again until I was able to reiterate it without any mistake, so why couldn't I do it now? 𝐾𝐜𝐤 was, I started to say before stopping. Shit. Where was 𝐾𝐜𝐤 again? Was I going to say she was at home but in the shower or outside? I can't do this now. If I start telling him this fake story, I would make a lot of mistakes or say things he could easily pick up on and discredit. I was panicking and that wasn't good. I have to tell the story with a cool head so no mistakes or inconsistencies were made. I don't want to talk about this right now. This time my words were firm and strong. I need to know exactly what happened. And I need to make sure my story works and there are no holes in it. I nodded as I thought of what to say next. Should I say I would tell him tomorrow? I could use the time between now and to remember the plan and story. Think of any questions he may ask and come up with the answers for them. I was about to suggest tomorrow when the Alpha began talking. I know why you are hesitant to tell me. You do. I'm not going to make you do anything right now. Oh, thank God. However, I need to know what happened, so you will speak to someone else who... A counselor. I'll have one ready for tomorrow. Chapter 29, Counselor. I'm going to have to talk to a counselor about my fake RP. Shit. They're going to know I'm lying. They're experts and trained to observe people's actions, behavior and words. They'll figure it out instantly. Panic began to fill my body as I tried to think a way out of this. I don't want to do that. I just need some time. I will tell you everything that happened soon. The Alpha reached out for me again. Though I do need to know what happened. It would be good for you to speak to someone professionally. They will be able to help you heal. Why does he care about me healing? I'm just a random human girl to him. I don't get it. Why do you care? I killed your cousin. Why do you want to help me heal? My words had the Alpha removing his hands from me and I felt cold all of a sudden. I wasn't the only one that felt cold. The look on the Alpha's face was cool and blank. You will be speaking to a counselor. End of discussion. I wanted to say something back, but I couldn't forget that this is Alpha Alessandro. Though everything about him recently has completely left me baffled, I couldn't ignore the fact that he was an Alpha. A dangerous Alpha, and I would be wise to listen to him and not piss him off. For whatever reason that I couldn't figure out and he wouldn't disclose. He was being very merciful and compassionate, and it's better to have him like this than have him angry and wanting revenge. Can I go now? My voice mirrored the tiredness I was feeling. It had been a long day both physically and mentally, and I needed time to process it all. Yes. Do not leave your room. Just as I was about to leave the room, I turned back to the Alpha, who was looking out of his window. Thank you, I whispered, causing him to instantly whip around and face me. For not kidding me, I mentally added. The Alpha said nothing as he continued to stare at me with a strange look. I'm going to go now, I muttered as I opened the door. I kept my head down and headed straight for the room I was forced to stay in. The other people in the house ignored me as they usually did, and once I got into the room and closed the door, I let out a huge sigh of relief. I'm still alive. Kicking my shoes off, I jumped into bed, not caring that I hadn't changed from Attrick to Saddleworth Moors, and closed my eyes. Through my closed eyes a tear managed to sneak out and slide down my cheek. It had been a long and eventful day, and everything was finally starting to sink in. Miles was dead. He was actually dead. No one deserved to die. Well, the Alpha's cousin did, but he did something completely horrendous. Miles, on the other hand, didn't. He shouldn't have messed around with us, stalked or threatened us, but that didn't mean he deserved to die. I don't think he actually would have told anyone. He only did because the Alpha found out and he had no choice. The Alpha was strange. I wasn't sure how else I could describe him. At first he was so eager to find out what happened to his cousin and did everything in his power to do so, and now that he doesn't want revenge. I remember one of my first encounters with him. He was aggressive and petrifying, he still is. He killed Miles like it was nothing and didn't flinch. But earlier I saw a different side of him, a side I was utterly confused about. His reaction to hearing my RP was baffling. I don't understand why he was so upset and angry over it. Rape is a big no and completely disgusting and bastard in every community and culture, but maybe it was even worse in werewolf community. But then he killed Miles without hesitation, and werewolves are known for their aggression and violence. Violence on humans wasn't common here, but it wasn't unheard of, but it was the violence with each other that everyone talked about. In the past the packs would fight to death over territory, land in even positions and ranking in the pack. Nothing made sense, and despite me trying to comprehend everything, I was struggling. I definitely should have paid attention to werewolf studies in secondary school. I needed to push those thoughts aside and figure out what I'm going to say to the Alpha and the counselor. If they figured out the truth, they would tell the Alpha, and this time he wouldn't be so lenient. Maybe it would be a good idea to tell him the truth before someone else did. That way it wouldn't be as bad, and I can explain why I didn't tell him the truth originally. Or I could continue this lie, see it through and finally leave here. The only way he would know I was lying is if I messed up or the counselor suspected something. Cummy and Uncle Tom knew the truth, but they're not here and they wouldn't say anyway. I could do this. I could get us out of this. All I had to do now was come up with a good and convincing version of event from that night. Cummy came home from work and wanted to take a shower. She popped her head into the living room to say hello and then went upstairs. Deciding now would be a good time to have a break from my assignments, I went to the kitchen to make myself and Cummy a drink. I was in the process of making the drinks when there was a knock on the door. I didn't check to see who it was, as I thought it was my neighbor Mrs. McCluskey, but instead it was a stranger. I tried to stop him, but he was too strong and forced his way in. I ran to the kitchen so I could escape through the back door, but he was too fast and grabbed me. Everything happened so quickly and my memory of that time is hazy and unclear, but I know that he attacked me, and I defended myself. I didn't mean to kill him. I just wanted him to stop. Next thing I knew, I was standing over him holding a knife and he was dead. I panicked and grabbed the rug from the living room and wrapped it up, taped it and dragged it to the garden. Cummy had no idea what was going on and came in when I was cleaning up the blood. I told her it was wine and to find someone for us to watch on Netflix. The only reason Cummy got involved is because she heard Cat Misty meowing in the garden and opened the door to let him in. She saw the wrapped-up body, and I know I should have kept her out of it, but I needed help to move the body, and since she already saw it, I asked her to help me bury the body in Saddleworth Moors. Cummy had no choice but to help me. It wasn't her fault and the blame lies solely on me. I repeated those words over and over in my head. I didn't want to implicate 𝐾𝐜 in this, but the Alpha knew 𝐾𝐜 had helped me bury the body, so if I say she had no idea, he wouldn't believe a single word I was saying. Thinking I would have to repeat those words to the counselor, I spent the whole night going over it until I perfected everything. It's not like I could go to sleep anyway. Every time I closed my eyes, I watched the Alpha murder Miles over and over again, so sleeping was not an option. So tell me, Nola, how are you feeling? I stared back at the woman sitting opposite me. She had a white notebook on her lap and was twirling the black pen she was holding. She must be in her early 30s. Her face was stoic, had a few wrinkles on her forehead, and her dark eyes looked sympathetic. I hated that look. It was worse than the patronizing look she had given me when she was explaining how this room is a safe space and nothing could hurt me here. I'm fine, I guess. I just want to go home. She nodded and motioned for me to continue. I don't really know what else you want me to say. I shrugged as I looked away from her. We don't have to talk. We can just sit here. Stephanie offered, and through the corner of my eyes I observed her glancing at her watch. That's all we've done since the session started. Just sit there in silence. It was awkward and uncomfortable. Stephanie had explained that everything was confidential and that she was here to help me, but I wasn't stupid or naive. I knew she would repeat every word I said back to the Alpha. I also didn't like the way she was looking at me. I couldn't quite pinpoint it, but I knew she wasn't to be trusted. She could be a pack member who knew that I was here because I was being investigated for the disappearance of 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐼 and was looking to gather evidence. Before I could open up to her, I wanted to find out what she already knew about me and my situation. Do you know why I'm here? Alpha Alessandro briefly explained that you had suffered and experienced something traumatic recently and needed a little support to heal and overcome it. I shook my head. No, I mean, do you know why I'm in the pack house? I could be making a huge mistake here, but I needed to know if I could sort of trust her. Stephanie raised her eyebrows a little before copying me and nodding. Yes, I know why you are here. Did you know him? The Alpha's cousin. I watched her carefully to see her reaction. Her face was blank and expressionless. I don't think that's relevant. If you don't tell me, I'll ask the Alpha. I shrugged casually. There was no way I would actually ask him. I had yet to actually speak to him since yesterday, so you might as well tell me. This time there was a reaction and Stephanie fidgeted ever so slightly in her seat. I do know him. Do? Shit. What did I say? Did I use the past tense when referring to him? He is my best friend's brother. Chapter 30. Best friend's brother. He had siblings. I was unsure as to why thoughts about his family had never entered my mind. I knew he was the Alpha's cousin, but I didn't think about his immediate family. Was his parents still alive? He has siblings. How many does he have? They must be worried sick about him and wondering where he is or what happened to him. Even though he was a sick bastard and deserved to rot in hell, that didn't diminish the pain his family was going through. He was their flesh and blood, their brother, their son, and they deserved closure. Best friend's brother. I whispered as I tried to remain neutral. Yes, his sister Teresa is a very good friend of mine. It was silent as we both stared at each other for a minute. Does he have any other siblings? I was careful with my tenses. I didn't want to slip up again. No, it's just him and Teresa. They lost their parents when they were incredibly young, and though they had the Alpha's family, it wasn't the same. They have a remarkably close bond with each other, and Teresa misses him tremendously. My gaze wandered away from hers. It was hard to hear this, and I could imagine what Teresa was feeling. If 𝐾𝐜 had disappeared for weeks and I had no idea what happened, I would be losing my mind with worry. I bet she was doing everything she could to try and find him, at least she wouldn't get any. I don't know what's worse. Finding out that your loved one is dead and having all the hope dissipate from your body, or continuously waiting to hear something and not knowing whether they were alive or dead. There was a possibility that the Alpha would tell her he was dead, and then she would be able to slowly accept and move on from it. But how do you move on without any answers? There was no doubt that she would ask questions to find out exactly what happened. Especially if they're close. Would the Alpha tell her the truth? He didn't owe me anything. If anything, at the moment I owed him. Would he stand by his words and not tell anyone, or would he tell his cousin what we did? If he told her the truth, would she believe my version of event? It's never easy to hear that your loved one committed a horrible crime. Some people don't believe it. Some refuse to believe and others completely ignore it. What would she do? I wanted to ask Stephanie questions about her, but I knew if I did it would ring alarm bells, and that's the last thing I needed right now. They are similar to you and 𝐴𝐼𝐬𝐿. To my 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐬𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐬𝐬𝐿. I question looking back at her now. How did she know about 𝐴𝐼𝐬𝐿? The age gap between Teresa and Harlan is 2 years. Just like you and 𝐂𝐼𝐬𝐿. Stephanie eyed me carefully as she provided me with this information. I don't want to talk about 𝐂𝐼𝐬𝐿. Do you miss her? Stephanie asked, completely ignoring what I had just said. I said I'm not talking about 𝐂𝐼𝐬𝐿, so don't ask me any questions about her. I know you miss her and it's only been a few days. Can you imagine what it would be like if she disappeared for a few weeks in you? Forget this. I'm done. I stood up abruptly and pushed my chair back. Nala, please sit back down. Stephanie requested, her tone back to professional and polite. Fuck off. I muttered, knowing full well that she could hear what I had said. I didn't care about the consequences of my actions. I just had to get out of there. I stormed off to my room and slammed the door behind me. I was not doing that again. Stephanie knew I had something to do with Harlan's disappearance. The way she was watching me when she provided me with information on his family, and just know when she was asking me about 𝐴𝐼𝐬𝐿, there was a look on her face that I couldn't quite decipher. My heart clenched as I thought about 𝐴𝐼𝐬𝐿. What was she doing now? Was she okay? Was she coping? I wish I could speak to her, but the Alpha took my phone the night he found out about Miles, and there had never been a good time to ask for it back. I needed to speak to her. I needed to know she was okay. That's probably how Teresa is feeling about her brother. Clasping my head, I let out a groan. I felt an overwhelming amount of guilt, not just about what we did to the Harlan's family, but also to Miles. I think about how they're bad people, and with Harlan he deserved what he got, but what does it say about me? I was depriving to families of information and closure. They didn't do anything wrong, and yet they would be the ones who would suffer now. I wasn't a good person in regard to everything I was doing now, but at the end of the day I wasn't doing this just for me. I was doing it to keep the most important person in my life safe and alive. If that made me a bad person, so be it. I knew this, so why do I keep feeling guilty? And how long would I feel this way? I was consumed with my thoughts all day. It's hard not to when there's nothing else to do. Trying to reduce the amount of guilt I was feeling. I told myself why I was doing this over and over again. A knock on the door had me jumping off the bed. No one came here unless it was to provide me with food, but usually the maids would knock and announce themselves before entering the room. Come in, I tried to say, my voice a little crackly from not being used. I cleared my throat and waited for the person on the other side of the door. 𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐿 entered the room, his eyes immediately meeting mine. Remembering werewolf etiquette, I lowered my gaze slightly so I could see him, but I wasn't making any eye contact with him. The Alpha wants to see you, 𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐿 announced as he continued to stare at me. I know it had only been a day since the incident in Saddleworth Moors, but ever since then, every time I saw him he would continually be staring at me as if he was trying to figure something out. Why? I questioned as my heart began to beat faster. Did he no longer believe me? Did he talk to the counselor? Or dare I hope? Am I being set free? Come on. 𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐿 didn't wait for a response as he exited the room. He didn't look thrilled to be escorting me, and I wondered why the Alpha chose him and not some other werewolf. Surely the Beta had other things he needed to do. We walked silently to the Alpha's office. 𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐿 walked ahead while I followed from behind to pluck up the courage to ask him a question. When will I be going home? 𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐿 didn't turn back as he answered. I don't know. Why am I here? This time 𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐿 did turn around. I don't know, he repeated as he scanned my body. I honestly have no idea why you're here. He continued walking and I sighed with the responses I got. When would I be able to go home? If the Alpha isn't going to kill or punish me, why is he still keeping me here? 𝐴𝐻𝐻𝐿 knocked on the Alpha's door, waited for a response before opening the door and gesturing for me to enter. I slowly walked into his office that looked exactly the same as it did before he trashed it yesterday. I'll get to the point, the Alpha said as he stood up and moved away from his desk. I have been made aware that you have not been participating in your counseling session. What a bitch. I can't believe she snitched Ed on me. I told you before. I don't want to do this. I don't want to talk about it. You don't have a choice, 𝐊𝐿𝐻. I need you to overcome this and move forward. The Alpha said as he started coming towards me. His voice didn't sound like he was angry. It was somewhat gentle. Why? I questioned, causing the Alpha to falter slightly in his steps. Why do you want to help me? Why do you care? Alpha Alessandro didn't answer. He continued to stare at me for a little while before he pulled something out of his pocket. Before I could say anything, his office door slammed open and someone stepped in. Chapter 31. I watched as Alpha Alessandro shoved my phone back into his pocket. No. Knowing he was about to hand over my phone to me, and I could have spoken to 𝐾𝐜𝐤 only for it to not happen now, was devastating. It was so close. So close. Alessandro, the woman said as she entered the office. She must be part of the Alpha's family. There was no way a random werewolf would barge into his office like that. What are you doing here? I told you to stay in your house. The Alpha scolded as he moved away from me and headed towards the woman. The uninvited woman brushed her dark hair aside and frowned. I need to know what's going on. Have you found him? Were they talking about the Alpha's cousin? Teresa. Alpha Alessandro clasped her fragile-looking shoulders and squeezed it. If I find him, you will be the first to know. There are rumors circulating that you found a lead. Someone who might know where he is. Oh shit. Was she talking about me? Is he going to tell her that it was me? The Alpha shook his head. They had no relevant information. Nothing useful. The woman let out a long sigh. I don't understand. Where could he be? Standing there awkwardly, I watched as they embraced each other. She had to be Teresa, or maybe she was Harlan's girlfriend. The thought of him touching another woman sent shivers up my spine. Who knows what he did to her and to other women? 𝐾𝐜𝐤 can't have been the first one he did this to. Oh, I didn't see you there. The woman laughed slightly as they both pulled away. Can I get a glass of water, please? Did she think I worked here? Probably did. It would explain to her why I was in the Alpha's office. I can't try. I had no idea where the kitchen was. I faintly remember being told where it was located during the first few days after I got here. Alpha Alessandro met my gaze and gave me a look that suggested that he thought I was an idiot. She's not a maid. Teresa. So she was the rapist, sister. Teresa stared at her cousin, waiting for him to elaborate. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐵 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐵 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐵. Really? 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐵 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐵. Because I feel more like a prisoner here. Teresa nodded, however there was confusion on her face for a few seconds before she smiled and stretched out her hand. I am Teresa 𝐸𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐵. Clearly my throat. I grasped her hand and shook it. I'm 𝐊𝐿𝐻. 𝐊𝐿𝐻, she repeated as she narrowed her eyes slightly. I tried to pull my hand back, but she had a firm hold on it. Why are you here, 𝐊𝐿𝐻? Oh, IRN. I had no idea what to say to her. Do I say? Oh, I've been kidnapped by your cousin who is investigating me about the disappearance of your brother. I don't think it would go down that well. That doesn't concern you, Teresa. Now let go of the human's hand. Teresa immediately let go of my hand. You're screwing a human. That's new. I must have made a noise. Probably a disgusted sound because they both turned to look at me. Leave. We will continue our conversation later. I hesitated as I stared back at the Alpha. He was going to give me back my phone before Teresa entered, I know it. Can I have my peach now? Resisting the urge to throw him a dirty look or stick my finger up at him, I exited the room swiftly. I was so close to speaking to 𝐾𝐜𝐤. Maybe I could speak to the Alpha a little later and get the phone off him then. Another thought entered my mind as I headed back to my room. There must be a phone somewhere around here and I knew 𝐾𝐜𝐤's number so I could call her. The Alpha was busy with his cousin. The other staff here barely paid much attention to me, and I've hardly seen any other werewolves here that weren't staff. No one would notice or care if I wandered around a little. I had barely gone down the other side of the corridor where my room was located when someone called my name. Nola. Oh shit. I turned around to see 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐸 watching me. Where are you going? I was ERN. I was just going for a walk. Go back to your room, he ordered as he opened my room door. Groaning slightly, I kept my head down and walked back slowly, trying not to show him exactly how miserable I was feeling. Just as I entered the room, I turned to look at him. Can I speak to 𝐾𝐜, please? I need to know that she's okay. She is fine. You don't know that. Please? It'll only take a minute. I just need to hear her voice. 𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐸 shook his head no. Please? I'm begging you. Just one quick phone call. Please. Letting out as 𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐸 entered the room and closed the door behind him. I'm not giving you a phone. My hopes disintegrated as soon as he said that, and I felt like crying. However, I know she is fine. I whispered, trying to keep my emotions in check. Doesn't matter. She's alive and she's safe. He could be lying to appease me, but it felt good to hear that she was doing okay. Okay. Thank you. 𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐸 left without a word, and just in time to as tears began to pool in my eyes and spill down my cheeks. I wish I could hear her voice, see her face, hold her and tell her I would do anything for her. My sweet baby sister. She didn't deserve what had happened to her. She deserved to feel happy, safe and content with life. And that's exactly what I'm going to make sure she gets. For the next few days I had sessions with Stephanie every day. One in the morning and another in the afternoon. They were awful. I didn't want to talk about my feelings, but I felt as though I had no choice. I wanted the Alpha to give me my phone back, and if sitting in these pointless sessions would do that, then I had to do it. Stephanie clearly had no idea what the trauma I had experienced was like. I was grateful that the Alpha hadn't told her. I didn't want to talk about my alleged rape and how that makes me feel. It felt cruel and immoral to do that, like I was mocking those who had actually experienced it. Every once in a while Stephanie would talk about the bastard as if she was trying to get a reaction from me. She definitely thought I had something to do with the rapist's disappearance and was trying to collect information. Had her friend Teresa put her up to it? She must have, or else why would she be so focused on the wonker instead of doing what she's here for, which is to help me overcome my traumatic experience? That's it for today. I shall see you tomorrow morning. Stephanie closed her notebook and placed it on the table next to her. How long do I need to do this for? I questioned as I stood up. For as long as Alessandro wants you to. Great. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I hadn't seen the Alpha or his cousin since the day in the office. I was glad I hadn't seen his cousin. She wanted answers that I sort of had and couldn't give to her, and seeing her would make it difficult. I did, however, want to see the Alpha because I wanted my phone back, but he hadn't summoned me over like he usually does. Actually, Nola, could you wait here for a minute? I need to quickly grab something for you, Stephanie said as fiddled around with her phone. Maybe I could steal her phone. You're right, Nola. Like you're going to be able to overpower a werewolf. I sighed as I sat back down on my chair. I couldn't keep doing this. I felt like I was in this awful loop. I would wake up, shower, eat breakfast, have a therapy session, and then go back to my room. My afternoons were then filled with another therapy session, lunch and dinner, and then nothing else. I spent hours in my room doing nothing and being alone with just my thoughts. Perhaps this was the way Alessandro's revenge, boring me to death. I was being completely ungrateful and I knew it. It could have been worse, way worse. He could have locked me up in a cell, withheld food and water, tortured me. I was lucky. Extremely lucky, and I needed to remember that. The door opened and I looked up expecting to see Stephanie, but instead Teresa walked in. Hello, Nola. What are you doing here? I asked as I stood up from my chair. Alessandro has made it clear that I am not to talk to you, and I am confused about why he would say that. I shrugged, trying to remain calm. I don't know. Maybe you should ask him. I know why you're here, Teresa started to say, completely ignoring what I had just said. But what I want to know is, why is always Alessandro letting you prance around the house when you should be locked up in the cells? Okay, Nola. Time to get out of here. I'm going to leave now. I don't know what's going on. You should speak to your cousin. Sit down. I swallowed harshly as I followed her command. I'm so screwed. How am I going to get myself out of this situation? I'm going to ask you something, and you're going to answer me truthfully. I didn't respond, and she stormed over to me, grabbed my cheeks. Do you understand? I nodded as I was unable to speak because of how tightly she was gripping my face. Good, she muttered as she let go of my face. Where's my brother? I don't know, I answered truthfully. I had no idea where he was now. The only person who did was Alessandro. Teresa nodded as she believed me. Her eyes were trained on my face, and she asked me another question. Is he alive? I don't know. I don't know who he is. I've never met him. You're lying, Teresa whispered as she loomed over me. Her face was only an inch away from mine. He's dead. Trying to keep myself calm and collected, I stared back at her, expecting to see anger or sadness written all over her face. I frowned when I realized it wasn't either of them. It was relief. Enthusiasm, entitled with the Alpha, I felt an unprecedented sense of security. However, as my dependence on him deepened, my sister was out there facing unknown dangers. I must choose between protecting myself and saving her. And this choice would change the fate of us all. Chapter 32. I must be seeing things, because there is no way she was feeling relieved about her brother's death. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Pain, sadness, maybe even confusion, but not relief. Look, I began to say quietly, trying not to anger her. After all, she was gripping my chin. I knew it wouldn't take much effort for her to seriously injure me. I don't know your brother. I never met him. The supposed relief I saw on her face vanished, and her face was blank. You're lying. I know you are. I tried to shake my head, but her grip was too tight. I'm not, I whispered. Her eyes pierced into mine, and I stared back at her, trying my best not to give anything away. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and I didn't want her looking into my soul and figuring out what we did. Then you must know something. You have too. Her voice and tone matched mine. Tell me what you know. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬 engulfed my body as her desperate words registered in my head. She was looking for her brother, her only family, and I had the answers she was desperately craving. I didn't want to imagine the pain or confusion she must be feeling now. It may sound strange to say, but the anguish of losing someone and not knowing if someone is alive or dead is different. If they're dead, you can start the healing process and try to move on. I'm not saying it's easy. It never is. But at least you have closure. If someone goes missing, you still have hope. Some may say that's a good thing because there's a chance that they're alive and safe, but then you're always wondering what happened to them. Where are they? Are they alive? Will you ever see them again? Those unanswered questions will eat away at you, and even if you make peace with the fact that they might not come back, it's not definitive. There's a chance they may be alive, so how can you give up? I told her truthfully, I'm sorry that you're hurting, but I can't help you. Teresa released her inhumane grip on my chin, and I resisted the urge to rub it better. I looked away from her, remembering how risky it was to make eye contact unnecessarily with a werewolf. Some of them were very unstable and peculiar about it. Alessandro brought you here for a reason. He must think you had something to do with Harlan's disappearance. It didn't seem like her words were directed at me. She seemed to be speaking her thoughts out loud. I don't understand why. You're a human child. I'm not a child. I'm 19. I kept quiet as she muttered things to herself. Every few seconds, I could feel her glance at me. I thought I was in the clear when she grabbed my face again, forcing me to look up at her. I know you're lying about something. You know something about Harlan, but not everything. Shut up. Teresa snapped at me, causing me to clap my mouth shut. You can't have done something to Harlan. You're a human, but you know something. I remained silent as she peered at me. Why is Alessandro keeping you here? Because he thinks I killed your rapist brother. I don't know. Keeping my eyes down. After a moment of silence, I glanced up at her and watched as she narrowed her eyes. Tell me, why are you here? I don't know. I repeated. You'll have to speak to him about it. Before she could ask me anything further, Stephanie barged into the room. The Alpha is looking for you. Go back to your room, Nola, and don't utter a word to my cousin about our little conversation. Oh no, if you didn't, let me tell you this now. You do not want to get on my bad side. She threatened me, tilting my face up so I could meet her eyes. I won't tell him anything. The Alpha probably hadn't punished me for killing his cousin because he felt bad for me and believed his cousin had raped me, but I don't think he would defend or protect me against other werewolves if I got in trouble with them, and the last thing I need right now is more issues with werewolves. Teresa nodded her head and moved away from me. Good, she simply said before exiting the room, leaving me alone with Stephanie. I'll take you back to your room. Wait. This was a long shot, but I had to try anyway. You had a phone on you. Stephanie gave me a confused look. Yes, I had my phone with me. Please, can I use it? I asked her politely, trying not to show how desperate I was to get my hands on it. I'll only be a minute. I haven't got my charger with me and my phone is dead. I wasn't sure if Stephanie believed me as her face was void of expressions. Why do you need it? I want to speak to my sister. I told her truthfully. There was no point in lying to her. She would know anyway. The few seconds Stephanie took to make her decisions felt like 1,000 days. I could tell she was contemplating the decision, and I knew the instant she had decided. If you want to speak to your sister, you need to speak to the Alpha. A sudden rush of disappointment filled my body as I resisted the urge to cry. Please, I begged, my voice barely higher than a whisper. Please, I'll only be a minute. Less than a minute, no. The short and snappy answer crushed all the hope I had, and I felt myself deflating. We walked back to my room in silence as I tried to come up with another way I could get a hold of a phone. My only other option was the Alpha, who at one point was considering handing my phone over until we got interrupted. Maybe I could try him again. I had to speak to 𝐾𝐜𝐤. I had to know she was okay. The no contact was driving me insane, and I couldn't lose control. I needed to manage my emotions and behavior. I couldn't slip up. There was too much at stake. It turned out I didn't have to wait too long before I saw the Alpha again. After an hour or so of sitting in my room trying to remain sane, Kieran escorted me to the Alpha. The whole thing was unnecessary. It wasn't like I could escape this place. The Alpha's hot gaze penetrated my body as I entered the room. The way he was looking at me was starting to make me feel hot. What was wrong with me? Why does my body do this whenever I'm near him? I kept my gaze down as the Alpha commanded me to sit down. I did what he said quickly and silently. I waited for further instructions from the Alpha, but he didn't say anything. He only stared at me. Why did he ask for me if all he's going to do is stare at me, keeping my gaze on the ground? I cleared my throat and began to speak. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Please, can I have my phone back? Why? I want to speak to my sister. I told him before adding another word to my sentence. Please. The Alpha didn't respond, and I dug my nails into my palms. Please, let me call my sister. I begged desperately. I need to know how she's doing. Your sister is fine. I could hear him standing up from his chair. His footsteps were loud as he approached me. Please, Alpha, I'm begging you. Let me just speak to her. Just for a minute. I need to hear her voice. Why wouldn't he let me call her? What if they were all lying and she was hurt? What if they did something to her? Panic began to bubble inside me as those crazy and scary thoughts filled my mind. Did you hurt my sister? Looking up at him for the first time since I entered the room. Is that why you won't let me speak to her? Alessandro raised an eyebrow as he stared down at me. And if I did? It was a stupid thing to do, but I couldn't control my actions and I immediately stood up. I'll kill you. Alessandro laughed as if what I had said was the funniest joke he had ever heard. Last time I had said something like this, he was the complete opposite and was ready to end my life, yet he was now laughing his head off. His laughter died down and he smirked. You're a human. You're weak. Your kind don't stand a chance against us. I shouldn't have said it. I don't know why I did. Maybe I really was losing my mind because the next words that came out of my mouth changed everything. I think your cousin would disagree. I knew I was in danger the moment the words left my mouth, and I did what anyone would do if they were in danger. I ran as fast as I could and pulled open the door. Perhaps my words and my actions had stunned the Alpha. I know they shocked me, because he hadn't come after me immediately. I barely made it into the corridor when something large and hard crashed into my body, causing me to collide with the wall. The sudden movement and pain had me stumped for a moment as I leaned against the wall. I wasn't in that position for too long as the Alpha grabbed my hair and lifted me up. Shit, Nola. Why did you say that? What did you say? The Alpha growled as he tightened his hold on me. What the fuck did you just say? I couldn't say a word even if I wanted to. I was petrified. My whole body was vibrating with fear as the Alpha stared me down. Burning pain erupted from my scalp as the Alpha shook me by my hair. Using both my hands, I grabbed his hand that was clutching my hair and tried to get him off, but he was too strong. Let go of me. There was a second of relief as the Alpha removed his hand from my hair. The relief lasted only a second as he used that hand to wrap it around my neck. Desperation filled every inch of me as I clawed at his hand. I could feel my nails digging into his skin, but he didn't react. Stop. I can't breathe. The words came out in strangled gasps, however. I knew he understood every word I said. This is the end. He was going to kill me. My vision became spotty and my hands dropped from his as I struggled against him. I couldn't hold on much longer. Everything was drifting away, and just before I thought I would be let go of me, causing me to collapse on the ground. I was on my hands and knees as I inhaled the air around me. My mouth was making a strange wheezing noise as I rubbed my aching neck. Look at me, the Alpha commanded from above. I ignored him as I greedily breathed in, trying to restore the damage he had inflicted. Look at me. The thought of him doing that to me again had me snapping my eyes up. He stared down at me with emotionless as eyes as I still gasped around like a fish out of water. I may not have killed you for what you did to Harlan, but don't think for a second that you see. What did she do to Harlan? A voice interrupted. We both slowly turned our heads to the only person who wouldn't care to interrupt the Alpha like that. Teresa. Chapter 33. For a few seconds there was silence. A stifling and overbearing silence. No one uttered a word. No one moved an inch. It was as if time had frozen. The one thing I knew that definitely was frozen was me. I was no longer on the ground gasping greedily for air. I was subdued and meek. My body recognized the danger I was in. Before it was clinging to life, gasping for air and vibrating with fear. This time it was vibrating with adrenaline. I was frozen, but I knew what I had to do. My mind and heart were screaming one word at me: run. Whatever reasons the Alpha had for not killing me would not matter to his cousin. That was her brother, her family, and supposedly I had destroyed. While the Alpha may have believed what an evil monster his cousin was, I highly doubt Teresa would agree. Stephanie said they were close and had a good relationship, so I'm sure nothing I say will convince her that he was anything but a good man. Alessandro. That one word had me standing up and ready to leave. I knew I wouldn't be able to outrun her, but maybe if the Alpha distracted her I could get head start. He must have read my mind, because the Alpha grabbed my hand in a successful attempt to stop me from moving. His grip was punishing like I expected it to be, but it was tight and secure. Alessandro. Teresa said again, this time coming closer towards her. Her eyes drifted down to our hands and stayed there for a brief second before she looked up again. Where's Harlan? The Alpha didn't answer her. Maybe it was wishful thinking, but I was hoping he was using this time to come up with a believable answer to explain what he said. I was praying silently that he wouldn't hand me over. I had no doubt that Teresa would have anything but mercy for me once she finds out that the Alpha believed I killed him. The human girl. She did something, didn't she? Teresa's voice was filled with frustration and anger. Why are you not saying anything? You are not to touch her. It's the first thing the Alpha said to his cousin, which wasn't such a good idea as it seemed to only infuriate her further. Why, she snarled. Coming closer. Why are you so interested in her? I would like to know the answer to that question too. I understood at first why he kept both Calmy and I here. He believed we had something to do with his cousin's disappearance, but he wasn't too sure. That made sense to me, but this didn't. I'm extremely grateful that he didn't kill me, and I don't think he will end my life for killing. Perhaps he might do for other things, as he seems to have a terrible temper, but why was he keeping me here? He wasn't going to punish me for what happened to his cousins. The reasons were still undisclosed. So why was he keeping the woman he believed ended his cousin's life here with him, why he would see me every day and be reminded of it? He must believe his cousin was an evil rapist monster, or else I wouldn't be alive. However, I knew he must have loved his cousin, or else why would he have gone searching for him when he disappeared? He sent 𝐵𝐴 first to look into it before he joined in. He was desperate to find him too. He wanted his cousin back. Most of the things the Alpha said or did made no sense to me. Who is she to you? Teresa's voice was more softer now, and this time it was what she said that made no sense to me. What did she mean by who is she to you? I'm obviously his prisoner. His captive. That question clearly made sense to the Alpha because his whole stance changed. She is nothing to me. The words shouldn't have affected me. I was nothing to him and he was nothing to me, but it did. I didn't like hearing it. I wanted him to take back his words. This place is definitely making me loopy. Teresa looked unconvinced but didn't press further on the matter. She reverted back to her original question. Where's Harlan? The Alpha gave her no response as he tugged my hand and pulled me towards him as he began walking back to his office. I half walked, half jogged behind him as I tried to keep up. We were there in a matter of seconds and he pushed me into his office. Don't leave this room. He slammed the door behind him before I could even respond. To be honest, I don't think I want to leave the room. I would rather stay here where I was hidden from his cousin that would most likely kill me once she finds out what happened to her brother. I couldn't help but wonder about what he would say to her. Would he tell her the truth? I shuddered at this possibility as I knew what the outcome of that would be for me. She would be angry, and rightfully so. If anything happened to 𝐏𝐼𝐬, I would 𝐏𝐼𝐬. I spun so quickly, almost lost my balance and fell over, but I didn't care. The Alpha had a phone on his desk and I could use it to call 𝐏𝐼𝐬, keeping one eye on the door. I lifted the receiver and held it to my phone. Hope filled my body as I heard the dialing tone and I stopped my squealing out loud. Not wanting to wait another second, I began dialing 𝐏𝐼𝐬's number. I had no idea how long the Alpha would take. He might come back at any second. Come on. Pick up the phone, 𝐏𝐼𝐬. After what felt like hours, a voice spoke on the other end of the receiver. Hello. The voice sounded timid and unsure, but I recognized it. 𝐏𝐼𝐬. I spluttered out. My voice croaked why from the earlier assault. Nala. This time 𝐏𝐼𝐬's voice was much louder and clearer. Oh my God. Nala, is that you? Tears welled up in my eyes and my chest tight, and as I heard my baby sister's voice, yes. I croaked out. Nala. 𝐏𝐼𝐬 sobbed through the line. She kept repeating my name over again as she cried hysterically. Waves of relief and happiness flooded my body. She was alive. She was okay. I felt as though a huge wave had been lifted off my shoulder, and I couldn't help but join in and cry too. It was like that for a minute or so. We were both sobbing to the phone, calling each other's name out. Once I started to gain more composure, I took in a deep breath and cleared my throat, causing me to wince slightly. 𝐏𝐼𝐬, I don't have much time. Are you okay? Are you with Uncle Tom? I fired out the questions, ignoring the slightly burning pain in my throat. Nala, I miss you so, I felt guilty doing this, but I cut her off. 𝐏𝐼𝐬, answer my questions, I don't have much time. Through her sobs, 𝐏𝐼𝐬 answered my questions. Yo, I'm fine and I'm at Uncle Tom's house with everyone. When are you going to come back, Nala? I don't know. Now that there's a chance Teresa knew what I supposedly did, my chances of leaving this place were very slim. Soon. I lied as I closed my eyes. I'm going to do my best to get out of here. That wasn't a lie. I would try my damn hardest to get out of here. I miss you, Nala. I've been so scared, my eyes snapped open. Scared? Why are you scared? Did something happen? No. 𝐏𝐼𝐬 replied quickly. I'm just scared about everything, and it's hard being without you. You need to stay strong, 𝐏𝐼𝐬. I whispered, trying my hardest to keep my composure. I'll be with you soon. I looked at the door that was still closed. I have to go, No, please don't go. Talk to me. I'll call you again soon. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐰. Take care of yourself. I love you. �K𝐼𝐬 started crying again. I love you too. I got the phone and moved away from the Alpha's desk. I thought hearing �K𝐼𝐬's voice would make me feel better, and while it was a relief to find out she was okay, hearing her voice made this separation even harder. She's alive and she's okay. Focus on that Nola. Drying my eyes with my sleeves, I took in deep breaths and tried to think of the positives in this situation. There was hardly any. And focus on that. I was alive. For now, �K𝐼𝐬 was alive. That's all that mattered. Thinking about the positives didn't last that long and my mind drifted off to what the Alpha and his cousin were talking about. Lots of horrible scenarios played out in my head about what would happen to me. Each one getting worse and worse. I'm not sure how long I paced around the room thinking of the worst. It could have been half an hour or an hour, but that's how the Alpha found me when he entered the room. Before the Alpha could say anything, I fired a question at him. Did you tell her? He didn't respond. Instead, he met my eyes and frowned. Why are your eyes red, huh? Not wanting either of us to get sidetracked. I repeated the question again. Did you tell her what? I did. This time the Alpha answered me and my heart dropped. Yes. Chapter 3 from my mouth flung open, and I stuttered a few times. My actions seemed to have amused the Alpha as a small smile graced his face. Why would he tell his cousin? Does he want me to die? Why, you told. Why would? Cousin. What? Words came tumbling out of my mouth, but none of it made sense. I cleared my throat and tried again. It took me a few tries before I finally managed to talk. Why? Why what? What the hell do you mean? Why what? Why did you tell your cousin? What exactly did you say to her? Did you tell her everything? What did you say? What did you say? The question spilled out of my mouth frantically. The Alpha raised his eyebrows. Are you scared? No. I looked away from him, tried and thought of a different approach to take. Despite his actions most of the time, I had this inkling that deep down the Alpha cared a little about me. I have no idea why he would, since he think I'm the one who killed his cousin, but it was the little things he said and did that made me wonder about this. At the start, when he thought �K𝐬 and I had something to do with his cousin's disappearance. Instead of locking us up and torturing us like I expected him to do, he'd given a room to sleep and food to eat. He let �K𝐬 go, and for some unfathomable reason he moved the rapist's body and didn't tell anyone. He obviously believed Miles from the beginning when he disclosed to the Alpha that �K𝐬 and I buried his cousin in the moors because he went there and removed the body. When Miles told him this information, why didn't he torture and punish us? Why didn't he question us further? Why did he go by himself to the moors to check it out and then move the body so no one could find it? I could put the first part down to him not fully believing Miles, but when he did find the body, why didn't he kill us? He had to have known Miles was telling the truth and we killed his cousin. Why keep us alive? Perhaps all his actions could be explained away. Maybe the Alpha believed that it was Miles who killed his cousin and he was trying to pin the blame on us. It could explain his behavior, however. When I confessed, he didn't do anything to hurt me. Instead, he seemed angry and upset at my supposed rape and even went as far as providing me with a therapist so I could heal from my trauma. His behavior made no sense to me. It didn't seem like he wanted to hurt me. During the times he did hurt me, I could see the remorse in his eyes, and after the first time he hurt me, he applied some sort of medicine on my neck in the middle of the night which helped it heal quicker. Why did he do that? I was his prisoner at the time. I still am now. It was probably a crazy thought, but because of that I do believe he cares a little about me. Despite his contradictory behavior, I wholeheartedly believed it. Why did he care? That's a question that I had no answer to. I had no idea why he would care about me at all. After all, I was just a random human to him. I lowered my voice to a whisper and tried this approach to see if I could gather some information from him. Yes, I'm scared she might hurt me. Please. What did you tell her? Something flickered in his eyes for a few seconds before it became blank again. No. I didn't want him to go blank. I wanted him to reach into those weird feelings he had towards me and help me out. She will not hurt you. He sounded confident, which was the opposite of how I was feeling. Of course she was going to hurt me. She just found out I killed her brother. You can go back to your room. He dismissed me as he started to walk towards his desk. I couldn't leave the room yet. I needed to know more. I was dreading seeing her again, and I needed to know what she knew and be prepared for what was to come. Does she know what I did? What did you tell her? Alessandro glanced at me but didn't answer. Please, Alpha. Please, can you tell me? I whispered as I came closer towards him. He ignored me and opened up his laptop that was on his desk. Frustration and desperation began to build up inside of me. Why couldn't he just tell me? I was losing my mind here with not knowing what she knew, how she reacted and what she was going to do next. My words were slightly chalked up when I spoke next. Alessandro. The Alpha head snapped up as soon as I said his name. Please, I need to know. The Alpha sighed and closed his laptop. His eyes met mine, and for a second I swear I saw his face soften slightly. Sit down. I immediately did as he said and looked up at him like a child waiting eagerly for their parents to tell them something. His piercing eyes scanned my face before landing on my neck. In all honesty, I had forgotten that he had strangled me earlier. It felt as though that was ages ago, as so much had happened since then in such a short period of time. What he did both surprised and unsurprised me. He leaned over and caressed my neck so softly as if it was the most delicate and fragile thing ever. His hands were warm and gentle, complete opposite to when he was trying to cut off my air supply earlier. I was surprised by his actions, as I had not been expecting that at this moment, as well as being unsurprised by his actions, as he seemed to repeat this sort of behavior when he hurts me. Are you in pain? How about I wrap my hands around your neck? Squeeze it tightly for a couple of minutes and then you can see for yourself if it's painful or not. What do you think? I blurted out before clamping my hand over my mouth shut. Why do I always say stupid things? Do I have some sort of innate desire to die or something? His eyes narrowed into slits as he removed his hand. I have not forgotten about that comment you made earlier, however, I will let it slide this one time. Thank you. Gripping my chin in a steady grip, he lifted my face up. Don't ever say anything like that again. Next time I won't be so forgiving. Strangling someone is his way of forgiving. I won't. Good girl. He let go of my chin and patted me on the head as if I was a dog. I resisted the urge to move away and remained as still as possible. I have informed Teresa of Harlan's death. She knows you killed him in self-defense. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐂𝐢𝐳. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whispered as my mind began to scream at me. It was yelling, you're screwed. You're going to die. As expected, she is devastated to hear about her brother's death and will need some time to come to terms with it. Alessandro told me as if he was discussing something mundane about his day. She will not hurt you, however I suggest you keep out of her way, so she is tempted to retaliate. Due to the reassuring words I was hearing, my heart began to race and I could feel my body's temperature increasing. How was I supposed to stay away from her? She cornered me today, she could easily do that any time. Will I have to hide out in my room until she no longer has the urge to murder me? Don't look so scared. I won't let anything happen to you. The Alpha's words as usual confused me, but I was too worried about everything else to focus on that. Can I go home? If I'm not here, then she can't do anything to me. The Alpha let out a little chuckle. Nice try, but you're not going anywhere. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐂𝐢𝐳. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The thought of never leaving this place had my vision clouding up. I swallowed the lump that was forming in my throat and looked around the office so the Alpha couldn't see the tears that were welling up in my eyes. Through my blurry vision, my eyes fell on the object I was using before the Alpha came in. Can I have my phone back, please? I want to speak to my sister. My voice was soft and filled with sadness. Though I didn't look back at him, I could feel his gaze on my face. It was a minute or so before Alessandro responded yes. My heart leapt for joy and my head snapped towards him so fast that I was certain I had sprained it, if that was possible. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐂𝐢𝐳. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yes, he repeated, under one condition. What? I whispered as I met his eyes. I want you to do something for me. Chapter 35. The hope and excitement that was built up inside my body began to go down like a deflated balloon. Of course he would want something in return. I should have known that it would come with strings attached and that he wouldn't have given in so easily. I was desperate to have my phone back, so I didn't want to refuse his request immediately without hearing what it was. Hesitation and caution could be heard in my voice when I asked him the next question. "What do you want me to do?" "Stand up," the Alpha commanded, causing me to jump to my feet. "Close your eyes." Biting my lip, I debated on whether or not I should listen to him. It was a quick decision to make because I would have to listen to him regardless, so might as well do it without any fuss. I didn't want him to go back on his words and not give me my phone back. Before I closed my eyes, I questioned why he wanted me to do that. Why do it? He sounded slightly annoyed at my questioning, so I obeyed his command. I could hear and feel him coming closer to me until the warmth of his body radiated off him and he was only an inch away. "Don't move." Not bothering to give him an answer, I tried my best to remain as still as possible. I had no idea what he was doing, but if I had to stand here with my eyes closed for a bit in order to get my phone back, I would do it 100 times over without any complaints. He leaned in, causing me to swallow harshly. His warm breath was on my neck, tickling my skin and sending heat waves through my body. Despite the overwhelming temptation to open my eyes and see what the Alpha was doing, I kept it closed as something warm and soft caressed the side of my... It wasn't his hands or his finger. They were too soft and gentle to be that. It was something else. Something softer and warmer. The contact sent shivers down my back and I resisted the urge to lean into this wonderful sensation. It felt strange to even think this, but whatever he was doing I didn't want it to stop. I wanted him to keep doing that to me. It made me feel good. Really good. All of a sudden the warm, wholesome feeling disappeared as whatever was touching my neck was abruptly removed. I pressed my lips together to stop myself from whining in protest. Whatever that was, I wanted it again. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to open my eyes or keep it closed, so I did the latter. Alpha Alessandro was still standing too close to me, and after half a minute of me standing there with my eyes closed, I cleared my throat. Was this what he wanted me to do for him? It was a weird request, and I would do that anyway, even if I wasn't going to get anything in return, as he would make me do it if I refused. "Can I open my eyes?" I asked as my subtle way of getting his attention failed. Yes. My eyes flew open as soon as he said that, and my gaze met his. The air around us changed and I felt my breath hitch slightly as I saw the way he was looking at me. He looked at me as if he wanted me. Why was he looking at me like that? What worried me the most was my body's reaction to his heated, lustful gaze. I knew I should be freaking out about this, but instead I found myself wanting this. I wanted to see where this would lead. "Say my name," I responded automatically, my voice coming out breathless. "Alpha Alessandro." Say it without the title. This time I did hesitate. It's not normal to say the Alpha's name without his title. Why Alpha Alessandro continued to ask me to say his name without his title baffled me. High-rank pack members would never do that, so why was he letting a human girl do it? Not even letting me do it. He was telling me to do it. Keeping my eyes firmly on his, I said his name. "Alessandro." His eyes darkened instantly and I quickly took a step back, worried that I had pissed him off. His hand snapped out and grabbed me, and instead of hurting me, he held me tightly as if to keep me from moving away from me. His hand caressed the back of my neck as he began muttering inaudibly. I remained as still as a statue, but my heart was thundering away and my breath coming out in sharp pants. His other hand slowly reached out and stroked my cheek. The touch was as light as a feather. The sensation I felt was like no other. It was hard to explain what exactly I was feeling, but all I knew at that moment was that I wanted it to continue. Without thinking of the repercussions, I leaned into his touch, craving for more. His reaction was instantaneous, and he made this strange growling noise in approval. Instead of scaring or freaking me out, I found myself enjoying the sound. I wanted him to do it again. I wanted to hear it again and again. "God, Nola, what the hell are you doing?" I should have backed away. Told him to stop touching me, however I found myself repeating his name again. "Alessandro." He made that noise again in approval, and I almost felt giddy, as if I had a little too much to drink and I had no care in the world. He leaned in closer, if that was even possible. and whispered into my ears, "Do you know what I want, Nala?" I shook my head, eagerly waiting to hear what he wanted. His hands were still touching me and spreading warmth all over my body. He pulled back and his fiery, passion-filled eyes found mine again. "Kiss me, huh?" I whispered, still in a weird haze. "I want you to." He paused and bent his head next to my ear, his warm breaths ending shivers down my spine. My breathing began to quicken as the words registered in my fogged-up brain. He wanted me to kiss him. Did I want to kiss him? To my 𝐴𝐴𝐻𝐿 𝐷𝐐𝐻𝐿 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐰. I breathed out, causing the Alpha to move back in surprise. I had no idea why I was saying, and I had no idea why I agreed to this. All I knew at that moment was that I would do anything he asked of me. Alessandro bent his head down, slowly and deliberately, while I stretched my body to reach his face. I gasped, left my mouth when he wrapped his arms around my waist and lifted me up without a warning. To steady myself, I put my arms around the back of his neck, my hands finding its way into his thick hair and tugging on it. A soft growl came out of his mouth, then I tugged on it again to extract that sound. Slowly he began to move his face closer to mine, his eyes never leaving mine. I closed my eyes and parted my lips in anticipation. Just as our lips were about to touch, he muttered something, a word that broke the spell we were both under. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐰. Chapter 36. My eyes snapped open within a second of hearing that word. My confused brain picked on the word immediately and demanded attention. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐰. What does he mean by that? What's his? My brain was trying to comprehend what he meant by that word. It was trying its best to, but it wasn't working like usual. It felt as though there was a huge, thick, dense fog in its way, and to understand anything I had to maneuver my way through it to get to the clear section where I can take in what he said. He must not have realized he had said that because he continued to close the space between us, his lust-filled eyes lighting my body up. However, the light was fading as I started to frown. I wanted to know what he meant by that. Even though my brain still felt as though it was intoxicated, and part of it wanted me to ignore it and kiss him, the other part of it was screaming that I stop and pay attention. The latter part of my brain that was screaming danger, won, and I found myself moving my head back. "What?" And he mumbled, trying to close the distance I had created between us. As the fog in my brain started to dissipate, my hands dropped from his hair and swung lifelessly by my side. "What do you mean by mine?" It was as though I was watching a movie. The lust and passion from his eyes began to disperse and his face began to harden. This time it was him who was confused. "What?" He clearly had no recollection of saying it. Unsure of whether or not I should ask again, I shook my head. "Can you put me down, please?" He was still holding me up and my feet was dangling around as if I was a ragdoll. He did as I asked but kept our closeness, which made things even more awkward and tense. Deciding to create space both mentally and physically, I took a small step back. Alessandro didn't seem to like that as a frown began to form on his face. "What did you say earlier?" "What did I say earlier?" "Do you mean what did you say earlier, 𝐸𝐴𝐻𝐿? I didn't want to answer him. I had this feeling that he would not like my answer even though he asked for it and was the one to actually say it. "Did you say mine?" He leaned closer, his eyes filled with curiosity and something else I couldn't quite pinpoint. "No, that was you." Why the hell would I say mine to him, and why the hell did he say mine? Was this some sort of territorial wolf thing? They claim everything as theirs, even their prisoners. In a way, I guess it made sense. He was an alpha after all. Everything did belong to him. "Did you say mine?" He inched closer, his tone filled with urgency as if he had to know the answer. Swallowing harshly, I shook my head. "No, I didn't." I paused before continuing. "You did." Alessandro snapped his eyes away from mine instantly, but not before I saw a glimpse of disappointment on his face. Why was he disappointed? Did he want me to say it? "You're going crazy, Nala." Why would he want you to say that? A tense silence fell upon us and I rubbed my hands together nervously as I waited for him to continue. After a couple of minutes of silence and me looking at the back of his head, I found myself becoming slightly impatient. "So," I began to say, "can I have my phone back now?" He said he would give it, and I was hoping I could hold him to his words. However, he did ask for something in return. 𝐶𝐬𝐬𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻𝐳. As much as it pains me to say this, I would have kissed him if it resulted in me getting my phone back. I know it's wrong to do sexual things in exchange for things, but this wasn't sexual. It would have just been a quick peck. Does that make me a slag? Someone with no morals? What pained me even more to admit was that I wasn't upset, horrified or disgusted at the thought of kissing him. If anything, I think I wanted to. My mind was telling me to. My body was. It was as if I was under some sort of spell. What was happening to me? Why am I feeling like this? The Alpha finally turned around to face me, his face void of any expressions. Since we were about to kiss a few minutes ago, I decided he wouldn't be too angry that I was making direct eye contact with him. "You may have your phone back." "Yes, but..." "No. Why is there a but?" "But what?" I quickly asked. Did he still want me to kiss him? Did I want to do that? I can't believe I was going to do this. Taking in a deep breath, I took a step forward. "You're doing this for 𝐾𝐜𝐤. You're doing this for 𝐾𝐜𝐤." I repeated those words over and over again to justify why I was doing this, yet I knew that a small part of me that wasn't doing it just for 𝐾𝐜𝐤. I was doing it because I wanted to. Pushing that realization away, I closed the gap between us and leaned in. This time it was different. The atmosphere was different and the Alpha was different. He wasn't looking at me in the same way as earlier. He seemed more in control now, and there were no emotions in his eyes. "I can't reach you," I muttered, gesturing to our height distance. A small smile began to form on the Alpha's face and he let out a small chuckle. Tiny human. Resisting the urge to correct him and tell him that I was in fact average height for a woman, I shrugged my shoulders. "You're huge." The smile on his face changed into a smirk. "I know 𝐸𝐬𝐻." I instantly knew what he meant and my eyes betrayed me and dropped down to his pants. "Human." The Alpha snapped, sounding somewhat annoyed. I looked up to see the same fiery passion in his eyes like earlier. "Do not look at me." I immediately broke eye contact with him and looked at the ground. A warm hand cupped my chin and tilted my head back. "Look at my eyes." "What?" "You just told me not to look at you. Now you want me to look at you." The Alpha baffled me with his words and action and continued to do so when he gently wrapped one of his arms around my waist, pulling me towards him. He bent his head down and I could feel myself being lifted from the ground. The action wasn't as rough as earlier and was gentle and soft. It was going to be just one peck and that's it. Nothing else was going to happen. After that, I would get my phone back and would be able to contact 𝐾𝐜𝐤 anytime I wanted. As we both began to lean towards each other, I closed my eyes and held my breath in anticipation. He was so close. Too close. I could feel his warm breath on my face. His lips brushed against mine, barely touching, but the electricity that rushed through my body was anything but slight. A gasp escaped my lips at the sensation and my hands reached out and grabbed his head. As soon as my hands made contact with him, a small growl erupted from him before he pressed his lips against mine again, and I did the same. Gripping his hair tightly, I opened my mouth to deepen the kiss, moaning slightly when he pushed his tongue inside. His hand that was cupping my chin began to roam further down, and instead of stopping him, I arched my back to give him better access to my chest. He pulled away and I groaned in frustration. He chuckled slightly and lifted me higher. "Wrap your legs around me." I did as he asked, wrapping my legs around his waist and grinding my body against his. The friction sent shockwaves through my body and I let out a moan. "What do you want me to do to you?" the Alpha asked as he began placing kisses over my neck. I whispered as I reveled in the sensation I was getting. I didn't care about what he was saying. I just wanted him to continue. "Do you want me to FCK you?" Chapter 37. Did I want him? Yes. The words slipped out of my mouth before I even realized what I said. It wasn't a lie, though. I did want him. The words seemed to spur on Alpha Alessandro, who asked me again, growling as he did so. I answered his question ruefully. my words coming out gasps as I did so. One of his hands began to roam lower, and I could feel myself burning up. His touch. Everything about him was turning me on. The Alpha began moving, and I wrapped my arms and body around his tightly, scared that he would drop me. As if he was reading my mind, the Alpha chuckled and removed my tight grip on him and tossed me in the air, slightly causing me to let out a breathless scream. "I won't let you fall," he reassured me as he pulled me back to him again. He walked over to the sofa and placed me down gently. The lack of touch had me whining slightly, which seemed to amuse the Alpha. 𝐶𝐤 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐬𝐭, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Human. He loomed over me for a few seconds before spreading my legs and settling himself in between them. Carefully and slowly the Alpha began to pull down my legging, and as he did that his eyes met mine. Swallowing from the intensity of his gaze, I looked away, causing the Alpha to let out a growl. "Look at me." Following his order, I did as he asked and maintained eye contact with him as he rolled my leggings to my ankle. His fingers proceeded to trace and skim my thighs, going up and down as if he was trying to touch every inch of my skin. He was teasing me. His fingers would expertly trace its way and linger on my inner thighs before making his way back down again. Frustration built inside me when he continued to do this. My thighs weren't what I wanted him to touch. With one hand still skimming my thigh, the other began to pull off my shoes. Once he was done, in a swift movement he yanked my leggings off and tossed them to the side. "I can smell you." His voice was low and filled with passion and desire. Immediately I snapped my legs together as embarrassment began to fill my body. He could smell me. That was mortifying. "Don't," he rumbled as he grasped both my knees and began to slowly separate them. His hands began to touch me, and I felt the tingles spreading all over my body. My heart began to race faster, and my body was waiting in anticipation for what was to come. He took his sweet time, touching every part of me, slowly and gently as if I was a delicate and priceless object that could break at any time. Without warning, he stopped everything. His hands stopped tugging on my hair and he stopped grinding on me. Opening my eyes, I found him looking down at him. His eyes were still engulfed with passion but tamed. Feeling cold, all of a sudden I sat up and crossed my legs, tugging the bottom of the oversized jumper I was wearing. "Do you want this?" I must have looked confused because he elaborated on the question he asked. "I won't make you do anything you don't want to do. I won't force you to do anything. No one will ever force you again." My mind went blank as I tried to process his words. It was hard to do since my brain was still thinking about sex and all the things we could do together. Shit. I forgot he thinks his cousin raped me. This probably isn't the way someone who had been raped recently would act. They would probably have an adverse reaction to being touched in that way. I had no idea how to act. Am I supposed to act as though I hate being touched? Am I supposed to be repulsed by the idea of having sex? Everyone reacts to a traumatic event differently, so I felt utterly and completely clueless right now. The lustful haze I was in earlier was starting to dissipate, and reality of what we were planning on doing was starting to settle in. Shit. 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 What the hell am I doing? Is the therapy helping? Alessandro asked after a few minutes of silence. The therapy was definitely not helping me, and I wanted to stop it completely. I obviously didn't need it, and it was a huge waste of my time, not that I'm doing much anyway. It also didn't sit right with me. I didn't want to keep lying about the traumatic event I've had. I didn't know what to say or how to act to make it believable. Plus, I didn't want to see Stephanie after our last session. I don't want to do it anymore. My voice was quiet and meek. "It will help you, please. I hate talking about it." It wasn't lie. I hated talking about my emotions and ways to manage it. 𝐶𝐤 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't have to do it anymore, I asked, not fully believing him. The Alpha nodded, and I stopped myself from squealing in joy. I didn't think he would give in so quickly. If I had known he would do that, I would have asked him ages ago. "Thank you." A small smile graced the Alpha's lips before it disappeared. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a phone. I held my breath in anticipation as he slowly held it up. Please. Please. As soon as the Alpha moved it within my grasp, I grabbed my phone with both hands and clutched it to my chest. Thank you. I told him sincerely. Can I go? I wanted to go back to my room and call Connie again. I knew I had just spoken to her, but I wanted to get a full update on how she's doing, and I also wanted to talk to Uncle Tom too. The Alpha didn't respond, and I took his silence as a yes. Looking around the room, I found my shoes laying on the floor against the sofa, but my leggings was nowhere in sight. Where's my leggings? I asked as I gathered my shoes in my arms. Alessandro smirked a little before pointing towards his desk. My eyes followed his finger and I saw them on the floor next to his desk. I had no idea why he threw it that far and grudgingly made my way over to the desk. I reached over and grabbed the leggings when the Alpha's door suddenly opened. I stood up immediately and tried to cover my bare legs with my leggings, but it was too late. What the fuck? Chapter 38. I turned around to see who I had just flashed. My eyes widening when I saw who it was. It was Teresa. Of course it was. It was just my luck for her to see me like this. She was glaring at me in horror and disgust. Her eyes trained on my hands that were holding my shoes. Phone and leggings for dear life in front of my lower region area. I wanted to say something, but what could I say? It would be too kitsch to say what I was thinking. It's not what it looks like. And I don't think she would believe me either. Her eyes moved away from my body and landed on Alessandro. How could you? She screamed as she slammed the door behind her. I was thankful that she did that. I didn't want anyone else seeing me or hearing this. Teresa, calm down. Alessandro simply said, not seeming too fazed by this. You told me what happened with her and with Harlan, and now she seemed lost for words as her eyes flickered between the two of us. Now would probably be a good time to leave Nola. I placed my shoes on the ground and began to hastily put my pants on. She looked extremely pissed off, and I didn't want to at the receiving end of her anger. Her anger was justified though. She had every right to be angry and despise me. She thought I killed her brother. She also had every right to be angry with Alessandro too. From her point of view, her cousin is keeping her brother's killer alive and well, but not only that. He's sleeping with her too. If I was in her position, I would be fuming. All hell would break loose. I wanted to clarify that part to her, the Essex part. I wanted her to know nothing happened between us and nothing will. Lies. You were ready to drop your panties a few seconds ago. A voice inside me sniggered, causing me to wince at thought. It was official. I was going crazy. Teresa saw the face I made and her eyes grew wide. She turned back to Alessandro and pushed him. Though I could see she used a lot of force behind her push, the Alpha barely moved. How could you? You're disgusting. She screamed as she pounded on his chest. The Alpha looked down at her patiently, allowing her to let out her rage and pain. While he may not be in any discomfort, I knew if she attempted to inflict a tiny bit of that on me, it would hurt a lot, and I really didn't want to get hit. So once my shoes were on, I clasped my phone tightly and slowly tried to walk towards the door. Clearly I wasn't as quiet as I was hoping to be, because the Alpha and Teresa snapped their heads towards me. Crap. Unsure of what to say, I stared back at them. Swallowing harshly when Teresa dropped her hands from the Alpha's chest and began to advance towards me. Teresa, Alessandro warned as she continued to advance me. That did nothing to stop her, and the Alpha didn't seem too concerned about my safety as he didn't try again to stop her. I, on the other hand, cared about my safety and began to take a couple of steps back. It was like a game that we were playing. Each time she took a step towards me, I took a step back. It wasn't long until I found myself backed up against the door. I was an idiot. I allowed myself to be trapped. I should have ran when I got the chance. The Alpha could have distracted her or stopped her, trying not to anger her even further. I kept my eyes low and made no noises. Right. Her tone of voice was the opposite of what I was expecting. My answer came out as a question as I stood there trying to understand why she wasn't attempting to attack me. Are you okay? How did she just ask me if I was okay? No, of course she didn't. I must have misheard her. Are you okay? Nola. She repeated her question again, this time slower. I didn't mishear her. What the hell? Oh yeah. I finally managed to splutter out after a couple of minutes of silence. I had to know what was going on. 𝐶𝐻 lifted my head up so I could see her. Shock and confusion cascaded through every inch of me as I took in her expression. Her face was full of concern as if she was worried about a loved one, and her eyes were swimming with pity. No, seriously. What the hell? 𝐊𝐼𝐬, she began to say, her voice soft and cautious. Did Alessandro hurt you? My eyes immediately went over to Alessandro, who was watching this exchange with a blank look. I had no idea what was going on, and I had no idea if I should tell her the truth. He had hurt me multiple times, but why did she want to know that? Why does she care? What do you mean? I questioned as I pulled my eyes away from Alessandro. Why were you not wearing clothes? Did he force you? This time I wasn't the only one who had a reaction to her questions. Alessandro was outraged by the question she had just asked me. What the FCK are you saying, Teresa? Alessandro snapped. Have you lost your F-king mind? Teresa turned on Alessandro. What am I supposed to think? You told me that my bastardy brother 𝐴 a human, and now the same human is here in your office with no clothes on, looking petrified. That's why she was angry when she came, and she thought the Alpha had been 𝐶𝐻 abusing me. The fact that she cared, was horrified, and was trying to do something about it made me realize that she is nothing like her 𝐾𝐥𝐻𝐾, the head of a brother. A big part of me didn't think Teresa would believe I relayed to the Alpha. I thought she would doubt it, especially at first, or demand I provide evidence and proof. Why did she believe it so quickly? Did she not contain any anger or hatred towards me for killing her brother? Or did she think my action was justified? Did she think he deserved to die for raping a human? Don't be ridiculous. Alessandro snarled. I didn't force the human to do anything. She killed Harlan, and you despise humans. I thought this was your way of punishing her. Alessandro scoffed. I hate humans, why would I FCK them? To my 𝐾𝐥𝐻𝐾 𝐵, heartfelt thanks for your unfading 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐰. It was only a few minutes ago when you were humping me and asking if I wanted you to stick your DCK inside me. A sudden rush of discomfort began to bloom in my heart, and I rubbed my chest discreetly to help ease the pain. The pain only flitted around for a few seconds before it dissipated. Leave human, Alessandro commanded, not even looking at me. His words stung, and the slight twinge of pain I felt just a second ago came back again. My hand immediately went back to my chest and I rubbed it to alleviate the pain. Why was I getting random chest pains? They seemed to occur around the Alpha, but that didn't mean anything. Right. It was just a coincidence. There was no way his words and action could lead to physical pain. Why are you touching your chest? Teresa suddenly questioned. I guess I wasn't being as discreet as I thought I was. It's nothing. It's just randomly hurting. I told her truthfully, removing my hand from my chest. Her eyes narrowed before flickering back to Alessandro, who for some reason was clenching his jaws. Her eyes wide, and it became bright like she had some sort of revelation. It makes sense now, she whispered, her eyes still going back and forth between the two of us. What does? What was she talking about? Alessandro, she whispered again. This time her eyes weren't darting between us two, it was fixated on the Alpha. Is she yours? Chapter 39. I waited for Teresa to finish her conversation sentence, but she stopped abruptly as if that was the end of her question. Am I his what? My eyes volleyed between the two of them, trying to understand why she stopped halfway and what she meant. Does she think I'm his prisoner? It would be inaccurate to say that I am. Despite the initial harsh treatment where he locked both 𝐾𝐜 and I in some sort of cell, threatened us and told us we were to be his maids, I wouldn't say that I am. I was trapped here. I couldn't leave this place just yet, but I wasn't forced to endure physical and mental torture like prisoners would. Yes, he was physically aggressive, however I personally think that that's just the way werewolves are. They are very aggressive in nature, and as expected that he would be more. Also, not to victim blame, if you could call me the victim, I don't think I've made it any easier on myself. I've behaved and acted in that have provoked him. Why I keep on doing that continues to confuse me. I can't seem to think properly around him. though the Alpha remained silent. The tension on his face was evident. He looked uneasy, as if someone was close to figuring out a secret that he never wanted anyone to find out. Rigid body caught my attention. Not like earlier when we were humping each other. I wanted to know what Teresa had figured out, and why he was reacting like this. "Don't be upset." The Alpha finally responded. His tone was light, guarded and calm despite how on edge he looked. "Alessandro, tell me." "Yeah. Tell me because I would like to know what you're both talking about." "She isn't." "Isn't what?" "Why do these people not finish their sentences?" "I don't believe you," Teresa told him, her eyes still bright and eager. "Believe what you want, Teresa." He turned his head and looked over at me. "I thought I told you to leave." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." This time his words didn't affect me physically, leading me to believe that earlier was random and strange. "I'm leaving," I announced as I started to walk away from the pair of them. "Stop. Don't go," Teresa called out, causing me to halt abruptly. Looking over at the Alpha, I lifted my hands up, gesturing what he wanted me to do. Having no response from him, I waited for a few seconds before walking again. "I told you to stop." Teresa's voice was no longer friendly. She sounded annoyed and frustrated. Holding in a sigh, I turned around and faced both of them. "Yes, not yours. You say," Teresa said to no one in particular as she leisurely walked over to me. It didn't take her long, since she was only standing a couple of meters away from me, "so you wouldn't care if something happened to her." Not liking where this conversation was heading, I discreetly took a step back. There was no way I was getting in the middle of whatever it was they were saying and doing, especially if it included something happening to me. Though I could feel the Alpha's eyes on me, I didn't look up then or when he responded, "No." "Let's put that to the test, shall we?" "Let's not. I'm out of here." My attempts to make a run for it was halted when Teresa grabbed my arms and swung me around. Stumbling slightly, I put my hands out to balance myself, which seemed to be an error on my part as Teresa clasped her own ones around them and began to squeeze. "What the hell?" I yelled as I tried to pull myself away from her inhumane grip. "Let go. So if I broke her hands, you wouldn't care." "What the actual fuck?" I thought the Alpha was a psycho, but she seems even more unhinged than he was. Maybe insanity runs in their family. Not his short answer had my mind and body on high alert. Alongside the concern for my safety and well-being, I was also perplexed. The Alpha didn't want Teresa to hurt me earlier after she had found out that I had allegedly killed her brother, but now he was going to allow her to break my hands. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Teresa began tightening her crushing grip on my hands. "Stop. What the hell is wrong with you? Stop it." Trying my best to stop and relive the crushing pain I was feeling, Teresa dropped my hands and I sighed in relief. Looking down, I could see how red my hands were, and I wiggled my fingers to see if they were still functioning, and thankfully they were. My relief was short-lived when a sudden force grabbed my neck and began squeezing. Gasping for breath, I watched as Teresa lifted my body slightly off the ground. My nails dug into her hand that was restricting my airflow as panic flooded my body. What if I killed her? I expected her to start squeezing harder as soon as she uttered those words, but she kept her hand wrapped around my neck tightly, but not too tight where I would lose unconsciousness soon. Don't get me wrong. I was struggling to breathe, but I didn't think she would actually follow through with her words. "Teresa, stop acting like a child and put her down." Alpha Alessandro sounded more annoyed than pissed. "Now is not the time to insult her. I thought you didn't care." Her hands tight and around my neck slightly. "Humans are fragile. They break easily. She's my captive. I decide what happens to her. Now put her down. Tell me the truth first." Teresa adjusted her grip on me again, and this time I was actually struggling to breathe. Since my assault on her hand was doing nothing, I began to swing my legs around, trying to kick her as hard as I could. My energy was slowly depleting, and my kicks and scratches had no effect on her, just as I was losing both hope and consciousness. Teresa released her hold on me, causing me to crash down hardly onto the ground. My beaten hands caressed my throat as I coughed and greedily inhaled the air around me. "Tell me, Alessandro." Teresa's voice was soft. "You can't trust me." "Human," Alpha Alessandro growled, still gasping for air. I looked up at the Alpha, who was looking down at me. He looked extremely angry, and I found myself shrinking away from him. "Leave. You don't need to tell me twice." Scrambling to get up, I have crawled to the door, fully aware that I looked extremely pathetic and weak at that moment, but not giving a shit. Once I was out of the room and had closed the door behind me, I leaned against it and closed my eyes. Taking a minute to recuperate, I slowly got up from the floor using the door and all the help and began to walk back to my room. I was never going to leave the room again. I couldn't deal with another attack like that. It took me a little longer than usual to get to my room as my body was still shaking, and once I got there, I flopped down onto the bed and closed my eyes. Tears began to leak from my closed eyelids. I felt mentally and physically drained and constantly on edge. I couldn't relax. I couldn't sleep. I was always waiting for the next thing to happen, and it was slowly draining my soul. I wanted it to stop. I wanted everything to stop. I had no idea how long I laid there for, immobilized with tears streaming down my face, but after a while I got into a sitting position and leaned against the headboard. Though the physical events of today were slowly fading away, the pain in my body was no longer prominent. The mental side of things began to creep, shaking my head. I forced myself not to think about what had almost happened with me and the Alpha and what Teresa and the Alpha could have been talking about, and pulled my phone out from my pocket. Staring at my phone in front of me, I was surprised to see that it was on and still had charge. I cleared my throat a few times, wincing as I did, and began to say random words out loud. Once I was satisfied that my voice didn't sound a croak or different, I unlocked my phone and was about to call Connie when there was a knock on the door. Thinking it was the Alpha wanting my phone back, I shoved my phone into the pillowcase and headed over to the door. I stopped briefly at the door and wiped my wet face with the sleeve of my top. I didn't want the Alpha to know I had cried. I couldn't let him see any weaknesses from me. My mouth dropped when I saw who was on the other side of the door. It wasn't the Alpha like I had expected. It was Teresa. What if she came back to finish me off? Should I slam the door? Should I run to the bathroom and lock myself in there? Teresa raised her hands, that had abused me earlier, up in a mock surrender. "I'm not going to hurt you." I would be extremely stupid if I believed her. Disbelief must have been etched on my face, because she let out a little laugh and actually looked apologetic. "I won't hurt you again. Can I come in?" "No, you bloody well cannot." I took a step back and allowed her into the room. It wasn't like I had a choice anyway, as she could force her way in if she wanted to. "I want to apologize for earlier," Teresa began to say, catching me completely off guard. I had to make sure, blinking several times. I tried to make sense of her words. She was apologizing. What she did was bang out of order, but I could understand it. Not what they were talking about earlier, but I could understand her anger towards me. It was completely justified. I didn't respond, and the smile slipped off Teresa's face. "I want you to know that I will not hurt you again, and I will make sure no one does either her." I was completely and utterly dumbfounded with what she had just said, and was starting to think it over when she spoke again. Families protect each other. My relationship with the Alpha is filled with contradictions. 𝐿𝐢𝐳 is my captor, yet 𝐿𝐢𝐳 also the desire deep within me. Every time he gets close, my heart races, but I know this feeling is dangerous. Am I in love with him? Or am I just deceiving myself? Chapter 40. She was right. Families do protect each other, but why was she telling me this? A horrifying thought catapulted into my head, and I couldn't stop myself from gasping out loud. What if she knew 𝐾𝐜𝐤 was the one who killed Harlan and was covering up for her? She believes that I am protecting 𝐾𝐜𝐤 because she's my family, and this was her way of saying she knew why I was doing it. What's wrong? Concern was etched onto Teresa's face as she took a step closer towards me. Instinctively I took a step back and watched as sadness enveloped Teresa's face for a couple of seconds before it returned back to normal. Why was she sad about me moving away from her? It was just earlier today when she was crushing my hands and threatening to kill me. Nothing, I whispered. I know what you did to Harlan. Teresa started to say as I swallowed harshly. I also know what he did to you. Do you believe me? I asked the question slowly. I had to know the answer to this question. If she believed me, then she might not be such a huge threat to me. If she didn't believe her brother was a rapist or believed that I was covering up for 𝐾𝐜𝐤, then that would lead to so many complications and issues. Teresa's face hardened and I wondered if I had made a mistake in asking that question. Something strange flashed in her eyes and she looked away for a second before looking back at me with a composed look. Yes, I believe you. And I believed her. I felt as though a huge weight had been lifted from my shoulder. Yes, I would still be cautious around her, but at least she knew why we did that to her brother, and maybe she wouldn't be as vengeful now that she knew. There was no intention to kill him. I had no idea why I was still speaking, but I felt obligated to tell her what happened. Just wanted him to stop. I repeated the words 𝐾𝐜𝐤 had told me. She didn't want to kill him. She didn't think she had. She wanted him to stop the brutal assault on her, and he ended up dying. Teresa looked away and silence engulfed us. I peered at her, trying to figure out what she's thinking. Without another word, she began to exit the room. Just as she was about to leave the room, she turned around and faced me. I don't blame you for what you did. Her words felt sincere and true. She muttered something else, but I didn't quite catch it. She closed the door behind her and I let out a sigh. Today had been utterly confusing. I wasn't sure what to make of it. Every part of it confused me. The Alpha confused me. Teresa confused me, and I even confused myself with my behavior and actions. What the hell have I been doing? I'm supposed to be figuring a way out of here, not making out with the Alpha. A groan escaped my lips as I thought about what we did and almost did. I can't believe I kissed the Alpha. Not only did I kiss him, I wanted to fuck him as well. Wanting makes it sound as though I was only thinking about it. That would be inaccurate. I didn't just want it. I made it vocal. I told him I wanted him to FCK me. Do you want me to FCK you? Yes, placing my hands in my palm, I let out an embarrassed groan. What the hell am I doing? Why am I throwing myself at this man who's holding me here against my will? Stockholm Syndrome. It has to be that. What else could it be? Stockholm Syndrome is having feelings of trust or affection in cases of kidnapping or hostage taking by a victim towards their captor. I cannot believe I'm one of those girls I used to laugh and scoff at. Whenever I used to watch movies and it included Stockholm Syndrome, I used to think, how? How can you like or even fall in with someone who's holding you captive? What do you see in that person other than a psychopath? Not that I was falling in love with him or even liking him. It was just purely lust. That thought made me laugh out loud. I used to laugh at those girls too. The human girls who would actively seek out werewolves to fuck. They would have this look in their eyes. This dazed look as they described their tryst and how nothing could compare. Now look at me asking an Alpha. Not even a regular werewolves but an Alpha. To FCK me. Oh, how the tables have turned. I had to stay away from him. It would be hard since he was keeping me here against my will, but I have to limit our interactions as much as I could. That will help me break or reduce the stupid thoughts and feelings I was having towards him. It wasn't just me though. I'm not the only one causing this problem. He is. He is to blame for this as well. His actions and words are causing me to act like this. He has reiterated many times how much he dislikes humans and how weak we are, yet here he was asking me if I wanted him to fuck me. His words and behavior do not suggest that he despises humans. Well, sometimes it does. Some of his words and actions do indicate that he hates us humans, but recently it has shown not exactly the opposite. I would go as far as saying he loves humans. However, it does show that he doesn't hate humans as much as he claims to. Another explanation entered my head and I found myself deciding that this was probably the actual reason. Sex, that is it. He just wants to have sex. Typical male, only thinking about his dick. What about you? I ignored the sniggering voice in my head. I had no intention of delving into that. Sliding my hands under pillow cover, I pulled my phone out that I had hid earlier. This was the reason why I agreed to kiss the Alpha. And did a lot more too. Unlocking the phone quickly, I scrolled through my contacts and called 𝐾𝐜𝐤. ignoring all the messages and missed calls I had received while I was held in captivity. The phone rang for a few seconds and I made myself comfortable on the bed. "Hello, Nola." 𝐿𝐲𝐻𝐵's timid voice came through the phone. "Yeah, it's me," I told her as a smile graced my face. "I got my phone back." "That's good," 𝐿𝐲𝐵 whispered softly, not sounding as happy about this as I was. "I can call you more often now. I'll call you every day and we can talk. There won't be much of an update from me. I literally do nothing here." I let out a small chuckle. "But you can tell me what you're doing and about your day." Silence. "𝐿𝐲𝐵." The smile began to slip away from my face. "Is everything okay? What's going on?" "I was thinking about you. I miss you." Relief filled my body and a smile filled my face again, however this time it was sad. "I miss you too. This is temporary. I'm going to come up with a plan and get out of here. We'll see each other soon. You shouldn't be there. You didn't do anything." 𝐿𝐲𝐵's voice was filled with guilt and despair. "I'm okay, 𝐿𝐲𝐵. Don't worry about me." I paused for a second before continuing. "I didn't get a chance to you properly earlier. What have you been up to? How has your day been so far?" I wanted to distract her and get her mind off the guilt she was feeling. "I should be there. You shouldn't be going through this." "I'm not going through anything. Seriously, I'm just in the room. Nothing is happening to me. The only bad thing is that I'm bored out of my mind." I ended the sentence with a chuckle despite the panic that was slowly beginning to build up inside me. "You shouldn't be there. It should be me," 𝐿𝐲𝐵 repeated again, her words coming out in choked whispers, and I knew she was in tears. Hey, it's going to be okay. We're going to be okay." I tried to reassure her, however my words did not help as little sobs began to fill my ear. "Please don't cry." 𝐿𝐲𝐵's sobs slowly came to a halt after a minute or so as I patiently waited for her to calm down. I was going to reassure her that I wasn't in any pain or danger when 𝐿𝐲𝐵 spoke again, her words causing my heart to skip a beat. "I want to tell everyone the truth." Chapter 41. This time it was silence from my end as I tried to comprehend the stupid sentence 𝐿𝐲𝐵 had just uttered. Has she lost her mind? Nothing good will come out of 𝐿𝐲𝐵 telling the truth. Nothing at all. The web of lies I had spun has gone too deep and too many people were involved. There was no way I could backtrack from this and expect to leave 𝐿𝐲𝐵 the less. 𝐿𝐲𝐵. Her name came out of my mouth slowly as I resisted the urge to scream. "What are you talking about?" "I want to tell everyone the truth." 𝐿𝐲𝐵 repeated the sentence, however her words weren't as confident as the first time she had uttered it. "Why? Why do you want to do that?" She must have been able to hear the annoyance and frustration in my voice as her words came out quiet. "I don't want you to get hurt because of me." Taking in a deep breath, I tried to calm myself down. It would do no good to either of us if I yelled at her and told her she was crazy to suggest this. I understand where she was coming from and I knew she felt bad about the predicament we were in, but it's done now. We needed to resolve this. End the chapter. Not create more issues. I promise you, I'm not hurt. Right now, I added mentally. It wasn't 𝐿𝐲𝐵's fault. She has no idea what has happened since her and Uncle Tom left here. For all she knows, I'm being tortured every day and she's the reason why. She has no idea that there's no real threat anymore. Any one or thing that could hurt or cause us issues has gone. They're investigating us. They'll find out the truth. No, they. Someone knows the truth anyway. 𝐿𝐲𝐵 continued, ignoring my interruption. Frowning, I racked my brain as I tried to think about who she was talking about. My eyes widened as I realized who it was. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She was talking about Miles. She must be constantly on edge, worried that whoever saw us would tell the Alpha and point to us as the murderers. I debated on whether or not I should tell her about Miles. I wanted her to know that he wouldn't be a problem for us anymore and that she could relax and not worry about anyone saying what they saw or threatened to do so, but I also didn't want by telling her that Miles did tell the Alpha what happened and that he's dead now. Nola. I wait. 1 second. I told her as I ran through possible scenarios in my head and wondered what the best option would be. Should I tell her or not? Okay. So I'm going to tell you something and I don't want you to panic or freak out. This is good news for us. It was bad news for Miles, though. What is it? 𝐾𝐜 asked, hesitantly. I know who was behind those messages we received. What? Wincing, I moved my phone away from my ear as 𝐾𝐜's yell almost busted my eardrums. Stop screaming. You know who that was. Though she was no longer yelling, her voice was still incredibly loud. Briefly I explained to her that it was Miles who was behind it all. The creep was watching us, watching our house, and saw us put the bastard's dead body into our car. Drive up to Saddleworth Moors and bury the body. Why did he do that? What did he want? Sex, that seems to be the common theme with men. Miles fancied me in his creepy and delusional ways and wanted to use our situation in hopes of having sex with me. Unsure of how 𝐾𝐜 might take this piece of information, as she had recently been assaulted, and I didn't want her to get anxious or triggered, I hesitated for a minute or so before responding. I think he wanted to blackmail me so that I would have sex with him. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻𝐑𝐞𝐝, I meant so. 𝐾𝐜 trailed off, but I knew what she was trying to say. I know, but it doesn't matter anyway. He won't be an issue for us. Why? Because he's dead and lotting 6 under in the same location we buried the rapist. He's dead. He's dead. How 𝐾𝐜 questioned, sounding both shocked and confused. I would have to 𝐾𝐜 the truth. Hopefully she would feel more calm and at ease when she hears that the threat to both of us is minimal at the moment. The Alpha killed him. I quickly said those words and waited for 𝐾𝐜's response that didn't disappoint. She gasped, squealed, spluttered and mumbled out a few inaudible words for a couple of minutes while I waited for her to process the information. Why, 𝐾𝐜 finally managed to splutter out. Why did he kill him? For the 3rd time I pondered whether or not I should tell her the full truth. It make on her down. Okay, so like before, don't freak out. I began to say slowly. It might not sound like it, but it's good news. Don't say anything until I'm finished. To my 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐼𝐻𝐑𝐞𝐝, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐼𝐻𝐑𝐞𝐝. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐑𝐞𝐃𝐒 enthusiasm. 𝐾𝐜 confirmation came out more as a question. Taking in a deep breath, I began to explain what happened with Miles. While I was discussing how he died, a twinge of guilt filled me, and I shook my head as if I was trying to physically shake away the guilt was forming. What happened to Miles wasn't our fault. He got himself involved and should have backed away once he realized Alpha Alessandro was involved. Throughout my explanation, 𝐾𝐜 gasped and made choking noises, but did as I asked and didn't interrupt. Once I was done, I took in another breath. So you can't say anything to anyone. The Alpha and his cousin think it was me, and they're being very lenient about everything. We're very lucky. We can't mess up what we have. There was no response, and I removed my phone from my ear to see if the line was still connected. 𝐾𝐜, so they know the truth but think it was you. 𝐾𝐜's small voice was filled with disbelief. Yes, that's why you can't say anything. If you say it was you, then they'll know I lied and they'll think we lied about everything. They won't believe a word we say. Why did you say it was you? I grimaced slightly as I thought about how to answer the question. I didn't want to say or do anything that would diminish the pain and hurt she's went through and is still going through. 𝐾𝐜 is supposed to be the one who's receiving therapy and help, not me. I didn't. The Alpha just assumed, and I didn't correct him. My words came out in a whisper, and I waited with bated breath to hear her reaction now. Are you annoyed that I did that? I probably should have told the Alpha the truth, however, after his surprising reaction, I didn't know how to. No, her answer came out quickly. I know everything you do is for me. It's to help me. Closing my eyes, I leaned against the bed frame. I would do anything for you, 𝐾𝐜. I need you to know that. I might say or do things that might not make sense to you, but please trust me. I trust you. Good. Now the whole saying the truth. Can you drop it, please? I know you think it's going to help me, but it's not. It's going to do the complete opposite. 𝐾𝐜 reluctantly agreed, and I found myself relaxing again. There were issues constantly popping up and I was dealing with them. I was doing well. I do feel as though I was going to die from the roller coaster emotions I was having and the stress of it, but it was better than dying at the hands of the Alpha. I would soon learn that being at ease and having a stress-free life was not intended for me, and the next few days would shatter the illusion of peace I had allowed myself to believe was real. Chapter 42 Encursed. I had to be. There was no other way to explain why these unfortunate situations, they kept happening to me. It wasn't a coincidence. It was me. I was jinxed. Cursed. Hexed, or whatever you want to call it. That was me. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧𝐰 𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐭𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐭𝐢𝐴𝐺𝐄𝐻𝐂𝐄𝐒𝐬. Just when things were finally going well, it all had to come crumbling down. I had my phone back. I was in regular contact with �K𝐼𝐬 and my uncle. Teresa and Alpha Alessandro weren't an issue anymore, and I was somewhat okay here. Nothing dreadful was happening to me, unless you count the boredom. No one was targeting me, and I was left alone. If I actually thought about my situation, I could wholeheartedly say that I was blessed. I was very lucky to not be in prison or dead. Perhaps it was me who jinxed it all. I was forgetting why I was here. What they thought I did, and I was being ungrateful and kept pushing the boundaries. Perhaps it was karma for the things I had done. Despite our valid reasons, we did bury a body, and though I might not have killed that nonce, I was the reason why someone else was dead. 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐻𝐂𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐭 𝐻𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐿𝐢𝐻𝐂𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐿. He was dead because of me. Granted, he shouldn't have got involved, but that didn't mean he had to die for our lies and action. I couldn't think about that for too long. The guilt would eat away at me, and I had other concerns. Did that make me a bad person? We all like to think of ourselves as the good guy, the hero of the story, the victim, the innocent one. We justify our behavior and action in our heads. We only did what we did because of XYZ. We had no choice. Anyone under these circumstances would do the same, but if everyone thought like that, then who was the bad guy or the villain? We can't all be saved. Some of us aren't good, we're just really good at fooling ourselves. We should have done what a good person would have done if they found themselves in our situation and told the truth. We should have called the police and explained what happened. The evidence was there. They would have seen his body, his clothes, and they would have seen �K𝐼𝐬. The marks on her body. The assault was visible, and they could have used a 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬's. �K𝐼𝐬's actions were justifiable, and it was self-defense. He was the one who forced his way into our house. He was the one who attacked �K𝐼𝐬, and �K𝐼𝐬 defended herself, and it went too far. It was an accident. It was a mistake. She never meant to kill him. People make mistakes. Good people make mistakes. Good prevails over evil. That's what we're told. At the end, good will triumph over evil. You see it in books, fairy tales, and movies. The good people win and peace is restored. Sadly, reality isn't like that. Good people don't win. They get shit head on. It's the bad people that win. If good people did win, the world wouldn't be the way it is. The world would have been kind, peaceful, and full of tranquility. In reality, all actions have consequences, whether it's good or bad, and unfortunately for us, it seems to be bad. The day hadn't started off badly, and I was unaware of the dangers that were to arise and woke up feeling somewhat content. Today was different. Better. Since I now had a phone and I could text �K𝐼𝐬 whenever I wanted. Knowing that she was far away from here and safe and sound was a huge load off my crippling shoulders. I was never allowed to leave the house, so every morning I was and breathe in the fresh air. I would feel the wind in my hair. The sun would gently kiss my face and arms, and in those moments I would forget about my troubles and let go. That blissful moment was interrupted this morning by the sound of werewolves stomping around the grounds. There were werewolves there every day, and it was easy to ignore them. However, today was different, and there were werewolves everywhere. I should have realized something was going on. I should have paid more attention to it, but instead annoyance built up inside me, and I felt pissed off that these stupid werewolves had disturbed my morning bliss. After texting �K𝐼𝐬 and Uncle Tom, I put my phone away and headed to the bathroom, eager to have a shower and brush my teeth. Other than texting, I didn't even use my phone for anything else. Temptation filled every inch of my body every time I touched my phone, yet I didn't dare look at any of my social media accounts. There were two reasons for that. The first one was Miles. I didn't know what the Alpha had said about his death. Did he tell his family or other people that he was dead, or did people assume he was missing? Maybe they made up some story about him leaving the country so no one would look into it. I had a feeling the Alpha could make anyone disappear without a problem. That leads me to my second reason. Where was I? Was I a missing person? Do people know I'm at Alessandro's house? Do people know the reason why I was here was because of 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬? Ignorance is bliss, and I needed all the bliss I could get. Going into that rabbit hole would only get me into more trouble. As tempting as it was to find out or to contact my friends, I stayed away from it and focused on what was important. All my meals were delivered to my room, and breakfast was one of the meals where the maid would leave it on my bedside table while I was in the shower. I knew they usually had breakfast a lot earlier than this, but the maids here were very accommodating and gave me mine later. Once I had gotten out of the shower and wrapped a fluffy white towel across my body, exited the room and came to a complete stop. My food was waiting for me, but someone else was waiting for me too. Swallowing harshly, I clasped my towel tightly around my body. I knew the towel was secure, but I didn't want to risk accidentally flashing the Alpha. Alessandro was standing by the door, his face filled with a strange expression. His eyes scanned my body slowly, and I could have sworn I saw his eye flash in them. "What are you doing here?" I asked softly. The Alpha didn't respond and instead watched a few water droplets from my hair trickle down to my chest. Without warning, the Alpha suddenly came towards me, causing me to let out a squeak and take a step back. "What are you doing?" I repeated, my voice barely above a whisper. Alessandro stretched his hand out and gently caressed the skin above where my towel ends overlapped. His touch was soft and teasing as he skimmed my skin. I bit my lip hard to stop myself from making any noise. Alessandro was interrupted by the door slamming open. He withdrew his hand quickly, causing me to suddenly feel cold. "Have you told her?" a frantic voice asked. Looking around the Alpha, I saw Teresa standing there looking slightly frazzled. Her face was pinched as if she was worried about something. Her expression changed when she saw what I was wearing, or should I say what I wasn't wearing. "Where are your clothes?" she asked me before turning to the Alpha. "Why is she never wearing around clothes when she's near you?" Embarrassment filled my body and I could feel my cheeks becoming hot. "I just got out of the shower," I meekly tried to explain. "I was going to put some clothes on." After waiting half a minute for them to leave so I could change, neither of them moved. "Okay then," I muttered to myself. I grabbed my clothes, putting my bra and underwear at the bottom so you couldn't see it. Practically sprinting into the bathroom, I slammed the door shut and rubbed my body with the slightly damp towel before hastily putting my clothes on. Both the Alpha and Teresa were strange, but something felt off, and I had a feeling the Alpha was in my room to tell me whatever it was Teresa came in asking about. I racked my brain for what they could possibly want to talk to me about, but I couldn't think of anything that would cause them both to come see me. It was bad. It had to be, or else Teresa wouldn't have been looking so worried. Hesitantly, I opened the door and entered the room slowly. Alessandro and Teresa were whispering to each other, and stopped when they saw me. What's going on?" The pair of them glanced at each other but didn't answer my question. Dread began to fill my body, making its way up to my throat where it was choking me. Was it 𝐾𝐜? Did something happen to her? Is that why she hadn't responded to my text? Is it 𝐾𝐜? I couldn't hide the urgency and panic from my voice when I asked that question. Did something happen? "𝐾𝐜 is fine," Teresa quickly responded and tried to give me a reassuring smile. However, I was far from reassured. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The Alpha finally spoke. "My parents are coming." His parents. "They want to talk to you." Chapter 43. They wanted to talk to me. Why do they suspect something? They must do, else why would they want to talk to me? But what do they know, and how did they find out? Did Alessandro tell them? Did Teresa? What was going to happen now? How would they react? Questions upon questions began to fill my head, each one elevating my body's stress and panic levels. My body was on high alert and was screaming possible scenarios at me, and I was struggling to keep up. I had to calm down and keep a cool head, but how could I do that when all I could think about is what could happen if they find out the truth? I highly doubt they would be as understanding as Alessandro or Teresa, and even if they did believe my version of events, they would ask questions, poke holes at my story and grill me further. For reasons unbeknown to me, Alessandro and Teresa didn't do that, and did it mean his parents would? Why do they want to talk to me? I finally managed to ask. My voice was low and had a slight tremble to it. "They want to talk to you about 𝐊𝐿𝐬." Teresa answered softly. "Why do they want to talk to me about him?" I couldn't say the pig's name. This time it was the Alpha who answered. "They know why you and your sister were brought here. They have questions. Can't you tell you've already spoken to me about it, and I don't know anything?" I pleaded as my eyes darted between the two of them. Teresa shook her head and I felt my heart sink. "They've insisted. You're going to have to talk to them." Swallowing the bile that was slowly rising in my throat, I closed my eyes and took in a deep breath. "You can do this, 𝐊𝐿𝐬. Just a tiny bump on the road to freedom. If only it was that easy." Nothing was ever that easy, and I knew that this was going to be the beginning of the end. It was the end for me, but it didn't have to be the end for �K𝐜. As far as everyone's concerned, �K𝐜 had nothing to do with it, and it was all me. Tears began to fill my eyes as the seriousness of the situation began to slowly sink in. I was going to die. Let's leave the human to her food. We have time to discuss this later. Teresa looked like she wanted to argue, but the Alpha gave her a look that had her closing her mouth and agreeing to his suggestion. She left the room shortly after, but not before sending me a reassuring smile. Unfortunately, I was unable to smile back as my body was numb. "Eat your food, human." Alessandro pointed at the now cold food on my side table. Food was the last thing on my mind, and I knew with the way my stomach was churning that if I ate anything I would throw it back up. "I can't," I whispered, shaking my head. "Eat," I admitted, looking up at the Alpha who was staring at me passively. "Don't be," he simply said as the most easiest thing to do. Oh geez, why didn't I think of that? "What's going to happen to me?" I asked hesitantly, scared of the answer I would be given. "Nothing will happen to you as long as you do as I say." I wanted more. I wanted him to reassure me that everything was going to be okay. I wanted him to tell me that he would protect me and keep me safe. I wanted to hear that. I needed to hear that. For once I wanted to be the one who was being comforted, and I wanted Alessandro to do that. "Do you promise?" Alessandro met my eyes but didn't respond. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," I began to say, my voice barely a whisper. "Am I going to die?" This time the Alpha did respond. "Stop being so dramatic. Do as I say and you'll live." I had no energy and passion in my body to argue with him and tell him that worrying about whether or not I would be killed by 2 werewolves wasn't dramatic in the slightest. It seemed like my words triggered the Alpha, as he now looked extremely annoyed and pissed off. Without another word he stormed out of the room, leaving me alone with my frantic thoughts. Tears began to prick my eyes as I stared at the door the Alpha had slammed behind him when he left. Dread filled every inch of my body and my heart was racing so fast, loud and hard, that I was concerned that it would jump right out of my chest. With shaky hands, I grabbed my phone from under my pillow and unlocked it. A tiny amount of relief filled my body for a few seconds as I saw the messages from �K𝐜 and Uncle Tom. �K𝐜 was safe and would remain safe. I replied back to her quickly, making up an excuse as to why I might not be able to respond to her properly today. Once I did that, I began to text Uncle Tom. "The Alpha's parents are here." I paused for a minute before continuing. I didn't want him to worry too much, but I did want him alert just in case things went wrong. "They want to talk to me about him. �K𝐜 can't know, and if things end badly, please keep her safe." Waiting for Uncle Tom's response felt like forever, even though it was only a couple of minutes. "Are they here? Why do they want to talk to you?" I replied instantly. "Not yet. I don't know when they're going to arrive. They know why the Alpha is keeping me here and they have questions. Remember what I said. It was all me and �K𝐜 had nothing to do with it." Uncle Tom reply took longer than the first time, and I held my breath waiting for his response. Unfortunately, I was unable to see his response as a loud knock broke the silence in the room. Making sure my phone was on silent, I shoved it in my pocket before heading over to the door. I paused as I reached it. What if it was the Alpha's parents? I shook that silly thought away. The Alpha's parents wouldn't knock on my door. They would have barged in or ordered someone to get me. I opened the door to find Teresa standing there. She gave me a little smile and entered the room before I could say anything. "They're going to be here soon," she told me as she paced the room. Why was she nervous? She was their niece. If she was scared of them, what did that mean for me? You haven't touched your food. Teresa nodded towards the tray of food. What's going to happen to me? Teresa peered out the open door before responding. Nothing will happen to you. I'll tell you what to say. She peered out the door again, and I frowned. What was she looking for? Should I close the door? I asked as I moved towards it. Clearly the open door was distracting her and putting her on edge. No, keep it open. Alessandro said I shouldn't bother you. He'll be pissed if he finds out I didn't listen to him. Teresa admitted sheepishly. Thank you. I suddenly blurted out. Teresa raised an eyebrow in confusion and I quickly began to explain. I mean for helping me. You don't have to do that. Especially after what I did to your brother. She genuinely seemed very worried for me, and though it was very confusing, and I had no idea why, I was extremely grateful. To her I was just a human. I meant nothing to her, and here she was trying to help me. Not only was I nothing to her, but I took away someone special from her and caused her a lot of pain. Teresa moved towards me and clasped my shoulder. That doesn't matter anymore. How did it not matter? At the end of the day, she believed I killed her brother. She was a better person than I could ever be, because if that was me, I would want her to burn and I would never think about ever helping her. You're going to be fine. How do you know? I sounded like a child asking their parent if everything was going to be okay. But why? Teresa opened her mouth to answer my question, but stopped when someone else spoke. Yes, why? Both Teresa and I froze before turning towards the door where the voice came from. Why would Alessandro protect this human? Chapter 44. She was beautiful. Her mid-length golden hair was tied at the nape of her neck with a few shorter strands of hair framing her soft pale face. Her eyes were familiar, and I knew I had seen them somewhere. Immediately I looked away, not wanting to make eye contact with this werewolf who had to be of high rank. My eyes were trained on the black court heels she was wearing as she took a couple of steps into the room. Teresa. And Rosa. Teresa said warmly, still holding onto my shoulder. This is Nola. My friend. And Rosa. This was Alpha Alessandro's mum. They were here already. Taking in quick deep breaths. I tried to calm down my body that was screaming run. I glanced at Teresa, who was looking straight at her aunt. Resisting the urge to look up and see whether or not she believed Teresa, I kept my eyes downcast. To my agent extraordinaire, Mayen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The woman repeated as if it was such a strangeness to hear. I did not know you were friends with humans. Oh no. Was she was one of those werewolves who hated humans and thought we were beneath them, and both species shouldn't mix. I have human friends, Teresa said casually, moving her hand in a dismissing motion. It's good to see you. Both the werewolves embraced each other warmly while I stood there wondering what I should do. Maybe I should listen to my body and make a run for it while they're distracted. So this is the human Alessandro is holding here. Alessandro's mum, Rosa, said as she pulled away from Teresa. A human he's protecting. Teresa let out a nervous laugh. She's my friend. Alessandro knows that Rosa murmured, clearly not believing a word Teresa was saying. Look up, human. My eyes immediately darted to Teresa, who discreetly nodded her head. I raised my head slowly and looked up, careful not to make eye contact with her. She began to circle around me as I stared straight ahead. I felt as though I was an object in a shop that she was inspecting and deciding whether or not she should buy. This is the human girl who knows where Harlan is. Shit. This time Teresa had no answer to the question, and I could almost hear her think about what to say next. I had no idea what Alessandro planned on telling his parents. Would he tell them I'm involved like he did with Teresa? Or would he tell them he thought I was involved but no longer thinks that? Rosa stopped circling me and stood directly in front of me, her body so close that I could almost feel her body heat. Look at me. I did as she asked and made eye contact. I now knew where I had seen those eyes before. They were the same as Alessandro's. Do you know where Harlan is? The question was asked softly instead of being demanding and angry like I thought it would be. Swallowing harshly, I answered her question no. That wasn't a lie. I didn't know where Alessandro buried Harlan. I didn't know if she believed me or not. Her eyes gave nothing away and her face was expressionless. Finally, after what felt like hours, she stepped away from me, and I mentally let out a sigh of relief. Bring the human. Your uncle and I would like to talk to her. Rosa told Teresa as she began exiting the room. Neither Teresa nor I moved an inch until she had left the room, and we could no longer hear her footsteps in the hallway. I ran over and slammed the door, resting my head against it. I can't do this. She knows something, I whispered as I closed my eyes. Teresa tried to reassure me. She doesn't know anything. They're just going to ask you a few questions, that's all. My eyes snapped open. That's all. You make it sound like this is going to be easy. If they find out what happened, my life is over. They won't find you, help me escape. Please, I can't stay here. I interrupted her as I began pleading. Please, please help me. I couldn't keep doing this. I felt as though I was constantly on edge all the time, scared that someone would find out the actual truth and would kill me. Nola, you know I can't, please. I repeated as tears began to stream down my face. I'm sorry for what happened to your brother. It wasn't intentional. Maybe it was my compromised vision, but I felt as though I could see the conflict on Teresa's face, as if she was considering what I was asking of her. It was a huge ask. Huge for anyone, but especially for her. I was the woman who allegedly killed her brother, and even though she might not want me to get punished for it for reasons that still remain unknown to me, I knew this was asking too much. But I had to ask. What other choice do I have? That's not possible, Teresa muttered softly. I'll speak to Alessandro and we'll delay the interrogation and we will come up with a plan. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Tiny dot of hope I had that she might actually do what I am asking of her disappeared, and I felt like letting out a scream. I meant what I said. Alessandro will not let anyone hurt you. Teresa looked so confident and strongly believed what she said, whereas I didn't. Stay here and don't do anything stupid. I'll speak to Alessandro. Don't do anything stupid. I wanted to scoff at that. We did do something stupid, and we were stupid to think we would get away with it. We should have gone to the police and told them what happened that night. We were idiots to think we could cover it up and no one would find out. I didn't blame 𝐾𝐜. She was just a child defending herself. I blame myself. I was the adult. I was in charge. I should have made the decisions and I should have gone to the police. Would anyone believe us now if we told the truth? Alessandro went easy on me, but I knew his parents wouldn't. Why would they? I was a human believed to have something to do with the disappearance of their nephew. They would torture the information out of me. I would do anything to protect 𝐾𝐜, but I was losing it a little. I was on edge. My emotions all over the place, and one mistake would end it for the both of us. Maybe I should tell the truth. Alessandro won't let anything happen to you, Teresa had said. Trust me. He won't let anyone hurt you. There was something between us. I didn't know what it was, but there was something there. Whatever it was it strong or deep enough for him to protect me? He was already protecting me. Like Teresa, he knew some of the truth and he was still keeping me safe. That meant something. Why hadn't he killed me? He has every right to, and yet here I am standing here. Alive and well, sort of. I was going to tell him the truth about what actually happened that night. He didn't kill or retaliate then when I said it was me, so why would he if I tell him it was actually 𝐾𝐜? Teresa had said we would come up with a plan on what to say and do about Alessandro's parents, and that probably would work if they knew the full truth, but that wasn't the case. If Alessandro actually dug deeper, I reckon he would have been able to find out the truth. He believed what I said and stopped investigating. I was lucky. Very lucky, however. I had a feeling my luck was about to run out. I was being ridiculous before when I had pleaded with Teresa to help me escape. Where would I go? How would I remain hidden? What about 𝐾𝐜? Would I run with her again, or would it be just me on my own? If I ran on my own, they would use 𝐾𝐜 to lure me out. They would hurt her to get to me, and I couldn't let that happen. This is the only way. I have no other choice. Coming to a definite decision on what I should do, I took in a deep breath and opened the bedroom door. Looking out, I saw a guard standing at the bottom of the hallway. He felt my eyes on him and turned around. I stepped out of the room and raised my head. I need to speak to the Alpha. Go back to your room, the guard said coldly. Can you tell him I need to see him? The confidence in my voice was wavering and I began to sound desperate. He said I could G. Before I could finish off the lie, the guard interrupted him. Go back to your room. I will come and collect you if the Alpha is available to see you. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳𝐬𝐭, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐰. I whispered. I slowly headed back to the room and sat down on the bed. Was this the right thing to do? Was I making a mistake? The truth would come out one day and I wanted to tell Alpha Alessandro instead of him finding out that I lied to him. What if this is a mistake? What if he hurt 𝐾𝐽? No, he wouldn't. If he didn't hurt me, then why would he hurt 𝐾𝐽? My internal battle with myself was interrupted by the guard who told me to follow him. My heart began to race as we made our way to the Alpha's room. How would he react? Did he already suspect something? Would he believe me? Would he think I was lying to save myself? Alpha Alessandro was waiting for me. His arms were crossed and I could see the tension in his body. He didn't say anything and I knew he was waiting for me to speak first. 𝐼𝐸. Should I do this? Should I tell him the truth? Tears began to form in my eyes as I tried again. I have to tell you something. Alpha Alessandro raised his eyebrows but didn't talk. I'm going to tell you the truth about what happened that night. Chapter 45. Alpha Alessandro furrowed his eyebrows. The truth, yes. I whispered as I tamed down the fear that was building up inside me. Go on. Alpha Alessandro motioned with his hand for me to continue. I knew what I wanted to say, but the words weren't leaving my mouth. Frustration and annoyance filled the Alpha's face. I do not care to hear the details of that night. I shook my head. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳𝐬𝐭, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳𝐬. It's not the details. It's what actually happened. And what actually happened. Words refused to escape my lips again, and I knew the Alpha's patience was wearing thin. Go back to your room, human. He couldn't dismiss me like this. I had to tell him the truth. Wait. I have been waiting and all you have been doing is stuttering like a scared child. Just give me a minute. Please. I begged him. It's important. The Alpha let out his eye as if I had asked him to do something incredibly tiresome. Having a quick glance at his phone, he walked over to his desk and sat on the chair behind it. You have 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I had 5 minutes to get the horrible words out of my mouth. Maybe this was a mistake. That's why the words weren't escaping me. Maybe this was my body's way of saying shut the hell up. No. Though I didn't deserve it, both him and Teresa were going to defend me, and the least I could do was tell them the truth. What if they don't believe it? I shook the thought away from my head. They would believe it. Why would I lie now? It wasn't like the truth was very different from what the Alpha believed. The rapist did assault someone and that same someone killed him. Only different is that it wasn't me it happened to, it was 𝐾𝐽. That was actually worse. 𝐾𝐽's underage. She's a child. If they were willing to keep my secret and sort of protect me, they should be willing to do the same for 𝐾𝐽. 2 minutes. The Alpha loud and deep voice cut through my thoughts and I turned to look at him. He was looking at me, and though his face showed he was bored, his eyes told a different story. He wanted to know what I had to say. He wanted to know exactly what happened that night. As I stared at him, a realization came into my head. I trusted him. I trusted that he would not only keep me alive but keep 𝐾𝐽 alive too. It was a strange realization and my heart believed it completely. It wanted me to see that I could trust him and he would keep me safe. You have to understand that I didn't actually lie to you. I began to say quietly. I didn't. I started to say the truth and he made his own conclusions. Alpha Alessandro didn't respond or even move an inch, and I had no idea if that was a good sign or not. Nevertheless, I knew I had to continue, and I took in a couple of deep breaths to calm myself down and draw in the courage to do this. I was at university when I received a call from 𝐾𝐽. She was distraught, crying so loudly and hysterically that it was hard to make out what happened. I knew something was wrong and that I had to go home. I paused to look at the Alpha, who was staring back at me with no expression on his face. When I got home, 𝐾𝐜 was in the kitchen and she was scared, crying, and her clothes were torn apart. The Alpha stood up as soon as I finished the sentence, causing me to take a step back instinctively. She looked so small, so frightened. She was a child. I quickly began to say as I walked backwards as the Alpha slowly stalked towards me. I opened my mouth to continue but stopped when Alessandro raised his hand. After a few agonizing seconds he spoke. "He raped your sister. He didn't rape you." The Alpha's eyes were burning into mine as if he had to know the answer to that question, and I felt compelled to answer him. "Yes. He raped 𝐾𝐜. It wasn't me." For a split second I saw a flash through his eyes before it became cold again. Relief. Why would he be relieved that it was 𝐾𝐜 and not me? It must have been my imagination because his face and eyes were cold. Extremely cold. I tried to continue but the words got stuck in my throat. What was wrong with me today? Why couldn't I speak properly? "So you got revenge. You avenged your sister who had been assaulted by a werewolf." He didn't ask a question. He said it a statement as if that was the truth. "Not exactly," I muttered quietly, looking away from him. He took a few steps closer to me while I took the same amount backwards. My back hit the wall and there was nowhere else for me to go. "What do you mean, not exactly?" He didn't even give me a second to speak before he demanded I answer the question. Answer the question, human. He was already dead when I got there. I blurted out. I had nowhere to look but at him. "Tell me everything. If you lie again, it will not end well for you." His words promised violence, and yet again I questioned whether or not this was a mistake. When I got to the kitchen, 𝐾𝐜 was huddled in the corner. Her clothes were torn apart. He had ripped her clothes pretty much off her body and she was crying. She was absolutely petrified and she was only defending herself. I tried to explain 𝐾𝐜's action. She didn't go looking to cause anyone harm like his rapist cousin did. She was only acting in self-defense. She was holding a knife and there was a body on the floor. It was a man. He had blood on his torso and he wasn't moving. She stabbed him with the knife. Alessandro announced to no one in particular. Yes, she did, but only because he raped her and she wanted him to stop. She didn't plan on killing him. It was an accident. She just wanted him to stop. He had to understand that she was only defending herself and that she had no choice. "She's a child." "She was. What did you do next?" The Alpha's voice was low and deep. "You have to understand, what did you do next?" Alessandro repeated the question again and said it slowly this time. "I helped 𝐾𝐜 to clean herself up and then, once we realized who he was, we quickly got rid of him. I turned his phone off and we put his car in the boot and took him to 𝐷𝐷𝐻𝐻. It was the short version of what happened. I didn't tell him the emotional turmoil both 𝐾𝐜 and I went to, and I didn't tell him how scared I was once I realized that he was the Alpha's cousin. Neither of us spoke for a minute or so. We just stared at each other as we processed what I had just said. He was probably trying to make sense of what I had said and I was trying to figure out what that meant for me and 𝐾𝐜. "She was lying," he finally said after a minute of silence. What?" I spluttered out. "How do you know she was telling the truth?" I stared at the Alpha like he was crazy, and he definitely was. Of course she was telling the truth. Why would she lie? She wasn't lying. And you know that for a fact. His voice had a mocking tone to it which infuriated me. "Yes, I do. You didn't see her. You didn't see what she looked like." Tears began to blur my vision as I remember how she looked once she got into the bathroom. Her clothes were torn apart. She had bruises everywhere and bite marks too. "I don't believe you." Once again I found myself spluttering at his words. What? What do you mean you don't believe me? You're lying. Why would I lie about that? I angrily wiped the tears that had streamed down my face. The Alpha grasped my chin, roughly forcing my face to tilt upwards. "You've been lying ever since you got here." Before I could defend or explain my actions, there was a knock on the door. The Alpha immediately let go of my chin and moved away to get the door. I felt as though all the energy I had was drained from my body, and I found myself holding onto the wall for support. My legs felt weak as if they were unable to support my body anymore. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, Your parents are requesting your presence. A male voice came from the open door. Alessandro replied back to the man, but I was unable to catch what he said due to the loud pounding in my head. I looked up as the Alpha slammed the door and looked down at me, his face filled with unfiltered anger. I whispered, hoping he would understand why we lied. I've told you the truth now. Please help me. What should I say to your parents? Alessandro let out a humorous laugh. Help you? He came closer to me and stopped when his face was only inches away from mine. I'm not helping you. You lying bitch. Chapter 46. My mouth was gaped open as I stared at him, trying to comprehend what he had just said. He wasn't going to help me. I didn't understand. He was willing to help me before. Why has he changed his mind now? But your parents, I croaked out, my voice filled with disbelief. They're going to ask me questions. And I should care why. His voice was cold and I couldn't help but shiver and wrap my arms around myself. If they find out the truth, they'll kill me. I whispered as I searched his face, trying to find something that would suggest that he was just joking and would help me. Again, I should care why. I didn't have an answer to his question or how to respond. I know he shouldn't care about me or what happens to me, but I felt he doesn't will. Since I got here, my instincts have gotten strange and I was doing things I wouldn't on a normal day. I had to stop listening to it. It's gone haywire. But if I didn't listen to my instincts, then what should I listen to? If I couldn't trust myself, who could I trust? Look, I began to say slowly. I know you're angry, but please, I need your help. The Alpha crunched his face up in mock sadness. Oh, you do? Do you? Why was he acting like this? Yes, I do. I don't want to die. Why wasn't he understanding how serious this was? His bloody parents were here. Your sister should have thought about that before she killed my cousin. Alessandro snarled, his eyes filled with anger. She was defending herself. Your cousin fucking raped her. I screamed back at him, my own body filled with anger and despair. How do you know it was rape? She probably wanted it. Something snapped in me and I regretted my actions as soon as I did it. I slapped him with as much strength as I could. My hand was stinging from it, but at that point I could care less. I didn't regret it because I thought he didn't deserve it, because he did. He deserved it. I regretted it because I needed his help and this wouldn't be helping my case in receiving it. You're disgusting. I spat out. You're just like him. Fucking disgusting. He grabbed my hands and squeezed them tightly, causing me to wince. Do that again and I'll break in your fucking hands. Do you understand? When I didn't respond, he squeezed it harder, causing me to let out a whimper. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻𝐿𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐰𝐶𝐬. Do you understand? Yes, I gasped out, trying to pull my hands out of his. His eyes met mine. After a few painful seconds, he let go of my hands. Do not forget your place. I am an alpha and you are just a human. A pathetic human. I kept my head down and bit my lip as I struggled to keep my tears at bay. I thought I was doing the right thing by telling him the truth, but his reaction told me I was wrong and that I should have kept lying. What's going to happen to us? I asked softly, my eyes staring at his large retreating back us. The Alpha turned around and I saw the shock in his eyes. Why was he shocked? Of course I would ask what would happen to me and 𝐾𝐜 now that I've told him the full truth and his parents are here. To me and 𝐾𝐜. For some reason I felt as though I had to clarify who I meant by us, even though it was obvious. The shock dissipated from the Alpha's eyes and instead was filled with a cruel look. What do you think? Your sister killed my cousin. She has to pay. I don't understand. I muttered. Why are you being like this? Alessandro ignored my question and went back to his desk. I knew it wouldn't be a good idea to anger him any further, but since I was going to die anyway, what harm could it do? I didn't have to pay. When you thought it was me who killed your cousin, you didn't do anything to me, so why will you hurt 𝐾𝐜? His reasoning and thought process confused me. He was willing to not hurt either of us when he thought it was me, so why is it any different now that he knows it was 𝐾𝐜? If anything, shouldn't he be more willing to help her since she's a kid? Please, Alessandro. The sound of his name on my lips had him looking back at me. Please don't hurt her. She's the only family I have. He looked indifferent to my pleading, and I felt my heart tight, and at the possibility of anything happening to 𝐾𝐜𝐤. She was in the clear. She was safe, and I had to ruin that by stupidly telling the Alpha the truth. If only I had kept my mouth shut, then this wouldn't have been happening. Please. I tired again. I would keep trying until he changed his mind. Please don't do anything to her. If I lose her, I have nothing. My life would be nothing without her. Please. I'm begging you. I'll do anything you want, just don't hurt her. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Alessandro stood up from his chair. Don't worry, human. You will be punished too. My eyes widened as I realized what he had said. For some reason, the idea of me getting punished by him didn't cross my mind. I thought I only had his parents to worry about. Fuck. Go back to your room and do not leave it again, he ordered, moving away from his desk. What about your parents? I questioned. They wanted to speak to me. Come. I followed him out of his room like a little lost puppy. My eyes were darting everywhere around me, and I felt on edge. My body shaking with anxiety and dread. Were we going back to my room, or were we going to see his parents? What questions would they ask me? Would they believe me? Would I tell them the version Alessandro knew previously, or tell them I have no idea what happened to their nephew? My head was pounding so loud I felt as though it had to be audible to everyone around me. Every part of me was panicking. Thoughts were clashing inside my brain, with most of it not making any sense. My body was trembling slightly with unease and fear. My legs weak as if I hadn't used them in over a year, and though my heart was beating at an alarming rate, it wasn't worried. My heart was telling me everything would be okay. But nothing would be okay. Now that I've told the Alpha the truth and seen his reaction, I knew this was a huge, colossal mistake, and I should have listened to my head instead of my heart. Once we got the room, the Alpha practically shoved me into the room, causing me to lose my balance slightly. Thankfully, I managed to get a hold of myself before I could fall down. Seriously, I snapped, throwing the Alpha the dirtiest look I could give him. Why did you have to do that? You dickhead, I added silently. Stay in the room. Don't leave it, he commanded, ignoring my question. Wait, I called out to his retreating back. He stopped walking but still had his back to me. Alessandro. His back muscles clenched and moved slightly after I called him with his title, and he slowly turned around. Will you help me? Pure desperation filled my tone. It was seeping with it now. Came Alessandro's blunt response. Resisting the urge to both scream and cry, I asked him another question. What should I say to your parents? I don't know, and I don't care. The Alpha paused and took a step closer. Lie to them. You're good at that. My mouth dropped slightly and I stood there staring right at him. Without another word, he left the room with me still standing there like an idiot. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought the Alpha was upset that I lied. Not angry like expected, but upset. Shaking my head, I dismissed all thoughts about Alessandro and turned my attention to another person. 𝐾𝐜𝐤. She was in the clear and I messed that up. Big time. And I needed to fix it, but I just didn't know how. I wanted to speak to her, however I knew if I told her a small fraction of how petrified I was feeling, it would cause her to go into extreme panic mode and break down. I couldn't have that. As valid as her feelings were, I didn't want them to get in the way and cause even more issues. Perhaps it would be a good idea to tell Uncle Tom. He could help me in some sort of way, and if he couldn't help me, he could help 𝐾𝐜𝐤. He could arrange something for her to keep her safe, since I failed to do that. I wouldn't tell the Alpha's parents that 𝐾𝐜𝐤 was involved in this at all. I would tell them she had no idea what I did until it was too late. She was not to blame for this. That was the only thing I could do now. It wouldn't end well for me, but at least 𝐾𝐜𝐤 would be safe and get to live. A gut-wrenching ache filled my body and I let out. I wanted to live too. My life had barely begun and now it would be ending. There were so many things I wanted to do and so many places I wanted to visit. I wanted to get married, have kids someday, and grow old with my husband. It's not fair. I don't deserve to die. I don't want to die. That's all I could think about. Death, and how much I didn't want to die. It felt as though hours had passed, but I couldn't be sure if it was hours or only a few minutes as I sat on the floor in the middle of the room, my brain uttering one word over and over again. Death. The knock on the door pulled me out of the frozen state. I was in my head to look at the door. I didn't respond. There was another knock and then another, both of which I ignored. I knew what that knock meant and I wasn't ready yet. After no response from me, the door opened and in came 𝐿𝐴. He looked down at my pitiful state and let out a sigh. Get up, 𝐿𝐴. I don't want to. My voice was small and scared and sounded like it belonged to a child. You don't have a choice. I don't want to drag you out of this room, but I will if I have to. Help me. I wanted to beg him. Please help me. Where am I going? I asked instead, even though I knew the answer. To see the Alpha's parent. I always thought there was no connection between me and this cold Alpha until he unexpectedly showed concern when I was hurt. Chapter 47. This was it. This was the day I die. As morbid as it sounds, I had envisioned the way I would die one day. When I had lost my parents' death constantly haunted my mind, and I wondered how I would pass on. Nobody wants to die, but it was inevitable. We all would one day, and the best way to die would be a painless death where you're surrounded by your loved ones. That was the way I wanted to die. I wanted to grow old and die a natural death with �K𝐜 and everyone else that I would have loved around me. Instead, I would die at the hands of werewolves. Be alone and probably die a very painful death. A small whimper left my mouth as my mind focused on the painful part. I couldn't lie and say I wasn't scared because I was. I was shitting myself. This wasn't fair. None of this was fair, but life wasn't fair and I had to accept that. I wanted to say goodbye to �K𝐜, to give her closure and allow her to move on, but how do you say goodbye to someone knowing you'll never talk? 𝐊𝐼 see them again. It would be the last ever interaction I would have with me. How do you say goodbye to the people you love? I didn't want to say goodbye. I wanted to live. I'm young and healthy and I have my whole life ahead of me. It can end like this. It won't end like this. I am not going to die today. 𝐿𝐴. 𝐴 voice broke through my thoughts. As I gazed at him in confusion, I realized that I had stopped walking, and he was waiting for me to continue. I'm not going to die today. My words were supposed to come out strong and fierce, instead they were weakened barely above a whisper. 𝐴 raised an eyebrow. I'm not going to die today. I repeated, this time the words coming out, I intended. A small smile briefly graced 𝐴 face. I don't deserve to die. I paused before continuing. I'm a good person. Most of the time. I silently added. 𝐴 leaned in towards me as if he wanted to tell me a secret. If my assumptions are correct, that is not something you will need to worry about. What assumptions? My interest was piqued now. What did he mean by that? You're a clever girl. I'm sure you'll figure it out. 𝐴 gave me a small wink before straightening back up. Figure what out? How am I supposed to figure anything out? It's not like these werewolves are like humans and fought like us. Will you help me? It was a long shot asking him for help again, but it was worth a try. You won't need my help. Alpha Alessandro will help you. He said those words so confidently as if he believed his words won. Why did both Teresa and 𝐴 think Alpha Alessandro would help me? What did they know that I didn't? I shook my head and scoffed. The Alpha is not going to help me. In fact, he seemed like he could give two shits about what could happen to me. Let's test the theory out. There was a sparkle in 𝐴 eyes as if this was entertaining for him. Dickhead. He's scared that I'm going to die and he's finding all this amusing. Small sparks of anger began to light up inside me. Humans aren't a source of entertainment for werewolves. We weren't toys to be played with and discarded when they were done. We're not testing anything. I snapped. Can we go now? I knew I shouldn't talk to a beta like this, but I was going to die anyway, so what did it matter? 𝐴 let tuckle and gestured for me to start walking. He didn't seem angry with how I just spoke to him. He seemed amused. We walked in silence. I kept my head down while 𝐴 walked with his head held high. We finally came to a stop in front of two massive double doors, and 𝐴 raised his hands to knock on the door but stopped abruptly. 𝐿𝐴. Do not disrespect the Alpha's parents. They will not be lenient. He warned, giving me a serious look. Swallowing harshly, I nodded, and 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐼 knocked on the door twice before opening it. 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐼 entered the room first, with me trailing behind him. Once I was in the room, 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐼 turned around. I thought he was going to leave, but he closed the door and remained in the room. My eyes were downcast, so I had no idea who was in the room. My werewolf etiquette had recently flown out the window and I needed it back. I couldn't slip up in front of the Alpha's parents or I would be screwed. This is the human? The male voice questioned. His voice was similar to Alessandro's, but the Alpha's voice was more richer and more captivating. The voice must belong to his dad. Yes, Alessandro simply answered. She's a child. Large booming footsteps began to approach and I held my breath in anticipation. How old are you? I'm 19. I managed to whisper out him. The Alpha's dad muttered as I kept my eyes fixated on the dark shoes he was wearing and fought the overwhelming urge to look up and see what he looked like. How do you know 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐼? My sister killed him and I buried his rapist, 𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐼. I don't, I answered abruptly before adding, Alpha, to sound more polite. I didn't want to come across as disrespectful, but I wasn't sure what I was supposed to call him. Alessandro. Alpha's dad questioned and I peeked up to see Alessandro staring at me. Why is the human here? Her sister was one of the last people to see 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐼. Alessandro said, his eyes cold as he stared me down. Please, I mouthed, begging him with my eyes not to tell his parents the truth. Please. She worked at a 𝐶𝐸𝐻𝐼 frequented. I thought she might have known where he disappeared off to. And did she? Please. 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 I was no longer mouthing those words. I was screaming them inside my head with every fiber in my body. Alessandro made brief eye contact with me before turning to his father. He didn't respond and looked as though he was contemplating about what to say. Alessandro. The Alpha's father questioned as the silence dragged on for eternity. No. She does not know what happened to 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐼 or where he went. As soon as Alessandro uttered those words, I let out a massive breath that I hadn't realized I was holding. I felt my body slump slightly in relief. He didn't tell his parents about 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐼. Why is this human still here? There was confusion, a hint of suspicion in the Alpha's father's voice. I asked Alessandro if he could keep her here for a little longer. I wanted to ask her questions too. A female voice quickly answered. My eyes flickered over to Teresa, who was smiling warmly at her uncle. I used this opportunity to quickly scan the room to see who else was there. Sitting next to Teresa was the Alpha's mum, who had yet to utter a word, but no one else. It was just the Alpha's family. 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐼 and me. Uncle Ricardo. Nala and her sister don't know where 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐼 is. Nala has never met him. Thank you, Teresa. I didn't deserve her help, however I was so grateful to have her defending me and helping me, especially now when I wasn't too sure if Alessandro would. Look at me, Nala. I did as Ricardo asked and slowly met his gaze. Do you know where 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐼 is? No, I told him honestly. I had no idea where his body was, but he was unlike Alessandro, who did. Ricardo kept my gaze for a minute or so, and I kept my eyes open and remained as still as possible. He finally looked away and I sighed in relief. If she does not know where 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐼 is, why is she still here? Ricardo questioned his son, who was stood there with his large arms crossed against his muscular chest. Alessandro. Let the human go. Chapter 48. Alessandro. Let the human go. Let the human go. Let the human go. These words kept circulating inside my head for a minute or so without me actually grasping what they meant for me. They were going to let me go. This was finally going to end and I would see 𝐾𝐜 again. I was going to be okay. We were both going to be okay. Hope and excitement began to bubble up inside me and I wanted to scream out in happiness. I couldn't believe this was actually happening. This felt like a pinch-me moment. A moment I had been praying and wishing for since I got here, and now it was finally happening. Biting my lip to stop the that smile that was threatening to grace it, I directed my eyes towards Alessandro to hear his response. How could he say no to his dad's response without raising any arms? He had to agree with him. Alessandro's eyes were cold, however there were specks of anger there threatening to burn us all. He slowly unfolded his arms and dropped them to his side. His fists clenched tightly. I still have a few questions. he finally announced to the 5 people who were waiting to hear his response. What questions? Though Ricardo asked his son the question, his dark eyes landed on me and I could feel his burning gaze. He wanted to know why his son was keeping a human girl here for no reason and was reluctant for her to leave. Yeah, you and me both, mister. We have more pressing issues at hand, such as where Harlan is and why he has disappeared. Ricardo filled the silence in the room when it became clear his son would not provide him with an answer. Yes, Alessandro, mum. Rosa finally spoke. If the human girl knows nothing, we cannot keep her here. Unlike her mate who was studying me when he spoke, she looked at Alessandro as if she was trying to gauge his reaction and thoughts. Alessandro spat the words out, his tone barely concealing the anger he was feeling. I still have some questions for her too. Teresa suddenly jumped in, causing me to snap my head towards her. What the hell is she doing? She said she would help me. Why does she want me to remain here? Ricardo shrugged. Question her, but I want her gone by the end of this week. Oh my God. This was actually happening. I would be out of here at the end of this week and I can finally put this everlasting nightmare behind me and move on. When is it the end of the week? What day is it today? As the happiness began to envelop every inch of me, I missed the subtle exchanges that were being exchanged. I should have paid more attention to them. It would have prepared me for what was to come. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, can you escort Miss 𝐲𝐻𝐻 back to her room? 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 opened the door and I could have skipped my way back to the room. I was going to get the hell out here. As I left the room, I made the mistake of looking back into the room and was genuinely surprised by the looks and emotions on each of their faces. There was a slight concern on his mum's. Rosa face, and she was looking at Alessandro. She wasn't the only one who was doing that. Teresa was looking at the Alpha too, however, instead of the small concern like on her aunt's face, her face was drawn in with worry. Alessandro's dad, Ricardo, was not looking at him. His dark eyes were on me as they narrowed in suspicion. His eyes weren't the only ones on me. Alessandro stared back at me with both anger and other emotion I couldn't place, but there was something in his eyes that I did recognize. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I promised that he would not let me go without a fight. Listen to your daddy wolf boy and let me go. It didn't matter what he felt and why he wanted to keep me here. I knew Alessandro would have to let me go if his parents told him to. In their eyes there was no valid reason why he was keeping me here, and to be honest I had no idea either. He knew the full truth and it didn't seem like he was planning on using the information to punish me for it, so why keep me a prisoner here? Wipe that smirk off your face. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 suddenly snapped, causing me to miss a step in my walking and stumble slightly. I'm not smirking, I informed him as the huge smile on my face dimmed slightly. Once I thought about how I will be getting out of here soon, it began to expand again. When do you think I can leave? 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 gave me a look that I couldn't decipher and shook his head. Come on. I refused to let his sour attitude ruin my mood and mental well-being. I was getting out of here and nothing could ruin the emotions coursing through my body. As soon as the door closed behind me in my room, I ran to the bed and grabbed a pillow before screaming into it. It wasn't my usual scream of anguish that I seemed to do daily. Instead, it was filled with excitement, happiness and hope. Hope to put this behind me, hope to move past this, hope to see my sister again, and hope to forget this ever happened. After releasing my emotions, I took in a few deep breaths to calm myself down. Freedom was within reach and I couldn't let anything 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 sit by anything I met myself. Calm and composed. That's what I was going to be from now on. There was no way I was going to make another mistake and destroy the hope that filled every inch of my body. Adrenaline coursed through my body as I called Uncle Tom. As much as I wanted to speak to Kami and tell her the good news, it would be better if I spoke to Uncle Tom first. Get his opinion on it. Make a plan and then tell Kami. Disappointment flooded my body when the call went to voicemail. Quickly ending the call, I sent him a message asking him to call me so I could repeat the events that occurred today. Since my original plan didn't work out the way I expected it, I decided to call Kami instead. My cheeks began to hurt from the huge smile that was stretching the lower part of my face. Smiling felt strange in my mouth and cheek muscles seemed to have forgotten what it felt like to smile. Nola. 𝐾𝐜𝐤's soft and timid voice filled my ear and I closed my eyes and leaned against the bed frame. Yeah, it's me. I whispered back. How are you? I miss you. 𝐾𝐜𝐤's voice broke a little and she sniffed very loudly before composing myself. It's hard without you here. We'll be together again soon. I miss you too. I told her truthfully. Her breath hitched again, and I knew she would start crying soon. Tell me what you've been doing, I asked her, quickly changing the subject so she would get upset. My tactic worked. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 started discussing her day and her new lifestyle. It all sounded so mundane and normal, something I've been craving ever since I got here. The biggest stress and worry I had before were my university deadlines and lectures, and I needed that to go back to being my biggest concern. I needed to be a normal 19-year-old human again. What's going on with you? 𝐾𝐜𝐤's hesitant voice was filled with guilt that I imagined consumed her every day. Letting out a deep sigh, I made myself more comfortable on the bed. I feel like so much has happened so quickly. It's been crazy. 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼𝐻𝐿 Thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What do you mean crazy? No. Don't worry, I'm okay. I quickly reassured 𝐾𝐜𝐤, who sounded alarmed by my words. I had no intention of informing her of the stupid decision I had made in regard to telling the Alpha the truth. Honestly, I'm fine. You know what I'm going to be, see? The sound of the door slamming wide open had both myself and my phone jump in the air. Shit. I gasped out as my heart pounded against my chest. With one hand on my chest trying to soothe it, I used the other to grab the phone that was now lying a few feet away from me. Though the phone was not against my ear, I could hear 𝐾𝐜𝐤's frightened shouts through the phone very clearly. I lunged for the phone, but the person who barged into the room so unexpectedly, causing my heart attack, grabbed it before I could. Give that back, I demanded as I got to my knees. You said I could have it. Alessandro's hand curled around the phone as he placed it against his ear. Hey, give it back. I was now standing on top of the bed trying to wrestle it out of the Alpha's hand. As if I was an irritating bug, the Alpha swatted me. Not my hands, but my entire body, causing me to fly across the bed and land on the floor roughly. Feeling very disoriented, I used the bed to hoist myself up, but it took me a few tries. 𝐾𝐜𝐤, is it? Alessandro said into the phone, even though it was very obvious he knew who it was. Don't talk to her. My second attempt of retrieving the phone from him failed as he pushed me away again. However, this time, he used more force, causing me to crash into the bedside table. My head hit the table with a muted thud and flew off the tables and scattered all over the floor and on top of me too. My vision was hazy slightly as I looked up at the Alpha who was looming over me. My phone still held to his ear. Say goodbye to your sister because you're never going to see her again. He held the phone out to me, however the shock and pain paralyzed me and I was unable to move. 𝐾𝐜𝐤's frantic screams alongside a loud, buzzing noise filled my ears as I blinked rapidly. I tried to reach for the phone yet again, but my body refused to cooperate with me and my hands barely moved an inch, maintaining eye contact with me, even though my eyes were now only half open. Alessandro crumpled my phone with his bare hands. My phone, or should I say the 100 pieces of material that was once my phone, dropped to the ground and he grabbed of my head, causing a sharp pain to erupt in my head. I will never let you leave. The only way you will ever leave this place is in a body bag. Chapter 49. The world was closing in around me, crushing my mind and soul without mercy. It was relentless and overwhelming, its fist hitting me over and over again. Knocked down once, you get up and fight back. Knocked down twice, you get up and fight back, only you're not as strong as you originally were. Each time you get knocked down, it eats away at you. It chips your body and soul until there's only a slither left. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Right. 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼𝐻𝐿 Thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It doesn't make you stronger. It makes you weaker and weaker until you wished you would have died. I couldn't die. I couldn't. I have 𝐾𝐜𝐤 and I have my whole life ahead of me. Hitting rock bottom can be a blessing in disguise. Once you find the cold floor, you may want to give up and stay in that state of depression. It's tempting and can be so easy to give in to the hopelessness and not attempt to change anything. Once you find that bottom, fight the enticing temptation and use the floor as a place to ground your feet. Stand up and find your reason to get up. It could be your child, your pet, your friend, or it could be curiosity about your potential future. It doesn't matter what reason you select. You use that reason and get yourself up. It could be like a firework. You shot straight up, or it could be a slow crawl like a cat stretching its body after a long nap. At times it may feel as though you have no strength left, but as long as your life strength is flowing through your veins, it just needs to be tapped into. I have strength inside of me. I am strong. I couldn't give up. I will fight for both me and 𝐾𝐜 until my last breath. The Alpha was saying something else, most likely threatening me. However, the words were muffled as if I had been submerged underwater. Though I could see his mouth moving, his face twisting into a snarl. I couldn't hear anything. The ringing in my ear from earlier had subsided, and now it felt as though I had earphone in, blocking out from all the cruel words I'm sure the Alpha was spewing out. Realizing his words were having no effect on me, Alessandro straightened up and moved back. I looked up at him while he stared down at me coldly. He said something else, however, like before I couldn't make out the word. Casting my eyes downwards, my blurry vision tried to focus on what was left of my phone, completely ignoring the Alpha. I crawled slowly around and gathered up the pieces. Once the crushed pieces were in my hands, I stared down at it, the pieces reminding me of the Alpha's brute strength. My fingertips traced the pieces of my phone as if it too was stunned by what it was feeling. My fingers and my whole body shuddered violently at the thought of him doing that to us. How easy would it be for him to crush my bones into pieces like this phone? Suddenly the pieces of my phone were smacked away by the Alpha's hand, and I turned my gaze to meet his. Though the ringing had subsided slightly, I was struggling to hear him and had to rely on my eyes to catch the words that were coming out of his mouth. Thankfully the Alpha said the words out slowly, but my gratitude to that slowly turned into fear when I realized what he had said. Disobey me again, and that will be you next time. Disobey him. When had I disobeyed him? Have I made myself clear? Not really. I didn't know what he meant. How had I disobeyed him? I didn't disclose the full truth, but that wasn't disobedience. Unsatisfied with my lack of response, Alessandro grasped my chin tightly and jerked it forward, causing the ringing in my ear to intensify. Have I made myself clear? I nodded my answer, which was a huge mistake as my head started to throb violently. This time he was satisfied with my response and dropped his hand. He straightened up and leered down at me, his face full of anger and disgust. You have 1 hour, he announced, as if that was supposed to make sense to me. An hour, I whispered, as I hoped he would elaborate on what he meant without my prompting. I had a feeling anything I said or did would antagonize him further. You're my captive. Human. He spat out the word human, as if it offended him. You always will be. He promptly left the room, leaving me on the floor with confusion. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dread and anxiety coursing through my veins. Pain also seemed to want to join in the mixture of emotions I was feeling and seemed very keen and attacking my head. Slowly, clutching both the table behind me and the bed at my side, I hoisted myself up. My legs did not feel as though they could support my weight. They were wobbling vigorously as I tried to walk. The pain in my skull continued to pound, making it even harder to concentrate. Frustration filled me as I took a couple of steps away from the bed before I fell down. My hands cushioned the blow as I leaned to the side, shifting my body until I was laying flat on the ground. I was drained, both mentally and physically, and all I wanted to do was go to sleep. My eyes were like a cup under the tap, filling up quickly and overflowing onto my skin. How have I come to be in this position? Time slipped by as I stared at the ceiling, my tears staining both my face and my hair. As I laid there, I didn't come up with a plan, or what to do next. I just simply laid there. I was tired of always thinking of the next move or the next plan. I wanted to think of nothing. Nothing good, nothing bad, just nothing. The door opened slowly and I could hear footsteps enter the room. However, I refused to acknowledge them as I continued to stare at the ceiling. Nala, get up. The voice belonged to a female and it sounded familiar. Why is she lying there? Another female voice asked. Why have you not cleared out your room? Alpha Alessandro gave you an hour to clear this room. The first woman questioned again, her tone a lot harsher than before. Is that what he meant when he said I had an hour? Come on. Get up. The woman blocked my view of the ceiling with her face. Get up. I had met her before. When 𝐾𝐜𝐤 was still here. Maybe on the first day we arrived in this hellhole. Her name began with the letter L. I was sure of it. And she was in charge of all the maids. Laura. Who's Laura? The second female questioned. The woman who was clearly not called Laura 𝐿𝐼. Come on. Get up. She grasped both my arms and pulled me up so I was in a sitting position. My eyes fell on the other woman in the room. She looked to be in her early 20s and her dark hair tied up in a professional Bond style. Her outfit, however, was far from professional. It was short and frilly and looked as though it was a costume. Wiping my face hastily, I glanced at the women in front of me. What's going on? Both women exchanged a look before they answered my question. Alpha Alessandro told me he had already informed you of his decision. You're no longer a guest here. When was I at? My eyes widened as another thought came into my head. Wait, I'm going home now. The younger woman answered. You're joining us girls on the top floor. Joining you? Joining you on what? We don't have time for this. The older woman snapped. Get up. I slowly did as she asked. It was a struggle to get up and neither of them offered any help. The older woman looked impatient whereas the younger woman looked slightly concerned. I don't understand what's going on. Alpha Alessandro already explained this to you. No, he didn't. I paused after I said that. The Alpha was speaking earlier after he crushed my phone into hundreds of pieces, but I didn't know what he actually said. Had he informed me of his decision then? The older woman began to speak but stopped when another female entered the room. Both women lowered their head, and relief filled my body when I saw who it was. Teresa, I whispered. I was happy to see her, however that happiness lasted a few seconds when I saw the cold look in her eyes. Leave the room, she ordered the other two women who obeyed her immediately. I took a few wobbly steps towards her. Hey, what's going on? I don't under. My words were cut off by a sharp and painful slap to my face. Tears immediately sprang to my eyes as my face began to pulsate. How dare you speak to me after what you did? I'm going to make you wish you were dead. Chapter 50. My hand slowly crept up to touch my face that I'm sure was bright red. My skin was hot under my touch and I feared it would start to swell up soon. Teresa's eyes narrowed and her face twisted into a snarl. I helped you despite what you did to my brother. You're disgusting. I don't understand. My words came out in a hoarse whisper. It was hard to process anything. My body felt as though it had been beaten both emotionally and physically. Teresa let out an laugh and came closer towards me. Even now you still continue to lie. Tears began to fill my eyes. I'm not lying. I really don't know what you're talking about. Alessandro told me the truth. You lied about being RPD. Who does that? I kept shaking my head despite the pain that seemed to be radiating from every move. No, I didn't lie. The Alpha made the assumption BF, and you didn't think to correct him. Teresa hissed. You made us believe he RPE you. You're sick. She was right about that. I was sick. I should have corrected Alpha Alessandro straight away and told him the actual truth. His response to his assumption gave me hope that 𝐾𝐜𝐤 and I would be safe, and I decided to go with that version of the event instead of the truth. That version would have kept 𝐾𝐜𝐤 safe and out of this mess. I couldn't even do that. I'm so stupid and useless. I'm sorry that I didn't correct Alpha Alessandro. I began to say as I ignored the lump that was forming in the back of my throat. I was just trying to protect. Why did you murder him? What did he do to you? My eyes widened as I realized that Alpha Alessandro had not told Teresa everything. He didn't tell her that her pissed brother attacked 𝐾𝐜𝐤 and it was 𝐾𝐜𝐤 that killed him in self-defense. Why had he not told her the truth? Did he not believe me? Did he think I lied about 𝐾𝐜𝐤 being RPD? I must have been taking too long to answer because Teresa scoffed and shook her head, thinking of another lie. No, I was N. If you didn't belong to Alessandro, I would have killed you. The truth in her voice had me taking a few steps back ungracefully and stumbling slightly. "Belong to Alpha, Alessandro. You're very lucky," was the last thing she said before storming out of the room and leaving me standing there on my own. I didn't feel lucky. In fact, I felt the complete opposite. I was unlucky and my life was falling apart. At this moment in time I could not even think of one good thing I had in my life. My head was filled with all the wrongs that have occurred. Not long after Teresa left, the older woman Ray entered the room. "Come on, we need to go." Keeping my head down like beaten puppy, I followed the older woman, whose name I had yet to remember. I wanted to ask what her name was, but I didn't want her to think I was rude for forgetting it. I knew we were here before the older woman announced it. I could hear other female voices around, and the sound of hustle and bustle. "This is your room. You're sharing it with 2 other girls. You've met one of them. Her name was Rachel, and the other girl, Paula, will be here soon." I looked around the room that looked very lived in. There were 3 single beds, a large wardrobe and a few chests of drawers. The room was a nauseating mint-green color with small windows that overlooked the forest. "That's your bed." The older woman pointed at the stripped bed that had the bed sheets and covers on top of it. "Bathroom is through there. What am I supposed to do here?" I questioned as I looked around my new room. It was definitely a downgrade from the room I was in earlier. "Sleep," the older woman said before sighing. "Just do as they say, Nola, and you won't get hurt." She was right. I should do as they say and try to stay out of trouble, but I didn't go looking for trouble. Trouble always seems to find me. I made my way over to the bed and grabbed the duvet covers. I wanted to put them on and get into bed, however, I was stopped by the woman. "No time for that now. We have work to do." As if on cue, the other girl, 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼 𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, came in the room lugging my stuff and what looked like a maid's uniform. I backed away from them. "I am not wearing that. How is that even clothes? Put it on." I was too slow to catch the clothes that then landed on my face. Taking in a deep breath, I headed towards the bathroom as I didn't want to undress in front of 2 strangers. Without actually paying attention to what I was doing, I slipped on the white shirt, fastening the buttons all the way to the top like we used to do when we were in school. The shirt was a little tight and snug around my chest, but there was nothing compared to the skirt that hugged my hips and arse like a glove. "This is a uniform." Gritting my teeth, I wrapped the apron around my waist and pulled my gown as much as I could. At least it wasn't too short, it only showed a little bit of my thighs. Speaking of my thighs, I ran my hands up my leg and winced. I needed a shave. My legs felt like a cactus. Stretching my legs out in front of me, I twisted and turned to get a better look at them and decided it would have to do for now. I finished putting my new socks and shoes on before facing the mirror in front of me. I blinked rapidly as I saw my reflection in the mirror. Shocked at what I was seeing. My physical appearance may not have been bad. My hair was clean. My skin was well except for the developing bruise that seemed to have taken over half my face, but my eyes were empty. They looked flat. Dead. Letting out I wrapped my fingers through my slightly tangled hair. It was clean, but that didn't mean it was tidy. Wincing at the pain I was inflicting on myself, I stopped where I felt a small lump at the back of my head. The lump felt tender and almost wet. Hesitantly, I pulled my hand out of my hair and gasped when I saw my blood-coated fingers. "I'm bleeding. Come on." I must have hurt my head when Alpha Alessandro tossed me around the room like a toy. I didn't have time to inspect it now, so I turned the tap on quickly, scrubbed my hands and dried them with some tissue before exiting the moderately sized bathroom. Rachel handed me a bauble. "You have to tie your hair up," I muttered as I put my hair up in a messy bun. It was nothing like her hair, but I didn't have a brush or sleek hair to make it look professional. I also didn't want to aggravate the bump on my head by pulling my hair back and putting pressure on it. "Lisa said, you're going to be working with me today," Rachel said as she smoothed her apron down. "Lisa, that's her name. What exactly will I be doing?" "Cleaning and serving." She began to leave the room and I followed her. "Don't worry, you don't have to do anything extra if you don't want to." "Anything extra? What do you mean?" I questioned as she gave me a smirk. You know. She inflated her cheek and put her hand up and mimicked 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬𝐻𝐿. What the hell? I gasped. That was absolutely disgusting. They force you to have sex with them. What kind of place was this? How were they allowed to do this? Bile began to rise up in my throat at the thought of young women here being forced to do 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬𝐻𝐿 acts. I know what you're thinking, but it's not RP. She whispered the last word as a couple of young girls walked past. We entered a very large and beautiful room that had the curtains drawn and the bed stripped of its covers. They want to do it and they get compensated for their services. Each to their own, I suppose, but for some reason this piece of information didn't sit well with me. Don't just stand there. Help me. Rachel opened the curtains and motioned for me to make a start on the bed. We normally don't do the bedding around this time, but this room has been unused for a few weeks and the occupant is returning today. I'm not a maid. I crossed my arms across my chest. Your outfit's as otherwise. Rachel laughed before she abruptly stopped. Look, things have changed. No one is waiting on your ass anymore. You're now doing the waiting. When she noticed that I wasn't budging, she let out a deep sigh. I'll get in trouble if I don't have this room ready in time. I can't afford to lose this job. I owe the pack. Please, Nola, help me. You can go on a strike or whatever it is you're doing later. How do you know my name? I sat down on the bed as my vision blurred slightly. Though the pain had subsided, there was still a dull ache in my head. Everyone knows your name here. Rachel came closer and leaned in. Do you know where the Alpha's cousin is? No. What else do you need to do? I wanted to change the subject as quickly as possible. I didn't want to discuss that or pissed with anyone. I just need to wipe everything down and hoover the room. We need to make sure everything is perfect. Karina is a nightmare when it comes to cleanliness. I think she has OCD. You said she was returning today. Where has she been? I questioned as I moved on to the other pillow. I actually don't know. All I know is that she's coming back today. Rachel paused and lowered her voice as if she was about to tell me a secret. She's not a maid here, but apparently she does some of the stuff the other girls do. Stuff? I questioned as we both finished up the bed. Do you mean there's still stuff? The thought of that had me shuddering in disgust. I understood that people had to make a living one way or another, but for me personally, a sex was not something I could always sell. Yeah, but she only serves one man. Rachel looked around the room before asking, do you want to clean the room and I'll do the bathroom? Are you sure? I really did not want to clean anything, but cleaning a bedroom was a lot better than cleaning a bathroom. Who does she, sir? Rachel stopped in her tracks and tilted her head as if she was trying to figure something out. A little smile graced her pretty face. Alessandro. Chapter 51. My body recoiled violently as if it had been physically assaulted, and my heart began to pound faster. So fast and hard that I was worried I was having a heart attack. Rachel was watching me carefully, so even though I felt as though I was breaking down on the inside, I couldn't show it on the outside. Why did I feel so crushed? This piece of information should not bother me. I shouldn't care. What the Alpha did was his business, mine. Oh right. I tried to say causally. However, my voice came out high and squeaky. Rachel simply said. Though I was not looking at her, I could feel her burning gaze on my face. I cleared my throat. Where are the cleaning products? I'll clean this room like you asked. I didn't want to do any cleaning. However, I was desperate to be away from her so I could process this information. I'll go get it. Rachel told me, and after she exited the room, my body automatically deposited itself onto the bed we had just made. Placing my hand over my erratic heart, I rubbed it slowly and took in deep breaths. My physical and mental reaction to the Alpha was starting to alarm me. I questioned yet again why I was reacting like this. I had to find out the reason behind it. There had to be a logical reason why my body kept going completely haywire when it comes to Alessandro. As I thought about the Alpha, my mind drifted to the girl. The girl who served him. Who was she? What exactly did she do? Why did he have someone to serve him? Did she have sex with him? The thought of Alessandro having sex with this girl had my body retching as if it was trying to dispel the awful thought out of me. What are you doing? We just did the bed. Rachel snapped when she saw me on the bed. I want to go back. I'm not doing this. I got off the bed and crossed my arms. Not this again. Rachel muttered. Look, you're here as a maid. This is what maids do. No, I'm not. Rachel narrowed her eyes. Fine, you're not. You're here as a prisoner. You're lucky you're doing this and not rotting in a cell. After hearing Alessandro's threats all the time, hearing Rachel say that didn't faze me. When Rachel realized that I wasn't going to respond, she let out an irritated sigh. Please just help me. I didn't ask Lisa to assign you to me. I'm just trying to do my job. After today I'll tell Lisa to somewhere else. I started to feel bad as she stared at me with her pleading eyes. Rachel had nothing to do with this, and I was lashing out on a random person because I could. My actions would have consequences for her, and I must be stressing her out. I was just about to grab the cleaning equipment she had brought in when she spoke again. I'll tell you what everyone's been saying about you. She had piqued my interest and she knew it. Her mouth formed into a smile and her eyes began to twinkle slightly. Who has been talking about me and what have they been saying? She handed me a cleaning spray bottle and a tea towel. At first there were rumors about you and your sister being involved with Alessandro's cousin. We expected you to be in the cells, but then Lisa told us you're going to be joining us. I started to spray the furniture and letting the cleaning product sit for a few seconds before wiping it off. Your sister left and we thought you went with her until we realized we were serving a human girl. I'm only here temporarily. My uncle will be picking me up soon. What I said was a lie. No one would be picking me up anymore, especially now that I've told Alessandro the truth. Rachel said. However, her face told me she didn't believe me. Can I ask you something? 𝐿𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐻 𝐊𝐢𝐳. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I said hesitantly, wary of what she could potentially ask me. Did you sleep with the Alpha? The question was so absurd that I began to choke on air. Rachel dropped her cleaning products and began to pat my back. Shit. Are you okay? Why, yeah. I gasped out. It took me a minute or so to stop coughing. Sensitive topic, huh? Rachel asked with a smile. I shook my head vigorously and stopped very soon after as the movement aggravated my head and the pain. No, I paused before asking my own question. Is that what people think? Do the people who live here think I've been messing around with Alessandro? You want to? The sudden thought in my head had me spluttering and coughing again. Rachel began pounding my back again. I'm okay, I muttered weakly. Don't die on me. That would be a lot of paperwork for me to do and I'll probably have to clean it up too. I started laughing and quickly stopped when I realized she wasn't joking. To answer your question, yes, some people do think that. Does Alessandro have relationships with humans? I was curious to know this answer. He clearly despised humans, but there were times where people claim to hate something and you'll find them doing the very thing they profess to hate. Rachel shrugged. Alessandro does whatever he wants. Was the woman whose room this belonged to human? We continued working in silence and I resisted the overwhelming urge to ask Rachel about it. I couldn't show too much interest in Alessandro and his relationship with this girl. I could tell Rachel was also resisting the urge to ask me questions, as she would look over at me every minute or so with a wondering look on her face. At times I wanted to ask her to spit out what she wanted to say, but I knew it would be better to keep my mouth shut. I couldn't have another person asking me questions and finding out information about me that could lead to my demise. We had finished cleaning and were removing the last few cleaning items out of the room when Rachel stiffened up slightly. I glanced back to see a beautiful, tall blonde bombshell walking towards the room we had just exited. She was stunning and looked as though she belonged on the runway. Her blonde curls cascaded down her back, stopping in the middle. Her bright green eyes were sparkling with happiness and her red lipstick-covered lips were wide, showing her white teeth. Move away, human. She made a shooing motion with her hand. Nala, move. Hissed Rachel as she grabbed my hand, tugged it harshly. The gorgeous woman rolled her eyes and brushed past us into the room and slammed the door shut. That was Alessandro's girlfriend. Don't get on her bad side. She'll make your life hell. Is that Alessandro's girlfriend? Rachel let out a little laugh. Girlfriend? If that what you want to call it? Yeah, sure. That's his girlfriend. Before I could say anything, the door reopened. Maid. Is Teresa here? Yes, ma'am. Rachel answered, keeping her head low. The woman said, her tone disapproving. Find out why it is taking so long for my bags to be here. Yes, ma'am. You. She pointed her manicured hands at me. Run me a bath. I stared at her for a few seconds before I burst out laughing. Oh my God. I heard Rachel whisper. I'm not doing anything. Do it yourself. I told her as I crossed my arms over my chest. Are you defying my orders? She took a step forward and mirrored my actions. Do you know who I am? Not really. Ignoring the horrified looks Rachel was giving me. I'm sorry, ma'am. She's new here. Rachel quickly defended me. I will run your bath for you and Nola will get your bags for you. The woman narrowed her eyes at me before walking back into the bedroom, leaving the door open for Rachel. Are you insane? Rachel mouthed the words before shaking her head. Go find out where her bags are. Yeah, like I was going to do that. Rachel didn't wait for a response as she went into the bedroom. I stared after her for a few seconds before making my way back to my new room. I couldn't remember the way clearly, so I ended up getting lost a few times. Once I finally found the room, I went over to my bed and grabbed the covers that were on top of it. I didn't care what time it was. All I wanted to do was curl into bed and never leave it. I'm not a maid to run around after the people here, especially her. Why was she back? Did the Alpha call her back? Why did the idea of the two of them have my heart feeling as though it's being crushed? Not only was my heart hurting both physically and mentally, but my body was too. It was both tired and aching as if I had done several days' worth of labor without rest. I got under the covers once I was finished setting it up, not bothering to change out of my clothes. I laid there with my eyes shut, waiting for sleep to fill me so I could forget what my life had become, but as usual nothing came to me easy and sleep didn't either. After closing the curtains, getting into my PJs and tossing and turning, I finally decided to get out of bed and go to the bathroom. Instead of a shower, I decided to fill the bathtub up instead. The warm water would help my suspiciously aching muscles and relax my mind and body, thus making it easier for me to sleep. I didn't bother to wait for the bathtub to fill to a suitable amount. My impatient self took my clothes off and got straight into the tub. I was right. The warm water did wonders to my body, caressing and soothing every inch of it. I closed my eyes and pushed myself under until only the tip of my nose was peeking through. I stayed like that for a while, pushing my face back up for air before going back under, all the while keeping my eyes closed. I may have allowed my body to sink too deep into relaxation mode as I found myself struggling to stay awake and open my eyes. With great effort, my eyes wide and slits, and I tried to push myself up. However, I felt too heavy and hazy, as if I had taken some sort of sleeping pill. What confused me even more was that the water was no longer clear. It was pink. What? I slurred out slightly as I tried to pull myself up again, only to slip under the water. The water was like a lullaby, pushing me to close my eyes and sleep. I knew I had to get up, but it was too hard and I didn't want to leave this warm feeling. My eyes began to close on its own accord and my mind started to go dark, like a blanket being draped over a light. My body began to slip underneath, and just before everything turned completely dark. Enthusiasm. In the distance, I heard something. No, Chapter 52. Darkness came to me like the thick velvet curtains closing at the end of a theater play. It closed my mind of everything, and nothing seemed to matter anymore. The silence was welcomed with open arms as my mind sunk into the peace it was finally given. However, it was not there for long and was slowly being pulled back. Someone came in and interrupted it. I wanted to scream at them and tell them to let me go. I wanted the darkness. I didn't want to think or feel anymore. I wanted tranquility. My tranquility was shattered slightly when I felt someone grab my body and pull me out of the warm water. I couldn't tell who it was, but from their frantic voice and movement I could tell they were panicking. I wanted to tell them, let me sleep. The hard pounding on my back had me twisting my body away. Why were they trying to hurt me? I'm not supposed to feel anything, so why could I feel their panic slaps on my back? The pounding stopped and something warm and soft caressed my body. My head locked to the side and my eyes opened enough for me to see that someone was carrying me. Thank God. The person carrying me muttered when they saw my eyes open. Stay awake. No, I wanted to say. Let me sleep, but my tongue felt too heavy to move. I lost the battle with my eyes as well as they closed again. I'm unsure of how long I was like this, but I drifted in and out of conscious. The time where I did become conscious, I heard little snippets of conversation that made no sense to me. Bleeding. Weed to kill herself. Look at what you did. Brought her here. Your mate. She's waking up. A voice that sounded masculine muttered as my eyes fluttered open slightly. Nala. Nala, can you hear me? Yes, but I don't want to. I want to sleep. With that thought, my mind drifted off and I was in complete darkness again. Through it felt like only minutes. Hours had passed. I heard more snippets of conversations. However, the voices felt muted and sounded more like background noises. I could also feel someone touching me sporadically. Sometimes my hair and head and other times my face. Even though I was not fully conscious, I could feel the difference in the touches and knew they were by different people. One felt more clinical and professional, whereas the other felt more soft and tender, making my heart fill up with bliss. Before my eyes finally fluttered open, my hearing came to me first as the sound of a ticking clock filled my ear alongside the sound of someone clicking away on what sounded like a laptop. I was unable to move anything as my body felt rigid and foreign. After screaming at my body to cooperate with me, it finally did and my eyes opened. Thankfully, the light was lowered to a dim light so my eyes weren't exposed to harsh, bright light. Blinking a few times, I stared at the unfamiliar ceiling for several seconds before wiggling my fingers. My head felt heavy and sore as if I was recovering from a massive headache. The sound of someone typing began to slowly creep up in volume, getting louder and louder until it felt like the noise was right beside my ear. With great effort, I turned my head to the right, the direction the noise was coming from, and froze slightly when I saw who it was. Alessandro. This must have been a dream, or a nightmare, depending on whether he started threatening me again, or he wouldn't be you otherwise. He looked completely focused on the task at hand, which seemed to be obnoxiously typing away at a laptop. I used this time to actually study the Alpha. However, I wasn't able to study for long because he stopped typing. He turned and met my gaze as he closed the laptop. His eyes were filled with relief for a few seconds before it turned blank. You're awake. Where am I? I began to push myself up, but Alessandro put his hand out to stop me. Without another word, Alessandro wrapped his arms around my upper half of my body and lifted me up to a sitting position. I watched in bewilderment as he fluffed my cushions behind me and adjusted the blanket that was covering my body. Yet, definitely a dream. I let out a groan. Not only did I have to see him in real life, now he was invading my dreams too. Are you in pain? What's hurting? He hovered over me as he scanned my body with his frantic eyes. Go away, I muttered as I closed my eyes and tried to think of something else. I heard people could control their dreams if they were aware that they were dreaming. Begone, devil. Is it your head? My head. I repeated slowly as I opened my eyes. Alessandro nodded. I asked the doctor for some painkillers. Does anything else hurt? My eyes narrowed in suspicion. He was being awfully nice, and even in my dreams that didn't make sense to me. Despite the dull ache in my head, I began to shake it. Wake up, I muttered to myself. What are you doing? Alessandro questioned, looking alarmed. Stop it. You are awake. I stopped shaking my head and slumped back down on the bed. If this is real, then why are you being nice to me? Alessandro's jaws tightened slightly. Did you try to hurt yourself? What? My voice came out in a high-pitched tone, indicating my shock at the question. Did you try to hurt yourself? He asked again, his eyes hard and angry. I have no idea what you're talking about. What was he talking about? Why would I hurt myself? Where am I? I repeated the question from earlier. Tell me, Alessandro commanded. Did you try to hurt yourself? You were in the bathtub, in the water with a wound on your head. My mind began to replay the events of earlier. I remember getting into a bath and feeling very relaxed, but I don't remember anything about a wound on my head. Lifting my hand up slowly, I began to touch around my head, trying to feel what the Alpha described as a wound on my head. My whole head was filled with a dull ache, but it was towards the back of my head on the right, and side where it felt tender and slightly raised. Don't touch it. Alessandro gently moved my hand away, a stark contrast to earlier when he smacked it away. He didn't deserve an explanation, but I gave him one anyway. I forgot it was bleeding. I didn't plan to do this. The blood from my head must have mixed in with the water, causing him to think I hurt myself or tried to commit suicide. Why he was acting like he cared confused me. He was very clear about his intentions earlier. If I wanted to hurt or kill myself, that's not how I would have done it. Alessandro's eyes blazed over with anger. You will never do that. I let out a laugh. No, but you were right. There was no response from the Alpha as he maintained eye contact with me. His eyes expressed his emotions, or should I say one emotion, anger. He was angry. For what I did not know. Alessandro finally broke eye contact with me as his eyes lifted upwards towards my head. His hand approached me slowly and carefully as if he was about to touch a traumatized kitten who had been abused all its life, and any sudden movements would set the kitten off. How did this happen? He questioned as he stroked my head softly, avoiding the injured section. His touch had me closing my eyes in content without realizing as I relished in the pleasure it was giving me. I wasn't supposed to be enjoying this. I should be pushing his hand away from me, but at that moment I wanted to ignore it all and enjoy the feeling. Nola, how did this happen? His voice matched the softness of his touch. Nola. The second time he said I reluctantly opened my eyes and met his. Adjusting my head so it was no longer in his reach, I narrowed my eyes. You happened. You did this to me. Realization filled Alessandro's eyes as he dropped his hand. Without a word he left my side swiftly, slamming the door behind him. I didn't have a moment to think about anything at all. As an older man entered the room, he introduced himself as the pet doctor and explained that the cut at the back of my head was small, under 5 cm long, and had straight edges, which meant it was best to use skin glue to heal it instead of stakes. While he explained further, Alessandro slipped into the room. However, he stayed at the opposite end of the room, for which I was grateful for. The glue had already set in with formless scab that would either peel or fall after within 510 days, but the scar could take 6 months to fade. The doctor then went into details about how to care for the wound, what to do and what not to do. It was hard to concentrate on what the doctor was saying because the Alpha was staring at me intently. Ignoring him, I tried to focus on the information that was being relayed to me. It didn't seem hard to take care of it, and the main thing I needed to be concerned about was if the wound opened, bled or got infected. The doctor then provided me with an AHS pamphlet on skin glue, which took me by surprise as I hadn't realized that they'd used the National Health Service and not their own health service. After the doctor took his leave, I was left with Alessandro, who was still standing far away from me. I want to go home. I broke the loud silence that covered the room. Alessandro closed the distance between us. That's not going to happen. Instead of disappointment or sadness, anger filled my body. Why am I here? I've told you the truth. He had to either punish me or let me go. He couldn't just keep me here all my life. Whatever my punishment is, I'll accept it. I wouldn't accept it willingly. However, if that meant I could go home and 𝐾𝐜𝐤 would be safe, I would take it in an instant. But you can't keep me here. You're not leaving. Frustration filled every inch of me. Why? Why not? Why do you want me here? Do you get some perverse thrill from keeping me captive and hurting me? I'm not hurting you. A humorous laugh escaped my lips and I pointed to my head. I beg to differ. Something similar to guilt flashed in his eyes for a second. That wasn't intentional. My eyes widened as I listened to his ridiculous words. That may not have been intentional, but the other times he had his hands wrapped around my neck certainly was. I don't understand why you still want me here. Why did he want me around? Wasn't I a constant reminder of his dead cousin? I paused for a few seconds before asking my next question. What am I to you? Chapter 53. Pure unfiltered panic was displayed over both the Alpha's eyes and his face. Even though I had no idea what he was panicking about or why my question evoked his reaction, I expected the emotion to be quickly removed like usual. Except this time it didn't. He still had this train wreck look in his eyes. What? His voice came out rough and his voice was filled with shock. It was the first time I had ever seen him like this. He was usually very composed or very angry. His reaction sparked an interest in me, and I sat up straighter, my eyes and mind alert so I could gather more information on this peculiar turn on events. "What am I to you?" I repeated the question and watched as he swallowed harshly. You. Why was he reacting like this? I had only asked him a simple question. Why was he stuttering over his words like a toddler? Alessandro cleared his throat. "What do you mean?" Narrowing my eyes, I made a mental note of every single reaction he had displayed. "Am I your prisoner, your maid, or your guest? What am I exactly?" Relief filled Alessandro's eyes, and eyes where his body also slumped in relief as he let out a chuckle. What did he think I meant? My tone was filled with impatience as I observed him recover. "I have not decided yet." Gritting my teeth, I asked him another question. "When can I go home?" The smile of Alessandro's face disappeared in an instant. "You're not. You can't keep me here forever. You know that, right?" My head was starting to ache again. Alessandro was silent as he stared at me. "You do know that, right?" I said the words slowly as I stared back at him. A calculated look began to form in his eyes. He was thinking about other ways to keep me here. I knew it. "If you want to punish me, do it. I don't care anymore. Just let me go." It was inevitable that I would have to pay for the crime committed against his cousin, and I would rather do it now and get it over with than keep waiting for it to happen. "And your sister?" My heart began to accelerate. "What about my sister?" Raising an eyebrow, he answered my question. "She needs to be punished for her crimes." "Her crime? How is it a crime to defend yourself against a pedophile? Leave her out of it. If you want to punish someone for that, punish me. She's just a kid who had been through so much. No one deserves this, especially not 𝐾𝐜𝐤." Alessandro leaned down so his face was inches away from mine. He softly grabbed my chin. "And if the punishment is death?" My breath hitched slightly. Was that the punishment for what 𝐾𝐜𝐤 did? Death? Is this how it all ends for us? After Alessandro captured us, I had every intention of fighting for our lives. However, I knew there was a big chance we would die. As more time went by, that percentage of dying began to dimmer down, and the percentage of us overcoming this was beginning to become brighter. Now it seems like that's all gone. Just like our lives will be. A sudden thought echoed in my head. A thought I said out loud. "Will you kill me? Would it be him or would it be someone else? He has threatened to do so multiple times." However, this question seemed to have taken him aback. I was being stupid, but I continued to question him further. "How will you do it? How will you end my life?" "Stop talking," Alessandro hissed. Raising an eye, I asked him another question. I must have had a death wish as I couldn't stop talking. "Wyatt, that's what you're going to do to me, right?" Alessandro's jaws locked as he stared me down. I stared right back at him. I was tired of all of this. I wanted to know what would happen to us. Thinking about all the possible outcomes was driving me insane. "Do not leave this room," he snarled before he stormed out yet again. I leaned back and closed my eyes as soon as I heard him slam the door shut. Everything was a mess. My life was a mess, and there was no way to climb out of this mountain of issues and problems. Alessandro continued to confuse me. One minute he was threatening me, hurting me, and the next he acted like he cared about me. He didn't care about me. He shouldn't, but deep down I had this feeling that he didn't. I think that explained why I acted the way I did around him. In my subconscious I knew he wouldn't actually hurt me. It was scary that I was thinking this when I had no proof to back up my belief. Thinking like that would not only get me killed, but it would impact 𝐾𝐜𝐤 too. My heart tightened as I thought about my little sister and how scared she must be right now. The last thing she heard from me was the Alpha crushing my phone. She must be going out of her mind with worry. I knew she was burning up with guilt, and I was anxious about what that guilt is doing to her and what it might make her do. I had to gain access to a phone immediately. She needed to know that I was doing okay. If it was the other way around, I knew I would be going out of my mind worrying about what was happening to my sister. I pushed the dude away with my hands and slowly began to place one foot on the ground. Once that was secure and stable, I swung my body around and put both feet on the ground. My body felt fine except for my head, which was still strobing with a vengeance. "What are you doing?" A voice snapped from behind me. Turning around, I found Rachel standing behind me with her hands crossed against her chest. "Get back into bed." I ignored her and began searching for my shoes. I had obviously taken it off when I got into the bathtub, but no one had brought it here. I paused suddenly as I realized that my shoes weren't the items I took off before I got into the bath. I was naked. Whoever got me out of the bathtub saw me naked. Was it the Alpha? Did he see me naked? Enthusiasm flooded my body as I pondered on that thought, opportunity to push me back on the bed. "Hashi. Hey," I snapped as I landed ungracefully on the bed. "What's your problem here?" Rachel muttered as she began to tuck me back into bed, ignoring my efforts to push her away. "You're supposed to be resting." I allowed her to force me back into bed, knowing that once she left I would get back up again. There was no point wasting my energy on fighting her. "Who got me out of my bathtub?" I asked quietly. "Please don't be Alessandro. Please don't be Alessandro." Rachel met my gaze with this strange glint in her eyes. It was Alessandro's cousin, Teresa. Thank God. I didn't want anyone to see me naked, and the thought that someone did without my permission was mortifying, but at least it wasn't the Alpha. "She was extremely worried about you," Rachel informed me. I looked away as the flashes of conversations I heard came back to me. It must have been Teresa's panicked words that I heard. She sounded so concerned. The complete opposite of the last interaction we had. Why did she still care about me? Strange. I've never seen her care so much about a human before. Same with Alessandro. You could see he was visibly distressed. Rachel continued talking, even though I didn't acknowledge or respond to what she was saying. "Humans have died here before. No one has ever cared. Makes you wonder, right?" I wasn't sure what she wanted me to say, and even if I did know what to say, I felt as though I shouldn't say anything to her. She was watching everything I do like a hawk, and it was unnerving. "Why do you think they care so much about you, Noah?" She leaned in close as if we were sharing secret. She had no idea what was really going on. She just thought she did. She wasn't a friend or someone I could confide in. I couldn't confide in anyone here, and it was a silly mistake to do so, but that didn't mean I couldn't interact with the other humans here to gain information. I knew in other circumstances it would be wrong to feign friendships to gain information. I was using them, but this situation was different. Both mine and 𝐾𝐜's life were at stake, and I knew people would do the same if they were in my situation. "I don't know. What do you think?" I widened my eyes in confusion and I moved closer towards her. My words and reaction were clearly not what she was expecting, and I continued talking. "I have no idea what's going on. I don't actually know why I'm still here." That wasn't the truth, but it wasn't a lie either. I knew why I was here at the beginning, but not why I'm still here. "Do you want to know what I think?" Rachel began to whisper the words, looking around her as if she was about to tell me a deep, dark secret and wanted to make sure no one was around to hear it. "What?" I mimicked her voice and tone. "I think you're his mate." Have you ever imagined a werewolf alpha who despises humans, yet shares a mysterious bond with an ordinary human girl? Chapter 50. For what? That was not what I expected her to say. I don't know what I thought she would say, but it definitely wasn't this. As usual, Rachel watched me carefully and closely, observing my facial expressions and body movement. Whose mate? She thought I was someone's mate. She thinks a werewolf believes I'm his soulmate. I haven't even had any actual interaction with any werewolves here except for Alessandro and Teresa. Alessandro. My heart stopped beating for a second before it began to race so fast and so loud that I was positive she could hear my heart too. "What?" I gasped the word out. Alessandro. She thinks I'm his mate. Rachel nodded. "Don't tell me that thought never crossed your mind." A high-pitched giggle filled the room, and it took me a second to realize the sound was coming from me. Alessandro. My giggles began to turn into laughs. "You think I'm his mate?" Annoyance filled Rachel's eyes, seeping into her face, but I couldn't stop laughing at the absurd words she had said. The more I thought about it, the more it made me laugh. Maybe I was finally losing it, but I couldn't stop laughing. How could I be Alessandro's mate? I'm not the only one losing it. Rachel must be too if she thinks I'm his mate. It's not that funny. You can stop laughing. I held my hand up in mock surrender as I continued laughing. It's just me and 𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐻. The idea that we're mates is just plain crazy. Rachel did not like my comment and anger flashed in her eyes before it went blank. I'm not crazy and I'm not the only one who thinks that. Then anyone else who thinks that is crazy too. If you guys knew what happened between us, I said in between my laughs, you definitely would not think we're mates. What's happened between you two? Rachel asked casually. My laughter stopped as I thought about his words, his threats and the times he had actually hurt me. There was no way I could be his mate. Righty. I paused slightly before changing my mind on my answer. I'm a prisoner here. Trust me, I'm not his mate. A prisoner, huh? Rachel questioned sarcastically. I wonder how Alpha or Sandro would react if I hurt myself. I don't think I would get the same reaction. I didn't hurt myself. I snapped, tired of her ridiculous questioning. He hurt me. I was bleeding because of him. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐴𝐻. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐴𝐬𝐧𝐠 enthusiasm. Rachel muttered. What would you like to eat? The question threw me off and I blinked a couple of times. What do you want the chef to make? Lisa told me my role is now to look after you until you're well. I'm not hungry. Why do you need to look after me? Rachel raised an eyebrow. Alpha's orders, I guess. She was giving me the knowing look again as if to say she's right and I'm wrong. Are you always this difficult? Don't make my job harder than it is. Choose something to eat. Even though I wasn't hungry, I decided to pick something. A chip butty, please. Rachel gave me a look that said seriously, before bowing slightly, your wish is my command. I rolled my eyes before calling her, stopping her in her tracks. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐴𝐻. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can you get me a phone, please? Though she was confused about the request, she nodded. Oh, and some shoes, please. Anything else, princess? I shook my head, regretting at the instant that I did. I watched as she left the room quickly and got up into a sitting position. With Rachel gone, I began to think about what she had said. It was crazy. She was crazy. There was no way I was 𝐿𝐴𝐻 mate. I didn't have much information on mates, but I was pretty sure werewolves would do anything for their mates and had this sick obsession with them. As I was telling myself how delusional Rachel was, doubt began to seep into my head. Maybe I hit my head too hard because I started to entertain that idea. Could I be 𝐿𝐴𝐻's mate? He hates humans. He's made that very clear from the beginning, and it was common knowledge that he did. Perhaps the idea of a human mate after hating humans for so long made him not react in the same way a normal werewolf would do if they met their mate. He acted so strangely around me, and though he was pissed off when he found out his cousin was dead, he seemed more concerned about what his cousin allegedly did to me. He was angry at his cousin instead of me. He got me a therapist to help me with my trauma and hadn't killed me or called me yet. Rachel was right. If this was any other human, they would have been dead already, yet here I am. Granted, I'm bruised and not exactly healthy and happy, but I was still alive. Am I 𝐿𝐴𝐻's mate? He wasn't the only one acting strange. My reaction to him was very strange too. I was scared of him. However, I was not as scared as I should be. I was petrified of him before I had met him, but after I did meet him, that fear wasn't as strong anymore. I was saying things I never thought I would ever say to an alpha, and my body was reacting to him in ways I couldn't explain or understand. Could it be possible? How could it be possible? He's an alpha and I'm just a human. Yes, werewolves did have human mates, but what are the chances of a human-hating alpha having a human mate? A humorous laugh escaped my lips. It would just be my luck for it to be 𝐿𝐴𝐻 and the poor unlucky human to be me. You sound like you've lost it. Maybe the doctor should check your head again. Rachel's voice filled the room. She was carrying a plate on one hand and a bag in the other, handing me both the plate and the bag. I put the plate on the bed and opened up the carrier bag. It contained my socks and shoes, so I slipped them on. I also checked the bag for a phone, but nothing else was inside it. What about a phone? I was told that you were not allowed a phone. She couldn't be serious. Resisting the urge to scream, I asked her a different question. How do I find out if someone is my mate? A small smile emerged on Rachel's face. So you believe me now? No, I told her truthfully. I'm just curious. Rachel muttered, sounding like she didn't believe me. So are you going to help me or not? I asked as I took a large bite into the butty. Rachel nodded. I'll help you. You have to do something drastic, and if he's your mate, he'll freak out. And if he doesn't freak out, Rachel shrugged, then he's not your mate. Doing something drastic did not sound like a good idea, but how else could I find out if he was my mate? I mean, I knew it was very unlikely that he could be my mate, but what if he was? I had to be sure that I was not mated to a psychopathic werewolf. Okay, so what should I do? The next thing Rachel said completely and utterly shocked me. You should try and kill yourself. Chapter 55. What? This girl is nuts. I shouldn't be listening to a word she says. Who tells someone they should try and kill themselves? This batshit deranged girl was probably wrong about Alessandro being my mate, and here I was listening to her say, okay, hear me out. Rachel raised one hand when she saw that I opened my mouth to speak. I'm not saying you should kill yourself, but make it look like you want to, and then if Alessandro is your mate, he'll freak out. I don't even know what to say to this. I whispered more to myself than her. This was a foolish plan, and I would be a fool to follow it through. How else will you find out if Alessandro is your mate? I'm sure there's a better way to find out than trying to slit my wrists. I put my half-eaten butty on the plate and got up from the bed. Plus, he most definitely isn't my mate. There's no point doing this. Did you not hear me? You're not actually going to do that. You're just going to pretend you are. Rachel explained. Just pretend to sleep and scatter some tablets around you. I'll go to the Alpha and tell him you're not waking up and I think you had an overdose. That was such a messed up thing to do. There was no way I would be faking a suicide. Nope. I'm not doing that. Rachel sighed, sounding very disappointed. We'll think of something else. It was silent for a couple of minutes before I spoke again. Can you please try and get me a phone? I really need to speak to my sister. Rachel looked at me hesitantly. I don't know. I don't want to break any rules. So she was worried about getting me a phone but had no problem orchestrating a suicide with me. Please. I begged. I need to speak to her. Rachel bit her lip. I don't know, Nola. If I get caught, I'll get punished. Please, Rachel. No one won't. It was you. Rachel didn't respond, but I could see that she was contemplating on whether or not she should do it. Okay. Oh my God. Thank you. I launched myself at her and wrapped my arms her. Thank you so much. Rachel awkwardly patted me before pushing me away. You didn't hear what I was going to say. I'm not going to get you a phone. What? I interrupted, casing Rachel to glare at me. I won't get you a phone, but I will call your sister and pass on any message that you want me to give to her. It wasn't what I was hoping for, but it was better than nothing, and I wasn't going to turn down her offer. Who knew when I would be able to access a phone and contact 𝐾𝐜? At least this way she knows I'm doing okay, and I could find out how she's doing too. Thank you. Honestly, thank you so much. I didn't try to hug her again, even though I wanted to. Can you do it now? I'll give you her number. Though Rachel seemed very hesitant in doing this, she nodded. Thank you. I told her again. Can you do it here so I can hear her? Rachel sent me a look. So you can snatch it off me? Nope. It was worth a try. Rachel left the room to grab a pen and paper to take down 𝐾𝐜's number, while I tried to ignore the intrusive thoughts that were trying extremely hard to take over my mind. It seemed completely ridiculous that I would be Alessandro's mate, and I was silly for even entertaining that thought, but little snippets of our time together would replay in my mind that could not be explained unless I was his mate. If I was his mate, why did he treat me like this? He wasn't loving or caring like those other werewolf couples I've seen. Maybe he would have been if we had not met under these circumstances. After all, we only met because his rapist cousin got what he deserved. Maybe he tried to act like a mate, but the death of his cousin haunted him. What's the number? Rachel interrupted my thoughts as she approached me with a pen and paper. I sprouted off 𝐾𝐜's number and Uncle Tom's just in case she couldn't get through to 𝐾𝐜. This was probably a one-time offer. I needed to make sure 𝐾𝐜 got the message I was okay one way or another. I also needed to know she was okay too. I thanked Rachel for the billionth time. I knew she was getting tired of hearing it, but I appreciated what she was doing for me. I knew it was a risk for her. If you really want to thank me, get Alessandro to write off the debt my family owes his. Rachel told me with a smile. Is that why she was here? Her family owed the Alpha money. Was that the main reason the other humans were here too? I don't know I could get him to do that. I admitted not wanting to make false promises. You're his mate. You can get him to do anything. Rachel winked at me before leaving the room. Once she was gone, I finished off my chip butty without another thought about anything. I needed to clear my head before I came up with a plan on what to do next. It was hard to not think about what Rachel said. My mind would keep going back to it like a drug addict with its dealer. As I sat there on the bed with no idea what to do next, there was a knock on the door before it opened. Expecting it to be Rachel with details of her phone call to call me, I sat up, eager to hear how my sister was doing. Disappointment filled me when I saw that it was not Rachel. The disappointment was brief as fear filled me next. 𝐾𝐽. Teresa's voice was soft and low, as if she was trying not to scare me, unsure of whether or not I should say anything. I lowered my eyes so I wasn't making any eye contact with her. Last thing I needed was for her to flip out over disrespecting her. Alessandro told me everything. Teresa began to say as she approached me. You were only looking out for your little sister. She paused before adding something that caught my attention. Something siblings should do. I looked up to see pain flash through her eyes before she covered it up. As our eyes met, she gave me a smile that was filled with sadness. Averting my gaze, I heard Teresa sigh. I thought you lied about. I know he was your brother, but you didn't see 𝐾𝐽𝐬. She was completely broken. She still is. She was just defending herself. She didn't mean to kill him. I wanted Teresa to know that 𝐾𝐽𝐬 wasn't a bad person who killed her brother for no reason. Her brother attacked her and she acted in self-defense. She had no intention to kill him. She was just trying to protect herself. I know. The words were barely above a whisper. You did the right thing by protecting your sister. I can see how much you love her. My voice cracked a little when I asked my next question. What will happen to her? What will Alessandro do to her? The strong conviction in Teresa's voice had me looking up. He won't hurt her. She didn't do anything wrong. We'll come up with an explanation about Harlan's disappearance. Why would they do that for us? Why help us? And me? Will he let me go? This time Teresa hesitated, causing another shockwave of fear to wash through me. Would I get punished for lying? I don't know. Why do I have to stay here? You and the Alpha know the truth now. It wasn't fair. They couldn't keep me here forever. Alessandro has his reasons. What are his reasons? Why would he still want me here? It's not for me to tell. Alessandro will tell you. I wanted to scream out in frustration. What reason? I couldn't think of a single reason why he wanted to keep me here. Because you're his mate. I came to say goodbye. Teresa continued, unaware of my internal conflict. I need a break. Time away from this. I will be back soon. Oh, goodbye. I didn't know what else to say to her. Actually, that was incorrect. I did want to say something to her. It was more of a question, though. However, I was scared to ask her. It will get better. Thank you. I suddenly blurted out, remembering that it was Teresa who had pulled me out of the bathtub. Teresa gave me a quizzical look and I continued, for getting me out of the bathtub. Teresa didn't say anything but instead reached down and grasped my hands, giving it a brief squeeze before letting go. I watched as she left, kicking myself for not using this time to ask her the question that has been burning through my mind today. She could have told me if it was true or if I was being crazy. I couldn't fault Teresa for her actions' behavior. It was her brother after all, but something about her subtle reaction to him didn't sit right with me. Sometimes she acted like the grieving sister, but other times she didn't. It seemed like she was hiding something. This wasn't something I should get involved in or attempt to find out. I was just grateful that she wouldn't be telling anyone about what 𝐾𝐽𝐬 and I did, and that she seemed to understand what we did from our point of view. She seemed very confident that Alessandro wouldn't hurt 𝐾𝐽𝐬 for her actions, which I was grateful for, but why did he still want to remind of what happened to his cousin here? All I kept thinking about was that I could be his mate, and that's why he wanted me around. That thought was the reason why I was walking to Alessandro's room with a guard. I had to test the theory out, and maybe I was insane for doing this, but I was going to listen to the plan Rachel came up with. It wasn't the fake suicide plan she had suggested at first, but the idea she suggested when she returned to the room. She came in to tell me that she was unsuccessful in reaching Kami or Uncle Tom, but said she would try again. She also mentioned another way to test if Alessandro was my mate. It was a stupid plan, but how else could I test the theory? I felt bad for the guard who had no idea what I was about to do, but it wasn't something that would get him into trouble. Only me, knocking on Alessandro's door. I held my breath as I waited for his response. 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I hesitantly opened the door so it was wide enough for me to see Alessandro and for Alessandro to see us. I whispered to the guard, who looked confused. I glanced at Alessandro to make sure he was watching, and when I saw that he was, I turned back to the guard and grabbed his hair and lowered it down. Once he was almost reachable, I leaned up so my face was inches away from his. It happened so quickly that the guard couldn't react or pull back. I moved my lips up to his. Chapter 56. 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If I could call it that, lasted less than a second, and within that second Alessandro had launched himself across the room and yanked me away from the guard. His hands twirled into my hair as lifted my face up so I could meet his eyes. The eyes that were filled with betrayal and anger. Swallowing harshly at the intense look he was giving me, I tried to think of what to say and do next. For some reason I couldn't think of what I was supposed to do now that I completed the first part of my ridiculous plan. What should I say now? The guard had the same idea as he started to splutter around and explain to the Alpha what happened. Silence. Alessandro snapped, causing the man to obey immediately. I will deal with you later. I turned my head back a fraction to see the guard leaving, only for Alessandro to move it back. Don't look at him. His voice filled with anger. I had to explain to the Alpha that this guard had nothing to do with any of this, and this was all on me. It wasn't his fault. He narrowed his now completely dark eyes. I know. If it was, he wouldn't be breathing now. Shit. Rachel was right. I'm Alessandro's mate. No, I couldn't be. He probably didn't want anyone touching his prisoner. He was just possessive, that's all why. I needed confirmation from him. I had to know for sure. Why would you have hurt him if he had kissed me? His hands untangled from my hair and he took a step back. His eyes were returning to its original color and he seemed unsure of what to say now. No one will touch what is mine. 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're what? I pushed, not bothering about the consequences. What am I to you? He gave me no response as he stared me down. Did he know I know? Tell me. This time it was me who was taking steps to close the distance. Tell me what I am to you. His face and body language suggested he would not reveal this information so quickly and easily, and I would have to yank this information out from him. I could be totally wrong, but I wouldn't know for sure unless I asked. Taking in a deep breath, I asked him the question that could potentially change my life forever. Am I your mate? Alessandro froze. He didn't move an inch. His eyes didn't blink and it didn't look like he was breathing either. He was like this for a couple of minutes, though it felt like a lifetime. Would he tell me the truth? Would he lie? What would he say? Alessandro. My voice was soft and almost like a whisper. He remained frozen as if he didn't hear me call him. Perhaps he didn't. So I tried again, but this time louder. Alessandro. Again. There was no response. I waited another minute, counting each second slowly as I allowed him time to process the question I had asked him. He was as still as a statue. The expressions on his face was as if it had been etched into marble, unseen and frozen in time. His lack of response, or should I say, lack of movement, was starting to grate on my patience. Was I being naughty or stupid in thinking his reaction could be from the absurdity of the question I had posed? Hello, Alpha Alessandro. I waved my hand dangerously close to his face, yet there was still no reaction or response. How long was he going to be like this? My eyes darted around the room and landed on the phone that was sitting on the desk. Would he notice if I used it? I took a hesitant step away from him and towards the desk. My eyes trained on him. As he continued to stand there like a twat, I took more steps away from him and towards the desk, my steps more confident and less hesitant. I was almost there when he finally snapped out of the trance he was in. I groaned out loud as his body swung in my direction. Seriously, couldn't he have just stood there for a couple of minutes longer? That's all I needed. What are you doing? His voice sounding strange and croaky. I was going to sit down. I quickly made something up, pointing to the chair behind his desk. I didn't know how long you were going to remain like that. His eyes darted over to the chair before moving over to the perfectly good sofa that was empty, and I knew it was his way of saying he didn't believe me. You're lying. I rolled my eyes. I asked him if I was his mate, and he was more concerned about what I was doing near his desk. Speaking of lies, you didn't give me an answer. Am I your mate? This time his reaction to my question wasn't as extreme and strange as the first time. He made an attempt to seem causal. However, I could see the turmoil in his eyes. The chuckle he let out was forced and rough. What a ridiculous question. I crossed my arms, determined not to back down from this topic. Well, are you going to answer the ridiculous question? I don't answer to you. It's a simple yes or no question. I pressed further. However, his reluctance to answer the question was providing me with what I needed. Did Teresa speak to you? His voice had returned to its original state, yes. It wasn't a lie since she did speak to me, but not about this whole mate thing. If he pulled me up on it later, I would feign ignorance. He let out a string of curses. What did she say? I answered his question truthfully. She told me to speak to you. So what is the answer to my question? Get out. To my 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Get out of my room. You're lucky I'm not punishing you for the stunt you pulled earlier. He moved his hand in a dismissing motion and went over to his desk, eager for this conversation to end. What stunt? Alpha Alessandro narrowed his eyes. The guard, he gritted out. Oh, him. I put on a coy smile on my face. I like him. Do you think I have a chance with him? A muted growl bounced around the room. You're playing a dangerous game. Human. I was, but I didn't care. Why does that bother you? It doesn't. This time I let out a chuckle. It clearly did bother him, and he was doing a poor job of concealing it. So you would have no issue with us dating? No? I slowly began to make my way over to him. When we kissed earlier, I felt the warmth from his body and I wanted to pull him closer to me. Another growl echoed it around the room, but this time it was slightly louder. I should have pulled him closer and wrapped my body around his. Can you imagine us together? The things he would do to me. Alpha Alessandro warned as his eyes began to darken. His hands would start here. I pointed at my hair before moving my hand down. Then he would touch me here. His hands would move lower and lower. I moved my hands to match my words. Stop talking. He snarled the words out. His hands clenched fists at his side. Ignoring his command, I continued. His lips would caress mine and he woe. I stopped talking, but not because I didn't want to continue or Alpha Alessandro's threats got to me. I stopped talking because I had to. Alpha's words may not have got to me, but something else did. Chapter 57. His lips were caressing my own with heated passion, his hands roaming my body so feverishly as if he couldn't get enough. Within a second of our lips meeting, his large hands grabbed my waist and hoisted me up so I could wrap my legs around him. I did as he requested, causing him to let out an approving growl. The vibration of the growl against my lips had me widening my mouth as I allowed him to deepen the kiss. Letting out a moan, I grabbed a fistful of hair and tugged him closer to me. His hands roamed down my back and cupped my ass. Grabbing and squeezing it, I began to grind my body against his, the friction sending shockwaves through my body. Every inch of me felt as though I was possessed. Possessed with need. What do you want, human? He began to kiss down my neck, nibbling and then sucking the parts of my neck he could access. Tell me, he commanded as he bit down slightly, causing me to gasp. What do you want, human? He repeated the question as he continued his assault on me. My name is 𝐊𝐢, not human, I told him as I arched my back. His hot body next to mine. His tongue on my skin was doing crazy things to my body and mind. 𝐊𝐢. He moaned my names before capturing my lips with his again. With my eyes closed, I could only concentrate on him and was vaguely aware that he was moving. He placed me gently on the something and I opened my eyes to see it was the sofa. He gave me another smoldering kiss before making his way down my body. The feel of his large, warm hands on my chest was exhilarating and I couldn't help but arch my back to give me better access. And 𝐿𝐢, I moaned as I closed my eyes and gave in to the sensation I was feeling. Do you like that? Yes, but he bit down. Its tongue slightly, but it was the good kind. The kind that made you ask for more. Do you want me, 𝐊𝐢? It felt like 𝐷𝐴𝐿. We were repeating the scene from last time. However, I didn't care. All I cared about right now was continuing this. 𝐊𝐢. He murmured my name as he continued his assault, his hands roaming every part of me. Did I want him? Yes, was this a good idea? Noise. I wanted this. The consequences of our actions were the last thing on my mind. Though to be honest, even if they were glaring right in front of me, I don't think I would have cared at this point. Say my name. Alpha Alessandro. I gasped out as he began to place kisses down my torso. His fingers pinched my skin, causing me to let out a yelp. Just my name. Alessandro. I did as he asked, moaning his name as he continued going lower. He let out a growl of approval as his fingers traced the band of my leggings. Alessandro. The growl was deeper and louder this time as he pulled down my leggings. He moved back slightly to take my shoes and my leggings off completely before tossing them aside. His hands caressed my inner thighs, moving dangerously close to where I wanted him to touch me. Beautiful. He touched me so softly it felt as though he was using a feather. Despite the soft touch, my body reacted intensely. Just a little touch in my knee for him skyrocketed. He did it again. Then again. And again. I let out a groan of frustration and looked down to see what was stopping him for touching me properly. My words remained lodged at the back of my throat as I saw the look on his face. He looked like he was in awe and he had never seen anything like this before. He seemed mesmerized what he was seeing, his eyes never blinking as he stared directly at my knee. Why are you looking at me like that? I questioned softly. His tone matched mine as he answered. You're beautiful. His words did something to me. It made me feel warm inside, as if I was wrapped in a thick blanket in front of a cozy fire on a cold winter night. That thought pulled me slightly out of my lust-filled haze as my mind began to race. Take your clothes off, I commanded as I sat up, causing my top to fall back into place and cover the upper half of my body. He didn't argue with what I saw and began to take his clothes off slowly. As I watched him take off all the layers he was wearing, my body began to heat up and I clenched my fists to stop myself from jumping him. My mind was still filled with lust. However, my logical side was starting to level up in the battle inside my mind. I was horny. There was no doubt about that. He was horny. There was no doubt about that, but I could use this opportunity to gain control of this situation. His boxers were the last thing he dropped and I bit my lips to stop myself from gasping out loud. What the fuck? He was huge. No, huge wasn't a good enough description. He was massive. Enormous. Gigantic. Immense. Colossal. My mind couldn't produce any more words to describe how big he was. Not only was it long, but it was also very thick. I snapped my legs shut. No thanks. He would break me in half with whatever that was standing upright between his legs. He was a werewolf. 𝐿𝐢𝐳 gentle was in their nature, and I can only imagine the damage he would do to me. I won't hurt you. It was as if he read my mind. Though his tone was encouraging, his words were not. Of course it would hurt. Having him me would be like losing my virginity over again. Except this time it would last longer than 2 minutes. Deliberately, I took my time putting both my hands on each of his thighs, rubbing and stroking it. He hissed slightly when I moved my hands to his inner thighs, lingering there for a couple of seconds before moving it away. Before we do this, I began to say as my hands rubbed his inner thighs again, I need you to answer me truthfully. What is it? He growled out as I traced my fingers lightly over him. Okay, Nola, you can do this. I began to ask him questions as I touched him, knowing he would answer truthfully. This was my best chance to get the truth out of him. I looked up at him and asked my final question. Am I your mate? His response to my question was as quick as his other responses. Yes, chapter 58, yes. Did he just say yes? I held on as I blinked rapidly, his eyes still fixated on mine. What? I managed to whisper out, my warm breath cascading his body, causing him to shudder. I was his mate. I was actually his mate. I had my suspicions based on his behavior and action, but I didn't actually believe it. No, that was incorrect. Some part of me did believe it, but I didn't want to believe that I was his mate. How could I be? I was just a normal human girl and he was an alpha. Not just any alpha, a psycho alpha who despises humans. However, me being his mate would make a lot of sense. He didn't torture or kill Kami, and when he thought we were involved in his cousin's disappearance, he tried to punish us by making us his maids, but that barely happened. He let Kami go. He didn't harm me when Miles told him that we buried his cousin in the moors, and he must have thought Miles was truthful as he went to the moors to check before finding the body and moving it. At the point he knew we had killed and disposed of his cousin, yet he didn't kill us. Instead, he protected us by moving the body so no one else would find it. Why would he choose a random human girl over his cousin? He wouldn't. Not unless that random human girl was his mate. All this time he must have known I was his mate. Was it when he first saw me, or was it when he first heard my voice? How on? I paused and cleared my throat so my words were audible. How long have you known? How long have you known I was your? 𝐿𝐢𝐳 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐻𝐿 𝐸𝐻𝐿 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The last word was hard to get out. Saying it out loud made it more real. We'll discuss this later. His voice was still filled with desire as his hands cupped mine. Slowly he began to move my hands up and down so that I was stroking him again. I let go of him and moved slightly away, causing the alpha to let out a frustrated groan. Without warning, he reached over and grabbed my body. A squeak left my mouth at the unexpected movement. He pushed me gently so I was now lying down on his sofa. His warm hands skimmed my calves, working its way up my body, caressing every inch of it. Once he reached my inner thigh, he gently spread my legs, his fingers still stroking my legs. With his lust-filled eyes on mine, he bent his head down and placed a kiss on my inner thigh, so dangerously close to my core. I let out a small gasp as he did it again, his mouth licking it, sucking the skin there. I leaned back and closed my eyes, enjoying the pleasurable sensation he was giving me. It felt so good, so damn good. I wanted him. I wanted all of him. I needed him. Stop, Nola. Stop and concentrate on what he said earlier. But I didn't want to stop and think about anything else. I just wanted to be pleasured and satisfied, and Alessandro was willing to do that. We could talk later. We had time later to talk. For now we should just give in and enjoy ourselves. Alessandro mumbled something against my skin. I didn't quite catch what he said other than one word. 𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐿 𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐿 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That one word seemed to do the trick of pulling me out of my horny, desire-filled thoughts. It was like a bucket of ice. Cold water had splashed all over my body and every inch of me was alert and awake. What the hell was I doing? Alessandro had just told me I was his mate, and here I was spreading my legs for him instead of asking him what the hell that meant. Stop. Pushing him away, I snapped my legs shut and covered my body with my arms. Not that it mattered since he had already seen all of me. What's wrong? His voice was filled with concern as he moved back. We cannot do this. 𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐿 𝐸𝐻𝐿 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This isn't right. You me. We're not. This can't happen. Alessandro watched me carefully as I tried to find the words to express myself. He remained still as I tried to form a coherent sentence. I'm not your mate. My voice was meek and small. I can't be. I couldn't be tied down to this. This beast. No, no way. I refused to believe it. It was a mistake. It had to be. The silence surrounding us began to feel loud and almost overbearing. Neither of us was saying anything. We were both just sat there staring at each other, completely naked and vulnerable. When I had asked him earlier, he stated that it was a ridiculous question and refused to give an answer. Now that he had provided me with an answer, I wasn't sure what to do next. What do I do with the information I so desperately wanted to know? I had to be sure first. Even though it was 99% true that I was his mate, I had to be one sure. What if he was just saying that so I would sleep with him? Am I really your mate? Alessandro let out a deep sigh. I have already answered your question. Only a little while ago. You said it was a ridiculous question. Shortly after that you said I am. What is the truth? Alessandro barked out. You can't handle the truth. Human. So it was no longer Nola. I was back to being the human. He started to gather his clothes, prompting me to do the same. I averted my gaze as I hastily put on my bra and panties that we had eagerly discarded earlier. I can handle anything. I snapped back. I could handle anything. I wasn't the same scared little girl who had walked into her kitchen to find her sister trembling in the corner while a disgusting rapist lay dead on the floor. So much had happened since then, as I was no longer afraid. You don't belong in our world. Alessandro stated matter-of-factly as he zipped up his pants. I know. So let me go. He let out a humorous laugh. After what you and your sister did? I don't think so. You can't just keep me here. I'm not going to spend my whole life here. Punish me for what I did and let me go. You'll leave when I say you can leave. Alessandro snarled as he grabbed my arm tightly. Why? Because I'm your mate. That's the reason I was still here. That's the only reason I was here. If he truly wanted to punish us for what happened to his cousin, he would have got 𝐾𝐜𝐤 back here and killed us both or killed her. The reason why he hasn't done that is because he can't. He can't kill us because I'm his mate. You can't do what can't do. I taunted him. You can't kill us. Alessandro pulled me towards him harshly, his grip no longer just tight but painful. I can kill you without hesitation. Then do it. I told him as I stared up at him. Kill me. I wasn't suicidal. I knew what I was doing and I knew he wouldn't kill me. Not because he didn't want to but because he couldn't. He released my arm as if it was on fire and pushed me away. Get out. A small smile graced my face as the realization of the situation hit me. There was no longer a huge power imbalance favoring him. I was the one who had all the power now. Chapter 59. It felt thrilling. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks to her unfading patience, enthusiasm, and honestly frightening to comprehend what this now meant for us. Us meaning Kami and I, not me and Alessandro. This was our way out. This was how we would survive this horrific ordeal and move on with our lives. My knowledge of mates wasn't that great. I barely paid attention to the lessons on werewolves in school, but my knowledge wasn't non-existent. I knew the basics. Mates were everything for werewolves and there was no way they could kill their own mate. Even this human-hating alpha would not be able to kill his human mate. No. Alessandro repeated, his voice low. I shook my head. We need to talk. I bit my lip to stop the smile that was trying to burst onto my lips. I couldn't get too ahead of myself. Alessandro was very unpredictable. Though his behavior and actions would indicate I was his mate, he wasn't the typical loving and doting mate that you would often see. It was just my luck that I would be mated to an unhinged werewolf who hated humans. But I had to admit I was lucky that I was mated to him. If I wasn't mated to him, I wouldn't be alive right now. There's nothing to talk about. Feeling brave and probably foolish, I took a step closer to him. We have a lot to talk about. There is nothing to talk about. Alessandro repeated those words but said it painfully slowly with gritted teeth, ignoring the look he was giving me. I continued talking. What does this mate thing mean for us? How will it work? Though I was still stunned at the revelation, and a huge part of me was still in denial and trying to process the fact that I was mated to a freaking werewolf. Another part of me was eager to use this to our advantage. It wasn't wrong of me to do that. I had an advantage now, and it would be foolish of me not to utilize it. Alpha blinked rapidly at my words as if he too was just as stunned as I was. I was unsure of how he thought I would react, but I'm sure this was not what he had anticipated. Did he think I would freak out? Panic? Be in denial and refuse to believe it? I was feeling all of those things. Nevertheless, I was pushing past it so I can think of a plan to keep us alive. I could freak out when I was on my own, which I knew I would do. You are taking this well. Alessandro muttered out before adding more quietly. Too well. No, I'm not. I'm mated to a freaking psycho alpha werewolf who despises humans. Trust me, I'm not handling this well. Would you prefer it if I ran around screaming? I asked him as I raised an eyebrow. He didn't know what he preferred, and neither did I. Alessandro stormed over to me and grabbed my arm. I need to think. You need to leave. Yes, I did need to leave. I needed to leave this place. I tried pulling my arm out of his grip, but he was too strong. But what about us? I knew, mate. The words sounded strange and I couldn't help but let out a laugh. I'm his mate. I'm Alessandro's mate. The look on Alessandro's face suggested that he thought I was crazy. Maybe I was. I certainly felt like I was going crazy. Go to your room and stay there. He all but pushed me out of his room, slamming the door behind him. I stared at the closed door for a few seconds before laughing again, ignoring the strange looks I was getting from the werewolves that were standing guard. I probably was going insane, but that I didn't care. I had the upper hand. I had a way out of this mess. Once I got back to my room, I made my way over to the bed, grabbed a pillow and screamed into it. I was his mate. I was Alessandro's mate. How was that even possible? Why was I a human? I needed further information on mates and how exactly I could use this so-called bond to my advantage. I could ask Rachel, but any questions about mates would only further raise her suspicions about me and Alessandro. I couldn't have that. Not yet. Not until I knew how to use it to my benefit. Teresa must have known I was his mate. He probably told her soon after she arrived, which would explain why she helped me instead of killing me. Though she must have been very conflicted. She didn't want to hurt her cousin's mate. It has nothing to do with me. Just who I belong to. Who I belong to. What am I even thinking? How could I use that word to describe this? Belong. As if I was some sort of object. A knock on the door had me jumping slightly as it pulled me out of my thoughts. Was it the Alpha? No, Alessandro most certainly would knock on the door. He would barge in. Getting off the bed quickly, I made my way over to the door. A gasp left my mouth as I saw who was standing behind it. There was one male standing there, who I presumed was a guard, but it wasn't him who had me gasping out loud. It was the person standing beside him. 𝐏𝐜𝐤, I whispered as I stared at my little sister's face. Oh my God. I pulled her into my arms. Words were coming out of my mouth, but they weren't making any sense. It didn't matter though. 𝐏𝐜𝐤 was here. I've missed you. I managed to choke out in between my salts. I've missed you too. 𝐏𝐜𝐤 told me as she held on to me just as tightly as I held on to her. We stayed like that for a few minutes as we sobbed into each other's arms. With great effort, I pulled away from her but still held on to her, scared that she would disappear if I let her go. The werewolf who brought 𝐏𝐜𝐤 over to the room was still standing there. Once we made eye, he began to speak. Alessandro will be here soon. With that he began to walk away, leaving me alone with 𝐏𝐜𝐤, pulling her into the room. I closed the door behind her. Are you okay? How have you been, me? 𝐏𝐜𝐤 shook her head. Are you okay? You're the one who's been trapped here. Giving her a weak smile, I answered her question. I've been. My answer wasn't a lie. The situation wasn't ideal, but it's not as bad as it could have been. Did the Alpha hurt you? I'm sorry. You're stuck here because of me. A tear slid down 𝐏𝐜𝐤's face. But that's going to change. This determination in her voice had me worried. 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐬, why are you here? Enthusiasm, in my happiness and delight in seeing my sister again, I had forgotten that she should have been hundreds of miles away from here. She should be with Uncle Tom, safe and as far away from werewolves as possible. There was no way Alpha Alessandro would have brought her back. He made no indication to suggest that he would do that at all. Unless our earlier interaction had riled him up and this was his way of getting back at me because having 𝐴𝐼𝐬 here would keep me on edge constantly. I was too worried about her accidentally saying or doing something that would lead the disgusting pig's disappearance and death to us. Did Alpha Alessandro bring you here? 𝐴𝐼𝐬 shook her head. No, no one did. I don't understand. I told her truthfully. Why are you here? Don't get me wrong. I'm so happy to see you, but it's not safe for you here. It's not safe for you either, 𝐴𝐼𝐬 pointed out. And I'm no longer going to let you pay for My heart began to pound loudly in my ears as I stared at my brave but silly little sister. What are you talking about? 𝐴𝐼𝐬 raised her head up high. A strong and determined look crossed her face. I'm going to tell everyone the truth. Chapter 60. What did she just say? Did she just say she was going to tell everyone the truth? Is she out of her mind? Are you out of your mind? I hissed as I grabbed her arm. You're not telling anyone anything. In fact, you're not going to say one single word to anyone whilst you're here. 𝐴𝐼𝐬 shrugged out of my grip. No, this has gone on for too long. I need to tell the truth. What the fuck is wrong with her? I wanted to scream out in frustration. What is she thinking? This will not help either of us. In fact, it will make things 100 times worse. I had to get her up to date with the new developments that had occurred while she was at Uncle Tom's. That way she'll understand why she can't tell the truth. Not now. Not ever. Taking in a deep breath in order to calm myself down and not shout at my sister, I made my way over to the bed and sat down. Sit down, 𝐴𝐼𝐬. I told her as I patted the area next to me. 𝐴𝐼𝐬 obeyed my command and sat down silently next to me. I honestly didn't know where to start, but I knew before I told her everything I had to reassure her that I was okay and that telling the truth wouldn't help anyone in the slightest. Grabbing her warm hands, I gave him a soft squeeze. I love you, 𝐴𝐬. You're my everything, I told her with a smile. I love you too. 𝐴𝐬 returned both the smile and squeeze even though it lacked real energy. A lot has happened since you left. I began to tell her. But before I get into that, I want you to know that I'm okay. I'm not hurt. No one has hurt me. What I said wasn't exactly the truth. I had been hurt while she was gone. Flashes of the time where Alpha Alessandro grabbed me tightly, put his hands around my neck, pulled my hair and practically threw me across the room replayed in my head. What kind of mate was he? He's hurt me more times than I could count. Is he actually my mate? No, Nola. Now is not the time to ponder about these things. Your little sister is here and about to mess things up for us royally. That's not true. 𝐴𝐬𝐬 narrowed her eyes. I heard you. You heard me. Confusion lacing my tone. What do you mean? 𝐴𝐬𝐬's eyes began to fill up with tears. The last time I spoke to you, the Alpha took the phone from you. I heard you shouting and I heard crashing noises. I know he hurt you. I tried to think back to that time, but it felt like a lifetime ago. So much had happened since then. And then he said something along the lines of say goodbye to your sister because you're never going to see her again. That's what he said. I remember it very clearly. 𝐴𝐬𝐬 sobbed, her hold on my hands suddenly becoming painful. 𝐴𝐬𝐬, I thought he was going to kill you. I thought he had killed you. 𝐴𝐬𝐬's body shuddered as the tears flowed freely from her eyes, each one coming down faster and faster than the previous ones. I'm okay, 𝐴𝐬𝐬. I'm here. I tried to soothe her as my own eyes began to tear up. I could only imagine the fear and pain she had been feeling when he said that. She must have been absolutely petrified. 𝐴𝐬𝐬 let go of my hands to wipe her tears away, and I did the same. So don't tell me he hasn't hurt you. I know he has. It hasn't been that bad. It could have been worse. This time I was telling the truth. It could have been a lot worse for both of us. The only reason why it wasn't that bad was because of luck. Whether it's good luck or bad luck or maybe both, only time would tell. But if I wasn't his mate, it would have been 1,000 times worse. I highly doubt either of us would still be alive right now. Maybe at the beginning we would have been, but after the stunt Miles had pulled, there was no way he would have kept either of us alive. He would have tortured us first and then killed us slowly and painfully. A shudder ran through my body as I thought about Miles. Despite him being a complete wonker who got himself into this mess, he didn't deserve to die. A realization ran through me as I thought more about Miles. There was no way Alessandro would have kept Miles alive after everything Miles knew. As long as he was alive, I would be in danger, as Miles could have told anybody and everybody. Alessandro killed him to protect me. My heart skipped a beat and a warm sensation came over me. He cared about me. He wanted me safe. No stupid heart. No IWW. How is my heart warming up to him after everything he's done? He was a crazy, psychopathic alpha werewolf who despised humans. There shouldn't be an IWW. There should never be an AWW. That's the thing, this shouldn't be happening to you. You shouldn't have to go through any of this. It's my fault. I'm the one who should be suffering, not you. You're my little sister. I reminded her. I would do anything for you. It was wrong of 𝐾𝐜𝐤 to say she wasn't suffering because she was. She was the one who was raped. She was the one who was to live with the memories and the scars of that night. Not only has she been trying to deal with such a horrible and traumatic event that had happened to her, but I'm also sure ever since that night she has been living in fear of being found out. My suffering was insignificant compared to her. I can't even fathom the type of emotional pain and turmoil she's been in ever since that night. No one deserves to live like that. Your body and mind on edge all the time and being constantly afraid of what's to come. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 shook her head. I won't let you take a fall for this. We're in this horrible situation because of me. This is my fault. No, this is not your fault. The blame solely lies with that disgusting pig. I was hesitant about using the word rapist around her. I wasn't sure how the word would affect her. It could upset her or trigger a memory from that night, and the last thing I wanted was to cause her more pain. It is my fault. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 sniffed. I killed him, Nola. I actually killed him. You were just defending yourself. I argued. This isn't your fault. He brought it on himself. If 𝐾𝐜𝐤 hadn't killed him, I would have killed him myself. That disgusting bastard did not deserve to live. That's not the point. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 snapped, standing up all of a sudden. You're not listening to me. I did this. I need to take responsibility for my actions. I copied her actions and got up from the bed too. 𝐾𝐜𝐤, listen to me. No, you need to listen to me. She reached over and grabbed my shoulders. I did this. I killed a man. We're going to get caught. It's only a matter of time. We've been through this. I tried to remain calm and not get too frustrated with her. We had already discussed this. This conversation felt like a repeat of what we had previously talked about a while ago. I knew she wanted to do the right thing, but the right thing would only get us in more trouble. We agreed that we would say it was me who did this. I know, but I can't let you stay here as a prisoner for the rest of your life because of my actions. Closing my eyes, I took in a deep breath before opening it. Listen, I have a plan about that. Things are different between me and the Alpha now. What do you mean? Before I could explain further, the door suddenly opened, causing both of us to turn towards it. I knew who it was before I turned. There was only one person who usually barged into my room like that. Alessandro. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 immediately put her head down and kept her eyes on the ground, and she saw who it was, and before I could stop her, she took a step forward towards him. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I have something to tell you. 𝐾𝐜𝐤's voice started off strong. However, towards the end of the sentence it became wobbly and quiet. Alessandro cocked his head in interest, though his eyes were fixated on mine. 𝐾𝐜𝐤, shut up. I hissed as I grabbed her arm, trying to pull her back. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 shrugged my arm off her and took another step closer. Her body was trembling as she did so. She did not shut up. She did the exact opposite and continued speaking. I killed your cousin. Chapter 61. Silence encased the room after 𝐾𝐜𝐤 uttered those words. Her posture was submissive, her eyes fixated on the floor and her head still slightly bowed down. The Alpha met my gaze and raised an eyebrow. I could see, ever so slightly, the humor in his eyes. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐬𝐢𝐳𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yes, it was me. Not Nola. Calmly clarified, her tone still wobbly. Your sister told me it was her. What was Alessandro playing at? He knew �K𝐼𝐬 was the one who killed his rapist cousin. Why was he pretending this was news to him? �K𝐼𝐬's eyes flickered over to mine, her face softened. She said it to protect me. She didn't do anything. It was all mayhem. The Alpha sounded like he was thinking deeply about something. How do I know you're telling the truth and not simply saying this to protect your sister? What? I'm telling the truth, Alpha. I did it. I killed him. Her tone was more confident this time and more stable. I don't believe you. Stop. I snapped, feeling annoyed that he was making my sister go through this for no reason. I wasn't sure why he was doing this. Did he get a kick out of watching her squirm? Nola. �K𝐼𝐬 hissed, sounding horrified. What are you doing? What game are you playing? It's not funny. I told Alessandro, taking a step forward. If I thought �K𝐼𝐬 was horrified before, she was now looking like she was seconds away from passing out. Nola. Stop. What are you doing? The Alpha ignored me and continued to talk to �K𝐼𝐬 as if I hadn't spoken. Is that why you're here? To confess? �K𝐼𝐬 swallowed audibly. Yes, and to take my sister's place. Alessandro let out a laugh while I shook my head at �K𝐼𝐬. That's why she came back. To swap places with me. My heart warmed as I gazed over at my brave but stupid sister. Did she not think about the consequences? Was she not scared about what might happen to her? You can't take her place. �K𝐼𝐬 frowned. It was me who did it. I should be punished, not Nola. �K𝐼𝐬. Stop talking. Nola has not been punished. Far from it. In fact, I don't think I would be wrong in saying she is a pleasure from staying here. The smirk on his face began to grow wide and my face began to grow warm. Pleasure. �K𝐼𝐬's tone was filled with confusion. I don't understand. Before Alessandro could speak and mentally scar �K𝐼𝐬, I spoke up. Can I talk to you outside? I asked Alessandro through gritted teeth before adding another word. Please. Still smirking, Alessandro walked out of the room with me, quickly following him. I'll be back, I told �K𝐼𝐬 before closing the door on her bewildered-looking face. What are you doing? I hissed as soon as we were alone. Why are you messing around with her? Messing around with her. Alessandro repeated those words before shaking his head. I only mess around with you. He told me with a wink. What? What was going on? Why was the Alpha behaving like this? Saying I was confused would be the understatement of the century. 𝐊𝐢𝐳, I don't. Why are you? My mind and mouth was failing me as I tried to make a coherent sentence. Taking in a deep breath, I tried again. This time, instead of asking what the hell he was doing, I spoke about something else. Tell �K𝐼𝐬 to go back. She came here willingly. I didn't bring her here. I shook my head. It doesn't matter. Send her back. She can't be here. What if she tells someone else the truth? That sounds like a you problem. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. My mouth gaped open as I watched Alessandro shrug before walking away. Why was the Alpha behaving so strangely? Was it because I now knew he was my mate? He seemed almost relaxed and content. Complete opposite of what he'd been like the last few times we were together. If I were you, I would ask your sister what else she's done. What did he mean by that? �K𝐼𝐬 has been in Uncle Tom's house ever since she left here. She hasn't done anything else. Fumbling with the door handle, I let myself back into the room and found �K𝐼𝐬 sat on the bed. What are you doing, Nola? �K𝐼𝐬 jumped up from the bed. Why are you talking to an Alpha like that? He'll punish you. Aren't you scared? Aren't I sacred? I asked, sounding incredulous. Aren't you scared? What the hell were you thinking telling the Alpha that and then saying you wanted to swap places with me? Are you out of your mind? Of course I'm scared, �K𝐼𝐬 shouted. I'm terrified about what's going to happen to me, but I can't live with the knowledge that you're taking the fall from me. I left my lips. Sit down. There's a lot that's happened. I'm going to explain it to you, but I need you to listen and not interrupt me. 𝐾𝐜 nodded and sat down. Taking in a deep breath to steady myself, I began to explain to 𝐾𝐜 the current situation we were both in. This time I was able to talk without being interrupted by anybody. I could tell there were multiple times when 𝐾𝐜 wanted to interrupt or say something, but she stopped herself. I didn't tell her every single thing, only what was important and what she had to know. There was no need for her to hear the many times I had engaged in unspeakabilities with activities with Alessandro. Why traumatize my already traumatized sister any further? After I was done telling her everything, 𝐾𝐜 sat there in silence staring at me. You can talk now, I told her as she continued to stare at me. 𝐾𝐜, Alessandro is your mate, 𝐾𝐜 finally whispered. It sounded like she was talking more to herself than me. Yes. It was only just confirmed recently, so I don't know exactly what this means for us, but it's a good thing. You're mated to an alpha. 𝐾𝐜 was still whispering. It was as if she couldn't raise her voice even if she wanted to. Yes. I told her, this is good news for us. I can use this to our advantage. Since I'm his mate, he can't hurt me. I paused slightly. That wasn't correct. He can hurt me and but he can't kill me. I mentally corrected myself, but 𝐾𝐜 didn't need to know that. Which means he can't hurt you. Nola, you're mated to an alpha. Do you know what this means? 𝐾𝐜 continued, not letting me answer her question. That means you're stuck here forever. You're stuck with him. Why was she only looking at the negatives in this predicament that we were in? Being Alessandro's mate meant that he couldn't kill us. We were going to live. Being Alessandro's mate didn't mean I would be stuck with him forever. I highly doubt this strong, powerful alpha would want a human as a mate and ruling his pack beside him. We could come to some sort of agreement. I wasn't sure what exactly yet to figure out the details, but it could work. I'm not going to be stuck with him forever. Listen to me, 𝐾𝐜. 𝐊𝐢𝐬, do you want to be mated to him? 𝐾𝐜 suddenly asked, interrupting me. I didn't want to be mated to him. Not just Alessandro. To anyone. I wanted to choose my life partner. I didn't want to be with someone simply because they believed it was predetermined. No, but 𝐾𝐜 rudely interrupted me again. So you're only considering mating with him because of me? Because you think being his mate would keep me alive? I couldn't disagree with her there. If Alessandro and I had met under different circumstances, I don't think I would have been entertaining the idea of mating with him. Am I wrong? No, she wasn't, but it wasn't as simple as that. There was so much more at play here. So much at stake. I'm sorry, Nola, but I'm going to let you throw your life away because of me. I'm not throwing my life away. Frustration was building up inside of me due to 𝐾𝐜's lack of understanding. This is the only way we both get to live. I took in a deep breath and closed my eyes for a few seconds to calm myself down. You shouldn't be here, 𝐾𝐜. You need to go back to Uncle Tom's and let me deal with this. 𝐾𝐜 shook her head and stood up. No, this isn't your problem to deal with. You're not going to pay for my mistakes any longer. This ends now. I've requested an audience with the head alpha. Enthusiasm, in desperation, I unexpectedly became the Luna of the werewolf pack. This shift in identity transformed me from a helpless human into someone with some power. I began to realize that perhaps I could use this status to change our fate. But I also worried about getting into deeper trouble. Chapter 60. She's done what? Requested an audience with the head alpha. Who the hell was the head alpha? She must have seen the confused look on my face because she began to explain who that was. He's Alessandro's father. I stared at her. I stared at my deranged sister. It was official, she had lost her freaking mind. Was it the trauma from that night? Or was it the constant anxiety of what was to come that had made her lose her mind? How did she even know what a head alpha was? I certainly didn't know. I had no idea that was even a thing. How do you know what a head alpha is? How have you requested an audience with him? 𝐾𝐜 raised her head up proudly. I've been doing research on werewolves. I had no idea how to respond to that. She seemed more different. More mature and content in herself, yet still naive about the predicament we were in. Though I was glad to see that she was no longer completely petrified of her future. This was not what I had anticipated. Now it seemed like she didn't even care if he had a future. That was worrying. People who didn't care about their future or had nothing to lose were dangerous and a loose cannon. Destruction and chaos would follow them around, but they did not care as it would no longer affect them. Is that what 𝐴𝐼𝐴𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐴 meant when he said to ask 𝐂𝐼𝐬 what she had done? Had he known that she wanted to speak to his dad about his bastard cousin's murder? How could he be so relaxed when everything was about to come crumbling down? Surely his dad would not let what 𝐂𝐼𝐬 did slide. Despite what his nephew did, he would choose his side over 𝐂𝐼𝐬's. He probably wouldn't believe 𝐂𝐼𝐬 about the rape and think she's lying to justify her actions. Just when I thought everything was under control and I had some sort of power here, life and reality comes crashing in like the ocean waves destroying the sandcastles built on the beach without a moment's hesitation. The ocean waves this time was unfortunately my sister. Think Nola. I could fix this. I had to fix this. But how many times would I have to fix it? It seemed never ending. One problem after another. There's only so much a person could take before they break down. When will you have this meeting with the Alpha's dad? I asked 𝐿𝐼𝐬 quietly. In 2 days. Okay. So I had 2 days to figure this out. 2 days to make sure 𝐿𝐼𝐬 doesn't end up dying. Why are you doing this? I questioned 𝐿𝐼𝐬 softly. Do you not know what this could lead to? I do. 𝐿𝐼𝐬's voice was filled with confidence. Whether it was real or not, I was not sure. I know what I'm doing. They could kill you, 𝐿𝐼𝐬. Do you understand that? You could die. I know. To my 𝐴𝐼𝐴𝐧𝐼𝐴 𝐊𝐼𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐿𝐼𝐬𝐧𝐼𝐴. It was like talking to a brick wall. I was getting nowhere and all it was doing was building up my frustration, anger. I wanted to cry out in frustration. No, not in frustration. I just wanted to cry and cry and cry until there was nothing left inside me. Why did 𝐿𝐼𝐬 have such little regard to her life? She fought for her life with that rapist and killed him, but now it's like she wants to die. Was it post-traumatic stress disorder? Was it causing her to think little of life and living? I know things have been hard for you. I grabbed 𝐿𝐼𝐬's hands and began to speak. I can't even imagine the hell you've been through. Not only when it happened, but everything that followed after that. We're going to get you some help. Maybe some counseling that way you can talk about what happened and how to move on. I wasn't sure if I was wording it correctly. I was in no way trying to dismiss her trauma. I wanted her to heal from it and get on with her life. I don't want to talk about it. 𝐿𝐼𝐬 snapped, snatching her hands away from mine. I've made up my mind. You're being selfish. So fucking selfish. You need to think about how your actions will affect others around you. I'm being selfish. 𝐿𝐼𝐬's voice rose up too. I'm trying to do the right thing here. How am I being selfish? What am I going to do if you die? Tears streamed down my face like a never-ending river. If they kill you, what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to live without you? 𝐿𝐼𝐬 seemed lost for words and she got back here. She didn't say anything as she looked at me with her sad eyes. Even if she didn't care about her life anymore, did she not think about the impact her death would have on me? She was all I had now. What would I do without her? Shaking my head, I tried to pull myself together. No, I'm not going to think about her death when all of this is preventable. I had time to either convince 𝐿𝐼𝐬 to drop this meeting or come up with a solution that keeps us both alive and well. Stay here. Don't go anywhere. I told 𝐿𝐼𝐬 as an idea popped into my head. Promise me you will not leave this room or speak to anyone about what happened that night. 𝐿𝐼𝐬 nodded, causing me to let out a sigh of relief. The last thing I needed was to come back and find out she had told other people about that fateful night. What did you tell Uncle Tom? I suddenly remembered that he was supposed to be looking after her and was probably wondering where she was. Does he know what you're planning on doing? Yes, I told him. And he didn't stop you. Had he lost his mind too? What was wrong with everyone? How could he allow a child to come back here and confess to a crime that would get her killed? He tried to, but I had already made up my mind. God, why was she so stubborn? Why was she so hell-bent on dying? Not wanting to waste any more time. I left the room, closing the door softly behind me and praying that 𝐿𝐼𝐬 stayed in the room and didn't cause any more trouble. Perhaps it was my fault. After all, the last thing she heard from me was 𝐿𝐴Lessandro threatening me and crushing my phone. If I had somehow managed to get in contact with her again, I could have reassured her that I was fine instead of leaving her wondering whether I was still alive or not. I tried though. I tried my best. Your best isn't good enough. Nola, I need to go to the library. Which way is it? I asked one of the men who were stationed on the corridor. Both men exchanged a glance before one of them stepped forward. Come. That was easy. I was expecting some sort of resistance or thought they would need permission from 𝐿𝐴Lessandro, but I guess not. I followed the guard silently, keeping my head down and myself as invisible as possible. I didn't want to be stopped by any of the maids working here or worse, any of the guests living here. The guard opened the door and motioned for me to go in. I will be waiting outside, he simply said before closing the door behind me. Entering the library, my nose was instantly hit by the scent of paper and magic. The aura of the room was peaceful as a Sunday morning in the winter, quiet and serene. It was unlike any library I had ever seen before. The long and thick bookcases were ornate, as if they had been carved by a person who had a profound love of literature. The engravings were of wolves, some set down, some in a running position and some with the moon behind them. It was inviting not only to the eyes but to the fingers as well. My hand skimmed over the bookcases, my mind in awe of how beautiful everything was. There were hundreds of thousands of books here, if not more. As much as I would love to spend my time getting to know this library better, I had a more pressing matter to get to. Refocusing my mind, I began to skim through the covers, trying to find the book or books I was looking for. I was successful in my ventures and grabbed as many as I could, eager to learn as much information as I could in the short amount of time that I had. It felt like it had been minutes since I entered the silent, empty library, but I knew I had been here longer than I should have. Every minute's counted. Hell, every second's counted when it came to saving my sister's life. I couldn't afford to waste any time. Putting the books back into the original places, I held on to one. It was thick, over several hundred pages long and very old. It was dark in color with gold etchings on the side and the front. Clasping it to my chest, I headed out of the library as my heart began to race. Hopefully 𝐾𝐜 had fulfilled her promise and remained in the room, out of sight and out of trouble. I'm going to see 𝐿𝐴Lessandro. I told the guard who stared at me blankly. I knew how to get to 𝐿𝐴Lessandro's room from my room, but I wasn't sure how to get there from the library. I don't know the way. Silently the guard began to walk and I assumed he was going to take me to 𝐿𝐴Lessandro, so I followed him, clutching the book like a lifeline. Was I making a mistake here? Should I do this? We got to 𝐿𝐴Lessandro's office a lot quicker than I had anticipated. Knocking on the door, I let myself in when the 𝐿𝐴Less beckoned me in. 𝐿𝐴Lessandro looked up from his laptop but did not seem surprised to see me. What is it now? Human. He went to his laptop, not bothering to spare me another glance. I. My stuttering had him closing his laptop and giving me his full attention. His eyes then fell on the book I was still clutching onto with dear life. Come on, Noah. You can do this. Swallowing harshly, I steadied myself for the words I was about to say. I want to mate with you. Chapter 63. The silence in the room after my statement was deafening and everything was amplified, including my heart that was racing like no tomorrow and my breathing that was coming out in shallow pants. I sounded like I had just ran a marathon. I could only imagine what my appearance looked like, sweaty and wide-eyed. 𝐿𝐴Lessandro didn't say a word. He didn't move. I wasn't even sure if he was breathing at this point. His body was rigid as he sat behind his desk, his eyes fixated on me, not moving, not blinking. It was very unnerving, and as the seconds slowly began to tick by, my anxiety began to build up like a birthday balloon slowly being inflated. Why wasn't he responding? Why wasn't he moving? Was he in shock? It would be a lie to say that I wasn't in shock and turmoil over my decision, but what choice did I actually have? I was 𝐿𝐴Lessandro's mate, and at some point in our lives, I would have to mate with him. It might not be any time soon. Could be in 2, 10, even in 15 years' time, but that day would come one day. It was inevitable. Just like the truth finally coming out. It was inevitable. We could have hidden the horrible truth for years, but one day, everything would come out and the destruction it would cause would be unmanageable. I understood from Commie's point of view. That wasn't entirely true. I didn't understand fully, but I could see it was coming. She just wanted it to all be over. Unfortunately, it all being over included her life, which she seemed to happily accept. Clearing my dry as the Sahara desert throat, I tried to elicit a response from Alessandro. Did you hear what I said? There was no response. Nothing at all. He was like a statue, and if it wasn't for his chest rhythmically rising up and down, I would have thought he stopped breathing too. Should I say it again? Should I approach him? Give him a little shake? Was what I said that unexpected? Alessandro. I took a hesitant step towards him, still clutching onto the book. Did you hear what I said? Due to his lack of response or movement, I slowly went over to him. My steps were slow and deliberate in an attempt not to startle him. Or maybe I should startle him. That would break him out of this weird trance he was in. Once I was by his side behind his desk, I cleared my throat again. As anticipated, there was no indication that he heard me. He was still staring straight ahead to where I had stood earlier. To my 𝐿𝐤𝐬𝐻𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Alessandro. I waved my hand in front of his face. Nothing. Zilch. Nada. Was he broken? Had I broken the Alpha? Are you okay? I tried again. Can you hear me? Should I call someone? Or get some help? Hello. Perhaps some physical contact would break him out this stupor he was in. Should I use an object? Should I hit his face? The possibilities of what I could use to hit him and what was making me excited. No, Nola. Calm down and focus. But this opportunity was too good to pass. When else would I get the opportunity to hit Alessandro and be able to justify it? When questioned, I could say I was so concerned by his lack of movement and reaction that I had no choice but to use force to shake him out of it. Yeah, that made perfect sense. I had no choice but to hit him. I eyed the desk, looking for the perfect weapon. Object. To use to help him break out of his trance. His lamp should do the trick. With a smile on my face, I unplugged the lamp from the socket, placed the book on his desk and gripped the lamp tightly in my hands. Lifting the lamp up high, I positioned it in myself so it would hit Alessandro square in the face. The target was perfect as he was still unmoving. Just as I swung the lamp, Alessandro seemed to have broken out of his trance without any help. It was too late to stop the hit and Alessandro saw it, but he was a second too late. The lamp collided with his face with a sickening thud, shattering all over both myself and Alessandro. I may have used too much force. If I thought Alessandro was shocked earlier, his shock and surprise was on a whole new level this time. We both stared at each other. I was still holding the lamp, what was left of it, and he was staring at me with pieces of the bulb and lampshade stuck on his face. The look of disbelief quickly turned into anger. Backing away, I raised the stem of the broken lamp. I was trying to help you. Alessandro cocked his head to the side and raised an eyebrow, causing some pieces of the lamp to fall off his face, leaving blood in its place. You were trying to help me. You were in shock and were responding. I explained as I took a step back. And your solution was to hit me across the face with my desk lamp. His tone was laced with both anger and annoyance. In hindsight, maybe it wasn't such a good idea to hit Alessandro with the lamp, but it sure did feel good. I tried calling you and I waved my hands in front of your face. My justification was weak and ridiculous, even to my own ears. He stood up quickly, causing me to almost trip over my own feet as I tried to maintain some distance between us. I was just trying to help you, I reminded Alessandro as he began to approach me. I reacted without thinking when he got too close and struck him again with the broken lamp. The force wasn't as big as last time, but I did hit him quite hard and stopped him in his tracks. A low growl erupted from Alessandro and my eyes widened at the sound. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. It was an accident. I didn't mean to. You scared me, I shouted truthfully. I didn't have any plans to hit him again. I reacted instinctively without thinking. He grabbed the lamp easily from my hands, despite me holding onto it with both my hands with as much strength as I could, and I wondered if he would strike me with it. He tossed the broken lamp to the floor and gripped my upper arm tightly. "Oh, that hurts," I told him, receiving a glare in return. He tossed me onto the sofa like a cushion. "Sit and don't move." Should I make a run for it? I wasn't going to willingly sit around for him to retaliate and strike me back. He must have seen me eyeing the door because he loomed over me and grabbed my face. "Do not leave this room." Swallowing harshly, I nodded, looking away from his face, but still had pieces of the lamp and blood over it. Satisfied that I wasn't going to run. Not that I actually had anywhere I could run and hide without him finding me. He let go of my face and moved away. He stormed off towards the door at the back of his office, which I assumed led to a bathroom or another room. He slammed the door behind him. I winced, knowing that he was incredibly pissed off and there was a good chance he would take it out on me. He shouldn't take his anger out on me. According to the books I had read, mates were supposed to provide support and comfort to each other, even without doing anything. Their presence would soothe them. I don't think my presence soothed the Alpha. I think it did the opposite. It didn't take long for Alpha Alessandro to return. His face was still red, but there was no broken fragments of the lamp or blood on him. He also didn't look as angry as he did before. The second time was an accident. I quickly defended myself before he could say anything. The first time was on purpose, but that was because you weren't responding and I was worried about you. I wasn't worried about him. I just couldn't let such a good opportunity pass by. Plus it wouldn't hurt my case to let him think I cared about him. I didn't care about him. I didn't. Whatever weird feelings I have towards him could be explained by one of two things: Stockholm Syndrome or the mate bond. Or maybe a combination of both. So, I took in a few deep breaths to ready myself. Back to why I came to see you. "Oh yes, Alpha Alessandro smirked. "You want me to mate you?" I nodded. "Yes, because you believe it would save your sister from dying." I couldn't deny it. It was true. If mating Alpha Alessandro saved 𝐾𝐜𝐤, I would do it in a heartbeat. Did that make me a bad person? You would sacrifice yourself for your sister. It wasn't a question. It was more of a statement. Do you know what marking and mating includes? What I would have to do to you, yes. My eyes wandered to the book I had placed on his desk. I have thought about everything. I knew what I was doing, what I was giving up, and what my life would be like once we mated. This was the only way forward. You thought about everything. Alpha Alessandro let out a little chuckle. Had he thought about the fact that I may not want to mate with you? Chapter 60 for no. Truth be told, I had not thought of that or even anticipated the fact that he may not want to mate me. Rejecting me. Could werewolves do that? Reject their mates? It was so unheard of. I couldn't think of any cases where I heard that before, but that didn't mean that it didn't happen. Maybe fate didn't get it right all the time. I don't think fate got it right with us. We weren't a good match. "Do you want to mate with me?" I questioned him hesitantly. Our survival was based on him wanting to be my mate, wanting to protect me. If he didn't want to mate with me, we were screwed. Surely he does want to mate with me, right? In his twisted way, he has been protecting me from the consequences of my involvement in his rapist cousin's death. But not wanting me dead wasn't the same as wanting to be with me. Crap. He didn't want to be with me. Why would he? I was just a random human and he was an alpha to a very large and powerful pack. "I want to fuck you." That wasn't the same thing. He was lusting after me, but he didn't actually want to be with 𝐊𝐿. I muttered, not expecting this turn of events. His response sent a strange spasm through my body and there was a dull ache in my chest. I couldn't help but think one thing. Why didn't he want me? To complete the mating process, we have to have sex. I blurted out, trying to make sense of what was happening here. Yes, however, we can have sex without completing the mating process. Is that what he wants? All those time when we got close to having sex, was that just him wanting to satisfy his urges without committing to me? I couldn't explain it, but his words were having such an impact on me. They hurt. I felt more hurt now than I did those times he had manhandled me. Why was I feeling like this? I don't understand. I told him truthfully. If I'm your mate, why don't you want me? Do you want me? Alessandro turned the question on to me. I didn't want to answer his question because I actually didn't have an answer. I didn't know if I wanted him or not. I thought I didn't want him, but now that he doesn't want me, I was conflicted. If I said no, it wouldn't be one accurate, and if I said yes, it too wouldn't be one accurate either. I think I did want him, but I also didn't at the same time. Looking away from his intense gaze, I swallowed harshly. I don't know. From the corner of my eyes I could see Alessandro nodding as if he had expected that answer. Anything else? Human. Yes, tell me why you don't want me. Tell me why I feel so conflicted. I had so many questions I wanted to ask him, but instead I asked him about something that isn't related to us and our relationship. What will happen to 𝐾𝐜𝐤? She will be punished for her crimes. Though I had an inkling on what the punishment was, I still asked him, what's the punishment? Death. I closed my eyes and bit my lip. I knew that would be the case, but hearing it out loud made it more real. More painful. Can't she do anything? Still keeping my eyes closed. Please, help us. A soft touch on my cheek had me fluttering my eyes open. Alessandro was sitting next to me, his warm fingers grazing my cheeks. I have tried to help you. What about 𝐾𝐜𝐤? I whispered, not breaking eye contact. Alessandro shook his head. I can't help someone who doesn't want to be helped. Without warning, a tear ran down my face, causing Alessandro to wipe it away. She's just confused. She's been through a lot. If you can do something to help her, please do it. I admire your fierce loyalty to your sister. He paused before adding something so quietly that I almost didn't hear it. You would have made a good Luna. I wish I didn't hear what he had said. I knew what a Luna was, and hearing him say those words made my heart clench in sadness. Why don't you want me? Alessandro's fingers were still stroking my cheeks. Wanting you has never been the problem. I wanted you the moment I heard your voice. I don't mean in that way. I mean, why don't you want me as your mate? My voice sounded weak and fragile. Instead of answering my question, Alessandro's body posture changed and he dropped his hand from my face. Don't tell the full truth. What? When you are being questioned by my father? Do not tell the truth. If your sister wants to confess her crimes, let her. Don't confess your crimes. Do you understand? His voice was filled with urgency as his eyes bored deep into mine. You want me to let 𝐾𝐜𝐤 take the fall for this? Just 𝐾𝐜𝐤. My voice filled with shock. She isn't taking the fall for anything. She did it. Not you. You had no idea what happened. Your sister did it all. No. I stood up from the sofa and shook my head. I'm not going to let my little sister take the blame for it all. I'm not doing that. How could I stand there and watch her do that? How could he expect me to do that? I would always help her, no matter what. If you tell the truth, you will be punished too. Would my punishment be death as well? Do something then. I begged him. I can't lose my sister. Please, I will do whatever you want. Just do something to help her. Alessandro told me. I will ask for a lenient sentence. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Without thinking, I launched myself at Alessandro and wrapped my arms around him. The gesture took him by surprise. However, it wasn't long before he wrapped his arms around me. The feeling of his big, strong arms around me did something to my heart and body. It made me feel safe. Neither of us pulled apart. We stayed like that for a while, enjoying each other's warmth and body. As our bodies remained entwined, I began to imagine what it would have been like if we had met under different circumstances. I was very adamant that I would not have wanted him, would not have craved him, would not have needed him. Yet as we embraced each other, I wondered if I had been honest with myself. If we had met under different circumstances, I began to say in his ears, I think I would have wanted you. His body tensed underneath me, but he didn't let go or respond. Not sexually. I clarified. Though I would have indeed want him in that way. I would have wanted to be your mate, your loner. Was I crazy for wanting him? Was I crazy for telling him that I would have wanted him? This time Alessandro did pull away, though his arms still remained around me. My mate. My Luna. I gave him a sad smile and wondered whether he would have wanted me to if things had been different. My mate. My Luna. His hands wrapped around my hair and he took me close to him. He began to nuzzle the side of my neck, causing tingles to run amok through my body. I leaned my head back, allowing him to gain better access. The nuzzling changed to small kisses and I let out a moan, enjoying the sensations he was giving me. I copied his earlier action and ran my hands through his hair, pulling him even closer to me if that was possible. My mate. My Luna. Something about the change in his voice and tone should have raised an alarm, but I was enjoying myself too much to notice. The small kisses he was peppering on my neck stopped and instead I felt something sharp beginning to skim my neck. My mate. My Luna. He growled out. And then all I felt was pain. Chapter 65. The pain that had erupted from my neck was unlike anything I had ever felt. My mouth opened up to cry out in anguish, but nothing came out. My hands that had previously been wrapped around his hair dropped down to his shoulders, where I began to push him or attempt to push him away from me. I was doing anything and everything to get away from him. Get away from this pain. His hands did the opposite of mine. Unlike mine that were trying to push him away, his tightened his grip on me. It was so tight that I could barely move. Slowly I felt my body weaken and loosen in his arms as we continued to stay like this. My mind was telling me to let go. Not to resist and give in. I was so close to doing that, giving in to him, when I felt Alessandro retract his teeth from my neck. He had pulled away slightly but still had a firm grip on me. His green eyes were no longer green when they met mine. They were amber. Maybe it was my eyes playing up, but he looked different. Strange. Almost like he was lost in some sort of trance. His full lips curved into a small smile as he stared happily down at me. While he may have been happy, I, on the other hand, tears began to build up in my eyes, bubbling over until it began to spill down my cheeks. I continued to stare back at him with my blurred vision. Slowly, very slowly, his eyes began to change back to its original color, the amber fading out and the green overpowering it. He blinked a few times as if he wasn't sure what he was looking at. The small smile that had previously been on his face began to slip away as did his hold on me. He jumped away from me as if I had burned him, and without his support on my body, I slumped onto the sofa, unable to manage my own body. Looking up, I saw Alessandro staring at me in horror. Why he was looking at me like that was beyond me, since he's the one who had attacked me. If anyone should be looking at the other in horror, it should be me. You. It was the first time I had seen Alessandro so shook and lost for words. I wanted to tell him it wasn't me. It was you. You did this. What have you done me? What have I done? What have you done? I wanted to hurl those questions at him, but nothing was coming out of my mouth. It was as if my body had frozen. I was still slumped over, looking up at him as he loomed over me. What have you done? He spat out, his eyes darkening in anger. Why was he angry with me? I hadn't done anything. He's the one who freaking bit me. After many attempts I was finally able to speak. You bit me. I gasped out as I pulled myself together. You bit me. My right hand trembled as it inched towards my throbbing neck. Something hot and sticky coated my fingers as I touched my tender neck. I'm bleeding. I muttered to no one in particular as I stared at my fingers. Alessandro clenched his jaws as he glared down at me. For a second I could have sworn I saw tenderness in his eyes as he saw the blood on my fingers. But that disappeared very quickly. What have you done? Why the hell was he asking me, what have you done, when he was the one who did it? It's not like I went rabid and suddenly bit him without any warning. Why do you keep asking me that? I put my hand back on my neck, trying to cover the wound. Am I going to bleed out? It didn't look like there was a lot of blood, but wasn't there a big important vein in the neck? Biology wasn't my forte at school, and while I had never really administered first aid on myself or anyone else, I knew the basics. I knew you had to keep wounds covered up, especially if they were bleeding. I didn't do anything. You're the one who bit me. I reminded him as I used my free hand to wipe away the tears that were still on my face. I was no longer upset. I was annoyed and confused. Can you get me a bandage or something? I don't want to bleed out. Alessandro's eyes zoomed in on my neck. You're not going to bleed out? How do you know? You're not the one who was bitten by an animal. His eyes flashed at the word animal, but was I wrong? The bleeding will stop. Alessandro gritted out before he stormed off towards the back of his office. I heard the door open and I knew he had gone into another room or the bathroom. Whatever room was back there. It wasn't long before he came storming back. His strides were fast and aggressive. Without warning, he tossed me a face towel. Clean it up, sending him a glare. I began to do what he said and pressed the face towel against my sore neck, letting out a hiss. I began to wipe it. After the initial sting, the pain wasn't too bad. Alessandro watched me intently as if he couldn't take his eyes off my neck. Was it hideous? Was there a gaping hole there? No, of course there wasn't, Nola. If there was, I would be dead. My eyes widened as I realized something. He hadn't bit me. Well, he had bit me. But the bite wasn't just a bite. He had marked me. Before today, I had no idea how werewolves mated with each other, but after my rushed research, I knew one of the steps were to mark each other by biting into each other's neck. The mark would then be visible for everyone to see. With humans, it was slightly different. The human didn't mark the werewolf. I think they could bite them if they wanted to, but it wouldn't leave a permanent mark. Some mixed couples prefer to do that. Have a human continuously bite the werewolf to leave some sort of mark, but it was more like a love bite than an actual mark. Does it hurt? Alessandro's voice was surprisingly soft and gentle. I narrowed my eyes at him. You took a chunk out of my neck. Of course it hurts. The pain will go away soon, but not the mark. I met his eyes. You marked me. The gentleness in his eyes disappeared quickly and instead it was filled with rage. I know what you did. Confusion filled my body as I stared at this crazy werewolf. Why did he keep repeating that? I didn't do anything. It was all him. You wanted me to mark you. He began to explain. His eyes dark again and his hands were clenched into fists by his side. You baited me. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬 thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐠'. What? Don't try and deny it. Alessandro hissed as he leaned in close to me. That was your plan all along. You wanted me to mark you. Why the hell would I want you to bite me? I don't know if you know this, but that shit hurt. Alessandro grabbed my arms and pulled me close to him so we were only inches away. Don't lie to me. You came here with the intention of mating with me. This is what you wanted. I didn't know what to say to that. Yes, I had come here to discuss mating with him, but I didn't plan on what had just transpired. Are you going to deny it? There's nothing to deny. I told him as I tried to pull myself away from him. Yes, I wanted to mate with you, but I didn't plan this. How could I have planned this? You're the one who bit me. It's not like I told you to do that or I bit you. I didn't understand his logic. How could he say I planned this when he was the one who marked me, not the other way around? You knew exactly what to say to get my wolf riled up. You're smart. I'll give you that. Smart and conniving. That's not what happened. I whispered, but my words fell on deaf ears. My refusal to mate with you must have caused you to come up with another plan. He continued to talk without listening to what I was saying. You came up with another way to protect your sister. That's not true. I told him truthfully. I would have tried to come up with something else to protect 𝐾𝐜𝐤. Of course I would have, but I didn't plan this. I didn't anticipate his wolf reacting like this and marking me. He yanked me up from the sofa, causing me to drop the face towel I had placed against my neck. He tugged me over towards the door and I allowed him to do that. I didn't struggle. He opened the door and pushed me out forcefully, causing me to fall onto the ground. My hands took most of the impact and I looked up at him in shock. If you think I'm going to help you or your sister now, after the stunt you just pulled, Alessandro trailed off, shaking his head. You're on your own. Chapter 66. Though the door had been slammed shut for a few minutes now, I still laid on the ground staring at it. What just happened? My mind was trying to process it, but it was struggling. It didn't help that my neck was still throbbing too. Why would he think I'd planned this? How was it possible to even plan this? Yes, I had been trying my hardest to get me and 𝐾𝐿 out of this ever since that fateful night, but even I hadn't thought of doing that. Realistically, what had I actually done? What had I said? I tried to think back to what I said that could have possibly triggered his wolf to mark me. However, I was finding it difficult. He had told me that he would help 𝐾𝐿, ask for a lenient sentence, and I had embraced him unexpectedly. I highly doubt it was the closeness between us that affected him. We had been in so many compromising positions before, and nothing even remotely close to what transpired today had ever happened. Was it because it was the first time we had been intimate in a non-sexual way? Surely it couldn't be that. Perhaps it was something I said. I racked my brain for anything unusual I had said that could have made him react like that. Before he marked me, I told him that were we to have met differently, I would have wanted him. I would have wanted to be his mate. His Luna. After that, all he kept saying was my mate. My Luna. Was that the trigger word? Luna? How was I supposed to know it would set him off? I hadn't said the word first. He told me that I would have made a good Luna. He mentioned the word Luna first. Not me. He couldn't blame this on me. No way. Getting up from the floor, I tried opening the door, but it was locked. Seriously. He locked the door. Alpha Alessandro. I began banging on the door. Alpha Alessandro. I continued knocking on the door despite no response for him. The guards that were on the hallway watched me, but neither of them did anything. Alpha Alessandro. I kept knocking and knocking to the point where my hands were becoming both sore and numb. What had developed between us wasn't my fault, and he couldn't blame this on me. He couldn't go back on his words either. It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. He said he would help 𝐾𝐿. He couldn't back out or changed his mind now. After a while, I gave up my persistent knocking and sat down on the ground, leaning my head against the door. I would wait him out. I don't care how long it took. He would have to leave his office at some point. 𝐿𝐿, a deep voice said from above me. Glancing up, I found 𝐵𝐷𝐞𝐝 standing over me with a bemused look on his face. Hi. I simply said, trying to give him a smile, but it came out as a grimace. 𝐵𝐷𝐞𝐝 raised an eyebrow. Hi, I'm waiting for Alpha Alessandro. I informed him. He was probably wondering why I was sat on the floor in front of the Alpha's office. Does he know you're waiting for him? I nodded. Yet, I've knocked. Like a million times, but he's not answering. I added mentally. You need to go back to your room, 𝐿𝐿. I shook my head. No, I need to talk to Alpha Alessandro. It's important. 𝐿𝐿. Don't make me drag you back. 𝐵𝐷𝐞𝐝 threatened. I had no doubt that he would do just that, but I had to speak to Alpha Alessandro. I had to let him know that I hadn't planned this. I had no idea he would mark me like that. Can I try one more time? I asked 𝐵𝐷𝐞𝐝, who nodded. Standing up, I straightened my back and pounded on the door with as much strength as I could. Alpha Alessandro. Okay, that's enough. 𝐵𝐷𝐞𝐝 pulled me away from the door. Can I try again? Maybe he didn't hear me. 𝐵𝐷𝐞𝐝 looked at me incredulously. The whole pack could you 𝐿𝐿. To my 𝐴𝐴𝐺𝐼𝐸 𝐊𝐿𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐿𝐿. I muttered dejectedly. I'll go back to my room. What should I do now? I had less than 2 days to figure something out. My only other option was to convince 𝐾𝐿 not to say anything. However, she seemed so determined to tell the truth. God, why was she so stupid and stubborn? A sudden idea popped into my head, causing me to stop in my tracks. 𝐵𝐷𝐞𝐝, I began to say, but was rudely interrupted. You are not going back, 𝐵𝐷𝐞𝐝 said firmly. No, it's not that. I quickly said. Do you know where Teresa is? Surprise flitted across 𝐵𝐷𝐞𝐝's face. Yes, can you get in touch with her, please? He narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Why think 𝐿𝐿? Before she left, she told me that if I needed to talk to her, I should ask you or Alpha Alessandro. I've tried Alpha Alessandro, as you saw. So can you get in touch with her, please? My brain came up with a lie in my mouth, uttered those words so smoothly that even I was impressed with myself. Hope filled my body as I noticed that 𝐵𝐷𝐝 looked like he was considering it. Can you tell her I need her to come back here ASAP, please? 𝐻𝐸𝐿 didn't say anything as he stared at me. Please, 𝐻𝐸𝐿, I begged. If you think about it, if I'm lying, which I'm not, but if I am, Teresa will tell you, and 𝐻𝐸𝐿 interrupted my pleading. Yes, I couldn't believe that worked. Thank you, thank you. 𝐻𝐸𝐿 nodded and we continued to walk back to my room in silence. Once we got there, I turned around to 𝐻𝐸𝐿. Please, can you call her soon? It's very urgent. 𝐻𝐸𝐿 let out a chuckle. You're a demanding human, aren't you? Not at all worried about the consequences. He paused before adding something more quietly. I can only think of one reason why. His words confused me, but at this moment in time I didn't have time to delve into that. I had more important things to think and worry about. Thank you, I told him sincerely before walking into my room. Where have you been? 𝐷𝐾𝐜 immediately asked as soon as I stepped inside. Discreetly, I flattened my hair to my side so you couldn't see my neck. I wasn't sure if it still had blood on or if the mark was visible. Trying to figure out a way to get us out of this. I told her as I shut the door behind me. I already told you. I know. You want to tell the truth. You don't care what happens next. I shook my head and sighed. It's been a long day. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I didn't want to have this conversation with her again. It was exhausting. I needed a shower and some rest. I need to have a shower, I told her as I grabbed some clothes from the chest drawer. Are you okay? 𝐴𝐜𝐜 asked softly. No, I wasn't okay, and I don't think either of us will be. I'm fine, I muttered as I stepped around her and went into the bathroom. Turning the shower on, I let the hot water cascade over my body and relax my stiff muscles. I watched as the water swirled around before going down the drain, wishing it was that easy to wash away my problems. I had a plan. I had multiple plans and one of them would have to work. First plan was to talk 𝐾𝐜 out of it. I spent all night and the following day talking to 𝐾𝐜, trying to reason with her and explain what would happen to her if she went ahead with it, but I had no luck. The girl was as stubborn as a mule. With no time to waste, I moved on to my second plan. Alessandro. The second plan didn't work either. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get in touch with Alessandro. He didn't want to see me. I went to his office. I begged the guards to take me to where he was, but nothing worked. He didn't want to see me. Teresa was the main ingredient for my third plan. If 𝐻𝐸𝐿 kept his word and did in fact contact her, she would be here soon. She knew the truth about what happened, and while she was here she was willing to help me. I remember her saying she would protect family, and though I had no idea what she was talking about or why she was saying that to me at that time, now I knew the truth. She knew I was her cousin's mate, and she would help me. If Alessandro wasn't going to help us, Teresa would. I would beg for her help. Other than Alessandro, the only other person who could influence Alessandro's dad would be Teresa. Waiting for her to arrive was nerve-wracking. I was losing my mind while 𝐾𝐜 remained calm. Was she not scared of what was to come? I was completely petrified. I wish I could have seen Alessandro. Not just to convince him to change his mind and help us, but to tell us what was going to happen. What will happen at this meeting? Who will be there? There were so many unknowns and so many questions. Time was not on our side, and before I knew it, the time had come for us to meet with Alessandro's dad. Today was the day our fate would be decided. Chapter 67. Fear was like a chain. It was like a knife slowly being twisted inside your gut. It was like a constant hammer on your head. However, it didn't have to be negative. There was a reason and purpose for fear. It was a biological mechanism to keep you safe. It's part of your intuition. Once you're fearful, your brain will search for a solution to remove the cause of said fear. Fear wasn't a constant feeling, though. It came in like crashing waves. The cold water void of any warmth and sending chills to the core. Just as you manage to adapt to the cold, it comes again and again and again. Fear gripped me all night like a tight, suffocating hand. Its hold was unforgivable and relentless. There were times I could feel myself give in to the darkness and obliviousnesses of sleep, but each time I inched closer and closer to it. Fear would get a hold of my body and shake it awake. �K𝐜𝐤, on the other hand, slept like a baby. Once she had said she was going to sleep. She was out in minutes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stress or anxiety clearly were not plaguing her mind like it was with me. How could she sleep so peacefully knowing what was to come the next day? The whole night was spent staring mindlessly at either the ceiling or my carefree sister snoring away. I tried to come up with ideas on what to do. However, my mind kept coming up blank, and after a while it was too tired to think of anything but not tired enough to switch off. Had you experienced that before? Where you're so mentally and physically tired yet there's something holding you back from giving into the darkness? As the hours ticked by and as I tossed and turned on the bed, praying for answer or some sleep, my eyes wandered over to the windows that were covered by the dark curtains. Would it be possible to jump out of the window and escape? Where could we escape to? I couldn't think of one place where we could go that Alessandro wouldn't find us. As dawn approached, I slowly got out of bed, wary of waking �K𝐜𝐤 up, and made my way over to the window. Pulling the curtain to the side slightly, I stand in front of the window and before pulling the curtain behind me so no light snuck into the room. Closing my eyes, I bathed in the rosy glow of the sun, feeling its heat on my face. Placing my hand on the window, I imagine the feeling of the cool, crisp air around my fingers, the way the wind would play with my hair. How many times had I seen the sunrise and took it for granted? Would this be the last time I would ever see it? What else have I now done for the last time? I stepped back, moving the curtain with me so that the white ray shone through into the room. Everything it touched, it lit up, showing the beauty of the colors in the room. It reached �K𝐜𝐤's face, causing her to scrunch it up slightly. I was tempted to wake her up, to beg her to see the beauty of dawn, the beauty of life, but as I stared at my little sister's face, I knew I couldn't do that. I let her sleep in bliss and forget the pains and trauma of her life and dream of the most wonderful things. Reality was a nightmare and sleep was the only escape from it. If only I could have been afforded the same luxury, the same escape from reality. Once �K𝐜𝐤 was awake, we slowly got ready for the day. Neither of us silent, but neither of us actually talking to one another. It was small talk, the polite chit that you have with strangers' acquaintances. �K𝐜𝐤 felt like a stranger. Before this I thought I knew her well, knew what she was thinking, but now I had no idea what was going on inside her head. Staring at the reflection in the mirror, I winced at what was staring back at me. My eyes had sunken into its socket and dark panda-like circles encased them. I didn't dwell too much on my face, my eyes flickering down to my neck that now contained the mark of Alessandro. Using my fingers, I brushed my hair and covered the mark. The last thing I needed was �K𝐜𝐤 seeing the mark and doing something even more irrational. Before I covered my neck with my curly hair, I softly grazed the mark and closed my eyes as tingles erupted through my body. Would it always feel like this? Clenching my jaws, I removed my hand and opened my eyes. Would the man who gave me this mark still be angry and refuse to help us? Had he calmed down enough to realize that I hadn't tricked him into marking me? I had told him that I wanted to mate with him because I thought it would increase the chances of �K𝐜𝐤 and I remaining alive. If Alessandro had agreed to the mating, I knew it would take time before it actually happened. Crucial and valuable time that would have allowed me to think of something to save us. If in that extra time I didn't find a solution to our problem, I would have gone through with the mating and begged him to protect �K𝐜𝐤. By mating we would have secured and completed the bond. Whatever feelings he had for me would be amplified and his need to protect me would increase by tenfold. I was confident that he would have protected �K𝐜𝐤 from me, to keep me happy. His wolf, and his inner conscience wouldn't have allowed him to do anything that would hurt me physically or emotionally, not intentionally anyway. That's what all my research suggested, and I was 99% sure it was accurate and would apply to us. The one of doubt was due to Alessandro's behavior in past. His indifference to human life and his hatred didn't exactly make me think he would automatically be willing to do anything and everything for his human mate, not to mention the multiple times he had hurt and threatened to hurt me. Now we will never know if my proposition would have worked. While he may have marked me and completed, Half the mating process I knew love and protectiveness were at the bottom of the list of emotions he was feeling for me. I'm pretty sure that anger and hatred were at the top of the list. The emotions that filled my body right now were fear, desperation, and hopelessness. However, there was another emotion that filled a part of me. It was a very tiny part of me, but nonetheless it was still there, and that emotion was relief. A small part of me felt slightly relieved that it was all coming to an end now. Whether we come out of this alive or not, it would finally be over. The constant feeling of anxiousness, paranoia, and fear had taken its toll on me, and I just wanted a moment where I didn't have to think about the possible things that could go wrong and the ways I could resolve them. Giving myself one last look in the mirror, I walked out of the bathroom to find 𝐼𝐸 sitting on the bed waiting for me. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐂𝐸𝐧𝐰. Sad smile graced her face as she saw me, and my heart tightened as I stared back at my little sister. 𝐷𝐸𝐿 came by while you were in the bathroom. 𝐼𝐸 softly informed me as she got up from the bed. What did he want? I asked her, my voice equally as soft and quiet as hers. I already knew the answer to the question I had asked, but I was hoping her response would be different. It's time for me to go. Swallowing the bile that was threatening to spew out of me, I closed my eyes and nodded. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐂𝐸𝐧𝐰. It's going to be okay. 𝐊𝐸, 𝐼𝐸 told me, causing me to snap my eyes open. I stared into the eyes of my delusional sister. How on earth could she think it was going to be okay? Death was waiting for us, and the only thing we could hope for now was that it was a quick and painless one. You don't have to do this. I knew my attempts to change her mind would be futile, but I still had to try. I had to try one last time. No, 𝐼𝐸 grabbed my hands and gave it a squeeze. I have to do this. You don't have to do this. Please, 𝐼𝐸. Just think about what you're about to do for a minute. It won't end well. 𝐼𝐸 opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, there was a knock on the door. We both turned to look at it, and after a few seconds of neither of us responding, the door opened. 𝐷𝐸𝐿 walked into the room, his eyes and face void of any emotions. Time to go. Can you give us a minute? I whispered as I prayed that a minute was enough to get 𝐼𝐸 to change her mind now. Alpha, Alessandro, and the head alpha are waiting for 𝐼𝐸. My heart began to pound as 𝐼𝐸 nodded. I'm ready, she told us as she took in a deep breath. Wait. Both 𝐷𝐸𝐿 and 𝐼𝐸 turned to look at me. 𝐷𝐸𝐿, can I speak to you for a second? 𝐷𝐸𝐿 looked like he was about to refuse, so I quickly added the next part. It's important and will only a couple of seconds. We'll leave after that. After a few seconds of deliberation, 𝐷𝐸𝐿 nodded, and I almost jumped up in joy. Can we talk outside? 𝐊𝐸, what are you doing? 𝐼𝐸 called after us, but I ignored her as we left the room. I had limited time with the beta, and I wasn't going to waste any of it explaining my actions or reassuring 𝐼𝐸. Did you manage to get a hold of Teresa? The question left my mouth as soon the door shut behind us. 𝐷𝐸𝐿 nodded. Is she here? Can you get her to come to the meeting with the head alpha? The eagerness and hope was very prominent in my tone. She's not here, but she's in town. You need to tell her to come here. I spoke quickly, hoping she would make it before things got too complicated at the meeting. We can't keep Alpha, Alessandro, and his father waiting. Let's go, 𝐷𝐸𝐿 said as he reached over to the door, completely ignoring my request. Without thinking, I grabbed his hand to stop him from opening the door. You need to get her here now. 𝐷𝐸𝐿's eyes flickered down to where I was still holding him. I suggest you remove your hand. His tone implied that it wasn't a simple suggestion and that there would be consequences if I didn't listen to him, but I was too desperate to care. You need to listen to me. 𝐷𝐸𝐿 yanked his hand away from mine. I don't need to listen to you. Who do you think you are? You're Luna. Pushing my hair away from my neck. I titled my neck so he could get a good view of what was there. And you're Luna, and you're going to do what I tell you to do. Chapter 68. There were sharp intakes of breath after I flashed my neck and made my declaration. However, they weren't from 𝐷𝐸𝐿. They were from the guards who were manning this area. I could imagine the looks on their faces as they realized that a human could potentially be mated to their alpha. The temptation to look at them and their reaction was almost overwhelming, but I had to stay focused and on track. What I was doing wasn't right. It wasn't the decent and ethical thing to do, but when faced with death, how many people wouldn't do the bad thing to save their life? 𝐻𝐸𝐲𝐿's eyes were fixated on the mark that I was distastefully showing him. His eyes zeroing in on it as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. I am your Luna. I repeated the words again. I am the Luna of this pack. It was a strange feeling making that announcement. I felt this surge of power and control, something I hadn't felt since that fateful night. He marked you. The sentence came out more like a question, and it seemed like it was directed more towards him than it was towards me. The disbelief in his voice wasn't unexpected, but what was unexpected were the hints of pride and joy in his voice. Why would he be happy about Alpha Alessandro marking me? The erratic pace of my heart pounding away and my anxiousness was probably have a detrimental effect on my hearing. There was no reason for 𝐻𝐸𝐲𝐿 to be at all happy about this union. I had no idea what his thoughts about humans were and why he has treated both 𝐾𝐜𝐤 and I good under the circumstances. It wouldn't unrealistic to think that he would prefer a werewolf Luna and not a human Luna. Yes, though it was not a question and it was not directed to me. I answered it anyway. He marked me. An unexpected thing occurred next. 𝐻𝐸𝐲𝐿 let out a chuckle. It was low at first for a few seconds before it increased in volume and turned into laughter. Was he laughing because he didn't believe me and thought I was messing around? He had to believe me. There was a mark on my neck which meant someone had to have marked me. Even if he doubted it was his alpha, who else could it be? I was under constant surveillance and no one other than himself. Teresa or the alpha were around me. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐳. Oh, Luna. You believe me. 𝐷𝐸𝐲𝐿 let another laugh. I knew something was up the moment Alpha Alessandro met your sister. Confusion filled my body as I stared at 𝐻𝐸𝐲𝐿. What did he mean by that? Why did he think something was up when they met 𝐾𝐜𝐤? I had no interaction with Alpha Alessandro at that point, and the first time we interacted was when I spoke to him on 𝐾𝐜𝐤's phone. I don't understand. 𝐻𝐸𝐲𝐿 shook his head. Now is not the time. He turned towards the guards that were still standing there. They weren't looking at us, but I was sure they were empty listening to our conversation. You will not utter a single word about what you have just heard to anyone. Do you understand? Yes, 𝐻𝐸𝐲𝐿. The men said simultaneously. You can't tell anyone either. I told 𝐻𝐸𝐲𝐿. I had a strong feeling that Alpha Alessandro wouldn't want anyone knowing that we were mates. He nodded towards my neck. I suggest you cover that up if you don't want anyone else knowing. Taking his advice, I quickly covered my neck and the mark up with my hair, using my finger as a brush to smooth it down. What about Teresa? Once I've escorted your sister to her meeting, I will let her know about your request and inform her that it's urgent. 𝐻𝐸𝐲𝐿 told me before pausing. Teresa knows too, doesn't she? Shrugging, I answered his question. I don't know. I only found out recently, hun. You need to make sure Teresa comes to this meeting. My life depends on it. I wasn't too sure if he would be eager to save his Luna's sister's life like he would his Luna's, so I changed the words so say my life. 𝐻𝐸𝐲𝐿 noticed my words but didn't comment on it. I'll make sure she's there. He smiled before adding the last word. Luna. Shit. I actually was their Luna. Did that mean I could get them to do anything? Did I have power over 𝐻𝐸𝐲𝐿 until was he just helping me because he wanted to? There was no time to think about my newfound powers now. We had more pressing matters at hand. Opening the door to the room, I let out a sigh when I saw 𝐾𝐜𝐤 waiting impatiently for us. Why was she so eager for this to happen? When faced with death, people try and prolong it, but my stupid sister was running towards it with open arms. Let's go, 𝐻𝐸𝐲𝐿 said as 𝐾𝐜𝐤 stepped out of the room. He gave me a nod and started walking. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 and I following him quickly. What was that about? 𝐾𝐜𝐤 whispered to me. What did you talk to him about? I wanted to tell her that her whispering would do her no good as he could hear him, but I wasn't in the mood to talk to her. My mind was trying to remain calm and think of how the head alpha is going to react to what 𝐾𝐜𝐤 says and what I can say to minimize the damage. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐿, 𝐾𝐜𤤤 asked as she grabbed my hand. Looking down at our entwined hands, I let out a sigh. I asked him if he could get 𝐴lpha-Alessandro's cousin to attend the meeting. Why? The confusion was palpable in both her face and voice. I thought she might be able to help us. I told 𝐾𝐜𝐤 truthfully. I didn't have an actual plan in regards to having Teresa there. I was banking on the assumption that she cared for me and would help me. The head alpha is more likely to listen to his niece's pleas for leniency than mine. Why would she help us? Because I'm her cousin's mate? I don't know. I just thought she might. But why would you think that? 𝐾𝐜𝐤 continued to press as I gritted my teeth. Why wasn't she dropping it? It doesn't matter. I snapped, causing 𝐾𝐜𝐤 to let go of my hand. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 didn't ask any more questions and we continued to walk behind 𝐵 silently. I looked over to her to find her with her head low and her eyes on the ground. Guilt filled my body as I stared at my little sister and I let out a sigh. And so, we're here. 𝐵 interjected before I could finish my apology. I grabbed 𝐾𝐜𝐤's shoulder and shook her. It's not too late. You don't have to do this. Pulling herself away from me. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 shook her head. I want to do this. This needs to end now. Looking away from 𝐾𝐜𝐤, I turned to 𝐵 who was holding the handle to the large double doors that were in front of us. Please get Teresa, I whispered, my eyes silently pleading with his. 𝐵 nodded before opening the mahogany doors. He didn't come in with us but instead ushered us in and closed the door behind us. I silently prayed that he would follow through with what he promised and Teresa would come and help us. 𝐾𝐜𝐤. The deep voice from across the room called out. You requested to see me. Looking up I saw the attendees of this so-called meeting. The head alpha was there, his wife and 𝐴lpha-Alessandro. They were all dotted across the room. The head alpha was sitting behind a large desk and his wife was on one of the large armchairs with a book draped across her lap. Their eyes were fixated on us, unlike 𝐴lpha-Alessandro, who was standing next to a bay window and looking out of it. Even though I couldn't see his face, I knew he was stressed and tightly wound up by his stance and his clenched fist. I wanted him to look at me. I wanted him to reassure me that everything was going to be okay and that he would protect me. Protect us. Yes, head alpha. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 said softly, keeping her eyes low. It was silent for a minute or two before the head alpha spoke again. What is it that you wish to discuss with me? I could hear the sharp intakes of breath 𝐾𝐜𝐤 was taking and her body was shaking slightly. 𝐴lpha-Alessandro. Those two words got everyone's full attention, including 𝐴lpha-Alessandro, who turned slightly in our direction. I killed him. The sets of eyes were on me, filled with an immense amount of emotions, but I only paid attention to one pair, 𝐴lpha-Alessandro's, and his eyes were filled with unfiltered rage. Rage that was directed towards me because it wasn't 𝐾𝐜𝐤 who uttered those words. It was me. I once thought the hardest choice in life was between life and death. However, when I realized I had to choose between protecting my beloved sister and my own survival, I understood that the true pain lies in the despair of not being able to have both. Chapter 16. I didn't have a death wish like my sister apparently seemed to have. I didn't want to die. I wanted to live a fulfilling life, but what kind of life would I have without my sister? I wanted to live and I didn't want my sister to die. It appears that those two things were SP8 entities if I would have to choose one or the other. I couldn't have both. Harlan is dead. Shock and incredulity filled the head alpha's tone as he stood up. Yes, I killed him. I repeated the sentence again, much to 𝐾𝐜𝐤's disbelief. She was gasping and letting out choking noises, so I turned to her to make sure she wasn't dying. I know you. She was trying very hard to get the words out, but it seemed like her brain and mouth were failing her. You killed Harlan. The head alpha walked around his desk so that he was now in front of it. Rosa remained seated as she stared at me with an emotion I couldn't eyes. I could recognize the emotion her son was feeling and displaying though, and why I may have been a bit worried about that another time. Now I didn't care. No, I did. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 finally managed to get her words out. I killed him. No, I did. The head alpha looked at the pair of us as if we were insane, and I didn't blame him. We did sound insane. It was self-defense. He attacked first. I quickly began to explain, ignoring 𝐾𝐜𝐤's protests. That's true, but he attacked me and I killed him. My sister had nothing to do with it. I turned to 𝐾𝐜 and shook my head. Stop trying to protect me, 𝐾𝐜. You had nothing to do with this. 𝐾𝐜 grabbed both of my hands. What are you doing? Stop it. I need to tell the truth. This needs to end now. This is the truth. 𝐾𝐜 let out a groan of frustration and anger and opened her mouth to talk when the head alpha's booming voice stopped her. Silence. We listened to him, as did everyone else in the room. No one said another word or made a sound, or even moved. It was only after a minute or so, when the silence in the room was becoming unbearable, did the head alpha make the first move. He took strong and confident steps towards us. His head held high and his eyes narrowed into slits. From his stance and facial expression, it was clear to see that he was more annoyed with us than he was angry. "Do you find this funny?" he asked as he stood directly in front of us. "Does my nephew's disappearance amuse you? Did he not believe us? I guess I shouldn't be completely surprised. He probably assumed that a human could never overpower a werewolf and kill them. Never mind one from an elf lineage." "No, sir," 𝐾𝐜 whispered as she bowed her head and kept her eyes on the floor. "But I am telling the truth." "No, she's no." "Stop." He raised his hand up. "I don't want to hear another word from you. But another word and I will kill you both right now." His tone suggested that he was not messing around, so I clamped my mouth shut. I would have to discredit everything 𝐾𝐜 said later, as for now I had no choice but to remain quiet. "Tell me everything." His words left 𝐾𝐜 breathing shallowly, and I could practically feel the nervousness and anxiousness rolling off of her. "He used to visit the coffee shop I used to work at." 𝐾𝐜 began her story slowly and quietly as we all listened to her intently. It was hard both watching and listening to her recount what had happened to her, and what she did to protect herself. She told the truth about almost everything except for the part where I was involved. She told the head alpha that she had rolled him up in our rug, taken my car keys, drove to Saddleworth Moors and buried him there. Her words were convincing. Too convincing, and I knew she must have been practicing what to say, as there were no gaps or holes in her story. Once she was done, the room fell silent again as the head alpha, who remained emotionless throughout the storytelling, turned towards me. "I assume you were going to say that your sister didn't do any of that. It was all you." I cleared my throat and nodded yes. "You're both trying to protect each other. How very noble of you," the head alpha said as his eyes flickered between the two of us. "One of you must have killed him. I don't care which one, as you both will be punished equally." 𝐾𝐜 didn't do anything, Nola had nothing. Silence. The head alpha hissed as he took a step closer. "Do you know how I'm going to punish you? You're going to feel pain like you've never felt before. I am going to have you wishing you were never born. By the time I'm done with you, you're going to be begging for death. Death will not come easily to you. My son will make sure of that." At the mention of his son, my eyes flickered over to Alessandro, who was watching everything intently. His eyes met mine, and I silently begged him to help us. He remained expressionless and blank, so after a few seconds I looked away hopelessly. It was over. We were both going to die now. Within a second, Alessandro was in front of us, blocking us from his dad's. Though I couldn't see the head alpha anymore, I could still hear him, and the disbelief in his voice was palpable. "No, what do you mean, no?" "Alessandro." Alessandro replied instantly. "You will not hurt her. No one will." He paused before adding the second part. "No one will touch either of them." 𝐾𝐜 grabbed my hand and gave it a tug, causing me to look at her. "What is going on?" she mouthed, looking confused as hell. "Don't say or do anything," I mouthed back before focusing my attention back on the two men in front of us. I couldn't believe what had happened. I didn't think Alessandro would try and help us. Not after our interaction. Almost every part of me was screaming, "We're going to get out of this alive," but a small part of me didn't want to get my hopes up too high just in case 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐼𝐻 changed his mind. Alessandro straightened his back and made an announcement that had everyone in the room letting out a gasp. "She is my mate." It was very clear that no one in the room had expected him to say those words. The look on their faces almost had me laughing out loud. I had never seen 3 people stunned into silence like that. 3 people that were now struggling to process what was uttered in this room. She cannot be your mate. The astonishment in the head Alpha's voice was loud and clear. His words were echoed by Alpha Alessandro's mum, who finally got up from her seat and spoke. She's your mate. Alpha Alessandro gently pulled me towards him and met my eyes, with tenderness that I wasn't sure he was capable of having. He brushed my hair away from my neck and stroked my neck, causing a huge wave of pleasure to run down my body. Holy shit. What was that? You have marked her. If I thought the head Alpha was shocked before, it was nothing compared to now. He looked as though he was about to pass out or explode into a fit of rage any second now. She's your mate, Rosa said again, but this time it wasn't a question. It was more of a statement. Oh my God. 𝐾𝐞𝐬 gasped from behind me. It seemed like no one knew what to say or do next as we all stood there staring at each other. Alpha Alessandro was still holding me, his proximity and warmth lulling me into a calm frame of mind. It was hard to comprehend what had just happened. Alpha Alessandro had told his parents that no one could hurt 𝐾𝐞𝐬 and I because I was his mate. This was actually happening. Despite our last interaction, he was helping us. We were going to make it out of this alive. You knew what they did and you still protected her. The head Alpha was the first to recover and he was angry. Very angry. You chose this human over your cousin. She is my mate. And Harlan was your cousin. The head Alpha hissed. You're the Alpha of this pack. You have a duty towards this pack. You have a duty to protect its members and punish those who harm them. My mate. Alpha Alessandro repeated those words again. This time slowly. His repetition only seemed to agitate and anger his dad even more. You're an Alpha. He looked over at me, his eyes filled with anger and disgust. She needs to pay for her crimes. You're right. I am the Alpha, and as the Alpha I have decided that my mate nor her sister will be punished for what happened. His dad let out a humorous laugh. I am the head Alpha. I have a say in this too. You have chosen this girl over your oath to the pack. I have an oath towards her too. Alpha Alessandro simply said, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. The head Alpha shook his head. After what she has done, you cannot have them both. I didn't know what he meant by that, but Rosa did, as she let out a gasp and covered her mouth. Alpha Alessandro's hold on me tightened slightly as he started down at his dad. I wasn't clear about the head Alpha's words for too long, as what he said cleared all my confusion. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐤𝐂𝐲𝐸𝐬𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐸𝐂𝐲𝐸𝐸𝐿𝐤𝐂𝐲𝐸𝐸𝐂𝐲𝐸𝐸𝐂𝐲𝐸𝐸𝐂𝐲𝐸𝐸𝐂𝐲𝐸𝐸𝐑𝑠. His voice echoing around the room. Your title and status as Alpha or your human mate. Chapter 70. Your title and status as Alpha or your human mate. That's the choice Alpha Alessandro had. A choice he didn't think he would ever have to make, judging by the look on his face. He wasn't the only person who was stunned by this ultimatum. His mum looked absolutely horrified, and 𝐾𝐿𝐬 looked like she was about to throw up. And me. For some reason I wasn't as shocked by this ultimatum like everyone else was. Maybe it was because of how eventful my life has been the last few months that nothing truly shocked me to the core. That didn't mean I wasn't taken aback by what the head Alpha was saying. I just wasn't as flabbergasted as the rest of them. Though Alpha Alessandro hadn't said anything yet, I knew what his answer would be. Be an Alpha or have a human mate. This decision wouldn't be a difficult one for him. He was born to be an Alpha. He was born to rule this pack, and he had been training for it all his life before taking over from his dad. There was no way he was going to give up his title for me. There was no way he was going to give up his lifestyle for me. There was no way he was going to give up everything for me. But we're mate. I should be his everything. In theory I should be, but I couldn't expect him to give up everything he knew for a girl he had just met a few months ago. Not just a girl. A human girl, and not just a human girl. A human girl who helped dispose of his cousin's body. So why was a small part of me hoping he would give it all up for me? If it was the other way round, would I give up everything for him? My mind and heart were at odds. My heart was saying I would give everything up for him, whereas my mind was saying I wouldn't. I guess the truth lies somewhere in between that. You need to make a decision, Alessandro. Head Alpha's voice was firm and harsh. Alpha Alessandro turned away from his dad and looked at me, other than his narrowed eyes that were now piercing into mine. There was nothing on his face to indicate what he was leaning towards. I'm not going to choose. He told his dad while he maintained eye contact with me. 𝐊𝐤 is my mate. She killed 𝐊𝐤. The head alpha hissed and I could practically feel the venom radiating towards me. She didn't kill him. It was her sister. Alessandro corrected, causing his dad to growl a little. Her sister. How does it matter? 𝐊𝐤 is dead because of them. The alpha shook his head. 𝐊𝐤 is dead because of his actions. The head alpha let out another growl this time. It was louder and more grislier. It was clear as day that this conversation was only aggravating him further and not helping the situation. Though I was perplexed by this turn of events and prayed it turned in our favor, I could understand it from both points of view. Alessandro didn't want his title and mate and was getting frustrated that his dad was unwilling to grasp that concept, and the head alpha was getting frustrated by the lack of anger or any emotion towards his dead nephew from his son. Both thought their way of thinking was the correct way and a no-brainer. I have expected �KOMI to interject in this conversation and make it worse like she has been doing recently, but she remained as silent as a mouse, her eyes wide and darting around to each person in the room but not saying a single word. To be honest, looking at the stunned look she had plastered across her face, I don't think she could speak even if she wanted to. For the first time in a long time she was doing the right thing and keeping quiet and staying out of it. If only she had done that earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation. Ricardo, Alfiola's mum finally spoke. Let's not make any rash decisions now. 𝐊𝐤 is dead, the head alpha simply said as he stared at his mate. The humans killed him. I know. Her eyes darted towards me for a second before moving back to her pissed-off mate. But she is Alessandro's mate. She is his, like his mate did a few seconds ago. The head alpha looked at me, but instead of the blank look his mate gave me, his was filled with disgust and rage. I don't know why he was disgusted with me. If he wants to be disgusted with anyone, it should be his nephew, the rapist. She didn't kill him. She was protecting her sister. Rosa looked towards me, and this time her face was not void of any emotions. There was one emotion present, and it looked like she was slightly proud. She will make a good Luna. Her words set off everyone in the room in different ways, but before anyone could say anything the door opened and someone walked in. My heart leapt with joy when I saw who it was. Teresa. The head alpha looked surprised to see her here. What are you doing here? Teresa looked towards me and gave me a warm smile. 𝐊𝐤 asked me to come. The hint of happiness that was on the head alpha's face from seeing Teresa dissipated the moment she uttered those words. Do you know about 𝐊𝐤? What they did? Teresa didn't answer immediately. Instead, she was looking at �KOMI with a look of pure and utter sorrow that it made my heart hurt just from observing it. Teresa was a good person. She really was. There was no anger or hatred towards �KOMI despite what �KOMI did to her brother. Just sadness. The sadness wasn't towards herself though or her loss, but towards �KOMI and her pain. Yes. Teresa finally said. Alessandro told me. The head alpha let out a noise of disbelief. What happened to you both? This human has bewitched you. She's Alessandro's mate. She will be my Luna. The head alpha shook his head and turned around, so we were no longer privy to his facial expressions and emotions. He was angry, very angry, and it seemed like the alpha and Teresa were only adding more fuel to the fire. Rosa placed her hand gently on Ricardo's back and leaned in. She began whispering something in his ear, and by the way his shoulder and back tensed up, I could see it wasn't something he liked or agreed with. Deciding to make the most of this time out, I turned towards �KOMI, who was still looking completely blindsided and horrified. Hey, it's okay. I mouthed to her while she simply opened her mouth in response. We're going to be okay. This time I believed those words. We were going to be okay. I knew it. Not only has Alessandro completely changed his stance on not protecting us, but Teresa was here too. They could both reason with the head alpha and get him to let us both unharmed. No harm will come to your mate. The head alpha uttered those words as soon as he turned around and faced us. She did not kill 𝐊𝐤, and like your mother said, she was simply protecting her sister. Relief filled my body and I let out a sigh. It was finally going to end now, and we could move on from this horrible and traumatizing nightmare. My relief was short-lived when the head alpha continued talking. Her sister, on the other hand, killed 𝐊𝐤. She needs to pay for her crimes. What now? I shouted before anyone else could say anything. She's just a kid. A kid that killed my nephew. The head alpha hissed as he took a step towards me. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 let out a soft sob as Alpha Alessandro came and stood beside me. His mum looked like she agreed with his dad, whereas Teresa looked conflicted. You're not going to hurt her. She was only defending herself. The head alpha cocked his head to the side. Earlier did you not say it was you who killed Harlan and not your sister? Which one is it? Which one is the lie? Or is it all lies? I did kill him. I will accept the punishment for this crime. 𝐾𝐜𝐤 softly said, causing me to groan. Why was she talking again? Why couldn't she just remain silent? She shouldn't be punished for defending herself. Your sister said she will accept her punishment. I shook my head frantically. She doesn't know what she's saying. She doesn't deserve to be punished. She killed Harlan. The head alpha was started to really get on my nerves. He wasn't listening to the reasoning behind her actions. He just wanted to see her punished. Because he raped her. Your nephew raped her. What part of that do you not understand? I shouldn't be talking to his like that. I knew that, but I was too angry to care about the consequences. I think everyone should calm down, Teresa said softly as her eyes flickered between me and her uncle. How do we know you're telling the truth? Since you entered this room you have lied multiple times. How do I know you're telling the truth now? What? Why would anyone lie about being raped? The head alpha turned towards 𝐾𝐜𝐤 and advanced towards her. You're lying, aren't you? My nephew didn't rape you. Tell the truth. 𝐖𝐤𝐬𝐾𝐜𝐤 began to stutter as tears filled her wide eyes. He did, he. Stop lying and tell the truth. It wasn't me or 𝐾𝐜𝐤 who said the next sentence. It was Teresa. She's not lying. She's telling the truth. Tears began to stream down Teresa's face. She's telling the truth. I know she's telling the truth. What she said next completely and utterly blew everyone's mind. Because he raped me too. Chapter 71. No one at all was expecting Teresa to say those words. Her words seemed to have sucked the air out of all of us and out of the room that now felt cold and taciturn. Tears continued to run down Teresa's face as her breathing became heavy following her revelation. Other than her quiet sobs and heavy breathing, nothing else could be heard in the room. Not one single sound. Did Teresa actually say her brother raped her? Her own brother? No, I must have misheard her. There was no way she said that. Because he raped me too. Staring at this broken girl in front of me, I couldn't help but feel for her. My heart tightened at the thought she must have been through. Rape in itself was such a disgusting, damaging and traumatic act, but to be forced by your own family member, your own brother, that's just cruel and devastating beyond words. The destruction that must leave behind must be unimaginable. Being betrayed so violently by your own flesh and blood, your own kin, the people who are supposed to protect and love you, must be absolutely soul-shattering. What? The head alpha was the first person to break the silence that had cocooned the room. What did you say? I had only met the head alpha a couple of times now, and from both meetings I had gathered that he was not a man who was easily frazzled or shocked by anything, but looking at him now, he looked like a man who was on the verge of breaking down. Teresa opened her mouth to answer him, but instead a sob escaped it, causing the head alpha's eyes to widen. He was staring at her as if she had grown another head. The look of disbelief on his face would have been funny in other circumstances, but in this case it was heartbreaking. Her words and little whimpers of cries seemed to finally hit everybody else in the room as they all began to react. Rose's hand covered her mouth as tears began to fill her eyes. She was shaking her head as if she was trying to physically remove Teresa's declaration out of her head. Alpha Alessandro was uttering every single swear word under the sun. His face and hands both clenched up in anger, ready to burst. He must have known on some level that his cousin was a vile, disgusting pig, as he did believe me when I told him that his cousin was a repulsive pedophile and rapist, but I don't think he anticipated this. Who would? 𝐾𝐜𝐤 looked just as broken as Teresa, and in that moment I knew both of them were relating with each other and probably would for the rest of their lives. Both their lives and their perception of the world had been altered negatively by the same man, and it would never be the same again. It all fell into place now. Teresa's words and action all made sense now. Why she believed us so quickly, why she tried to help us, and why she looked relieved to hear that her brother was never coming back instead of being heartbroken. A sickening thought came into my head, which I knew had a strong possibility of being true. He hadn't raped Teresa once. It must have been a continuous thing. My own eyes began to swell up as I pondered further about what had happened to her. Traumatizing and triggering it must have been to hear what 𝐾𝐜 went through, yet she still stayed and still tried to help. Dear darling, what touch you? The head alpha was having trouble saying the word rape, as if saying it would make it more real. Yes, Teresa whispered, causing Alpha Alessandro to let out another string of curses and his mum to let out a shuddering gasp. That one word seemed to break the head alpha as his face crumpled right in front of us. He stared down at his niece in sorrow and swallowed harshly. If that bastard wasn't already dead, I would have killed him myself. Alpha Alessandro snarled. The head alpha was struggling to form full sentences. He began to process everything that had just happened. Teresa, on the other hand, seemed to be doing the opposite and recovering from her shock announcement. 𝐾𝐜 didn't do anything wrong, Teresa said firmly as she briefly glanced at 𝐾𝐜. She's just a child and she was defending herself. Nala hasn't done anything wrong either. She was just protecting her little sister, just like an older sibling should. Her words hit me hard and I was unable to stop the tears that were now falling freely down my face. Her brother should have been her protector, her savior, not the person she needed protecting from. Based on Alpha Alessandro's family's reaction, it was clear to see that no one was aware of what was happening behind closed door, which made things slightly better. Only slightly, though. There were some people and some families where these horrific things would be happening within the family, and some family members were aware of it and did nothing to stop it and instead turned a blind eye. Was it just once? Clearly the head alpha was thinking what I was thinking earlier and wondering whether his nephew violated her once or if it was a continuous thing. I'm just going to say it once. Teresa began to say. After today, I don't ever want to speak about it again. Both Alpha Alessandro and his dad nodded patiently for Teresa to start. I couldn't fathom how difficult it must be for her to discuss the abuse she suffered at the hands of her brother, and under any other circumstances I would have suggested she doesn't until she's ready, but my sister's life was on the line, and no one was more important to me than her. I wondered what was going through everyone's head as Teresa slowly began opening up. Did they have any suspicion prior to today? Did they blame themselves for not seeing the signs and not stopping the abuse? I remembered the devastation and sorrow I had felt after that fateful night, the helpless and the anger of not being able to protect my little sister like I should have. Are they experiencing that too? Please don't interrupt me, Teresa said before recounting her nightmare of a life. Everyone listened quietly and intently as Teresa disclosed what had transpired between her and her brother. The level of anger and disgust on her family's face began to increase as she continued her story. Hearing what she had been through made me want to throw up, so I could only imagine what Alpha Alessandro and his parents were feeling as they listened to what happened to their cousin and niece. The abuse started early on when she was barely a teenager, and the first time that happened to 𝐸𝐸 refused to acknowledge it. Perhaps it was her brain's way of trying to protect her, but she thought it wasn't real. Then it happened again and again, and she could no longer pretend it wasn't happening. There were many times where she had wanted to tell someone, anyone, what was happening to her, but the fear and shame of it all stopped her in her tracks. As expected, Harlan had threatened to kill her if she uttered a single word to anyone, and had also ingrained it into her head that no one would believe her if she did decide to speak up. The threats, the fear of not being believed and being called a liar alongside the disgust and shame she felt meant that Teresa didn't tell anyone a single word. For years she had to endure the abuse he inflicted on her in private and then publicly pretend everything was okay and that they had a normal sibling relationship. The actions of her vile brother, if I even call him her brother, was making my skin crawl, and I had the urge to scrub every inch of my body as if it had been me who had been subjected to that sort of abuse. How she managed to put up with that for years was beyond me, and a part of me wondered if her family had seen the signs of her being abused, but brushed it aside without thinking deeply about it. Her uncle was the first person to approach her once she was done recalling her traumatic experience. His steps were hesitant, and he paused before stretching his arms out, giving her the time and option to refuse his hug and touch. Teresa let out a soft sob as she wrapped her arms around the head alpha and leaned into him. The head alpha's body was shaking as he held her, and unsure if he was crying alongside with her or if it was from anger. Alpha Alessandro and his mum then approached Teresa too and began to comfort her. Turning to 𝐾𝐽, I grabbed her hand and pulled her close to me. Now that Teresa had told everyone what a vile pig Harlan was, surely the head alpha would excuse 𝐾𝐽's action as they were in self-defense. I love you, I whispered to 𝐾𝐽 as she placed her head on my shoulder. 𝐾𝐽 gave me a watery smile. I love you too. She mouthed the words instead of saying it out loud. I don't think she was able to talk just yet. I didn't want to interrupt the moment they were having, but I had to know what was going to happen to us now. I cleared my throat at first to gain their attention, but once that failed I began to speak. 𝐿𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐼�𝐉. Head Alpha, I began to say softly. They began to pull away from Teresa, whose face was red and blotchy from the tears just like her aunt's, whereas the head alphas and his sons were more composed. Yes. He raised an eyebrow, and from the look on his face I could tell he was less than impressed that I was interrupting their little moment. What 𝐾𝐽 did was in self-defense. She had no choice. I told him as I squeezed her hands. Now that you know what you know, what's going to happen to us now? Chapter 72. He had to let us go, right? It's not like 𝐾𝐽 killed him for no reason. Attacked and raped her. She was acting in self-defense. Anyone in her situation would do the same, and I'm sure if Teresa had the opportunity she would have to. She did everyone a favor by ridding the world of a serial pedophile rapist. Who knows how many people he has abused and how many people he would have if he was still alive. The head alpha looked conflicted as his gaze flickered between us and his niece. He probably wanted to still punish us for killing his nephew, but also didn't want to hurt Teresa further. It must be difficult and confusing to hear that your nephew's death was due to him raping a teenage human girl and that he also raped your niece. He might feel as though he needs to get some sort of justice for Harlan because at the end of the day it was his nephew and we killed him. I understand that he was your nephew. I began to tread lightly and carefully, but he was also a rapist too. He wasn't an innocent man we just attacked for no reason. He stopped my 17-year-old sister at her work before following her home and attacking her. The head alpha's face remained stoic until I added the next part. He also continuously raped your niece. I winced internally when I said those words carelessly. I knew Teresa would be impacted by those words, but I couldn't beat around the bush anymore. And most likely other people too. I wouldn't put it past him to abuse his position in the pack and use that to abuse his female pack members, and it seemed like the head alpha agreed as his face crunched up in disgust. He's no nephew of mine. The head alpha spat out, causing relief to fill every inch of my body. He turned towards Teresa and cupped her face. If he was alive now, I would have killed him with my bare hands. If he was going to kill him anyway, that means 𝐾𝐽 did him a favor and he can't be actions. Like I said earlier, you will not be harmed for your actions. And what about 𝐾𝐽? And my sister? I questioned, throwing her a quick reassuring glance. With his eyes fixated on Teresa, the head alpha answered my question. She will not be harmed either. Oh my God, whispered 𝐾𝐽 as she tightened her grip on my hands. I turned towards her and pulled her into a hug, both of us stuttering random words to each other, holding tightly on to my little sister. I couldn't believe that it was finally over. We could now put this whole nightmare behind us and move on with our lives. We could return to our town and go back to our usual mundane lives. The thought of doing my university assignments never so appealing. In between my sobs of joy, I let out a laugh. 𝐾𝐽 joined in as we both embraced each other and laughed in each other's ears. It's over, 𝐾𝐽. I have cried and half laughed. It's finally over. I can't believe it. 𝐾𝐽 kept whispering over and over again. Putting myself slightly away from 𝐾𝐽, I looked towards the head alpha, purposefully not meeting Alessandro's heated gaze. Thank you. His response to my gratitude was a nod. After a minute or so later, 𝐾𝐽 and I pulled away from each and turned to face the alpha family. They were all watching us with different expressions on their faces, each one different from the others. Can we leave now? I asked the head alpha as 𝐾𝐽 lowered her gaze back to the floor. The head alpha shook his head and my heart sank. He was going to let us go, right? Was still going to keep us here but not punish us. Why couldn't we leave? I require further info from you both before you can leave the premises. He clarified, causing me to let out a sigh of relief. What information? I need to know exactly what happened. No lies. The full truth. He stared us both down. You will not be punished for any of your actions, so tell me everything. And by everything, the head alpha meant everything. Every little thing that happened from when his nephew first came in contact with 𝐴𝐿 to now. Before we could begin, Teresa left the room with her Aunt Rosa. I wanted to thank her for saving both our lives. She didn't have to disclose what had happened to her, but she did anyway in order to save us, and for that I would be forever grateful. I would have to find her later on and profusely thank her on both mine and 𝐴𝐿's behalf. The first line of questions were directed towards 𝐴𝐿 and were about how they first met and what transpired between them each time he came into the coffee shop. The head alpha wrote down every single detail, including everyone who worked at the shop. I was hoping he would not ask 𝐴𝐿 to repeat what that bastard did to her, but he did. Not the exact details like earlier, just what happened. When it happened and what 𝐴𝐿 did after that. The next set of questions were directed towards me, and what I did as soon as I found out what happened. He grilled me for almost an hour, asking me for every single detail of my plan and how we carried it out. Recapping and hearing back everything that had occurred was insane. It didn't seem real and sounded like some sort of plot from a movie or a book. Both the head alpha and 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐲 seemed slightly taken aback with how careful I was, and I could have sworn I saw 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐲 looking impressed at one point. I tried not to look at 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐲, but it was hard not to, given that he was staring heatedly at me throughout it all. When our gazes would meet, I would quickly look away and ignore the emotions that were displayed in his eyes. So his body is in an unmarked grave in 𝐷𝐿𝐵 Moors. The head alpha questioned as he looked up from his book that he was writing all the information he had collated from us. And no, I told him as I looked at Alessandro. I don't know where it is. The head alpha raised an eyebrow. You lost his body. No, we did bury his body in 𝐷𝐿𝐵 Moors. I couldn't believe how causally we were discussing his nephew's dead body and its location. But it was moved. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milgan. Heartfelt thanks to your own fading �𝐿𝐲𝐼𝐻𝐬. Now would be a good time for you to jump in, Alessandro. When Alessandro said nothing, I let out a sigh and began my explanation. Miles was the person who was sending me those messages. He saw what we did. I briefly explained the last messages he had sent me and how he came to be here. When the pack members dug at the place we had originally buried him, he wasn't there. He was gone. I moved his body to another location. Alessandro finally spoke. The head alpha turned to his son and cocked his head. You removed Harlan's remains and buried them somewhere else, yes? The head alpha looked towards me and nodded. You did that for your human mate in order to protect her. My traitorous heart began to beat rapidly at the thought of Alessandro wanting to protect me. There was a tense silence before Alessandro nodded. Yes, and where is this Miles now? He's dead, I answered. I didn't kill him. I quickly added before he could ask me whether I was the person who killed him. Alessandro killed him. He said it more as a statement than a question. To protect you. There was another pause before he spoke again. This time his words were directed towards Alessandro. I am assuming no one saw the pictures. He took all the messages he sent the human. You destroyed everything. Alessandro's response was the same as earlier. A nod and the word yes. When the head alpha pushed further, Alessandro went into great detail about how he helped us cover up Harlan's murder. The head alpha looked at his son and let out a laugh while shaking his head. Right from the beginning. When was it? The first time you saw her or the first time you heard her voice? I frowned in confusion and turned toward 𝐴𝐿, who also looked just as baffled by the head alpha's words. I didn't need to ask for clarification or wait a long time for one as the head alpha spoke again. When did you fall in love with her? Chapter 73. When did you fall in love with her? I wasn't stupid or ignorant. I knew who the head alpha was talking about. He was talking about me. Did he actually think that Alessandro was in love with me? Perhaps from his dad's point of view it would seem that way. After all, Alessandro did hide the body so no one would believe Miles when he said we killed and buried him, and he didn't exactly punish us when he found out what we did. I wouldn't say what he did was because of love. Then why else would he have done it? The mate born must have compelled him to protect me, and there's a huge difference between protecting someone and loving someone. Unless he was in love with me. No, of course he wasn't. I'm being ridiculous here. Alessandro was not in love with me. I'm not in love with her. Alessandro finally answered his dad's question, his tone low and very casual, as if they were discussing the weather. See, he wasn't in love with me. Of course he wasn't. Why would he be? Why did that sting a little? Because you want him to be in love with you. I shook my head, trying to shake that thought out of my mind. I didn't want Alessandro to be in love with me, and I wasn't in love with him. The head Alpha let out a chuckle. If you say so, son. Alessandro met my eyes for a brief second before looking away, but I could have sworn I saw tenderness flash through his eyes. The head Alpha continued with his questioning. It was very thorough, and we had to record everything multiple times so he got an accurate account of what happened. Despite the frustration I felt at having to repeat myself and answering a million questions, I was elated that it was all coming to an end. Once the head Alpha was satisfied with everything, we would be able to go back to our lives. It was made very clear to everyone that not one word of what we had discussed could be uttered to anyone. There were some people, such as my Uncle Tom and Beta Chiron, who were privy to more information than the head Alpha would have liked that would be dealt with. The head Alpha would speak to them about not disclosing any information to anyone and not to discuss it further. We were confident that Uncle Tom would listen, as he too wanted this to all be over, and Beta Chiron was part of the pack and would have the Alessandro or the head Alpha said anyway. Alessandro did a very good job of limiting the number of people who were around when the discussions about 𝐊𝐢𝐬 were being carried out. No one read or had access to the pictures and textures and text messages Miles had sent me, and he did not allow Miles to say anything criminating in front of anyone. I was thankful for Alessandro's future planning and awareness. Other than the slight rumors about why we were here, there were no actual reason or evidence of 𝐾𝐜 killing 𝐊𝐢𝐬, but of us disposing his body. He was meticulous from the start and ensured that nothing could ever be traced back to me or 𝐾𝐜. Because he's in love with you. I ignored the thought that was flashing inside my head and tried to concentrate on what the head Alpha was asking. He didn't seem too pleased with Alessandro's past action, but there was nothing to be done now. It had been justified with me being his mate and the natural instinct to protect his mate. The plan, if we can call it that, was going to be put in place. We were not to discuss 𝐊𝐢𝐬's death with anyone or with each other after today. 𝐊𝐢𝐬 would be classed as a missing person, and a few years later they would find his remains in water and as an accidental drowning. I wasn't sure of how that would work in regards to his injuries and the condition of the remains, but the head Alpha said he would deal with that, and we did not need to know anything else. I'm presuming that the head Alpha has a doctor on standby that would be able to falsify the medical record, or maybe the remains would be to decompose to determine the cause of death. To be honest, I didn't really care how the head Alpha Alessandro dealt with all of this, as long as they didn't include or involve us in it. I was happy with whatever they did. The less we knew, the better, and the quicker we could move on from this nightmare. As for our involvement, the pack would be told that we have been ruled out as suspects and have returned back home. After a few days, we probably wouldn't be talked about or even remembered. After what felt like an eternity, we were finally allowed to leave the room. Both 𝐾𝐜 and I waited with bated breath as Alessandro got a pack member to escort us back to our room. We no longer needed an escort, but since we didn't know our way around, it was best to have one to guide us back to our room. Alessandro said nothing to me as we entered the meeting room, but his eyes were scorching into mine and he had a strange look on his face. I gave him a small smile, which he did not return before I left the room. A small part of me was slightly sad that he did not return the smile or say anything to me as we left. We only had one more day here, and then we would be able to go home, and this could potentially be the last time we see each other. It wasn't type of goodbye I thought we would have, but then again I wasn't sure what I had expected. Both 𝐾𝐜 and I walked back in silence, as if we would both still stand by the outcome of the meeting. I most certainly didn't anticipate we would be walking out of it alive. Never mind as free people who could go back home tomorrow. I can't believe it. 𝐾𝐜 was the first one to speak once we entered the room. Her voice was barely above a whisper and full of shock. I know. Me too. After worrying for months about what would happen to us, it was finally ending. Every day I would be filled to the brim with anxiety of what could happen, but now that would all change. Tomorrow morning I would wake up carefree, without any anxiety or worries. A smile graced my face and my body erupted with happiness at the knowledge that this time tomorrow we would both be home and back to our usual lives. 𝐿𝐢 Alessandro is your mate. The smile dropped on my face and my happiness dissipated. I was happy for all of 1 second. I cleared my throat. Yes, everything makes sense now, �K𝐚𝐬 muttered as she stared at me. I nodded. His actions and behavior did all make sense now. I was his mate and he felt obliged to help and protect me. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧𝐼 𝐂𝐚𝐬𝐼. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. Forget that. It's over, �K𝐚𝐬. It's finally over. I wrapped my arms around her into a hug. We're going to go back tomorrow. We're going home. �K𝐚𝐬 pulled away from me and frowned. You're 𝐿𝐢 Alessandro's mate. That's the only reason why we're still alive. Yes, but that doesn't matter, �K𝐚𝐬. All that matters is that we're alive and we're free to go. �K𝐚𝐬 shook her head. You're 𝐿𝐢 Alessandro's mate. I didn't mean to, but I was starting to get frustrated by �K𝐚𝐬's lack of happiness and her repeated words. Yes, I'm 𝐿𝐢 Alessandro's mate, and yes, that's the reason why we're alive, but who cares? We're alive, �K𝐚𝐬, and we're free to leave. A look of sadness covered �K𝐚�E's face. You can't leave. You won't be able to. Before he could say anything, there was a knock on the door, and a second later the door opened. In walked 𝐿𝐢 Alessandro, his face void of any emotions. I need to talk to you. Why did he need to talk to me? Has his dad changed his mind? Wait here, I told �K𝐚𝐬, ignoring the pointed look she was giving me. I closed the door behind me and quickly began to speak. What's going on? Have you guys changed your mind? We can still leave tomorrow, right? I'm not sure if I could handle it if 𝐿𝐢 Alessandro told me that they had changed their mind and we could no longer leave. Freedom was just hours away, and to snatch it away from us now would be very cruel. Calm down, 𝐿𝐢 Alessandro simply said, ignoring the questions I had fired at him. Calm down. How can I calm down when our future could potentially be up in the air again? I took in a deep breath to steady my racing heart. Has the head 𝐿𝐢 changed his mind now? His one word answer sent relief through my body and I almost slumped down against the door. Then what is it? His lack of answer was starting to worry me and I swallowed harshly. 𝐿𝐢 Alessandro, we're going home tomorrow, right? You can't leave tomorrow. Why not? I whispered as fear began to creep inside my body. 𝐿𝐢 Alessandro looked like he was having an internal battle with himself and was struggling to find the words he wanted to say as he opened his mouth a few times. 𝐿𝐢 Alessandro, I said as I took a step towards him. 𝐿𝐢 Alessandro finally managed to utter the words he wanted to say, and it shook me to my core. I'm in love with you. Chapter 74. After everything that had happened over the last few months and today, I didn't think I could be left utterly speechless and thoroughly shocked, but I was standing there with my mouth gaping open and my eyes blinking quickly and excessively that it was actually hurting me. Did he just say what I think he said? Did I mishear him? Should I ask him to repeat himself? My mouth that was gaping open closed a couple of times as I tried to think of what to say. Was what I finally managed to say after a few long minutes. Seriously, Nala, that's your response to someone saying they're in love with you? I mean, I cleared my throat. What? Like that's any better? I'm in love with you. 𝐿𝐢 Alessandro repeated, making any doubts that I had about mishearing him disappear. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐼. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whispered before shaking my head and raising my volume. I mean, I don't know what I mean. Don't he understand what was going on with me? Why wasn't I able to respond like a normal person? What don't you understand? 𝐿𝐢 Alessandro asked patiently as he cocked his head to the side. What you just said. You. I pointed at him. I don't understand you. Not many people do. 𝐿𝐢 Alessandro said with a chuckle as if it was something he was proud of. You can't be in love with me. Why not? 𝐿𝐴𝐲𝐼𝐧𝐼 questioned. His face had a hint of smile on it, as if he was enjoying himself. You just can't. This doesn't make any sense. You don't even like me. Alessandro shrugged. You're my mate too. He wasn't in love with me because of me. He thinks he's in love with me because of the mate bond. Why did that knowledge sting a little? My feelings and thoughts must have been written all over my face because Alessandro quickly tried to rectify what he said. No, that's not what I meant. You're my mate. That's correct, but you. This time it was Alessandro who was struggling with his words and unable to form a coherent sentence. Alessandro swallowed harshly and his eyes pierced mine for a few seconds before he took in a deep breath. You're the human who helped cover up my cousin's murder. You've lied to me, tried to trick me, and have been nothing but a nuisance since I met you. I narrowed my eyes. Where was he going with this? Yet something about you keep drawing me in, and I can't thinking about you. Every waking moment is spent with you in mind. What I will next see you, what I will next hear you, what I will next touch you. I get no respite from you. You even haunt my dreams. My heart began to race as I stared into Alessandro's eyes. His gaze burned into mine. I couldn't look away. You consume me. He took my face into his large hands. I love you, 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬. I don't know what to say. This declaration of love was not something I was expecting from anyone, never mind a ruthless alpha. His thumbs began to stroke my cheeks. I know I have been cruel. I was struggling with the emotions I felt towards you. I was conflicted by the knowledge of Harden's death. Your involvement in his death and the fact that a human was my mate. A small smile graced his face. I had no evidence of your involvement at first, but I couldn't let you go. I just couldn't. I needed you here. I still do. There was a pause before he added the next part. Don't go. What? Stay here with me. Not as my captive, but as my mate. I should say something. I really should, but words failed me as I stared at this handsome man. He was asking me to willingly stay with him. To leave my life behind and start a new one with him. I shook my head. This is too much. I need time to think. Take all the time you need. While I may not have a deadline with him, I did with the head alpha and 𝐾𝐞𝐬. We were planning on leaving tomorrow. My deadline is tomorrow. I'm not in love with you. I told him, my heart clenching tightly when his face fell slightly. He recovered quickly and nodded his head. I understand. Too much has happened between us, but that's in the past. We can start afresh. You're my mate, 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬. You're mine. His words should have annoyed me. I wasn't an object to be his, but instead they melted my heart. I need time to think. I repeated. I will never hurt you again. He promised as he tightened his grip on me. And I will not let anything or anyone hurt you either. Give me a chance to show you how I can be. Give us a chance. I pulled myself away from his grip and took a step back. I'm sorry. This is too much. I can't do this. Ignoring the heartbroken look on his face, I took another step back and grabbed the door handle. Before I could open it, Alessandro spoke again. I love you. I will wait for your decision tonight. If you do decide to leave, I will respect your wishes and will never bother you again. I nodded, unable to verbally respond, and quickly opened the bedroom door before closing it behind me just as fast. Leaning my whole body against the door, I closed my eyes and took in deep breaths. What the hell? 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬𝐿. 𝐾𝐿's voice had me jumping up in alarm. Shit. You scared me. I had forgotten that she was in the room waiting for me. Are you okay? Was I okay? After Alessandro's declaration of love, I wasn't sure if I would ever be okay. How did he expect me to respond to that? How should I have responded to that? I was so freaking confused. So confused by everything. What did Alessandro want? 𝐾𝐞𝐬 asked softly. He wants me. Slowly I began to relay what the alpha had said to me. For some reason his words seemed to make more sense to her than it did to me. I expected some level of confusion, disgust or even anger, but instead 𝐾𝐞𝐬 was understanding, as if this was all normal and what she had anticipated to happen. To provide more context, I had to tell her everything that had happened between the alpha and I. Well, not everything. There were some things little sisters did not need to know, but enough to get the overall gist of how it all went down. At the end of it all, 𝐾𝐜 was not surprised with the Alpha's declaration. She agreed with the head Alpha's belief that Alpha Alessandro fell in love with me a long time ago, maybe even when he first heard my voice. Though he was conflicted, he did everything he could to ensure there was no link between me and his cousin's disappearance and death. He cared about my safety and life from the very start. So what are you going to do? What was I going to do? If I was given this option months ago, I would have made my decision within seconds, but now I'm hesitating and actually thinking about both options. It's so strange to admit even to myself that I'm actually considering staying here willingly. I fought so hard for this, for our freedom, and now that I have been granted it, why am I not grabbing it with both hands and running as fast as I could? Because you like him. I wasn't in love with him. I wasn't. No, any feelings I have towards him aren't real. Stockholm Syndrome. That's what this is. That's why I'm into minds about what to do. How is it after everything we had been through? The insane and constant stress and anxiety of being forced to live here. A part of me still wanted to remain here. Was I one of those freaks that enjoy being on edge all the time? These feelings I was having had to be due to the mate bond. Alpha Alessandro's feeling were due to the mate bond, and so were mine. In normal circumstances this would have never happened. We weren't each other's types. Or are we? We are soulmates after all. I was destined to be with him, and he was destined to be with me. I was made for him, and he was made for me. I don't know what I'm going to do. I muttered truthfully. This was such a huge mess. I had wanted a goodbye from Alpha Alessandro. Something that would bring both of us closure. I hadn't anticipated this, and a part of me wished he hadn't declared his feeling for me, as I was now left feeling utterly confused about what to do. The fact that you can't decide is an answer. You don't want to leave him. Despite all the bad things he did, you want to see what could transpire between you two. 𝐾𝐜 said softly with a small smile. You like him, even if you won't admit it. I know you do. I can tell. I can't leave you, 𝐾𝐜. You're all I have left. 𝐾𝐜 shook her head. You can't put your life on hold for me. You've given up everything for me. Please don't give up your chance at true love for me as well. When did 𝐾𝐜 become so mature and so wise? The rest of the day was a blur, as all my mind could focus on was what I was going to do tomorrow. I had a decision to make. A decision that I was struggling to come to terms with. I felt as though I didn't have enough time to think this through. A day wasn't enough time to make such an important decision about what to do with my life. But a day was all I had, and by the end of it I had made my decision. Hoping I wasn't making a mistake, I knocked on Alpha Alessandro's door. His response was almost instant, as if he was waiting for me to come to him. I entered the room and gazed around, my eyes looking at everything except for the Alpha, who was patiently standing behind his desk. Taking in a deep breath, I plucked up the courage to speak. I have made my decision. Chapter 75. Alpha Alessandro's POV. Where the fuck was Harlan? No calls, no text messages, and no sightings of him in the last few days. The werewolves I have following him every time he left the pack said he has disappeared into thin air. Fucking amateurs. How hard was it to keep an eye on a one man? I had a pack to run. I didn't have time to be tracking down my useless cousin and bailing him out of whatever trouble he had landed himself into this time. I've got one more person to speak to. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My beta informed me, looking just as exasperated as I felt. An underage human girl. Some of the staff said he had a thing for her. Why the fuck was Harlan sniffing around at an underage human girl? I couldn't be arsed with this shit any longer. I had already wasted a whole day talking to pathetic humans. The manager was the worst one, practically sniveling at the sight of me as if I would snap any second. He wasn't drawn to be scared. I was losing my patience, and since the second I entered this coffee shop my wolf has been agitated and on edge as if something was about to happen. It wasn't wrong in thinking that as a human girl collided into me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bump into you. The girl uttered the words quietly as she kept her eyes on the ground. There was a strange scent surrounding her. The scent was combined with hers and had to belong to someone she was in frequent contact with. I have to get back to work. The girl spoke again, ready to move, but I couldn't let her leave. I had to know if the scent was coming from her. Stop. The word came out in a growl and scared the human girl, who began stuttering. Sir. What are you doing? Without even thinking, I grabbed the girl and pulled her towards me and took in a deep breath. Your scent, little human, is very interesting. What? To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿𝐬𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Kieran called out. I have the tapes. I knew deep down what that scent was and who it belonged to, yet I had to know for certain if it actually did belong to a human and my mate. Me Alpha Alessandro. Mated to a human. That thought alone pissed me right off. After all those years of waiting for my mate, I get paired up with some human girl. What the fuck was fate playing at? The human child confirmed what I suspected. She had been around my mate and my mate was a human. It would be a lie to say I was happy with what fate had paired me up with. I wasn't. I was angry and disgusted. Humans were stupid and pathetic. They had no discipline nor loyalty and were incredibly weak. How could a human be my Luna? My mate, my Luna, had to be strong and fearless and a leader for my pack, not a silly human girl. I tried to ignore the pull, ignore the urge to hunt the human girl down and take her back to my pack, but my wolf side won and I found myself in 𝐾𝐜𝐤's house. Justifying the decision to break into 𝐾𝐜𝐤's house, I told both Kieran and myself that the human child was the last one to see Harlan alive. He had followed her out and was interested in pursuing some kind of relationship with her, and that's why I needed to speak to her again. Not to ask her to write down the name every single female she had recently been in close contact with, but to find out what happened to Harlan. As soon as I got into the house, I knew there would be no need to get the human child to write down all the names. Just the ones who lived in the house with her. My mate scent caressed every inch of the house, and I found within her house and over again. Duck. She smelled incredible. Not only did she smell incredible, she sounded fucking amazing too, even when she answered the call by calling me a stupid tort. Her voice sent shivers through my body and sent my blood racing everywhere, especially down south. I was almost salivating from just hearing her say my name. My name never sounded this good, and my mind began to think about all the other sounds I could get her to make. Prior to visiting her house, I had little reason to believe her sister had anything to do with Harlan's disappearance but the abandoned house. The fear in her voice and the stench of bleach had me thinking otherwise. The human girls were hiding something, and they knew what happened to Harlan. The moment I laid my eyes on the human girl, on my mate, I knew it was over. I couldn't let her go. I wouldn't let her go. I would do anything and everything to keep her here with me. Seeing her, however, didn't erase the conflicted feelings and emotions I was having. My emotions were like a roller coaster. One second I wanted to grab and fuck her senseless. Another second I wanted to punish her and extract information about Harlan, and the other I wanted nothing to do with her at all. I didn't want a weak and pathetic human as my mate. Those mixed emotions and feelings continued throughout the duration of her stay, and the more time I spent with her, the more conflicted I felt. As time progressed, it was becoming clearer and clear that both the human girls had something to do with Harlan's disappearance, and instead of torturing the information out of them, I wanted to protect her. I wanted to make sure no one, not even Kieran, knew about their involvement. She was so fierce in her determination to protect her sister that she was willing to die for her. That loyalty and that strength astonished me. She wasn't a fragile and pitiful human girl like I was expecting. She was strong and ferocious and everything I needed in a mate in Luna. My girl was intelligent. She let nothing slip and didn't let anything slip by her either. All in all, she was an extraordinary and magnificent creature. A creature that had weaseled her way into my heart, leaving it open and vulnerable. She became my whole world, and I was ready to do anything, including giving up my pack to keep her safe. Thankfully it didn't come to that, but I was giving up my sanity for her as I groaned and got out of bed. Stupid cat. I growled as Misty meowed and clawed at my bedroom door, begging to be let out. Why did it keep coming back here if it was going to leave every hour, keeping an eye on my beautiful sleeping mate? I opened the door to let her stupid cat out. Nola's decision to stay came with multiple conditions, and one of them included her cat. No animals were allowed in this house before her, but now I have this thing roaming around my house and packed like it owned the place. A part of me was hoping the cat would get lost in the woods, but it was just as clever as her owner, and despite the new surroundings, she always came back safe and sound. My eyes wandered back to my mate, who was still deep in sleep. Her dark hair fell across her pillow. Her mouth slightly open and one of her hands was tucked under her cheek. So fucking beautiful. So beautiful that it hurt my heart just looking at her. When she came to me that night with her decision, I had already braced and consoled myself on what was to come. With every fiber of my body, I was praying that she would give us a chance, but I knew that outcome was low because of my prior actions towards her and what I was. So when she said she willing to give us a chance as long as I complied with her list of conditions, I agreed without even fully listening to any of it. At that point, I didn't give a shit what those conditions were. I wanted her. No, I needed her, and I would give her anything and everything to keep her with me willingly. Just as I slid back into bed, my phone that was charging on my bedside table lit up. Narrowing my eyes to reduce the harsh impact of the phone's light, I quickly skimmed the message I had received from Kieran. "Is everything okay?" my mate Sophie asked, her voice heavy with sleep's 𝐻𝐻. I slid under the covers and wrapped my arms around her. "Go back to sleep. Who were you texting?" she questioned as she snuggled into my chest, causing my body to go into overdrive. Such a curious human, always wanting to know everything. It was Kieran. He sent the finalized list for the party. We were waiting for one of the alphas to respond. Okay. Kami said she'll be back for the party too. Go back to sleep, I told her as I placed a kiss on top of her head. Her eyes twinkled mischievously as they met mine. "I'm not tired anymore." She shook her head as her hands caressed my chest. "I'm wide awake." I mimicked her actions, and just as I was about to slip my hands under clothes, there was a scuffle at the door, followed by loud mews. "For fuck's sake." I growled as I removed my hands my mate's incredible body and got out of bed to let the cat back in. Her laughter sent rickets of warmth throughout my body, and my heart began to swell like it did every time I was around her. She was freaking perfect. Everything about her was perfect. I watched with fondness as she played with her ugly cat, her smiles and giggles filling up the room. The girl I had once captured had now captured me, captured my heart and captured my soul, and I couldn't be happier. The end.